Outside the airport, Lu Yan was loading luggage into the trunk, preparing for a road trip through a desolate, uninhabited region. What was supposed to be a romantic getaway for two had taken an unexpected turn when Pei Xianxian casually mentioned, "I'd like to see the scenery too." "Don't overthink it. There's an extra seat in the car anyway," Lu Yan said while organizing supplies. Pei Xianxian glanced at Lu Qianyan's darkened expression and pretended to hesitate. "Maybe I shouldn't come after all?" "Yan, you should just spend time with Qianyan instead," she said with feigned reluctance. "What nonsense are you talking about? Qianyan isn't the petty type, right, Qianyan?" Lu Yan replied, smiling at Luo Qianyan, though his eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure. Luo Qianyan felt a surge of anger, but knowing that if she didn't go, Lu Yan would end up alone with Pei Xianxian, she forced herself to suppress her frustration. "At least with three of us, we can take turns driving so it won't be as tiring," Luo Qianyan suggested. "But I don't know how to drive," Pei Xianxian murmured softly, looking pitifully at Lu Yan. Lu Yan immediately frowned and chided Luo Qianyan. "What's wrong with you, Qianyan? Don't you know about Xianxian's situation? She has a trauma from being hit by a car and never even got her license." "Wow, you seem to know so much about her." "Clearly more than I do," Luo Qianyan retorted sarcastically. Lu Yan hesitated for a moment, then stubbornly countered, "Well, that's because you don't care enough. Everyone else has been concerned for Xianxian after she was abducted for 13 years. And when she came back, wasn't it Xianxian who stayed home to take care of your adoptive parents while you were always so busy?" Luo Qianyan was an adopted daughter of the Luo family, having been taken in at the age of 5 after the family's biological daughter was kidnapped by traffickers. At 18, during a vacation home, she learned that the real daughter, Pei Xianxian, had been found. Rumors spread like wildfire, branding her as a fake heiress who had taken someone else's rightful place. Back then, her childhood friend Lu Yan had stood by her side, shielding her from the gossip. Though she might not have needed his protection at the time, she was still touched by his sincerity. When he confessed his feelings on his 20th birthday, she happily accepted. 3 years had passed since then, yet the boy who once had eyes only for her now seemed like a stranger. As they entered the uninhabited region, the breathtaking scenery outside the window gradually calmed Luo Qianyan's irritation. When night fell and the temperature plummeted, they were forced to set up camp. Watching Lu Yan stop after setting up just one two-person tent, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but frown. "Xianxian is so petite, she can share the tent with us. Besides, she's easily scared in the wilderness," Lu Yan said nonchalantly. Pei Xianxian chimed in, "It is the middle of nowhere. Even you'd be scared, Qianyan. If you're not, why don't we set up a tent just for you? If you want me to sleep alone, only happen when you officially become Lu Yan's girlfriend," Luo Qianyan replied coldly. Pei Xianxian looked embarrassed, but Lu Yan immediately came to her defense. "That's enough. Can't you just talk nicely for once? Xianxian's already being so patient with you." Fuming, Luo Qianyan hurriedly finished her dinner and retreated into the tent to sleep. But when she woke up in the middle of the night, she found herself alone. Not far away, on the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian were entwined in an intimate embrace. "Yan, how can you be so bold out here with no one around?" Pei Xianxian whispered breathlessly. Lu Yan, clearly enraptured, replied, "You little temptress. Isn't it you who seduced me?" Just as they were losing themselves in the moment, Pei Xianxian suddenly froze, her face turning pale as she stared behind Lu Yan. Turning around, Lu Yan was equally terrified. A pair of glowing green eyes was fixed on them. It was an adult wolf. "Don't panic. We'll back away slowly. Wolves are cautious. Stay calm, don't run," Lu Yan instructed, trying to soothe Pei Xianxian as they inched toward the direction of the tents. When Pei Xianxian whispered that they shouldn't wake Luo Qianyan, Lu Yan immediately changed course, leading her toward the car instead. The moment Luo Qianyan unzipped the tent, the wolf launched its attack. Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian scrambled into the car, and as the wolf lunged at the door, Lu Yan, in a panic, slammed on the gas and sped off. Left alone to face the wolf, Luo Qianyan felt her heart turn cold as ice. The low growl of a wild wolf echoed sharply through the night, its glowing green eyes fixed intently on Luo Qianyan. It moved closer, step by deliberate step, exuding an air of menace. Luo Qianyan held her breath, quickly zipping up the tent and retreating inside. A line from a science article flashed through her mind. Wild wolves typically avoid attacking people inside tents, as they are wary of the unknown. But theory was one thing. Facing the immediate danger, her heart pounded uncontrollably. Inside the pitch-black tent, she fumbled through her backpack with trembling hands and pulled out a small knife, gripping it tightly as if the meager weapon could offer her some semblance of security. She turned on the small lamp inside the tent, its soft glow filling the cramped space and chasing away a fraction of her fear. The rustling sounds outside kept her on edge, every second dragging on like an eternity. Gradually, the noises faded, and an eerie silence took over. Still, she didn't dare venture out, choosing instead to endure the night until dawn. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the tent seams, Lu Yunzheng summoned her courage and stepped outside. The area was empty. The wolf from the previous night had vanished without a trace. She let out a sigh of relief, but anger surged in her chest. Her boyfriend of 3 years, Lu Yan, had abandoned her without hesitation the night before, fleeing for his own safety. What stung even more was the memory of seeing Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian emerging disheveled from a tent together, clearly having been up to something indecent before the wolf appeared. Lu Yunzheng quickly gathered her limited supplies of food and water, packing them into her backpack. The tent was too heavy to carry, so she left it behind. With no cell signal, her only option was to follow the road on foot, hoping to encounter rescue. Meanwhile, on another stretch of the road, Lu Yan had pulled his car to the side, his eyes bloodshot and his expression heavy with guilt. Beside him, Pei Xianxian sighed softly. Yan, you can't blame yourself for what happened. In a situation like that, it's just bad luck for Qianyun. Lu Yan's atoms apple-bobbed as he choked out his words. Qianyun is so afraid of pain. I should have confronted that wolf so she could run off with you. Pei Xianxian gently patted his shoulder in consolation. But it was a wolf, Yan. You've been terrified of dogs ever since you were bitten by one as a kid. It's not like you abandoned her on purpose. After a long silence, Lu Yan muttered, maybe we should go back and look for her? A flicker of unease crossed Pei Xianxian's face. Yan, have you thought about the possibility that if something really happened to her, it might attract a whole pack of wolves? If that happens, it won't just be her in danger, it won't make it out either. Lu Yan sat quietly for a while before nodding. You're right, at least we can report what happened so she won't end up as one of those missing persons cases with no closure. They say people who die without confirmation of death can't rest in peace. Pei Xianxian looked at him, her gaze softening with admiration. Yan, you're so kind to Qianyun. You even think about her resting in peace. Honestly, I'm jealous of her. Lu Yan forced a bitter smile. After all, she's my girlfriend. If Luo Qianyun could hear this absurd exchange between the two, she'd probably rise from the dead just to stab them both. Under the scorching sun, Luo Qianyun trudged along the road for over 3 hours. Sweat soaked through her clothes, and her fair skin was reddened by the relentless heat. Her lips were cracked, her steps heavy, each one feeling like she was walking on burning iron. Then, in the distance, the rumble of a truck engine reached her ears, sending a jolt of hope through her. Without hesitation, she waved her arms, signaling for the truck to stop. The truck driver spotted a young woman waving from the roadside and brought the vehicle to a halt. As he got a closer look at Luo Qianyun, he froze for a moment, stunned by her strikingly beautiful face. In the 10+ years he'd been driving this route, had never encountered someone so breathtaking. However, he quickly shook off his surprise, noting from her attire and demeanor that she clearly wasn't one of those budget-traveling backpackers. Luo Qianyun noticed the driver's lingering gaze but remained composed. She spoke directly, "Hello, I need a ride out of this no man's land. I can pay for the trip. But, so what?" The very next second, the driver, Wang Chong, broke into a simple, honest smile, waved his hand and said, "Hop in. When you're away from home, it's understandable to run into some trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a glance at his nephew sitting beside him. The nephew, barely in his early 20s with a hint of boyish innocence still lingering on his face, blushed slightly, opened the car door, and said softly, "You can get in." "Thank you." Luo Qianyun gave a small, composed smile before taking his offered hand and climbing into the car. As they drove, Luo Qianyun casually struck up a conversation with them, occasionally dropping hints about her profession as a surgeon and her background in a family of police officers. Her parents, uncles, and aunts were all in law enforcement. Wang Chong listened, trying to appear calm, but his grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily, betraying a flicker of unease. However, this unease quickly dissipated, and he soon returned to his usual demeanor. By noon, Wang Chong pulled over, intending to have lunch. He warmly offered Luo Qianyun some food, but she politely declined. Instead, she took out her own provisions from her bag and ate alone. Wang Chong didn't insist but watched her out of the corner of his eye, a thoughtful expression on his face. As evening fell, the car stopped by the roadside. Wang Chong and his nephew began setting up a tent nearby. Watching their actions, Luo Qianyun felt a growing sense of unease. She approached them and tentatively asked, "Uncle, may I sleep in the car tonight? Would that be all right?" "No way." Wang Chong flatly refused, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "The car's loaded with our goods. What if you drive off with it? You can keep the keys. I just need the window cracked open for some air." Luo Qianyun's voice remained calm, but her gaze carried a hint of determination. Hearing this, Wang Chong's smile slowly faded, replaced by a colder expression. He let out a derisive snort and finally dropped the pretense. "It gets freezing cold at night. Sharing a tent to keep warm is the sensible thing to do." Luo Qianyan's face turned icy. Uncle, stop joking around. I've already said I'll pay you. Wang Chong sneered, his eyes now filled with greed. Money? Out here money's no good. If you want to survive, you'll do as you're told. Honestly, you're lucky. Back in the day when I used to drive, we had 4 or 5 guys with us. With that small frame of yours, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Tonight, it's just the 2 of us. Do a good job, and it will be over in an hour or so. As he spoke, his gaze roamed brazenly over Luo Qianyan, as though he had already claimed her. Clutching the knife in her hand tightly, Luo Qianyan took a small step back, her eyes flashing with a cold determination. Seeing this, Wang Chong smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Run if you dare. This place is crawling with wolves. Without us, you'll be their dinner. He thought his words would scare her into submission, but to his surprise, Luo Qianyan would rather risk her life than give in. She suddenly turned and bolted into the wilderness. Stubborn bitch. Feisty, aren't you? Once I catch you, I'll make sure you regret it. Wang Chong cursed angrily, signaling his nephew to join the chase. The nephew hesitated, his voice low and uncertain. Second uncle, maybe we should just let it go. She's not willing. An opportunity like this doesn't come around often. If you pass it up, you're an idiot. Wang Chong barked impatiently, picking up his pace. What they didn't anticipate was Luo Qianyan's incredible stamina. Despite being in such a dire situation, she unleashed a burst of speed that left them struggling to keep up. As the distance between them grew, Wang Chong grew increasingly frustrated. Just as he was about to curse again, 2 wolves suddenly emerged from the tall grass in the distance. Shit. Wolves. Get back to the car. Wang Chong's face turned pale as he grabbed his nephew and fled, valuing his life far more than any woman. Luo Qianyan also spotted the wolves, but with no way to retreat, she had no choice but to press forward, hoping to outrun them. However, the wolves were far faster than her. It didn't take long before they caught up. One of the wolves lunged at her from behind, its sharp fangs sinking into her thigh. The searing pain shot through her body like an electric current. Luo Qianyan cried out, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. But she gritted her teeth, refusing to lose consciousness. She knew that only by fighting back did she stand a chance of survival. Enduring the agony, she gripped the knife tightly, aimed at the wolf latched onto her leg, and plunged it down with all her might. The wild wolf yelped in pain as Luo Qianyan's blade struck it, forcing it to loosen its grip. But the pain only made it more ferocious. The 2 wolves attacked her alternately, leaving her no choice but to grip her weapon tightly and muster every ounce of strength to drive the blade into their bodies again and again. Although she managed to kill one of them, her own body was covered in wounds. Blood soaked through her clothes, and her strength was nearly depleted. Just as she thought her fate was sealed, the wolf lunging at her was suddenly hurled aside with great force. Are you all right? A deep, cold voice sounded near her. Luo Qianyan looked up to see a man standing before her. His sharp, blade-like features exuded an unyielding authority. When the remaining wolf attacked again, the man's response was swift and ruthless. Without any weapon, he relied solely on his fists, which landed like sledgehammers, leaving the wolf howling in pain before it finally tucked its tail and fled. The pain coursing through Luo Qianyan's body brought her back to her senses. As she looked at the man before her, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. After dealing with the wolf, the man turned to her and extended a hand. However, Luo Qianyan instinctively raised her blade, positioning it defensively between them. I mean no harm, the man said calmly as he withdrew his hand. I just thought you could use some help. Realizing her reaction was excessive, Luo Qianyan's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, it was just a reflex. I understand, the man replied simply. Without another word, he turned and walked away, his steps decisive and unhesitating. Luo Qianyan was momentarily stunned but then gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand and attempt to follow. However, the severe wound on her leg gave way, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. The sharp pain in her right leg brought tears streaming down her face. The sound of her fall made the man stop in his tracks. Although her earlier wariness had made him reluctant to approach her, it was clear her condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Seeing her in such pain, he let out a sigh and returned to her side. Do you have any companions? He asked. I do. Luo Qianyan lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with a trace of sorrow. But they abandoned me and ran. The man's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Leaving someone behind in a place like this is as good as throwing you to the wolves, he said, his tone low and laced with disapproval. Then, extending his hand toward her once more, he added, my car is over there. If you want to get out of here, you can come with us. The word us gave Luo Qianyan pause, her heart skipping a beat. She studied the man's upright and resolute demeanor and hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a chance. Staying here means certain death. If I'm walking into a trap, so be it, she thought to herself. The man effortlessly scooped her up into his arms, her weight seemingly insignificant to him. The car wasn't far away. As they approached, another man sitting in the driver's seat quickly got out and walked toward them. Captain Lu, Huzi has a fever, the man reported gravely. The man holding Lu Yunzheng apparently addressed as Captain Lafronde slightly and nodded. Got it. He then carefully placed Lu Yunzheng in the back seat of the SUV. It was a 7-seater, and as Lu Yunzheng settled in, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the rear seats. There, she saw a man with a flushed face lying down, presumably the Huzi they had mentioned. Captain Lu? Lu Yunzheng murmured, catching the name. Her curiosity about the man's identity deepened. Who is he? But she lacked the energy to dwell on the question. Exhausted, she leaned back in the seat, letting the car carry her toward an unknown destination. Lu Yunzheng had been unusually quiet throughout the journey. Ever since she got in the car, she barely made a sound, even being extra cautious when retrieving items from her bag. As the sky gradually darkened, the car showed no signs of stopping. Finally, she couldn't hold back and softly asked, "Aren't you planning to find a place to rest?" The man driving, Bai Minghui, was briefly startled by her voice, as if he had only just remembered there was another passenger in the car. He glanced at Lu Yunzheng in the passenger seat, who was resting with his eyes closed and clearly had no intention of responding. Left with no choice, Bai Minghui answered, "No rest. We're driving through the night. A friend's injured, we need to get him to a hospital as soon as possible." Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng's eyes lit up slightly, and she asked with concern, "Is it a physical injury?" Bai Minghui nodded briefly. "Yes." After a moment of thought, Lu Yunzheng said earnestly, "I'm a surgeon. If the wound isn't too severe, I can help treat it." Bai Minghui raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. "It's pretty serious, you probably won't be able to handle it." At this point, Lu Yunzheng, upon hearing her claim to be a surgeon, slowly opened his eyes. He observed Lu Yunzheng in the rearview mirror, his gaze sharp and meticulous. Because of her earlier ordeal on the ground, her face was smudged with dirt, making her look somewhat disheveled. Yet her delicate features were still unmistakable. What intrigued him even more was that, despite having water at hand, she hadn't cleaned her face. In fact, she had deliberately smeared more dirt on it, clearly on purpose. Lu Yunzheng seemed to belatedly notice Lu Yunzheng's piercing gaze. When she looked up, their eyes met directly. His deep, penetrating stare didn't waver, as if trying to see right through her. Her heart tightened, and she quickly lowered her head in a fluster. Sensing her reaction, Lu Yunzheng silently formed an initial judgment about her character. This girl's courage seemed to fluctuate unpredictably. And he wasn't wrong. Though Lu Yunzheng appeared composed, she couldn't completely mask her unease around this group of strangers. After all, she was a young woman traveling alone with 3 unfamiliar men, one of whom was injured. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. I noticed you have a first aid kit. If it's just treating an external wound, I can handle it even if it's a bit severe," Lu Yunzheng said, her tone carrying a trace of urgency, as if eager to prove her worth. Bai Minghui was about to refuse when Lu Yunzheng cut in, asking, "A gunshot wound, can you handle that?" "A gunshot?" Lu Yunzheng froze, clearly not expecting such an injury. In a country where firearms are strictly prohibited, this kind of situation was exceedingly rare. But she quickly regained her composure and replied seriously, "It depends on the location. The difficulty and risk vary depending on the wound's position." Lu Yunzheng's gaze darkened slightly, and he asked in a calm tone, "You don't look very old." "Don't worry. I may be young, but I've already earned my doctorate," Lu Yunzheng responded without hesitation. "A doctorate?" Bai Minghui's face was filled with doubt, his tone dripping with disbelief. "That's impossible." "There's nothing impossible about it. I've always excelled academically, skipped several grades, and completed my bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies consecutively. If you don't believe me, you can check once we have internet access," Lu Yunzheng said calmly, though her eyes revealed a quiet confidence. Bai Minghui was momentarily stunned before clicking his tongue in amazement. "A genius, huh? People like me, who barely scraped by in school, can only be envious." Lu Yunzheng interrupted the banter decisively. "Check Tiger's wound first. See if you can treat it." Lu Yunzheng nodded and carefully maneuvered herself to the back seat. Under Lu Yunzheng's guidance, she examined the injured man, Jian Hu. He had been shot in the abdomen, and the blood had already soaked through the bandages, indicating that only basic first aid had been applied. After inspecting the contents of the first aid kit, she was surprised by how well prepared they were. They even had local anesthetics. After confirming that she could handle the situation, Lu Yunzheng stated concisely, "I can treat it." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunzheng and Bai Minghui immediately sprang into action. They drove to a sheltered spot and quickly set up a tent before nightfall. As soon as the tent was ready, Lu Yunzheng carried Xianyan inside, giving her the space she needed to begin the treatment. After settling down in the tent, Lu Yunzheng took a quick look around to assess the environment. Confirming that the conditions were sufficient for medical needs, she spoke up. It's about ready. You can bring your friend in now. No rush, Lu Yunzheng replied calmly, his voice steady with a hint of composure. Luo Qianyan's hands, which were busy opening the medical kit, paused slightly. She raised her head to look at him, trying to keep her tone calm. We should hurry. Aren't you worried about your friend's condition? Lu Yunzheng's gaze fell on her slightly stiff back. His eyes were deep, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly asked, Did you hitch a ride earlier? Luo Qianyan's grip on the tweezers inside the medical kit tightened. After a brief silence, she responded with a soft acknowledging it. There's no need to be so guarded. We're soldiers, Lu Yunzheng said, his tone unhurried yet carrying a reassuring certainty. Although Luo Qianyan had her suspicions before, hearing Lu Yunzheng confirm his identity out loud made her quietly exhale in relief. Soldiers for her. That word symbolized reliability and trust. And the man in front of her certainly carried the air of a soldier. Noticing her expression relax slightly, Lu Yunzheng spoke again. Take care of your own wound first. Use whatever supplies you need. Once you're done, then you can help treat Huzi. Luo Qianyan was stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Yunzheng to show concern for her injury. The wound on her thigh was indeed significant, but she had planned to treat their injured comrade first and then borrow their medical supplies afterward. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Yunzheng would suggest she tend to herself first. This man, though outwardly cold and reserved, gave off an unexpectedly reliable vibe. Still, she needed to clarify something. Could I have a bit of the anesthetic? She lowered her voice slightly, hesitating before explaining, given the severity of your friend's gunshot wound, even if we use the entire bottle, he'd still feel pain. The difference between using the whole thing and 2/3 of it would only be minimal. So could I. As she spoke, Luo Qianyan felt her face flush slightly. She knew the request was a bit much, but the thought of stitching her wound without anesthesia was almost unbearable. Lu Yunzheng understood her reasoning immediately and nodded. All right, you can handle it as you see fit. Thank you, Captain Lu. A bright smile spread across Luo Qianyan's face, softening her entire demeanor. Lu Yunzheng froze for a moment. Up until now, his impression of Luo Qianyan was of a highly guarded, calm, and calculating woman who knew how to protect herself through negotiation. But now, as she smiled, her eyes seemed to shine with sunlight, so radiant that it was hard to look away. Captain Lu? What's wrong? Luo Qianyan tilted her head slightly, looking at him with a hint of curiosity in her tone. Nothing. Lu Yunzheng snapped out of his thoughts, quickly regaining his composure. I'll get you some water. Clean yourself up first. Hygiene is crucial during surgery. Luo Qianyan nodded, watching as he left the tent. She finally felt a sense of ease. Quietly, she thought to herself that once she got home, she'd have to settle this matter properly with Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian. Outside the tent, Lu Yunzheng stepped out to find Bai Minghui busy boiling water over a small fire. While tending to the task, Bai Minghui glanced up and asked, Captain, should we let the young lady eat before she starts? If she's hungry and her hands aren't steady, that might be a problem. Only then did Lu Yunzheng realize he had overlooked the matter of food. He gave a quick instruction, cook more porridge. Make sure there's enough for her and Huzi. I told her to take care of her own wound first. Bai Minghui chuckled and teased, right? Almost forgot she's injured too. Our Captain Lu sure knows how to look after people. Lu Yunzheng shot him a cold glance. Feeling bold, are we? Bai Minghui immediately waved his hands in mock surrender. Not at all, not at all. He lowered his head to continue his work, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a sly grin. Though he claimed he wasn't daring enough, Lu Yunzheng's expression and actions suggested otherwise. Before tending to the wound, Luo Qianyan carefully washed her hands and face with the water Lu Yunzheng had brought her. After finishing, she glanced at the now murky water and muttered softly, If I didn't clean properly, he'd probably think I'd infect his friend's wound, wouldn't he? Her tone was light, but her movements were meticulous. Not long after, Lu Yunzheng returned with another basin of hot water. Luo Qianyan looked up at him briefly, her voice calm yet firm. Treating my injuries will take about an hour. You should start cooling your friend's fever down. Lu Yunzheng frowned slightly and asked, Can't he just take fever-reducing medicine? While rummaging through the medical kit, Luo Qianyan explained, taking antipyretics before anesthesia could worsen side effects or even compromise the effectiveness of the medication. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng nodded and didn't press further. He turned and left the tent. However, as soon as he stepped outside, his mind involuntarily conjured up the image of Luo Qianyan's freshly washed face. He had always thought she was good-looking, but now he realized just how striking she was. There was a quiet strength and composure in her delicate features, making it hard to look away. At that moment, Bai Minghui approached with a large, highly absorbent towel, intending to enter the tent. Before he could step inside, Lu Yunzheng stopped him. She's treating her wounds, he said firmly. He hadn't forgotten that Luo Qianyan's most severe injury was on her thigh, which meant tending to it would inevitably involve some exposure, not a situation suitable for others to witness. Bai Minghui shrugged nonchalantly and handed him the towel. I know. But she'll need a highly absorbent towel to clean the wound, right? We don't have much else to offer, but this we can at least provide. With that, he shoved the towel into Lu Yunzheng's hands and walked off toward the cooking station. Captain, I'll leave this task to you, he added over his shoulder. Lu Yunzheng stared at the towel in his hands for a moment, then turned and walked back toward the tent. Standing at the entrance, he called out softly, "Do you need a towel?" Inside, Luo Qianyan had just been about to remove her pants to treat the torn wound on her thigh. Hearing his voice, she froze, thankful she hadn't yet begun. Pretending to search through the medical kit, she replied evenly, "Come in." Lu Yunzheng lifted the flap and entered, handing her the towel. "This towel is highly absorbent." He didn't linger. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned and exited the tent. Luo Qianyan looked down at the towel in her hands and muttered under her breath, stiff as a board. Yet, despite her complaint, she couldn't help but feel reassured by his calm and reserved demeanor. If it had been someone more talkative, she might have felt far more uneasy. However, as soon as she began cleaning her wounds, all thoughts of reassurance vanished. The scrapes and bite marks on her body were painful, but bearable with gritted teeth. But the torn wound on her thigh, once water touched it, sent waves of excruciating pain through her body, leaving her trembling uncontrollably. Her hands shook, her legs quivered, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She sobbed as she cleaned the wound, occasionally cursing Lu Yan under her breath in an attempt to distract herself. By the time she had cleaned the wound several times, her eyes were swollen and sore from crying. Looking at the torn flesh on her thigh, she couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what could have happened. If she hadn't forced that wild wolf to let go, this piece of flesh would likely have been torn away entirely. The memory sent a chill down her spine. After injecting a third of the anesthetic, Luo Qianyan was finally able to catch her breath. While waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, she allowed her mind to drift. But instead of finding peace, her memories surged unbidden. She thought about her years with the Luo family. From the age of 5, when she was brought into the family, to 18, she had been the cherished and adored daughter of the Luo household. Her academic performance was stellar, and her talents in various areas were exceptional. She was the epitome of the perfect child in the eyes of other parents. Luo father and Luo mother took pride in showing her off, as having such an outstanding daughter was indeed a source of pride. But Luo Qianyan had always known the truth. The Luo family hadn't taken her in out of longing for their missing daughter. They had done it for Luo Qi, her older brother. The eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Qi, and his younger sister were abducted by human traffickers. While fiercely resisting, Luo Qi was violently thrown to the ground, resulting in a head injury that left him with the mental capacity of a 5 or 6-year-old. When he woke up, he kept crying out for his sister. At first, their parents, Mr. and Mrs. Luo, used the excuse that your sister is sick and receiving treatment, while desperately searching for their missing daughter. However, as 2 months passed without any trace of her, and with their son continually wailing for his sister, they eventually decided to adopt a girl from an orphanage and named her Luo Qianyan. Initially, they considered having Luo Qianyan assume the name of their missing daughter, Lu Xianxian, but worried that if their daughter ever returned, it might cause unnecessary resentment. So, they decided to keep the name given by the orphanage director, only adding their family name Luo. Luo Qi, however, remained completely unaware that his sister had been replaced. When Mrs. Luo explained that his sister had grown so thin and unrecognizable due to illness, Luo Qi stubbornly pulled Luo Qianyan behind him and declared, "My sister is the most beautiful." Clearly, Mrs. Luo's explanation was meant to prevent Luo Qi from uncovering the truth. Seeing how smoothly everything fell into place, the family let the matter rest. For Luo Qianyan, from the very first day she entered the Luo family, her protective brother, who always stood in front of her, became the source of the greatest warmth she had ever known. That warmth remained unchanged even after Pei Xianxian, their biological daughter, returned home later on. Now, as she thought of her brother, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. If her brother believed she was dead, he would likely cry his heart out. With a sigh, Luo Qianyan silently hoped he would remember her words. No matter how sad he felt, he must eat and take care of himself. Pulling her thoughts together, Luo Qianyan checked to ensure the anesthetic had taken effect. Once she confirmed the pain from the wound had completely subsided, she took out a needle and thread for suturing, carefully disinfected them, and began stitching the wound. As a surgeon, suturing a wound was not a difficult task for her, but the length of this particular wound made it quite challenging. It took her a full 11 stitches to close it. Thankfully, the anesthetic worked. Otherwise, it would have taken immense courage to operate on herself. After addressing the largest wound, the smaller cuts and scrapes on her body seemed much easier to handle. Though the pain lingered, it was still bearable. By the time she had treated all her wounds except the ones on her back, Luo Qinyan was utterly drained, and her hunger was becoming unbearable. Outside the tent, the sky had already turned completely dark. Just as she was about to rummage through her backpack for the remaining biscuits to stave off her hunger, she heard Lu Yunzhen's voice from outside the tent. I made some porridge. If you're done treating your wounds, have some to regain your strength. Her hands paused mid-motion, and she silently gave Lu Yunzhen a mental good guy card. Raising her voice, she said, Captain Lu, could you please bring the porridge in for me? I'm not in a position to walk right now. In truth, even if she hadn't said anything, Lu Yunzhen would have helped her after all. He was the one who had carried her into the tent earlier. Still, Luo Qinyan felt that directly asking someone to bring the porridge in might come across as an order. While he likely wouldn't mind, she wanted to avoid creating any unnecessary friction in this situation. Hearing her request, Lu Yunzhen quickly brought in a steaming bowl of plain porridge and handed it to her. Luo Qinyan hadn't expected him to act so swiftly. She hurriedly used her jacket to cover the lower part of her body, but the jacket wasn't long enough, leaving her pale calves exposed. Lu Yunzhen, however, kept his gaze straight ahead the entire time. Knowing his usual reserved and quiet demeanor, Luo Qinyan didn't say much either. As she finished the warm bowl of porridge, a deep sense of satisfaction washed over her. She couldn't help but let out a small burp. It had been a long time since she felt this full. After eating and drinking her fill, she regained some of her energy. Following a brief 10-minute rest, she asked them to bring in Huzi. Bai Minghui helped Huzi into the tent. As his gaze swept across Luo Qianyan's face, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, blurting out, I didn't expect you'd look this beautiful after cleaning up. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan's heart tightened, but her face showed little embarrassment. Instead, she seemed a bit uneasy. Fortunately, Lu Yunzhen, standing nearby, noticed her discomfort. He cast a cold glance at Bai Minghui and said firmly, shut up. Then turning to Luo Qianyan, his voice lowered, calm and reassuring, don't worry. You're safe now. Bai Minghui was baffled by the sudden reprimand, but as he caught Lu Yunzhen's words to Luo Qianyan, realization dawned on him. He quickly waved his hands in explanation, no. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything bad. If I dared to, our captain would be the first to deal with me. Luo Qianyan quickly shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of apology, I know. It's just me being overly sensitive. Bai Minghui, aware of her past experiences, felt a pang of understanding but couldn't suppress his curiosity. You didn't come with a group, did you? You must have been with close friends? How could they just leave you behind? His question made Lu Yunzhen glance at her as well, clearly intrigued by the answer. Mentioning Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian instantly dampened Luo Qianyan's mood, and her tone turned colder. I was blind to their true nature. Lu Yunzhen raised an eyebrow slightly. They were your friends? Luo Qianyan pressed her lips together, her voice softening. One was my ex-boyfriend, the other. She paused, seemingly unsure how to define Pei Xianxian's relationship to her. Pei Xianxian was the biological daughter of the Luo family, while she herself was merely adopted. They were neither sisters nor friends. Bai Minghui looked astonished. You went on a trip with your ex-boyfriend. We broke up last night. It was one-sided, Luo Qianyan replied calmly, unwilling to elaborate. Realization dawned on Bai Minghui, and he couldn't help but exclaim, so he ran off and called it quits. Makes sense, though what kind of person would put up with a boyfriend like that? He shook his head, silently lamenting to himself that even scumbags had girlfriends, while he remained single. Life truly was unfair. Lu Yunzhen, not one for comforting others, was silent for a moment before saying, out with the old, in with the new. Luo Qianyan was momentarily stunned by his words, then broke into a smile, her tone lightening. If you think about it, I guess I'm lucky. Not only did I see his true colors, but I also met you all. There was a hint of relief in her smile, which momentarily distracted even Lu Yunzhen. When he snapped back to reality, he frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his own reaction, but he said nothing further. Luo Qianyan didn't notice Lu Yunzhen's subtle change in demeanor, given that they weren't particularly familiar with each other. Once the two left, she began cleaning Huzi's abdominal wound. Although Lu Yunzhen and his team had already treated it, their methods were clearly not professional. After confirming the wound was properly cleaned, she injected the remaining 2/3 of the anesthetic into Huzi. Anticipating that he might wake in pain once the anesthetic wore off, she specifically called Lu Yunzhen and Bai Minghui back into the tent. So we just hold him down like this later, right? Bai Minghui asked, looking at Huzi with a complicated expression. He still couldn't believe there'd come a day when he'd have to hold down his own comrade while someone else performed surgery. Seeing his firm grip, Luo Qianyan quickly reminded him, not yet. The anesthetic hasn't taken effect, and I haven't even started. Lu Yunzhen instructed, just focus on removing the bullet. We'll handle the rest. Got it, Luo Qianyan nodded and began preparing the tools for the procedure. After some time, estimating that the anesthetic had taken effect, she sterilized the surgical knife over a flame. Bai Minghui, initially curious about how a surgeon operated, was stunned when he saw this delicate-looking young woman decisively make the first incision. Her movements were swift and precise, without the slightest hesitation, as if she were cutting into a piece of pork rather than human flesh. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he silently marveled, truly, you should never mess with a woman who studies medicine. No matter how gentle or fragile she looks, provoking her would be a massive mistake. The moment Luo Qianyan entered surgery mode, she blocked out all external distractions and focused entirely on the task at hand. With utmost precision, she carefully maneuvered the forceps, methodically searching for the bullet lodged inside Qianhu's body. As soon as the forceps made contact with the bullet, Qianhu, who had been unconscious from a high fever, suddenly jolted awake from the sharp pain. Before he could react, Lu Yunzheng and Bai Minghui quickly restrained him, holding him firmly in place. Stay still. We're removing the bullet. Bear with it, Lu Yunzheng said in a deep, commanding tone that left no room for argument. Hearing the captain's orders, Qianhu, though still groggy, gritted his teeth and fought through the pain, suppressing his instinctive reactions. His confusion remained unspoken as he endured Luo Qianyan's meticulous work in silence. With practiced skill, Luo Qianyan swiftly removed the bullet and promptly cleaned the wound. However, she refrained from stitching it up, which drew a curious question from Bai Minghui. Aren't you going to stitch it up? Bai Minghui couldn't help but ask. It'd hurt less now, so why not do it? Gunshot wounds are different from regular injuries. They require multiple cleanings. If you stitch it up right away, it can easily lead to infection, Luo Qianyan explained succinctly, her tone firm and professional. By this time, Qianhu was fully awake. He glanced at Luo Qianyan, who had been treating his wound, his face full of doubt. Turning to Bai Minghui, he asked, Huizi, who is she? Bai Minghui chuckled and patted Qianhu's shoulder. You're lucky. The lady here is a doctor. Qianhu frowned slightly, his gaze lingering on Luo Qianyan's youthful face for a moment before blurting out, Does she have a license? The question caught Bai Minghui off guard. Scratching his head, he turned to Luo Qianyan as well. Yeah, do you have a license, miss? Luo Qianyan looked up and smiled faintly, her voice calm yet confident. Of course I do. I'm an attending physician in the emergency department at 3rd Hospital in City A. If you ever need help, feel free to find me. By the way, my last name is Luo. Despite her youthful appearance, Luo Qianyan's professionalism left no room for doubt. Regardless of his initial skepticism, Qianhu had to admit that his wound had been expertly treated, and that was what truly mattered. As night deepened, the air grew heavier with fatigue. After a day of tension and exertion, everyone was utterly exhausted. Though the tent was shared, Luo Qianyan lay in her sleeping bag and surprisingly drifted off to sleep quickly. Perhaps it was sheer exhaustion that left her no time to dwell on the unfamiliar surroundings and the strangers around her. She slept deeply, not stirring until the bright morning light filtered in. Groggy with sleep, she realized the tent was empty clearly. The others had already risen and gone about their tasks. Taking advantage of the solitude, she quickly dug through her backpack for her last clean set of clothes. Since they'd be leaving soon, she figured she wouldn't need to worry too much about running out of clothing. Just as she was in the middle of changing, the sound of the tent's zipper being pulled open startled her. Instantly alert, Luo Qianyan instinctively shielded herself, shouting, Wait, I'm changing. Lu Yunzhen's hand paused briefly, but the motion was so quick it barely stopped. His gaze inadvertently fell on her back, where a few untreated scrapes caught his attention. After a moment, he turned away swiftly, his voice low yet tinged with concern. There's still medicine in the first aid kit. Take care of the wounds on your back. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan felt a wave of helplessness. Of course, she wanted to treat her injuries, but without eyes or hands on her back, she couldn't even locate the wounds properly. Moreover, asking these unfamiliar men for help was out of the question. Okay, I will. Have you left yet? Luo Qianyan asked cautiously, her voice betraying a hint of unease. Don't worry, I didn't come in, Lu Yunzheng replied, pausing briefly before adding, I did call out before coming in, but you were still asleep. I thought you hadn't woken up yet, so I entered. Understanding his explanation, Luo Qianyan's tone softened slightly. Alright, I understand. Once Lu Yunzheng zipped the tent closed and left, Luo Qianyan let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly finished dressing. As Luo Qianyan hopped out of the tent on one foot, Bai Minghui was about to get up to help her, but he saw that Lu Yunzheng had already walked over quickly. Bai Minghui chuckled, sat back down, and watched his team leader's actions with interest. Lu Yunzheng supported Luo Qianyan, helping her settle steadily by the campfire, then handed her a bowl of porridge. Plain porridge with a bit of sugar for you. Luo Qianyan paused for a moment, took the bowl and softly said, Thank you. She hadn't expected Lu Yunzheng to be so thoughtful. Yesterday, drinking the bland porridge had been a struggle, but this slightly sweetened bowl now warmed her heart. After breakfast, The group began packing up to leave the uninhabited area. Bai Minghui was in charge of dismantling the tent, while Qian Hu busied himself organizing his gear. Due to her injured foot, Lu Yunzheng was unable to move around much, so Lu Yunzheng simply carried her directly to the car. Even though she had been carried a few times yesterday, she still couldn't help but blush. Held securely in his arms, she hesitated before speaking in a small voice. I can actually manage on my own. Lu Yunzheng glanced down at her, his tone firm and leaving no room for argument. Stay still. I'll help your recovery and save you some pain. Luo Chenyan nodded helplessly, admitting to herself that he had a point. Still, being held by him like this, she couldn't stop herself from sneaking a glance at his profile. From the very first time they met, she had thought he was handsome, not in the soft, delicate way of a pretty boy, but with a rugged charm and an air of authority. And his physique was truly impressive. Noticing that her gaze lingered on him for quite a while, Lu Yunzheng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his body visibly tensed. This subtle reaction puzzled Luo Chenyan. Tilting her head, she couldn't help but ask, am I heavy? Lu Yunzheng lowered his eyes to meet hers, his deep, dark gaze seemingly capable of drawing her in. But he quickly looked away, replying in a calm tone, no. Then are you nervous? Her eyes dropped to his taut shoulders and the faint muscle definition visible, even through his clothes, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Lu Yunzheng didn't answer. Instead, he quickened his pace, gently placing her onto the car seat before turning and walking away. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh softly. This usually stoic and reserved Captain Lu actually had a cute side to him, and maybe, just maybe, he was even a little shy. It seemed Lu Yunzheng heard her faint laughter as his steps noticeably quickened. Bai Minghui, catching sight of him approaching, raised an eyebrow and teased, Captain, what's up with you? Nothing, Lu Yunzheng replied flatly, folding the disassembled tent neatly as he focused on his task. Bai Minghui, however, couldn't resist his curiosity. After holding back for a moment, he finally ventured, Captain, are you interested in Dr. Luo? Lu Yunzheng looked up and shot him a cold glance. Don't talk nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Bai Minghui grinned mischievously. We've been on so many rescue missions, but other than when it's absolutely necessary, when have you ever voluntarily carried a woman? Lu Yunzheng's hands paused for a brief moment before he replied in a cool tone, do I need to remind you that her leg is injured? No need. Bai Minghui pretended to consider it seriously for a second before responding with mock sincerity, but if you're really not interested, I could carry her next time we stop. What do you think? Lu Yunzheng's eyes darkened slightly as he locked his gaze on Bai Minghui, his voice low. Do you like her? Not at all, Bai Minghui said, spreading his hands with a playful grin. But I'm just worried if you get too close to her, she might start falling for you. She just got out of a relationship with a jerk. Wouldn't it be awful if she ended up in unrequited love again? Lu Yunzheng let out a cold snort and retorted, small brain, big imagination. With that, he picked up his things and walked away, completely ignoring Bai Minghui's continued teasing. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Minghui shook his head and muttered to himself, definitely flustered. Captain, that stubborn streak of yours is your biggest flaw. Before long, everyone got into the vehicle one by one. Luo Chenyan glanced at her watch, estimating that they should be able to leave this desolate, uninhabited area by the end of the day. As time passed, the atmosphere in the car gradually relaxed. Just as they were about to leave the uninhabited area, weak signals began to return to the phones of Luo Chenyan and the others. Bai Minghui, sitting in the front passenger seat, was the first to notice the change. He immediately made a phone call. After a brief conversation, he set his phone down and said in a calm tone, looks like Lao Chen and the others are still behind us. Their phones don't have signal yet. Luo Chenyan listened quietly, her gaze fixed on the desolate scenery speeding past the window. She understood deep down that Lu Yunzheng and the others hadn't come to this remote area just for sightseeing. Especially with Qian Hu's gunshot wound, it was clearly no simple accident. But she also knew that everyone had their secrets. Since they didn't want to talk about it, she wasn't going to pry. As the signal gradually stabilized, Luo Qianyan's phone began to buzz incessantly. She opened WeChat and found numerous messages from her friends. Scrolling through them, she casually clicked on her Moments feed, where her attention was quickly drawn to a post from several hours ago by Lu Yan. The photo was a picture of her and Lu Yan taken by Pei Xianxian before they entered the uninhabited area. However, the caption made her let out a cold, mocking laugh. The text subtly implied that she was dead. While it didn't explicitly state it, the words were laced with hints of attacked by wolves, no chance of survival. Clearly, Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian had already coordinated their story, covering up the truth about how they lured wolves to their campsite and abandoned her to escape. Their version of the events claimed that while camping, she had insisted on taking photos with Lu Yan, which inadvertently attracted a pack of wolves. In the ensuing chaos, they were separated, and she was never seen again. The implied fate of a lone woman surrounded by wolves was obvious. Impressive storytelling. Luo Chenyan sneered and shook her head. She didn't care about the comments under the post, but was curious about how Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian would react when they saw her show up unharmed. As for their excuse of being separated by wolves but escaping unscathed, anyone with basic knowledge about wolves would find it hard to believe. After leaving the uninhabited area, the car continued on its journey. Bai Minghui couldn't help but ask, "Captain, should we wait here for Lao Chen and the others?" "No need. Let's head to the hospital first," Lu Yunzheng replied in a steady voice, glancing at Luo Chenyan in the rearview mirror as he spoke. She was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized it was likely because of the injury on her back. 3 days later, at a city airport, Luo Chenyan, seated in a wheelchair, slowly emerged from the terminal. Her eyes immediately caught sight of Song Yunjing waving at her enthusiastically from the crowd. Song Yunjing, the second daughter of the Song family, was her childhood best friend. Despite their vastly different personalities, the two shared a deep bond. Luo Chenyan was an undeniable academic achiever, while Song Yunjing was more of a carefree spirit. Passionate about dance from a young age, Yunjing was lively and outgoing. Though her name included the character for quiet, it was anything but reflective of her personality. Now she was a popular dance influencer with tens of thousands of followers, leading a fulfilling and leisurely life filled with video shoots and travel adventures. The moment Song Yunjing saw Luo Chenyan, she nearly burst into tears. She rushed over in a few quick strides, crouched down, and hugged her tightly. Her voice was tinged with grievance as she said, "I knew you wouldn't die. That jerk Lu Yan actually had the nerve to say you were dead. I almost beat him senseless. Whoa, my poor Qianbao. Alright, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" Luo Chenyan said helplessly, reaching out to gently ruffle her friend's hair, her tone carrying a hint of affection. But Song Yunjing wasn't so easily pacified. She raised her tear-streaked, swollen eyes to accuse her, "And you didn't think to send me a message sooner. Look at my eyes, cried all night, completely swollen." She even leaned in closer, making sure Luo Chenyan could see the evidence of her misery. Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh, a warmth spreading through her chest. Despite the dangers she had faced in the uninhabited area, the concern and companionship of her dear friend made her feel like she had finally returned to a familiar and comforting world. Luo Chenyan let out a helpless sigh, her tone carrying a trace of weary explanation. "How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly return to the country? I thought you weren't back yet, so I figured I'd wait until everything was resolved before telling you. That way you wouldn't worry." Her voice was calm, clearly without any intention of hiding anything. Song Yunjing looked at Luo Chenyan, her heart aching even more. She knew her friend had no reason to lie to her, but precisely because of that, her guilt intensified. "It was only when I called my brother yesterday and noticed something was off with his tone that I found out something had happened," Song Yunjing said softly. Then, looking up at Luo Chenyan with a hint of unease in her expression, she added, "You told me not to tell anyone, so I still haven't told him that you're back." As she spoke, something suddenly came to her mind, and she quickly asked, "By the way, what about the people who saved you? Where are they now?" "They had other things to take care of, so we parted ways at the airport in X City," Luo Chenyan replied briefly. Hearing this, Song Yunjing frowned and couldn't help but press further. "Did you really encounter a pack of wolves?" Luo Chenyan shook her head, her tone calm but tinged with a hint of exasperation. "If it had really been a wolf pack, do you think they'd have made it back unscathed?" That night, Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian only attracted a single wild wolf. Luo Chenyan gave a concise account of what had happened that evening, and after hearing it, Song Yunjing was furious. She cursed angrily, "What a pair of shameless scumbags. Not only did they abandon you there, but they also turned around and tried to smear your name. No wonder they stopped the search after just 2 days. They were guilty and afraid you'd come back and expose them." The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her eyes reddening slightly. She then threw her arms around Luo Chenyan, her voice filled with distress. "Thank goodness you were lucky and met good people. If you'd come across someone bad, I don't even dare to think about what could have happened." Luo Chenyan gently patted Song Yunjing's back, comforting her, but her mind involuntarily drifted to the memory of Lu Yunzheng at their parting. At the airport, Lu Yunzheng's voice was as low and steady as ever. "I still have a mission, so I can't take you back." Although most of Luo Qianyan's injuries had healed after 3 days in the hospital, the wound on her leg was still severe, leaving her reliant on a wheelchair to get around. Hearing Lu Yunzheng's words, she turned to look at him and replied calmly, "It's fine. The airport has wheelchairs and staff, and I've already contacted a friend to pick me up." Lu Yunzheng nodded and reminded her, "If you run into trouble, you can call me." "All right," Luo Chenyan responded casually, then couldn't resist teasing him. "But Captain Lu, if I really call you from a city, you probably wouldn't be able to come anyway, right?" Lu Yunzheng's gaze darkened slightly, but his tone remained resolute. "I have my ways." Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chenyan asked with a smile, "So Captain Lu has quite the network, huh?" A faint smile flickered in Lu Yunzheng's eyes, but he didn't elaborate. Instead, he simply said, "See you next time." "See you next time," Lu Yunzheng replied, waving as she watched him leave. As the memory faded, Lu Yunzheng snapped back to reality and, using "I'm hungry" as an excuse, dragged Song Yunjing away from the airport to grab something to eat. She was well aware that once she was fed and rested, she'd have to face the spectacle awaiting her own memorial service. Yes, she was about to witness her own funeral while still alive. It was something she'd never imagined experiencing. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the memorial service was somber. Dressed in black, Luo's mother wore a sorrowful expression as she conversed with a few familiar ladies, while Pei Xianxian stood dutifully by her side, offering comfort. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. "Give me back my sister. Give her back." Luo Qi's tearful voice echoed, instantly tightening Luo's mother's heart. She looked up to see Luo Qi chasing after Lu Yan, his emotions so raw he could hardly contain himself. "Luo Qi, calm down. Qianyan was taken by wolves. If you want someone to blame, go after the wolves, not me." Lu Yan explained frantically, dodging Luo Qi's punches in a panic. But Luo Qi couldn't hear a word of it. He just kept crying and shouting, "Give me back my sister. I want my sister." Pei Xianxian quickly ran over to block Luo Qi, trying to soothe him in a gentle voice. "Brother, I'm right here. Your real sister is still here. Get out of my way. I'm looking for my sister." Luo Qi shoved Pei Xianxian aside and stubbornly continued chasing after Lu Yan, crying out, "Give me back my sister." Luo Mu looked at Luo Qi's pitiful expression and felt her heart ache. She quickly stepped forward, took his hand and gently coaxed. "Ah Qi, be good now, stop making a fuss. If you keep this up, Chen Yun will definitely get upset." She clearly understood her son's temperament. Just mentioning Luo Qianyun was enough to calm him down. Sure enough, Luo Qi immediately stopped his actions. Though tears continued to stream down his face, he tried his best to hold them back, as if afraid of truly upsetting his sister. Luo Qi had inherited the best features of his parents, his appearance even more exquisite than Pei Xianxian's. However, fate had not been kind to him. A childhood accident had left his mental development frozen at a young age. If not for this, his looks and family background would have spared his loved ones a great deal of worry. Watching his tear-streaked face, Luo Mu felt a pang of sorrow. She gently wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said softly, "Don't cry now. You love little cakes, don't you? How about I have someone take you to get some? I want to eat little cakes with my sister." Luo Qi sobbed stubbornly, his voice trembling. Luo Mu's hand paused slightly, her eyes reddening. She whispered, "Your sister from now on. Xianxian is your only sister. Xianxian is your real sister, Hachi." Hearing this, Luo Qi abruptly shook off Luo Mu's hand, stomping his foot in frustration. "No. I don't want Xianxian, I want Qianxian. I want my sister." With that, he turned and ran off before Luo Mu could say another word. Luo Mu watched his retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Luo Qi ran far away before crouching in a corner, hugging his knees as he cried softly. His sorrow seemed to go unnoticed by those around him. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, and even the security guards only watched him from a distance, ensuring he wouldn't leave the venue. Meanwhile, the memorial service was growing busier as Luo Chenyun's colleagues, classmates, and friends arrived one after another. Their faces were filled with grief and confusion, as if they still couldn't accept the reality of her passing. After all, death is not something anyone jokes about. Among the crowd were Song Yunjing and Luo Chenyun. Unlike most, Song Yunjing stood confidently, while Luo Chenyun, seated in a wheelchair, wore a hat and mask, blending in so discreetly that she was almost unrecognizable. She surveyed the scene with a detached gaze and remarked with faint disdain, "This memorial service may look well organized at first glance, but it's really just mediocre." "Definitely half-hearted," Luo Chenyun added, pointing to a floral arrangement with a hint of annoyance in her tone. "I hate lilies of this color the most." Song Yunjing looked puzzled. "Didn't you used to like white lilies?" "Not anymore," Luo Chenyun replied with a cold laugh. "Lu Yan used them when he confessed to me back then. Now, I can't stand the sight of them." Song Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head. Poor Lilia's thief had their reputation ruined by Lu Yan. As Luo Chenyun's eyes scanned the area, they landed on a small figure in the corner. Though he crouched in the shadows, she recognized Luo Qi immediately. She had long grown accustomed to her brother hiding when he was upset, and after searching for him countless times, she had developed a habit of noticing him instinctively. "You go ahead and admire my memorial photo. I'm going to check on my brother," Luo Chenyun said quietly to Song Yunjing. Following her gaze, Song Yunjing noticed the familiar little figure as well. "What's that little dummy doing hiding over there? Let me take you to him." "No need," Luo Chenyun replied, shaking her head and patting the back of Song Yunjing's hand. "Don't forget you have your own mission. I can handle this myself." Recalling the task Luo Chenyun had given her, Song Yunjing quickly pulled out her phone and nodded. "Mission accepted." As Song Yunjing walked away, Luo Chenyan turned her wheelchair and slowly made her way toward Luo Qi. Sniff. Sister, where did you go? I want to go too. Luo Qi's broken voice reached her ears. He sobbed as he muttered to himself, tears falling to the ground while his hands plucked aimlessly at the grass in front of him. Mom said you're dead, but I don't believe it. My sister wouldn't die. Luo Chenyan stopped her wheelchair and quietly sat behind him, listening to his fragmented murmurs. She had initially planned to wait for her brother to notice her presence, hoping to surprise Heimer, perhaps give him a bit of a fright. It was clear that if she stayed silent, her brother could cry endlessly. Luo Chenyan sighed helplessly. Even though her voice had already reached Luo Qi's ears, he still thought it was a hallucination and continued sobbing into his hands. Watching him cry without end, Luo Chenyan reluctantly reached out and gently poked his back with her finger, her tone teasing, "Brother, if you don't talk to me, I'm leaving." This time, Luo Qi finally felt the touch on his back. With a mix of nervousness and hesitation, he turned around. The moment his eyes met Luo Chenyan's smiling gaze, he froze in place. By now, Luo Chenyan had taken off her mask, revealing her familiar face, and she smiled warmly at him. "Brother, why aren't you eating your little cake? What are you doing here crying?" Luo Qi was stunned for a second, but then tears started streaming down his face again. He cried for a while before grabbing the hem of Luo Chenyan's dress with one hand, wiping his tears with the other, and choking out, "Sister, I don't want to eat little cakes anymore, I won't eat them ever again." Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She handed him a tissue and asked, "Why not? Aren't they your favorite?" Sniffling, Luo Qi replied, I don't want to make you angry. If you're angry, you won't want me anymore." Hearing this, Luo Chenyan felt both heartbroken and helpless. She gently reassured him, "Why would I get angry just because you eat little cakes? Xianxian said you got mad because I ate little cakes, and then you got so mad you died." Luo Qi lowered his head in grievance, and as he mentioned this, his emotions broke down again and he cried even harder. Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She gently patted his head. "You actually believed her nonsense? When have I ever stopped you from eating little cakes?" "But you did," Luo Qi timidly nodded. "During Chinese New Year, you wouldn't let me eat little cakes." Luo Chenyan was momentarily stunned. With a head full of question marks, she finally remembered it was something that happened in their third year of middle school. She sighed with a mix of amusement and resignation, patiently explaining everything to him. She reassured him that she would never ignore him over such trivial matters and made it clear that she was, indeed, alive. Meanwhile, on the other side of the memorial service, their mother was fuming over Song Yunjing's behavior of taking photos. Accompanied by Pei Xianxian, she sternly demanded, "Yunjing, I know you were close friends with Qianyan and are heartbroken by the news of her passing. But this isn't the place for taking photos. Delete them." Pei Xianxian chimed in softly, "That's right, Yunjing. Taking photos at a time like this is really inappropriate." Hearing this, Song Yunjing gripped her phone tightly, her tone tinged with defiance. "No way. If I delete the photos, what am I supposed to post on Weibo or share on my moments?" Luo's mother's face darkened with anger. "You want to post on Weibo? Your so-called best friend has passed away, and you're thinking about posting on social media? Qianyan always considered you a close friend. Even if you're not grieving, using her death for attention is despicable." Pei Xianxian quickly stepped in to mediate. "Mom, don't get upset. Yunjing, please don't provoke her on purpose. I know you might blame Lu Yan and me, but we really had no choice at the time. If I could, I'd rather it had been me who died." As she spoke, tears quietly rolled down her cheeks, making her appear particularly pitiful. Some friends of Song Yunjing who were nearby also tried to persuade her. "It's common courtesy not to take photos at a memorial service. Even if you do, you should get the family's consent. Since they're against it, just let it go." Under the pressure of the group, Song Yunjing fiddled with her phone for a moment before turning the screen toward Luo's mother and Pei Xianxian. Everyone thought she had deleted the photos, but instead, she nonchalantly said, "I've posted them on Weibo. Feel free to share if you'd like." Her words caused an uproar. Luo's mother was so furious she almost stumbled, pointing a trembling finger at Song Yunjing. "Qianyan trusted you as her best friend. Is this how you repay her? You're treating her death as a joke. How can you be so cruel?" The surrounding crowd began murmuring in disapproval, casting disdainful glances at Song Yunjing. However, she seemed unfazed and retorted with a cold sneer, "And who's really using her death as a joke? You all know better than I do." At that moment, someone curiously opened Song Yunjing's Weibo post. What they saw immediately shifted the atmosphere. The onlookers' gazes gradually turned toward Luo's mother and Pei Xianxian, their expressions complicated, even skeptical. Someone finally broke the silence, asking, "Song Yunjing, is the story you posted on Weibo real?" Song Yunjing stood with her hands on her hips, her voice ringing with authority. "I'm standing right here. Are you still questioning the truth?" Her tone was sharp and aggressive, leaving the others hesitant, though the curiosity in their eyes was impossible to conceal. As soon as she spoke, the crowd grew even more intrigued, with people hurriedly pulling out their phones to check Weibo for any updates. At that moment, Pei Xianxian couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity herself. However, the current situation forced her to suppress the urge. Yet, as more and more eyes turned toward her, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Sure enough, someone couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Pei Xianxian, is it true? Were you really surrounded by a pack of wolves?" Pei Xianxian took a deep breath, trying to keep her tone as calm as possible. "Not surrounded, but we did encounter a pack of wolves. Didn't I already explain this before? So it really was a pack of wolves?" The person pressed. Pei Xianxian's patience was wearing thin. She frowned slightly, her tone tinged with irritation. "I wasn't the only one who saw it. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Yan." At that moment, Lu Yan, noticing the commotion, quickly walked over. Just in time to hear Pei Xianxian mention his name, he didn't hesitate to step in. "That's right, it was a pack of wolves. Honestly, it's my fault. If I had stopped Qianyan from going that way, maybe the wolves wouldn't have targeted us." As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, someone nearby interjected with a mocking tone, "And how many wolves make a pack? Does one count?" The remark immediately drew laughter from the crowd. "One wolf? That's not a pack, that's just a lone wolf." Lu Yan's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of frustration flashing in his eyes. "What's so funny? I know you all don't like Qianyan, but she's just passed away. Can't you at least show her some respect?" His words caused a brief hush to fall over the group. But soon, someone dismissively retorted, "Oh, so now we're accused of disrespecting Luo Qianyun? Should we bow and pay homage in her honor?" Lu Yunzheng, clearly enraged, didn't hesitate to lash out. She kicked the speaker hard, her voice full of fury. "Shut up! Don't you dare disrespect my sister." The person yelped, clutching their leg in pain, and complained, "Lu Yunzheng, was that really necessary? I don't even hang out with Luo Qianyun, but when I heard Shed died, I did have a drink or two with friends, you know." "What were you celebrating?" Lu Yunzheng raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Of course not." The person waved their hand awkwardly, trying to explain. "It's just I felt bad for her. We all grew up in the same circle, after all." Lu Yan stood off to the side, observing the scene. Although his relationship with Lu Yunzheng was little more than acquaintanceship, he knew she was Luo Qianyun's closest friend, probably her only true friend. Seeing the redness in Lu Yunzheng's eyes, an inexplicable sense of unease rose within him. But Lu Yunzheng clearly wasn't ready to let things go. She turned to Lu Yan, her words cutting straight to the point. "Coward." Lu Yan's face darkened instantly. Without giving him a chance to respond, Lu Yunzheng pressed on mercilessly. "One wolf was enough to make you abandon your girlfriend and run? Lu Yan, how can you be such a spineless coward? What are you talking about?" Lu Yan's face turned pale, his voice tinged with panic. "I have no idea what you're implying. Don't know or pretending not to know." Lu Yunjing sneered, her eyes full of disdain. Then her gaze shifted sharply to Pei Xianxian, her tone even more cutting. "And you, Pei Xianxian, always acting so pure and innocent, but you're quite the expert at seducing men, aren't you? Sneaking off with a man in the middle of nowhere, was it thrilling? Yunjing, that's enough." A stern voice suddenly interrupted. It was Luo Qianyun's mother, her tone cold and commanding. Her expression was complicated, as if she had more to say but was holding back, likely due to the number of people present. Instead, she turned to Lu Yunzheng and said, "I know you're upset about Qianyun's accident. She actually left something with me for you before it happened. Come with me." There was an undeniable authority in her voice, clearly intending to take Lu Yunzheng somewhere private to discuss matters further. However, the stubbornness in Lu Yunjing's expression made it clear that she wouldn't comply so easily. After walking some distance, Luo's mother noticed there were no footsteps following behind her. She turned around, only to see Lu Yunzheng still standing where she was, a faint smile on her face. Her tone was lighthearted but carried a hint of sarcasm. "Yunjing, Auntie, why go out of your way to drag me off? If you have something to say, why not just say it in front of everyone? Wouldn't that be more straightforward?" Lu Yunjing's gaze swept over Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian as she spoke with a trace of provocation. "Isn't the real question whether Qianyun is still alive? Be bold and just ask." "I promise I'll answer clearly." Her tone was casual, as if she were discussing something trivial, yet Luo's mother felt a sudden surge of anger rising within her. Lu Yunjing continued, "Speaking of which, when I heard the news about Qianyun's accident yesterday, I booked a flight and rushed back overnight. I cried like a fool on the plane." She paused, the corners of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. But fortunately, it was just a false alarm. As her words fell, Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian's expressions froze, and an unease began to creep into their hearts. Then Lu Yunjing walked unhurriedly over to Pei Xianxian, towering over her as she stared down with a sudden chill in her voice. If my dear best friend hadn't made it back alive, I truly wonder how long you plan to keep up this act. Pretending to be all innocent and pure on the surface, while secretly seducing your own friend's boyfriend. It's bad enough to knowingly step into someone else's relationship, but you even conspired with Lu Yan to leave Qianyan in that godforsaken place. Were you afraid she'd come back alive and expose you? Each word from Lu Yunzheng cut like a knife, striking at Pei Xianxian's vulnerabilities. Panic flickered across Pei Xianxian's face, but she knew that losing her composure now would only make matters worse. Forcing herself to remain calm, she feigned innocence and said, Yunjing, I have no idea what you're talking about. I admit that since returning to the Luo family, Ayan has been very kind to me. But that's because we've known each other since we were kids. He's just being considerate after all I've been through. Isn't that normal? Pei Xianxian straightened her neck, her expression a mix of grievance and defiance. You're accusing me of being a third party? Fine, then show me your evidence. If you don't have any, then stop making baseless accusations. Her tone was filled with confidence, certain that Lu Yunzheng had no concrete proof. Standing nearby, Lu Yan quickly chimed in, clearly realizing the same. Lu Yunzheng, I know your brother likes Qianyan, and you've always been against me. But this is too much. It's one thing to accuse me, but Xianxian is just a girl. How is she supposed to hold her head up after being slandered like this? Lu Yunzheng let out a cold laugh, her retort cutting and unrestrained. Oh please. What century are we living in? How is she supposed to hold her head up? If she didn't care about her reputation while being a mistress, why should I care for her? Pei Xianxian refused to back down, snapping back. Stop calling me a mistress. Do you have proof? Her tone carried a hint of smugness, as if she had already won. But Lu Yunzheng's response was calm and composed. No proof perhaps, but I do have a witness. Pei Xianxian froze, her confidence faltering for a moment before she sneered. Oh, and who might that be? At that moment, a cool voice spoke from behind the group. Me. Though quiet, the voice struck everyone like a hammer to the chest. Immediately after, Luo Qi's excited voice rang out. Move aside, move aside. You're blocking my sister. He pushed a wheelchair forward enthusiastically, bringing its occupant into view. Sitting in the chair was Luo Qianyan, her face pale but still strikingly beautiful. Luo Qi was beaming as he turned to Luo's mother. Mom, I found Qianyan. Luo's mother stood frozen for a moment before her eyes reddened. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Qianyan? Is it really you? Thank goodness you're okay, thank goodness. Her eyes brimmed with joy and relief. Meanwhile, Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian stood rooted to the spot, their faces drained of color. They exchanged a glance, but neither could muster a word. Though seated in a wheelchair, Luo Qianyan exuded an undeniable presence. Her cold gaze swept over Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian, and a mocking smile played at her lips. Lu Yan, Pei Xianxian, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't die out there in the wilderness. Looking at Luo Qianyan sitting in the wheelchair, Lu Yan's expression froze for a moment. However, he quickly masked his fleeting loss of composure with his remarkable self-control. Forcing a faint smile, he spoke gently. Qianyan, you've misunderstood me. How could I possibly be disappointed? I can't even describe how happy I am that you're back. But he paused, his gaze dropping to her legs, his tone betraying a hint of unhidden concern. What happened to your legs? Luo Qianyan let out a cold laugh and brushed away his hand as he attempted to reach out. Thanks to you all, she said mockingly. Those wild wolves quite vicious, I must say. Lu Yan's hand froze midair, his expression faltering. Before he could respond, Pei Xianxian, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Qianyan, since you're all right, why didn't you contact us sooner? Was it because you couldn't? Her tone was hesitant, as though probing for something. Her question immediately made everyone around imagine the countless possible events that could have transpired in the no man's land. Couldn't contact you? My freedom was restricted, obviously, Luo Qianyan replied coldly, her voice laced with sarcasm. Pei Xianxian clearly wasn't expecting such a sharp retort. Before she could react, a loud slap echoed through the room. The slap didn't come from Luo Qianyan but from Lu Yunzheng. Miss Song, clearly unbothered by the setting or whose territory they were in, furiously scolded. Pei Xianxian, you really are incapable of saying anything decent. Did your foster parents never teach you how to speak appropriately? Sitting calmly in her wheelchair, Luo Qianyan watched the scene unfold with an indifferent expression. Even though Pei Xianxian had attempted to smear her, she maintained a faint, composed smile, showing no trace of discomfort. Her demeanor made those present question whether the rumors about her experiences were true. After all, someone as proud as Luo Qianyan, if she had truly endured such events, how could she still smile so nonchalantly? Pei Xianxian, Luo Qianyan suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet carrying an unmistakable chill. So this was your plan all along? Did you think that even if the wolves didn't kill me, there was no way I'd return unscathed with this face of mine? Qianyan, you've misunderstood me. Pei Xianxian quickly denied it, though her tone betrayed her guilt. In truth, that had been exactly her thought. Even if the unexpected wolves hadn't appeared, she had already resolved to find a way to leave Luo Qianyan stranded in the no man's land. That was the gift she had meticulously prepared. Luo Qianyan, as if seeing right through her, gave a faint smile. But it seems there are still good people in this world. What can I say? I must be lucky. Not only did they save me, but they also took me to the hospital. I've been staying there these past few days. If you're so curious, I wouldn't mind if you checked my hospital records. Her tone was light, yet every word carried a sharp edge. As for why I didn't contact you all these days, well, I hadn't even returned yet. What would be the point of contacting you? She paused slightly, her expression turning mockingly concerned. What if you decided to make that memorial service a reality? The room fell into a heavy silence, the air thick with tension as everyone collectively drew a sharp breath. Qianyan, are you saying you don't trust your mother? Luo's mother suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Luo Qianyan lifted her gaze to her, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. Of course not, Mom. I simply think they must have kept this from you. You didn't know they were deliberately trying to harm me, did you? Luo's mother's face shifted, her lips parting as if to refute the claim, but Luo Qianyan cut her off before she could speak. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I can't say for sure. I'm only making guesses based on the facts. She sighed, her voice tinged with helplessness. Honestly, I find it strange myself. This trip was originally just between Lu Yan and me, but Pei Xianxian suddenly decided to tag along. Then, in the middle of the night, the two of them alone together were outside for over an hour. And then a wild wolf just happens to show up, and am left behind. If all of this was just a coincidence, that's an awful lot of coincidences. Pei Xianxian hurriedly defended herself. It really was an accident. How could we have known that wolf would suddenly appear? Her voice trailed off, growing weaker, her lack of confidence evident. Luo Qianyan, however, paid her no further attention. She simply cast a cold glance her way, her lips curling into a cryptic smile. The air seemed to grow heavier, and everyone present felt an unspoken pressure settle over them. Pei Xianxian opened her mouth, ready to argue further, but Lu Yan grabbed her arm so forcefully that she gasped in pain. The strength of his grip made her freeze, and as realization dawned on her, her face turned pale. It was as if she suddenly realized she had said too much. Standing nearby, Lu Yunzheng curled her lips into a mocking smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Caught red-handed, huh? You two sneaking around in the middle of the night and now trying to pin it all on Qianyan? How clever. Her words made the crowd recall Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian's earlier claims that Luo Qianyan had gone out at night to take pictures, which supposedly attracted the wolves. Based on that narrative, the incident seemed to be Luo Qianyan's own fault. But now, with the truth coming to light, the expressions of those around them grew more complicated. At that moment, Luo Qianyan's father arrived in a hurry, having been informed by her mother. Seeing Luo Qianyan standing there unharmed while a grand memorial service was already underway, the scene was nothing short of absurd. His face darkened. Although he had his grievances with his daughter, he suppressed his emotions and spoke in a cold tone. Qianyan, since you're back, you should return home. Stop creating a spectacle out here. If there's a misunderstanding, clear it up at home. Was it necessary to make such a scene? Do you think I'm the one causing a scene? Luo Qianyan's voice was calm, yet carried a trace of coldness. Isn't that exactly what you're doing? Her father retorted, his brows furrowed. If you say so, then sure, Luo Qianyan replied indifferently. Her father was momentarily speechless, his face alternating between shades of anger and frustration. In the end, he swallowed his fury and politely escorted the guests out. Although many were reluctant to leave, eager to see how things would unfold, it was clear the Luo family had no intention of entertaining onlookers. Begrudgingly, they dispersed. Luo's father had initially planned to send Lu Yunzheng away as well, but she stubbornly refused to leave, seemingly determined to witness the outcome. Once the guests were gone, Luo's father's patience completely ran out. His expression darkened as he turned to Luo Qianyan, his tone laden with displeasure. Are you happy now? You've disgraced the Luo family. Disgraced. Luo Qianyan let out a faint, mocking smile. Since when has the Luo family been disgraced along with me? If we're talking about disgrace, isn't it your own actions that have brought shame? What kind of family rushes to hold a funeral for their daughter just days after she's gone missing? Did you see my body? Did you confirm my death with your own eyes? Her father's expression grew even grimmer as he replied coldly, you disappeared for days and only now returned, coming back from Waknoshire. That alone is enough to make people talk. By your logic, Luo Qianyan countered, her voice steady but cutting. Pei Xianxian was missing for 13 years before she returned. Doesn't that make her situation even more unclear and disgraceful? The moment she finished speaking, Pei Xianxian reacted as if she'd been struck a nerve. Luo Qianyan, what nonsense are you spouting? Why so defensive? Luo Qianyan raised an eyebrow, her tone calm. I'm just applying Dad's reasoning to a different situation. Or are you feeling guilty about something? Enough. Luo's mother shouted angrily, her face dark with fury. You've just come back and you're already stirring up trouble with your family, slinging mud at your own sister? Is this how I raised you? Luo Qianyan gave her mother a long look, her expression eerily calm. Being treated this way by her family no longer hurt her. After all, scenes like this had played out countless times over the past 5 years. What was there to feel sad about anymore? She let out a self-deprecating laugh before meeting her mother's gaze. You did teach me many things growing up, but there's one thing you never taught me you had to do when my boyfriend cheats on me and almost gets me killed. You keep claiming Lu Yan cheated. Have you ever thought that maybe the problem lies with you? Her mother retorted harshly. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan let out a bitter laugh. So his cheating is my fault now? If that's the case, then why were you so furious when Dad cheated back then? Her mother was rendered speechless, her face turning red with anger, teetering on the edge of losing control. Who taught you to talk back to your elders like this? Luo Qianyan looked at her mother with a detached gaze, as though she were staring at a stranger. The timid, obedient girl she once was no longer existed. In a soft but firm voice she said, You used to say whatever you wanted, and I never dared to argue. But now, I'm simply stating the truth. Mr. Luo's face was dark and stern, his voice low but laced with anger. This was a peaceful home, and the moment you returned, chaos followed. No matter what happened between Lu Yan and Xianxian, you've disgraced the Luo family. That alone is your fault. Luo Qianyan stood there, her expression calm and unbothered. Disappointment had accumulated for so long that her heart had completely grown cold. At this point, she no longer felt any anger or sadness from these accusations. On the side, Pei Xianxian received a call from her manager. She answered it quickly, and after hanging up, her face immediately turned pale. Tears welled up in her eyes and began streaming down her face like broken pearls. Wiping her tears hastily, she walked straight up to Luo Qianyan, her voice trembling. Qianyan, I know you hate me. You hate me for coming back and taking your place as the eldest daughter of the Luo family. But you should know I love acting. I got into university on my own, without any help from mom or dad. Why did you have to ruin my career? Before Pei Xianxian could finish, Lu Yan and the others also took out their phones and opened Weibo. Sure enough, trending at the top of the hot search list was news about Pei Xianxian. The post from Lu Yunzheng on Weibo mercilessly exposed all the details of what had happened between them. Pei Xianxian's words did have some truth to them. When she was brought back to the Luo family, she was already a freshman at the prestigious A University, majoring in theater. She had worked hard to get into college on her own merit. But getting into university was only the first step. The fact that she started acting in her sophomore year, landed leading roles by junior year, and won awards immediately after graduation, how could any of that have been possible without the Luo family's resources and support? To claim her career had nothing to do with the Luo family was, at best, disingenuous. Luo Qianyan watched Pei Xianxian's tears with cold detachment. She felt no sympathy, but it was clear that others in the room couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Don't worry, Xianxian, Mrs. Luo quickly stepped forward to console her. Your father and I will sort this out for you. Then, turning to Luo Qianyan, her tone became harsh and commanding. You need to post a statement on Weibo immediately, clarifying that Xianxian and Lu Yan have nothing to do with each other. Admit that it was your jealousy driving you to slander her. Whether it's slander or not is obvious to anyone with eyes, Lu Yunzheng sneered from the side. This explanation reeks of desperation. Even hired trolls wouldn't come up with something so amateurish. Mrs. Luo's face stiffened at the jab, but she quickly regained her composure and retorted sharply. This is a family matter, Yunzheng. Keep your mouth shut. Lu Yunzheng opened her mouth to fire back, but Luo Qianyan gently pressed down on her hand, signaling her to stop. Yunzheng shot her a questioning look, but Qianyan merely shook her head lightly, indicating that it wasn't the time to argue. Mom, you care so much about Pei Xianxian's reputation, but what about mine? Qianyan's voice was calm, her gaze icy. If I post that clarification, wouldn't I be contradicting myself? After that, who would ever believe anything I say? You and Xianxian are different, Mrs. Luo blurted out instinctively. How are we different? Qianyan raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Luo hesitated, thinking for a moment before replying. Xianxian is an actress. Her career depends on her reputation. You're just a doctor. People only care about your skills, not your reputation. That's not necessarily true. Qianyan let out a soft laugh, her eyes sharp. If my reputation is ruined on a small scale, it could cost me promotions. On a larger scale, I'd be the first to lose my job. If you just keep your head down and do your work, who would fire you for no reason? Mr. Luo interjected impatiently. Hearing this, Qianyan's lips curved into a faint smile, but there wasn't a trace of warmth in it. Oh really? I've kept my head down, and yet someone still stole my boyfriend. I've kept my head down, and yet someone still tried to kill me. I've kept my head down, and yet you're asking me to take the blame for something I didn't do. Her tone was light, but every word struck like a dagger. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping across the room. Then, in a soft voice, she asked, "So tell me, does keeping my head down really make a difference?" A heavy silence filled the air, and both Mr. and Mrs. Luo's faces darkened. "This is all about us leaving you in that remote area, isn't it?" Lu Yen frowned, his tone laced with irritation. "Fine, we'll apologize to you. Is that enough?" Qian Yun turned to look at him, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Apologize to me? How magnanimous of you." Luo Qianyan cast a cold glance at Lu Yen, her tone laced with disdain. "At least you understand now. It was a small matter to begin with. You made such a fuss, and my parents don't like this kind of drama." Lu Yen frowned deeply at her words and retorted with a sharp tone, "Lao Tinan, they're my parents. What does it matter to you whether they like it or not?" Luo Qianyan let out a light scoff, her eyes filled with contempt. "Oh, I forgot to tell you we've already broken up. Don't bother me anymore." Her words brought a fleeting glimmer of joy to Pei Xianxian, who was standing nearby. However, she quickly concealed her emotions and put on a facade of concern. "Qian Yin, if this is because of me and Ayan, there's really no need for that. This has little to do with you," Luo Qianyan replied with a cold sneer, her gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over Pei Xianxian. "I just happen to have a cleanliness issue. I find it disgusting." Before she even finished speaking, Lu Yan's expression darkened noticeably. He let out a cold laugh and retaliated, "Luo Qianyan, I didn't even complain about how many men you've been with these past few days, and now you're acting all high and mighty with me?" As he spoke, he took a menacing step toward her, his eyes burning with anger. Luo Qianyan saw through his intentions immediately. Just as she was about to make a move, Luo Qi, who had been standing frozen for some time, suddenly rushed forward. He positioned himself in front of her, arms akimbo, blocking Lu Yan's path. "What are you doing? If you dare to hit Xianxian, I'll hit you," he shouted, his voice trembling but resolute. Despite his clumsy gestures, Luo Qi's determination to protect his sister was unmistakable. Watching him, Luo Qianyan felt a rare warmth creep into her heart. She spoke softly, "Brother, he's not worth it. Stay away from him." "Lu Qianyun." Lu Yan roared, his face flushed with rage, barely able to contain his fury. "What? Are you seriously trying to justify cheating? How many decent men cheat? And now you're acting like you're in the right." Luo Qianyan's voice was dripping with mockery as her icy gaze bore into him. Unable to hold back his anger any longer, Lu Yan shouted, "If you didn't act like some untouchable saint all the time, do you think I would have slept with her? I'm a normal man. What kind of normal guy has a girlfriend he can't touch? Oh, but of course, you're too precious, Luo Qianyan." His words completely infuriated Lu Yunzheng, who had been standing silently on the sidelines. Never one to tolerate nonsense, she lunged forward like a predator and landed a slap across Lu Yan's face without hesitation. She followed it up with several more blows, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Before Lu Yan could even process what was happening, he was already staggering backward, battered and disoriented. Luo Qianyan sighed softly at the scene. She knew all too well that her best friend, Lu Yunzheng, had been practicing boxing since childhood. Lu Yan was nothing more than a punching bag in her hands. Pei Xianxian, completely startled by the chaos, turned pale and cried out, "Stop. Please stop." She tried to step forward to intervene, but Lu Yunzheng, feigning carelessness, delivered a punch squarely to Pei Xianxian's chest. The impact left Pei Xianxian gasping in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. The particularly tender area she recently had enhanced throbbed so intensely that she almost burst into sobs. By the time the bodyguards rushed to the scene, Lu Yunzheng had already dusted off her hands and casually stepped back behind Luo Qianyan. "I haven't practiced in a while," she remarked nonchalantly. "Guess I'm a little rusty." The Luo family's bodyguards hesitated, unsure of their next move, while Father and Mother Luo's expressions had grown increasingly grim. Pei Xianxian, clutching her chest and holding back tears, grabbed Mother Luo's hand and spoke with a choked voice, "Mom, about the incident on Weibo." Mother Luo froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. "Oh right, the Weibo post. Delete it first, and we'll figure something out from there," she said, turning to Luo Qianyan with a commanding tone. "Delete it? Now." Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng let out a derisive laugh and interjected, "Do I need to remind you all that the Weibo post wasn't even made by me? What exactly are you trying to negotiate with Qianyan for?" Father Luo, his patience long gone, shot Luo Qianyan a cold glare and spoke with thinly veiled anger. "Let's cut to the chase. What do you want? Consider this the price we pay for raising an ungrateful child. We're not expecting you to care about this family anymore." A flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Qianyan's face, but her tone remained calm and resolute. "It's simple. A public apology. Pei Xianxian and Lu Yan nearly got me killed. An apology isn't too much to ask, is it? Pei Xianxian panicked and quickly responded, we can apologize to you in person. There's no need to make it public, right? Besides, it's not like this incident damaged your reputation. Lu Yunzheng chuckled coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, that won't do. You see, I'm just an ordinary little doctor. But you, Pei Xianxian, you're a celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers. If you don't apologize publicly and this blows over, who's to say you won't stab me in the back someday? If your fans come after me, I'd be terrified. Although Lu Yunzheng claimed to be afraid, Pei Xianxian knew deep down that she wasn't truly scared. However, if they really apologized publicly online as Lu Yunzheng demanded, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting she had interfered in someone else's relationship and acknowledging the harm she had caused? Pei Xianxian understood that if the carefully crafted image of her as a pure and innocent person crumbled, her career would be completely ruined. Don't rush. You still have time to think it over, Lu Yunzheng said with a faint smile, her tone exuding confidence. Mr. Luo, standing nearby, chimed in, we can discuss this matter further. By the way, Qianyan, what happened to your leg? Almost had a chunk of flesh torn off. Luckily, someone saved me in time. Luo Qianyan's tone was calm, as if she didn't want to elaborate. To her, the truth no longer seemed to matter. Then you should go to the hospital for a proper checkup and rest at home, Mr. Luo advised. Mrs. Luo quickly agreed, yes, your leg is the most important thing right now. If a girl has scars, it could be unsightly. You need to take good care of yourself. I will. Luo Yunzheng nodded lightly, her tone indifferent. But in the next moment, she shifted the conversation sharply. So for the next few days, I won't be staying at home. Coming home but not staying here? What will people think of our family? Mrs. Luo's expression darkened instantly. At this point, Lu Yunzheng, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected. If Pei Xianxian and Lu Yan don't apologize, who would dare let Qianyan stay at the Luo family home? Who knows, you might lock her up and force her to apologize online. Or worse, you could take her phone and confess to everything on her behalf. DSK, you wouldn't actually do that, would you? Mrs. Luo's face stiffened slightly, and she averted her gaze guiltily. After all, she had indeed considered such options. But outwardly, she forced herself to maintain composure and said, the Luo family's affairs are none of an outsider's business. Qianyan, it doesn't matter what others think. Surely, you don't think that way about your parents, do you? Of course not, Luo Qianyan replied with a faint smile, her tone so calm it was hard to read her emotions. But until they apologize to me, I really don't feel like staying at home. I hope you can understand, Mom. When I was alone in the wilderness facing wild wolves, I was terrified. I truly thought I wouldn't survive. Before Mrs. Luo could respond, Lu Yan let out a cold, impatient laugh. But you're fine now, aren't you? Why be so dramatic? Dramatic? A flicker of coldness flashed in Luo Qianyan's eyes, though her tone remained calm. If you don't want to apologize, that's fine. Then why don't you experience what I went through? Let me send you to the wilderness, no car, no signal, and see if you can make it back alive. How about that? So if we make it back on our own, we don't have to apologize? Lu Yan's eyes gleamed with a hint of calculation, clearly considering the possibility. Of course, Luo Qianyan nodded, her gaze carrying a trace of mockery. But I doubt you've seen how fast wild wolves can run. I gave it everything I had, and I still couldn't outrun them. They lunged at me, sank their teeth into my thigh, and nearly tore a piece of flesh off. Her voice faltered slightly as a flicker of pain crossed her eyes, evidently recalling the despair of that moment. It hurt. A lot. Mrs. Luo looked at Luo Qianyan, her emotions growing complicated. No matter what, this was the girl she had raised. To say she felt nothing for her would be a lie. Yet before she could dwell on it further, Pei Xianxian suddenly lunged at her, clutching her tightly and trembling as she sobbed, Mom, I can't do it, I'm terrified. I really can't go through what she went through. Pei Xianxian's fear and tearful voice instantly reignited Mrs. Luo's guilt toward her biological daughter, extinguishing the faint trace of pity she had felt for Luo Qianyan. Gently patting Pei Xianxian's back, Mrs. Luo spoke soothingly. Don't be afraid. Mom won't send you to such a horrible place. Looking at the harmonious scene of a loving mother and child before her, Luo Qianyan lowered her head and let out a faint, bitter smile. But she quickly lifted her head again, her expression returning to its usual calm and detached demeanor. There are two plans. I don't care if you choose A or B, or even come up with an option C. I won't interfere anymore. All I want is the result. Her voice was steady but carried a trace of coldness. After speaking, she said no more and turned to Lu Yunzheng. Let's go. Clearly, Lu Yunzheng had no interest in entangling with them either. She simply pushed Luo Qianyan's wheelchair and left without a backward glance. However, she never expected that after just a few steps, Luo Qi would trot after them like a little shadow. Spotting the bag in his hand, Lu Yunzheng frowned slightly and asked with a hint of exasperation, Luo Qi, what are you doing? It was only then that Luo Chenyan noticed Luo Qi had followed them. She softly urged, "Brother, you should go back." "No way." Luo Qi shook his head decisively, his eyes filled with stubbornness. "I'm going with Xianxian. Little sister, big brother will protect you. If a wolf bites you, I'll bite the wolf." Seeing Luo Qi's serious attempt at looking fierce, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, there are no wolves here. I'm safe now. So be good and go back, okay?" Yet Luo Qi looked at her with a pitiful expression. "I want to run away from home with my little sister. I even brought lots of little cakes, so we won't go hungry." Following his gaze to the bag, Luo Chenyan saw it was indeed stuffed with small cakes. She sighed softly, a mix of helplessness and amusement in her heart. Well, at least he remembered to bring food this time. After all, Luo Qi had attempted to run away from home before, but every time he would return within 300 meters because he got hungry. This time, even though their parents were indifferent to Luo Chenyan, they couldn't possibly let their only son leave. In the end, Luo Qi was dragged back by their mother, reluctantly watching as Luo Chenyan left. Lu Yunzheng pushed Luo Chenyan straight back home. Ever since their parents passed away in a plane crash 5 years ago, the Song family had been reduced to just Lu Yunzheng and her older brother, Song Ningyu, relying on each other. As soon as they entered the house, a mouth-watering aroma of food greeted them. Lu Yunzheng took a deep breath and smiled. "Smells so good. I wonder what Aunt Wang has cooked this time." Luo Chenyan transferred herself from the wheelchair to the sofa, stretching her body, while Song Yunjing headed straight to the kitchen to make tea. But when she pushed open the kitchen door, she froze in shock at what she saw. "Brother!" She stared in disbelief at Song Ningyu, who was wearing an apron and busy cooking. "You, the ever-busy one, are actually cooking at home?" Luo Chenyan survived a life-or-death situation. "Isn't it worth celebrating?" Song Ningyu replied calmly, shooing Song Yunjing out of the kitchen as he spoke. "Move aside, I'm about to show off my skills." "Are you sure this is celebrating? Or are you planning to send us all to the hospital together?" Song Yunjing retorted bluntly, her lips twitching. "A kitchen amateur like you should really know your limits." Glancing at the masterpiece in his pot, Song Ningyu remained unfazed. "Well, I think it's fine." Shaking her head in resignation, Song Yunjing quickly finished making tea, left the kitchen, and pulled out her phone to order takeout. She muttered to herself as she walked, "Takeout is definitely the safer bet." Hearing the commotion in the kitchen, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't Ningyu know how to cook?" He knows how to cook, all right." Song Yunjing rolled her eyes. "He just knows how to make food." Luo Chenyan was momentarily confused, but when the meaning dawned on her, she burst into laughter, unable to stop. Meanwhile, at a city's airport, Lu Yunzheng had just stepped out of the terminal when his phone rang. He answered the call, listened briefly, and replied with a few curt words before hanging up. At that moment, a car pulled up in front of him. He opened the door and got in. At the same time, back at the Lu family residence, Lu Yan arrived home to find an unfamiliar car parked at the entrance. Frowning slightly, he pushed open the door and was surprised to see his father, who was usually buried in work, sitting in the living room. On the other side of the sofa sat a man with a cold expression, dressed in black military boots. "You're back," Lu Hongyu said, glancing up at Lu Yan. He poured 2 cups of tea and said calmly, "Don't just stand there. Come greet him. This is your younger granduncle." "My younger granduncle?" Lu Yan was stunned, his gaze shifting to the man. He looked young, possibly not much older than Lu Yan himself. Lu Yan was full of questions. Since when did his family have a relative like this? Lu Yunjin lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping indifferently over Lu Yan. There was a faint chill in his expression that made Lu Yan's heart tighten involuntarily. However, under the silent warning in Lu Hongyu's gaze, he didn't dare to say more. Instead, he stiffened and reluctantly stepped forward, awkwardly addressing him, "Little uncle." "I'm the third in the family," Lu Yunjin said evenly, his tone unhurried yet carrying a faint coldness. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, his movements composed and steady. Lu Yan, still not grasping the implication of his words, stood in confusion. But Lu Hongyu, catching on instantly, had a glimmer of delight flash in his eyes. He quickly urged, "What are you waiting for? Call him third uncle." Lu Hongyu understood all too well the significance of this third young master. Over the years, his company had risen rapidly in City A, entirely thanks to the support of the Lu family. As a subsidiary enterprise backed by the prestigious Lu family of Beijing, his position as an illegitimate son, otherwise unremarkable, had been elevated only due to a stroke of fortune saving Lu Yunjin's mother's life. That tenuous connection allowed him to be associated with the Lu family, but his status as an illegitimate descendant from a branch family was far from respectable. Now, with just a few words from Lu Yunjin, he saw a glimmer of hope for strengthening his ties with the influential family. While calculating the possibilities in his mind, Lu Hongyu couldn't help but marvel. Although the Lu family was currently under the control of Lu Yunzhen's elder brother, everyone knew that Lu Yunzhen was the cherished youngest son born late in life to the family elders. Since childhood, he had been the apple of the entire family's eye. Not only did the elderly couple treasure him, but even his older brother and sister had always doted on him. When he first decided to join the military, the entire family opposed the idea. It was only because his elder brother took the brunt of the elders' wrath that they reluctantly allowed Lu Yunzhen to pursue his dream. Third uncle, Lu Yan, however, still looked utterly clueless, failing to realize the significance of the man before him. Lu Hongyu nearly exploded in frustration, wishing he could slap himself for raising such a foolish son. Seeing that Lu Yan still hadn't caught on, he had no choice but to discreetly mouth the words to indicate Lu Yunzhen's identity while hoping the latter wouldn't notice. But Lu Yunzhen, observing the interaction, chose not to expose their little charade. Setting down his teacup, he casually asked, "I heard there's a funeral in the Luo family today?" Lu Hongyu, unsure why the topic had shifted to the Luo family, hesitated briefly before responding. "Yes, it's for a young girl who grew up with our Yan." "Such a pity, so young." "Not a girlfriend?" Lu Yunzhen asked softly. Lu Hongyu paused, then ventured cautiously, "Does third young master know about this?" "I've heard bits and pieces," Lu Yunzhen replied, his tone indifferent. "The two of them did date for a few years. We thought they might get married, but, well, it's such a shame." Lu Hongyu sighed, his voice tinged with regret. He failed to notice the growing discomfort in Lu Yan's expression. "Not a shame at all. It's good to cut losses in time," Lu Yunzhen remarked calmly. His words, though spoken lightly, carried a deeper meaning that left Lu Hongyu momentarily stunned. Misinterpreting the comment as praise for Lu Yan's decision to end the relationship, he chuckled awkwardly and echoed, "Well, they did have a few years of history. Sending her off today probably weighs on his mind, which is why he's been so quiet." But Lu Yunzhen, seemingly unbothered, suddenly spoke with a hint of curiosity, "Though I heard he left her alone in a no man's land?" Lu Hongyu's face froze, and he quickly tried to explain. "It wasn't like that. There was a wolf pack, and everyone was just trying to save themselves." "A wolf pack?" Lu Yunzhen chuckled softly, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. "One wolf? Or two?" Meeting Lu Yunzhen's gaze, Lu Yan felt as though his pretense had been completely stripped away, the disdain in those eyes exposing every flaw. His heart sank, realized that Lu Yunzhen had likely already seen the uproar online surrounding the incident. Lu Hongyu sensed that something was off. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, he dared not speak rashly. His gaze shifted to Lu Yan, filled with confusion and a hint of pressure. Lu Yan let out a helpless sigh, bracing himself as he reluctantly recounted the events of the day. "Qian Yun isn't dead. She's back." "She's back?" Lu Hongyu froze for a moment, then his face showed a mix of surprise and puzzlement. "Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like that?" Lu Yan glanced at Lu Yunzhen, who was standing nearby, clearly unwilling to delve into the details in his presence. But Lu Hongyu's questions came one after another, and Lu Yunzhen showed no sign of leaving. Left with no choice, Lu Yan gritted his teeth and spilled everything, including Luo Qianyan's demand for an apology. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyu's face darkened instantly. He glared at Lu Yan, his tone sharp and filled with reproach. How could you do something so reckless? What have I always taught you? You're going to be the death of me." As he spoke, he began looking around as if searching for something to vent his anger. Lu Yunzhen stood by, watching coldly, clearly accustomed to such father-and-son drama. This time, however, he helpfully removed a steel pipe from a piece of furniture and handed it to Lu Hongyu. "Here, a ready-made tool." Lu Hongyu hesitated as he took the steel pipe, his expression awkward, but he couldn't back down now. So, he swung it a couple of times, lightly hitting Lu Yan in an almost symbolic gesture. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunzhen remarked coldly, "If Lu Yan had done something like this in my family, my father would have broken his legs by now. This is a matter of life and death, it's not something to be taken lightly. Otherwise, who knows what bigger mess he might cause in the future." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu's strike suddenly became heavier. Lu Yan winced in pain, silently cursing Lu Yunzhen in his mind. But deep down, he knew he had truly caused a serious problem this time. After a few more hits, Lu Yunzhen grew bored, casting a disinterested glance at Lu Yan before turning to leave. Once he was gone, Lu Hongyu angrily threw the steel pipe aside and glared at the noble-legged Lu Yan. His voice was icy as he said, "Who told you to be as dumb as a pig and let this matter reach Lu Yunzhen? Now I have to give him an explanation." Lu Yan clutched his aching legs, his face full of grievance. "But you're the one who kept asking me. What was I supposed to do? Not tell you? If I ask, can't you think on your feet? Make something up. You didn't have to spill everything." Lu Hongyu stomped his foot in frustration. After a moment of silence, Lu Yan couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why is this Lu Yunzhen even here? Isn't he in the military? He rarely even comes home. Why does he suddenly have time to hang around here?" Lu Hongyu frowned, his tone low. Apparently, one of his comrades ran into some trouble. I didn't dare ask too many questions. The main family made a call, so we have to treat him well. Our company is counting on the Lu family's big project next quarter. We can't afford to offend him. Hearing this, Lu Yan felt even more stifled. Thinking about the beating head just endured, his resentment toward Lu Yunzheng deepened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luo Qinyan and Song Yunjing were enjoying a meal personally prepared by Song Ningyu. Unsurprisingly, things didn't go as planned. Brother, I've told you before you're just not cut out for cooking, Song Yunjing teased mercilessly as she poked at the food on her plate. If you really have the time and energy for this, why not just earn more money and buy better food instead? She then turned to Luo Qianyan with a playful smile. Right, Qianxian? Don't you agree? In truth, Luo Qianyan did agree, so she nodded. Song Ninjia's cooking wasn't exactly inedible, but it was far from delicious. Its only redeeming quality might have been that it was at least edible without being lethal. Soon, the food delivery arrived. Even Song Ningyu gave up on his culinary efforts, and the three of them happily dug into the takeout, enjoying each other's company. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement from Lu Yan and Pei Xianxian, but online discussions about the situation only grew more intense. Conspiracy theories abounded, making the whole affair even more enigmatic. On this particular day, Song Yunjing had to attend a close friend's wedding as a bridesmaid, leaving Luo Qianyan alone at the Song family home. It was then that she received a call from her brother, Luo Qi. As soon as the call connected, Luo Qianyan heard Luo Qi's tearful voice from the other end. Sister, Sister, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding, sister. His words were broken, mixed with sobs, making her heart tighten with worry. Luo Qianyan immediately became alert. Is no one home? Where's Mom? Aunt Wang and the others? I don't know. I can't find them. It hurts so much, sister. Luo Qi's voice was filled with panic and helplessness. Where's the injury? Is it a big wound? Press a towel on it to stop the bleeding. I'll call Mom right away. Luo Qianyan quickly reassured him, her tone firm and commanding. After hanging up, she immediately dialed her mother's number. The moment the call connected, her mother's voice came through. What's wrong, Qianyan? Brother got hurt and is bleeding at home. Is there really no one there? Luo Qianyan's tone was urgent. Hearing this, her mother's voice also grew tense. What should we do? Your father and I are at an old friend's son's wedding. At home. Oh no, Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law is having a baby today, so I gave her the day off. She paused, her voice filled with worry. Qianyan, you need to go back and check on your brother for me. What if something happens to him? There's really no one else at home? Luo Qianyan frowned, her tone tinged with frustration. If there was, would I ask you to go back? Her mother's voice rose sharply, carrying a hint of reproach. Your brother has always been so good to you. If something happens to him, can you live with yourself? At that moment, Luo Qianyan's emotions strangely calmed. I understand, she replied coolly. Without waiting for her mother to say more, she decisively ended the call. Though outwardly composed, she knew in her heart that this could very well be a trap. She wasn't naive, she had a strong suspicion that this was a setup orchestrated by her family to force her to return. However, her mother's words weren't entirely wrong. If something truly happened to her brother, she wouldn't be able to live with the guilt. Taking a deep breath, she redialed Luo Qi's number. After confirming that he had pressed a towel against the wound as instructed, she softly reassured him. Stay put. I'll be there soon. On the way to the Luo family home, she explained the situation to her friend Song Yunjing. As expected, Song Yunjing's response was filled with anger. Luo Qianyan, are you serious? You know it's a trap, but you're still walking into it. I want to see what they're planning, Luo Qianyan replied calmly. It's a society governed by law now. If they really dare to detain me, I trust you'll find a way to get me out, won't you? Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, Song Yunjing said with a touch of exasperation. Then, after a brief pause, she analyzed the situation more rationally. But honestly, we made things clear to them last time. If they still try to detain you, they'd be incredibly foolish. Exactly. I don't think that's likely either, Luo Qianyan said softly. Which is why I'm curious. Of course, I also hope I'm just overthinking things. Either way, be careful, Song Yunjing reminded her. Once you're there, send me updates using the code we discussed. And the first 10 messages with a period, then send the next 10 without any punctuation, and repeat the pattern to confirm it's really you. Brilliant. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but praise her friend. That's Mealways clever, Song Yunjing replied smugly. Before long, the car stopped outside the Luo family estate. Today, Luo Qianyan had deliberately left her wheelchair behind, opting for crutches instead for greater mobility. She entered the house and, as expected, found it completely empty. In the first-floor living room, she surveyed her surroundings to confirm no one else was present. She then took out her phone and called Luo Qi. Moments later, she heard the hurried sound of footsteps from upstairs. Luoqi came rushing down the stairs, crying out, "Sister, there's so much blood." He was pressing a towel tightly against his hand, his face full of distress and panic. "Come here. Let me take a look at your wound," Luo Chenyan said steadily, her voice calm and commanding. Luo Chenyan waved at Luoqi and casually grabbed the first aid kit from the cabinet, preparing to treat his wound. Seeing him still lively enough to run over, she felt a small sense of relief, thinking the injury shouldn't be too serious. Luoqi jogged up to her and obediently extended his left hand, his face full of grievance. "Sister, there's so much blood on the ground. It's so scary." As she opened the first aid kit, Luo Chenyan asked curiously, "Did you fall or did you bump into something?" Luoqi frowned deeply, trying to recall, but his little face was filled with confusion. "I don't know. It just started bleeding a lot." Seeing his bewildered expression, Luo Chenyan decided not to press further. She reassured him it's okay. "We'll know once we take a look. Come on, take the towel off carefully." Under Luoqi's watchful eyes, she gently began to lift the towel pressed against the wound, taking care not to hurt him. However, as the towel was fully removed, what lay beneath was a gruesome-looking wound. Luo Chenyan fell silent immediately. Luoqi, now seeing his injury clearly, felt his eyes sting, and tears quickly welled up. Looking at his teary eyes, Luo Chenyan sighed helplessly. "Does it hurt, brother?" "It hurts." Luoqi nodded, his tone filled with both grievance and certainty, as if to emphasize just how tragic his situation was. But as Luo Chenyan stared at the wound, she frowned slightly, a different suspicion forming in her mind. Without hesitation, she picked up an alcohol swab and, despite Luoqi's alarmed expression, began to clean the wound. "Ah!" Luoqi yelped instinctively, but almost immediately froze. There was no sharp pain as he had expected, just a cool, soothing sensation. He looked down at his arm, where the bloody wound had been, and was shocked to find the wound was gone. "Special effects makeup," Luo Chenyan explained with exasperation. "Someone painted a special effects wound on your arm and scared you silly." Luoqi's eyes widened, his face full of confusion and disbelief. He had never seen anything like this before. As a child, his ability to discern such things was limited. How could he have known it was just painted on? Luo Chenyan continued wiping with the alcohol swab. The wound was surprisingly hard to clean, and the red paint smeared further, making it look even more realistic. "Does it still hurt now?" she asked while wiping. Luoqi shook his head. Though still somewhat puzzled, he couldn't help but mumble, "Sister, why would someone draw on my arm? It really scared me." "Who knows?" Luo Chenyan replied casually. "Maybe someone wasn't thinking straight and couldn't tell the difference between your arm and a canvas." Luoqi nodded half understandingly, but then something seemed to occur to him. In a low voice he said, "But there really is a lot of blood on the ground. Maybe someone accidentally spilled ketchup," Luo Chenyan said lightly, though inwardly, she was perplexed by the elaborate setup. Who could be behind this, and what were they trying to achieve? Luoqi glanced nervously at Luo Chenyan and asked hesitantly, "Sister, are you mad?" Seeing his cautious expression, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and gently pinched his cheek. "I could never be mad at my brother." Hearing this, Luoqi's eyes lit up, as if suddenly remembering something. His face filled with excitement, he asked, then, "I prepared a gift for you, sister. Do you want to see it?" "Sure," Luo Chenyan said with a smile, thinking that since she had some time to spare, she might as well see what he had prepared. Maybe in the meantime the others would return, and she could get to the bottom of this whole situation. When it came to Luo Chenyan had complete trust. Heading upstairs, Luo, noticing Luo Qianyan's limited mobility, decided to mimic something he had seen on TV. Tentatively, he scooped her up in his arms. He glanced down, surprised to find that she was much lighter than had expected, and happily carried her up to the second floor. "Go slower, brother," Luo Chenyan said, clutching his shirt tightly, afraid he might accidentally drop her. Luo led Luo Chenyan to his little world, a room specially dedicated to building Lego creations. As a Lego enthusiast, he spent almost all his free time immersed in this personal sanctuary. As they walked, Luo kept urging Chenyan to hurry, his voice brimming with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to see her reaction to his masterpiece. When he pushed open the door, Chenyan's eyes widened in awe. Standing before her was a Lego transformer over a meter tall, so lifelike and intricately detailed that it seemed to breathe with creativity. Her face lit up with astonishment. "Sit here, sis." Luo pulled her over to the couch and pointed to the soft seat. After making sure she was comfortable, he dashed into the inner room. His quick and deliberate movements hinted that another surprise was in store for his sister. What Chenyan didn't know was that her every move was being monitored. In front of a surveillance screen, Luo's mother and Pei Xianxian observed the scene intently. "Mom, isn't this a bit too much?" Pei Xianxian asked hesitantly, her tone carrying a trace of doubt. Her brows furrowed slightly as if carefully choosing her words. Luo's mother, however, remained composed. Her voice was calm yet resolute. I've thought it through. You're right. Your father and I have discussed it, and this is the best way. Pei Xianxian concealed the faint amusement in her eyes, pretending to hesitate as she replied, but I only brought it up casually yesterday thinking about it. This seems unfair to Qianyan. Maybe we should reconsider. Luo's mother interrupted her coldly. If we hadn't taken her in, given her our care and education, who knows what kind of life she'd be leading now. We've already given her chances, but she repeatedly refused the marriage arrangements your father and I made for her. The Lu family has only gained some prominence in the past 2 years. Before that, your father wouldn't have even looked their way. Her tone grew even harsher as she turned her gaze to Xianxian. Xianxian, now that you're back with the Luo family, I expect you to prioritize the family's interests. As for Lu Yan, if he were still the insignificant boy from the Lu family, he wouldn't even be worthy of marrying you. Xianxian lowered her head slightly, her tone obedient yet tinged with flattery. Don't worry, Mom. I won't act as thoughtlessly as Qianyan. Now that you've put it this way, I agree me brother really is the best match for her. After all the Luo family has done for her, and with how kind my brother is to her, it would be heartless of her not to be grateful. Luo's mother looked at her daughter with satisfaction, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her voice carried a note of approval. You're the sensible one. After all, blood ties are different. It's hard to truly raise someone else's child as your own. Her gaze shifted to the computer screen, her eyes fixed on the image of Luo Qianyan in the surveillance footage. Her expression remained cold, as if everything that was about to unfold had already been decided. Meanwhile, Luo Qi carefully emerged from the inner room, carrying a bowl of taro ball dessert. The transparent glass bowl held colorful taro balls that glistened like tiny jewels, their surfaces reflecting a tempting sheen. A thin layer of condensation on the bowl suggested it had just been taken out of the fridge. Here, sis. I learned this from Mom. It's super delicious. Try it. Luo Qi handed the bowl to Qianyan, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qianyan blinked in surprise, taking the bowl as she asked, You made this yourself? Yep. Luo Qi nodded enthusiastically, his voice tinged with pride and a hint of shyness. I just wanted to make you happy. Mom said that when girls are upset, eating something sweet can cheer them up. What he didn't mention was that he had originally planned to bake her a small cake. But the process had turned out to be more complicated than he expected, and after several failed attempts, he had settled on this simpler yet equally delightful taro ball dessert. Wow, you're amazing, big brother. Qianyan reached out to pat Luo Qi's head, her voice full of genuine praise. However, standing at 6 feet tall, Luo Qi now towered over her, making her gesture a bit awkward. Noticing this, Luo Qi obediently lowered his head to make it easier for her. Under Luo Qi's eager gaze, Qianyan scooped up a spoonful of taro balls and popped it into her mouth. The chewy texture and subtle sweetness instantly brought a smile to her face. She nodded approvingly. It's really delicious. As Luo Qianyan began eating her bowl of taro balls, Luo Qi eagerly picked up his own bowl and sat down next to her, devouring the dessert with gusto. In no time, the two had polished off every last bite. Luo Qi patted his stomach in satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He grabbed Luo Qianyan's hand and said, Sister, come see the new Lego model I just finished. However, just as they stood up, Luo Qianyan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, her vision blurring for a moment. Instinctively, she shook her head, trying to regain clarity, but the strange sensation only grew stronger. Her body began to feel weak, and a faint heat started spreading from her limbs. Her expression changed abruptly as she quickly realized what was happening. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, her fingers just brushing the screen when Luo Qi's groggy voice reached her ears. Sister, why are you swaying? Turning to look at him, she saw Luo Qi rubbing his temples, clearly affected as well. Brother, sit down and don't move, Luo Qianyan instructed, suppressing her discomfort as she pushed Luo Qi back onto the couch. Leaning against the wall for support, she attempted to dial for help. But to her dismay, the screen continuously displayed no signal. A sense of dread settled over her. Someone had even blocked the signal. Just then, a crisp sound of a door closing echoed from outside. Dragging her heavy steps to the door, Luo Qianyan reached out to open it, only to hear Pei Xianxian's familiar voice from the other side. Qianyan, your brother has always been so good to you, so good that even I envied how much he favors you over me. Now, it's time for you to repay him. Pei Xianxian opened the door. Luo Qianyan's voice was low and icy, her anger momentarily sharpening her senses. But Pei Xianxian remained unfazed, her tone casual and detached. Don't waste your energy. You'd better save your strength for what's coming. With that, her footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Clinging to the doorknob with all her might, Luo Qianyan found the door completely immovable. Inside the room, Luo Qi's condition was worsening. He began tugging at his clothes unconsciously, his face flushed with an unnatural red. Sister, I feel awful so hot. Lu Qianyan's palms were damp with cold sweat. She, too, was struggling against the effects of the drug, her body burning and her mind growing hazy. When she saw Luo Qi stumbling toward her, she immediately yelled, Luo Qi, stop right there. Don't come any closer. Though disoriented, Luo Qi instinctively halted at her command, standing still with a look of confusion. Luo Qianyan knew this was only temporary. The drug would eventually strip them of all rationality. She had to act fast. She quickly turned and ran into Luo Qi's Lego room, hoping to find something to cool them down. But when she opened the small fridge, it was completely empty, clearly cleared out in advance. Scanning the room, she realized it was just a space filled with Lego models, without even a bathroom. Sister, I feel so bad. Luo Qi's voice came from behind her as he followed her into the Lego room. In the cramped space, Luo Qianyan could feel the heat radiating off him. His usually handsome face was now flushed, his eyes clouded with confusion and helplessness, his body instinctively seeking her proximity. Stay back. Luo Qianyan shouted urgently, her heart pounding like a drum. She tried to push him away, but her strength was fading fast, her movements weak and unsteady, almost as if she were hesitating. Luo Qi paused, sensing her displeasure. He forced himself to take a few steps back, murmuring, I don't want to upset you, sister. Yet his gaze grew more unfocused, and his body, driven by instinct, began moving toward her again. Meanwhile, in front of a monitor, Pei Xianxian frowned. Why did they go into the inner room? Luo Mother, however, remained indifferent, her voice cold. It doesn't matter where they are, as long as they can't escape. Time ticked by slowly. 2 hours later, Luo Mother and Pei Xianxian, thinking the timing was just right, grabbed a camera and made their way toward the Lego room. They pushed the door open. Pei Xianxian clutched the camera tightly in her hands, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She could almost envision the shots she was about to capture, images that would undoubtedly become her trump card. With these photos in hand, Luo Qianyan would be at her mercy, wouldn't she? It wouldn't just be about forcing her to apologize online. Luo Qianyan herself would have no choice but to obediently marry Luo Qi. The thought of making her a fool's bride filled Pei Xianxian with glee, and she couldn't suppress a triumphant laugh. She could hardly wait to see Luo Qianyan fall from her lofty pedestal to the depths of disgrace. Jealousy had long taken root in Pei Xianxian's heart. From the very first day she returned to the Luo family, the name Luo Qianyan had been like a thorn in her side. Luo Qi, that fool, constantly talked about sister this, sister that, as if Luo Qianyan was the only person who mattered. Even her biological parents couldn't stop praising their adopted daughter's brilliance in front of her. Luo Qianyan's intelligence was unparalleled, an unattainable height for Pei Xianxian. While Pei Xianxian struggled to pass her university entrance exams, Luo Qianyan effortlessly earned a PhD. To make things worse, Luo Qianyan's beauty far outshone hers. Standing next to Luo Qianyan, Pei Xianxian always felt utterly overshadowed. But now, Pei Xianxian finally saw her chance. She gripped the camera tighter as her bitterness transformed into a surge of excitement. From this day forward, the once distant moon, that was Luo Qianyan, would be dragged down into the mire by her own hand. The quiet was abruptly broken by the sound of the door creaking open. Luo Qianyan lifted her head, strands of disheveled hair clinging to her sweat-soaked face, blurring her vision. Yet, the faint metallic tang of blood in the air was unmistakable, sharpening her senses. Her gaze was firm, even tinged with a chilling resolve. As Pei Xianxian stepped into the room, her eyes met Luo Qianyan's, which were brimming with fury. The intensity of that gaze was like a blade, making Pei Xianxian's heart skip a beat and filling her with an inexplicable sense of guilt. She forced herself to remain composed, though her voice betrayed her unease. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing this for your own good. Brother likes you so much. If you two are together, he'll definitely treat you well. Before she could finish, Luo Mother's panicked cry pierced the air. Achi? Achi! Her eyes darted to Luo Qi, who lay motionless on the floor. A lump had formed on his forehead, the skin broken and oozing blood, the scent of it lingering faintly in the air. Luo Mother's face turned ashen as she rushed to his side, frantically trying to rouse him. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. Luo Mother shouted at Pei Xianxian. It was only then that Pei Xianxian noticed the state Luo Qi was in, and her expression darkened. Pointing a trembling finger at Luo Qianyan, she shrieked, Luo Qianyan, how dare you hit him? Luo Qianyan leaned weakly against the wall, her face pale and drained. She said nothing, nor did she have any intention of explaining herself. The truth was, she hadn't laid a hand on Luo Qi. His condition was entirely his doing. Just because of one thing she said, he had been so terrified of hurting her, so afraid of making her cry, that he chose to slam his head against the wall. Had rather render himself unconscious than cause her any pain. and she had been using that pain to keep herself grounded, to avoid losing control. Pei Xianxian hurried out to disable the signal jammer and dialed for emergency services. When she returned, Luo's mother was already livid, her hand striking Lu Yunzheng hard across the face. Her voice was shrill and accusatory. "We took you in and raised you for 18 years, and this is how you repay us. Lu Yunzheng, let me tell you, if anything happens to my son today, you won't get away with it." Lu Yunzheng endured the stinging pain on her cheek, her voice hoarse as she retaliated. "If it weren't for the despicable things you've done, none of this would have happened. Luo Qi wouldn't be hurt." "Shut up." Luo's mother's face twisted with rage, and she raised her hand to slap Luo Chanyan again. "If you weren't such an ungrateful wretch who doesn't care about the Luo family's interests, none of this would have happened." At that moment, Pei Xianxian re-entered the room, camera still in hand. Luo's mother, her anger far from spent, barked, "What are you waiting for? Take her picture properly." Pei Xianxian knew that nothing seemed to have happened between Luo Chanyan and Luo Qi, so she hadn't planned to take any photos initially. However, one remark from Luo's mother made her realize that even if nothing had occurred, such photos could still be of use with some clever manipulation. A glimmer flashed in her eyes as she began calculating her next move. When Luo Chanyan stood up, her legs felt as weak as overcooked noodles. She had no intention of arguing with them, nor did she have the energy to waste on such pointless disputes. The emergency ambulance arrived quickly, and when she noticed a familiar face among the paramedics, she stopped a young nurse. "Xiaowan. Dr. Luo?" Lin Xiaowan was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing where they were. "This is the Luo residence," she murmured. Luo Chenyan nodded, her voice weak but steady. "I need to go to the hospital too. Take me with you." On the other side, the others had already placed Luo Qi onto a stretcher. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowan reached out to support Luo Chenyan, intending to help her onto the ambulance. However, the moment her hand touched Luo Qianyan's arm, she heard a sharp intake of breath. Lin Xiaowan looked down and was instantly alarmed. "What happened to your arm? It's covered in wounds. Get on the ambulance now, I'll treat this immediately." Luo Qianyan's arm was riddled with bloody gashes, a shocking sight. Meanwhile, Luo's mother glanced at the ambulance with the logo of the third hospital on it, her expression darkening. She shot a sharp glare at Pei Xianxian. After all, Luo Chenyan worked in the emergency department of the third hospital, which meant that many of the paramedics were likely her colleagues. On the ambulance, Lin Xiaowan treated Luo Qianyan's wounds. Though she didn't ask too many questions, it was clear she had her suspicions the injuries probably had something to do with the Luo family. Luo Chenyan had only been working in the emergency department for less than 2 months, yet rumors about her had already spread throughout the hospital. Just days ago, the bizarre incident of a mistaken memorial service had turned the Luo family's affairs into a hot topic of gossip. Now, this incident would undoubtedly add more fuel to the fire. Once they arrived at the hospital, Luo Chenyan didn't concern herself with Luo Qi, who was being wheeled into the emergency room. Instead, she went for her own examination. Residual drugs in her system were causing her limbs to feel weak and her head to spin. After getting hooked up to N4, she fell asleep in the infusion room and only felt somewhat better upon waking. Before leaving the hospital, Luo Chenyan called Lu Yunzheng. When Song heard what had happened, she was so furious that she nearly smashed her phone and even considered booking a flight to return immediately. However, there was an indescribable emptiness in Luo Qianyan's voice. She said only a few words before hanging up. When she was 5, she was adopted from an orphanage. Back then, the director had told her she finally had a family. But now, she felt as though she had lost that family all over again. 3 years ago, the director passed away, and the orphanage was shut down. At this moment, she felt truly alone in the world. As she wandered aimlessly, Luo Chenyan found herself standing in front of a cafe. The wound on her thigh, still unhealed, throbbed with pain after walking such a distance. She reluctantly sat down on a bench by the roadside to rest, planning to hail a cab later. Just then, a stylishly dressed young woman walked past her while on the phone. The girl's tone was tinged with impatience. "Mom, this guy is so boring. Everything I ask is classified. Don't set me up with military men again, it's a waste of my time." Hearing this, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but glance up at the girl. The figure gradually disappeared into the distance, and at the same time, the door of the cafe swung open. A familiar figure stepped out. Luo Chenyan froze for a moment. It was Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng clearly hadn't expected to run into her here. He strode towards her, his gaze fixed on her. Meanwhile, Luo Qianyan's eyes drifted toward the girl who had just walked away. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Who would have thought? Even someone like him could get rejected by a blind date. As Lu Yunzheng approached, his gaze fell on Luo Chenyan's slightly pale face. His brows furrowed slightly, and his voice carried a low, concerned tone. "Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Luo Chenyan instinctively raised her hand to touch her face, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Is it that obvious? Yeah, you look a bit tired, Lu Yunzheng replied, his voice still calm but with a subtle trace of concern. Luo Chenyan frowned slightly at his words, her tone carrying a hint of self-consciousness. Does that mean I look ugly? Ugly? Lu Yunzheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by her self-assessment. He gave her a serious once-over, thinking she clearly underestimated her own looks. Even with her pale complexion and weary appearance, there was a delicate beauty to her that evoked a sense of protectiveness. His voice was steady as he replied, not at all. Feeling uneasy under his unwavering gaze, Luo Chenyan quickly averted her eyes and changed the subject in an attempt to mask her discomfort. When did you get here? She asked, then immediately felt her phrasing was a bit odd given their current relationship. She quickly added, I mean, what a coincidence running into you. Lu Yunjin didn't answer right away. His gaze shifted slightly, as if noticing something. Your liege is it better now? Luo Qianyan froze for a moment before realizing he was referring to the injury she had sustained earlier. She gave an embarrassed chuckle and was about to respond when she felt a faint ache in her leg. Instead, she sat back down on the bench and looked up at him. Why don't we sit and talk? Standing too long makes my leg hurt. Lu Yunjin gave a quiet acknowledgement and sat down beside her. His eyes briefly swept over her bandaged arm, and his brows knitted ever so slightly. His tone darkened. You seem to get hurt more often than I do. For a moment, Luo Qianyan was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. She lowered her gaze, a hint of self-mockery in her voice. Maybe it's karma. I must have been a terrible person in my past life to deserve such bad luck now. Lu Yunjin didn't reply, simply sitting quietly beside her. Though he said little, his presence was so strong that Luo Qianyan felt as though she were talking to herself. To break the awkward silence, she tentatively asked, Are you here for a mission? Just handling some personal matters, he answered succinctly. Luo Qianyan nodded, trying to think of something else to say, when a dark-skinned man came running toward them. As he approached, he called out, Captain. I thought you'd already left. What are you doing sitting here alone? Wait, not alone. The man's gaze shifted past Lu Yunshin's broad shoulders and landed on Luo Qianyan, who had been partially obscured from view. He froze for a moment before his expression lit up with recognition. Hey, are you Luo? Luo Qianyan looked at him in surprise. Do you know me? The man nodded enthusiastically, his tone brimming with excitement. Well, not personally. I'm Laochen. I worked with Captain Lu on a mission before. Our vehicle was behind yours, so we didn't get to meet. I was actually planning to visit you at the hospital, but then, Laochen. Lu Yunjin interrupted him in a calm yet authoritative tone. Do you have something to do? The underlying message was clear, and Luo Qianyan couldn't help but pick up on it. Laochen, of course, understood immediately. He nodded quickly. Oh, right, yes. I've got a dinner appointment. Before leaving, he waved at Luo Qianyan with a cheeky grin. See you next time, sis-in-law. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lao Chen bolted away faster than a rabbit, disappearing in no time. Luo Qianyan froze, her mind replaying the word sis-in-law. For a moment, she was too stunned to react. She instinctively turned to Lu Yunjin, searching his face for an explanation. Lao Chen always talks nonsense. Don't take it seriously, Lu Yunjin said with a straight face, his tone so calm it was as if nothing unusual had been said. Then, as though to steer the conversation away, he looked at her and asked, Have you eaten yet? Luo Qianyan hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. At this hour, most people would have already had dinner, but she was clearly an exception. Lu Yunjin had casually asked, Have you eaten? Not expecting Luo Qianyan to actually respond that she hadn't had lunch yet and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. At this hour, many people would have already finished their afternoon tea, let alone lunch. His heart sank slightly as he speculated that something might have happened to her. However, since they had only met twice before, there were many questions he felt it was inappropriate to ask directly. So he decided to take her to eat first. Before long, they hailed a cab and arrived at the entrance of a private dining restaurant. Lu Yunjin was confident in the quality of the food. The dishes here are pretty good, he said. Luo Qianyan glanced up at the signboard and couldn't help but remind him, They are indeed good, I've been here before. But did you make a reservation? She sounded a bit concerned. After all, this restaurant was known for requiring reservations in advance, and since Lu Yunjin wasn't a local in a city but had come from Shangjing, he might not be familiar with such rules. Noticing her concern, Lu Yunjin gave a faint smile and explained, This is a chain restaurant, and the owner is a friend of mine, so no reservation is needed. As they spoke, the two began walking toward the steps. However, Lu Yunjin noticed Luo Qianyan frowning slightly while stepping up. His gaze fell to her leg, and his brows furrowed. He couldn't help but remind her, Your leg shouldn't be moving like that. Before he could finish his sentence, he hesitated briefly, then softly muttered, Excuse me, and without further ado, scooped her up in his arms. He held her effortlessly, his movements smooth and decisive. Luo Chenyan, on the other hand, was startled. Instinctively, she clutched at his sleeve, her cheeks flushing a faint pink as she glanced up at him with slightly evasive eyes. "Captain Lu, can I ask you a question?" Luo Chenyan spoke softly, clearly trying to distract herself. Lu Yunzheng glanced down at her, his tone calm but tinged with a hint of teasing. "You can ask, but I may not answer." His response caught Luo Chenyan off guard for a moment, but she soon smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated such a reaction. Remembering what the matchmaking girl had mentioned earlier, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't ask anything about your missions. I know those are classified." Lu Yunjin let out a lom in acknowledgement, signaling her to go ahead with her question. "How old are you? And is your family rushing you?" she asked curiously. Lu Yunjin carried her steadily up the steps, his pace neither hurried nor slow. By the time they reached the restaurant's entrance, the manager, upon recognizing him, immediately came forward to greet him. However, before the manager could speak, Lu Yunjin shot him a calm look, prompting him to close his mouth and obediently lead them to a private dining room. "I'm 27, Lu Yunjin replied to her first question. However, her second question seemed to puzzle him. "Why would my family be rushing?" Luo Chenyan explained softly. For matchmaking, she refrained from mentioning that she had witnessed his recent failed matchmaking attempt, worried it might embarrass him. Matchmaking? Lu Yunjin recalled his mother's phone call, where she had indeed brought up the topic. He nodded slightly, his tone composed. "They are a bit anxious, but am not interested in that." "I understand." Luo Chenyan nodded in agreement, though inwardly, she became more certain that Lu Yunjin was someone with a strong sense of pride. She resolved not to bring up his matchmaking experience directly. Noticing her sudden silence, Lu Yunjin couldn't help but ask, "So, why are you asking these questions?" Luo Chenyan glanced up at him and replied softly, "Actually, I've been forced into matchmaking before too." Lu Yunjin raised an eyebrow slightly. "You're only 23, and you were in a relationship for 3 years. When did matchmaking come into the picture?" Luo Chenyan hadn't expected him to know so much about her, and she paused briefly before replying, "My situation is a bit complicated. My father started arranging matchmaking for me as soon as I turned 18. As for my ex-boyfriend, during the first year we were dating, my dad was still trying to introduce me to someone he thought was more suitable." "Matchmaking at 18? Lu Yunjin sounded a bit surprised. "So when you were dating him, was it partially to use him as a shield?" Luo Chenyan wasn't surprised that he had seen through her thoughts so easily. After all, Lu Yunjin didn't seem like someone who could be easily deceived, completely unlike her ex-boyfriend, Lu Yan, who believed whatever he was told. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lu Yunjin as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she chose to remain silent. Lu Yunjin carried her, his gaze deep and contemplative, as though her silence only made him more curious about her story. The manager walked ahead, his steps brisk yet his ears keenly attuned to the conversation behind him. He recognized Luo Chenyan, and naturally, his curiosity about her relationship with Lu Yunjin was piqued. Luo Chenyan, on the other hand, kept her head down as she walked, lost in thought. If not for what had happened today, she might have continued to see Lu Yan as someone she could rely on, living a quiet and uneventful life by his side. In the private room, Lu Yunjin carefully helped her sit down, his gaze briefly sweeping over her slightly weary face. The manager promptly closed the door behind them and discreetly left. The two of them ordered a few simple dishes, and while waiting for the food, Luo Chenyan's eyes occasionally drifted toward Lu Yunjin. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she hesitated to speak. "Do you have something to say?" Lu Yunjin looked up, his gaze calm. "What do you think of me?" Luo Chenyan asked cautiously, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper. Lu Yunjin raised an eyebrow slightly, pouring her a cup of tea and placing it in front of her. "In what way?" "In every way." Luo Chenyan paused, her eyes flickering. "I just want to know your overall impression." Lu Yunjin took a sip of tea, then looked at her seriously. "Not bad." Luo Chenyan bit her lip, as if mustering her courage. "In that case, since your blind date didn't work out, why don't we get married?" Lu Yunjin froze for a moment, the teacup in his hand almost slipping. "My blind date didn't work out?" Luo Chenyan realized she had let something slip and quickly waved her hands in defense. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that when the girl from your blind date walked by earlier, I accidentally overheard her and her mother talking." Hearing this, a trace of understanding flashed in Lu Yunjin's eyes. He was about to explain, but Luo Chenyan interrupted him. "That's not the point," she said, meeting his gaze directly, her words coming faster. "The point is, how about we get married? I can tell you're a career-driven man, and I assume you don't want your family pressuring you to settle down. Coincidentally, I also want to get married. And if it's a military marriage, even better." Lu Yunjin's gaze lingered on her for a moment, his voice slightly husky. "Why me?" Luo Chenyan took a deep breath, her tone tinged with helplessness and self-deprecation. My situation is complicated. I need the protection that marriage can offer. She knew how cold and calculated her words sounded, as if she were selfishly dragging an unsuspecting person into the so-called grave of marriage. But she felt she had no choice. Today's events had made her see things more clearly. So long as she had any remaining value to exploit, she would be drained dry. Luoqi might consider her well-being for now, but what about next time? She couldn't afford to gamble. With her looks and education, the Luo family could easily sell her off for a good price. But once she was married, especially in a military marriage, her perceived value would plummet. The stability of a military marriage would deter anyone with ulterior motives. Lu Yunzheng remained silent, seemingly processing her words. Guilt crept into Luo Qianyan's heart, and her voice unconsciously softened. I was just saying it casually. The room fell into a quiet stillness, broken only by the gentle clinking of tea against porcelain. Soon, the server began bringing in their dishes, breaking the silence. Luo Qianyan lowered her head, focusing on her food, her every movement betraying her awkwardness. What on earth had she just said? To make such an absurd request of her savior, it was practically extortion masked by gratitude. If the roles were reversed and Lu Yunzheng had asked her to marry him, wouldn't she think he was being utterly shameless? The thought made her cheeks burn, and she felt like burying her face in her bowl. Sit up straight and eat properly, Lu Yunzheng's deep voice broke through her embarrassment. Okay. Luo Qianyan obediently lifted her head, though only slightly, before lowering it again to continue eating. Time ticked by, and Luo Qianyan thought Lu Yunzheng would finish the meal in silence. But just when she least expected it, his low voice reached her ears. If I say no, would you find someone else to marry? Luo Qianyan froze, looking up at him with wide eyes, confusion written all over her face. Luo Qianyan stirred the rice in her bowl absent-mindedly, her thoughts interrupted by a calm statement from Lu Yunzheng. You said you needed the protection of marriage. She froze for a moment, then raised her head to look at him, her mind wandering in an unexpected direction. Are you planning to introduce someone to me? She asked tentatively. Lu Yunzheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he responded with a faint question. Do you need that? Qian Yun tilted her head slightly, as if seriously weighing her options, and nodded. Well, if there's someone suitable, I guess I wouldn't mind. As soon as she spoke, she felt a sudden chill emanating from him. The atmosphere at the dining table grew quiet. Yunjin remained silent, as though contemplating something. It wasn't until Qian Yun finished her meal that he finally spoke. I'll agree to it. Agree to what? Qian Yun asked, momentarily confused, looking up at him with bewilderment. Yunjin gazed at her, his brows knitting slightly, as if exasperated by her slowness. I'll agree to marry you. What? The chopsticks in Qian Yun's hand almost slipped to the table. Her eyes widened in shock. It was her idea, yet she was the one caught off guard now. She tried to compose herself, speaking cautiously. Well, don't worry. If you meet someone you like in the future, we can always get a divorce. As for compensation for you being a divorce, I'll see what my financial situation is like then. If I'm doing well, I'll give you more. She said it with such earnestness that her tone carried an air of seriousness. Yunjin raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly not expecting such a formal discussion about divorce compensation and to think he was the one being compensated. He remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Seeing his lack of response, Qian Yun added, even though we'll be married, don't worry. I won't interfere with your life. You'll be in the military, and I'll be in a city, each of us focusing on our own careers. What do you think? Yunjin looked at her delighted expression, her face lighting up with barely concealed joy, and finally nodded. All right, so when should we go get the marriage certificate? Qian Yun asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After a brief moment of thought, Yunjin replied calmly, within a month. A month. Qian Yun's enthusiasm instantly deflated, her brows furrowing. Why so long? She couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. What if he changed his mind? It wasn't easy finding someone who met her criteria for marriage. She didn't want to start over. I need to file a marriage application. I'll be approved within a month, Yunjin explained in an even tone, as if seeing through her concerns. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Don't worry, I won't run away. Caught off guard by his insight, Qian Yun chuckled sheepishly. Tomorrow, I'll pick you up. There are some documents you'll need to prepare, Yunjin added. Though it wasn't as simple as she had hoped, solving it with just 9 yuan for the certificate, Qian Yun was more than willing to cooperate, especially since her future husband was Lu Yunzheng. Excited? Yunjin asked, his tone carrying a hint of teasing as he observed her. Of course, Qian Yun said, resting her chin on her hands, a bright smile spreading across her face. Who wouldn't be happy when their future husband is both handsome and dependable? Yunshin's gaze deepened slightly. We've only met twice. Aren't you afraid you might be misjudging me? Without hesitation, Qian Yun replied, I trust the state, and I trust my instincts even more. Yunjin fell silent for a moment, his eyes drifting to the bandage on her arm. What happened today? Following his gaze, Chen glanced at the injury on her arm, realizing her little trick wouldn't fool someone like Yunjin. After all, he probably knew better than she did whether her arm had been injured before. She hesitated briefly but decided to tell him the truth. Actually, this is what happened. Chen began, recounting the events of the day in detail. Although they weren't officially married yet, since they had entered into this partnership, she felt that hiding the truth would only show a lack of trust in him. When Yunjin finished listening, his brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. He had considered countless possibilities but hadn't expected Chen to have gone through something like this. To force you to apologize and take the blame, they went to such lengths, he said, his voice low and tinged with anger. No wonder you said you needed the protection of marriage. Originally, he had planned to follow Qianyan's suggestion, a marriage where they wouldn't interfere with each other's lives. But now, his thoughts were quietly beginning to shift. At that moment, Luo Qianyan's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the restaurant. She glanced at the screen and answered the call. On the other end, Song Yunjing's familiar voice came through, sounding a bit anxious. Xianxian, where are you? My brother came home and couldn't find you. He's so worried he's about to call the police. Are you outside right now? Luo Qianyan looked up at Lu Yunzheng across the table and replied calmly, yeah, I'm having dinner with a friend. Don't worry. That's good to hear. My brother was really panicking just now. Song Yunjing sighed in relief, then chuckled. He seriously almost called the police. Unbelievable. Luo Qianyan's lips twitched slightly as she let out a helpless sigh. Just letting you know I'll take a cab home later. There's no need for that, Song Yunjing suggested enthusiastically. Tell me where you are, and I'll ask Mingyu to pick you up. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan instinctively glanced at Lu Yunzheng again. After a moment of thought, she politely declined her friend's offer. That's okay, I'll head back on my own. She figured it wasn't the right time to tell Song Yunjing about Lu Yunzheng. After hanging up, Lu Yunzheng's gaze rested on Luo Qianyan as he asked in a calm yet inquisitive tone, do you live alone now? No, I've been staying at my best friend's house these past couple of days, Luo Qianyan answered honestly. And before that? Lu Yunzheng continued. Before I lived in the school dorms most of the time, occasionally at home. These past 2 months, I moved back home because of work. She paused, suddenly reminded of the potential need to rent a place soon. This thought made her furrow her brows slightly, a detail that didn't escape Lu Yunzheng's notice. After finishing their meal, Luo Qianyan originally planned to contact Lu Yunzheng the next day to discuss preparing the paperwork for their marriage application. However, Lu Yunzheng insisted on driving her back to the Song family's house. When Song Ningyu opened the door, he was immediately greeted by the sight of Lu Yunzheng standing there. Looking at the unfamiliar man at the door, Song Ningyu narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of probing. And this is? Luo Qianyan hesitated for a moment, then turned to introduce him. This is Lu Yunzheng. He's my. She paused briefly before deciding to tell the truth, fiancé. Lu Yunzheng. He introduced himself with a composed expression. What? Song Ninja's face froze in shock, his brows furrowing as his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Did you just say fiancé? Before Luo Qianyan could explain further, a faint smile unexpectedly appeared on Lu Yunzheng's usually stoic face. His tone was steady as he responded. Isn't that correct? Right, Luo Qianyan sighed helplessly, muttering under her breath. You always have to be right, don't you? Noticing the aggrieved look in Song Ninja's eyes, Luo Qianyan cleared her throat, trying to ease the tension. But before she could speak, Song Ningyu quickly took the lead, introducing himself in Qianyan's best friend's brother. We've grown up together since we were kids. Back then, whenever they got into trouble, I always took the blame. And if they wanted to eat or play something, they'd come to me. He spoke incessantly, seemingly trying to assert his position over Lu Yunzheng through sheer words. However, Lu Yunzheng merely glanced at him briefly and summarized in an even tone, the scapegoat. The smile on Song Ninja's face froze instantly. His mouth twitched as he struggled to maintain his composure. Turning to Luo Qianyan, he forced a smile. He's quite the joker, isn't he? He looks older than me, though. Shouldn't he call me brother, too? Just like you. All right. Lu Yunzheng agreed without hesitation, his voice calm and unhurried, as if he hadn't noticed Song Ninja's underlying hostility. Luo Qianyan glanced at Lu Yunzheng and noticed that he naturally referred to her as Qianyan, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity and affection. This left her a little surprised. Sensing her gaze, Lu Yunzheng turned to look at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a barely perceptible smile. Though faint, it was clear to Luo Qianyan seemed to be in a good mood. In contrast, Song Ninja's emotions were far more complicated. His eyes darted between the two of them before he finally broke the silence. Qianyan, why didn't you ever tell me you had a fiancé? His tone was filled with confusion and disbelief. After all, she had just recently ended a relationship, and now suddenly there was a fiancé in the picture. It was hard to wrap his head around. Luo Qianyan sighed softly and patiently explained, I mentioned him before. Captain Luth, one who rescued me in the uninhabited area. Her tone was calm, as though this was nothing out of the ordinary. Hearing this, Song Ningyu froze, his expression stiffening as he looked at Lu Yunzheng with a mix of emotions, clearly reassessing this rival. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng remained composed, his demeanor exuding quiet confidence, as if everything was under his control. Hearing this, Song Ningyu was visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting the situation. However, since the man in front of him had saved Luo Qianyan, he decided to put aside his earlier hostility. After composing himself briefly, he spoke, Mr. Lu, would you like to come in for some tea? No need. Lu Yunzhen declined the invitation without hesitation. Then, shifting his gaze to Luo Qianyan, his tone resolute, he added, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. All right, Luo Qianyan nodded softly. As they watched Lu Yunzhen leave, Luo Qianyan turned back around, only to find Song Ningyu standing at the doorway with a serious expression, his brows furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Ninjiage, is something wrong? She asked tentatively. It's nothing. Song Ningyu shook his head, stepping forward to support her. Let's get you inside. Your leg hasn't fully healed yet, why did you come out on your own? No wheelchair, not even a crutch. With his help, Luo Qianyan made her way into the house and was settled on the sofa. Only then did she explain, I did bring a crutch, but I left it at the Luo family home. At the mention of the Luo family, Song Ningyu's expression darkened even further. He sat down beside her, his tone tinged with both frustration and concern. The Luo family really went too far this time. No matter what excuse they use, don't go looking for them alone again. His voice grew sterner as he continued. Do you know how worried I was when I got that call from Song Yunjing? Rushing home only to find you weren't there, I was nearly scared out of my mind. Lesson learned, Luo Qianyan replied with a faint, bitter smile. I wouldn't dare go alone again. She paused, her brows knitting slightly as if recalling something. But I'm still worried about my brother. Ninjiage, could you help me find out if he's alright? When he acted out, it seemed like he couldn't control his strength, and it sounded pretty serious. Seeing the concern written all over her face, Song Ningyu nodded. Don't worry, I'll have someone check on him at the hospital right away. While he harbored strong opinions about the Luo family, he didn't hold much against Luo Qi. At the very least, in critical moments, Luo Qi proved capable of protecting Luo Qianyan rather than becoming a burden. After saying this, something seemed to occur to him. His gaze shifted, and his tone took on a probing quality. By the way, what did Lu Yunzhen mean earlier when he mentioned a marriage partner? Exactly what it sounds like, Luo Qianyan replied calmly. I want to get married, and he seems like a suitable choice. Her words made Song Ningyu shoot to his feet, incredulous. Marriage? Wait, how can you just casually pick someone for something as important as marriage? How much do you even know about him? How long have you known him? I know, she said, her tone remaining steady. But I want to take a gamble. At least for now, he seems like the right person. And if it turns out I'm wrong, it's not like divorce isn't an option. Her response left Song Ningyu momentarily stunned, as if doused with cold water. He sat back down on the sofa, muttering under his breath, worst case, you could have just chosen me. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but chuckle. But I've always seen you as a brother. It would feel strange. A brother. Song Ningyu looked at her, eventually letting out a resigned sigh, as if yielding to fate. So, do you have feelings for that guy? Not at all, Luo Qianyan denied without hesitation. I don't believe you. You must be drawn to his looks, or maybe his physique, Song Ningyu said, his tone full of grievance. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh, Ninjiage. I haven't even seen him show off his physique. Come on, he's a soldier, how many soldiers aren't in great shape? Song Ningyu pressed on. Take my high school buddy, for example. After joining the military, he came back with pecs, abs. Biceps was ripped all over. Ninjiage, stop being jealous, Luo Qianyan sighed helplessly. Jealous? Me? What a joke. Song Ningyu scoffed, though he seemed slightly flustered as he added. Building muscle? Anyone can do that. I'm just too busy right now. Give me a year and I'll have a six-pack too. Sure. Luo Qianyan nodded absent-mindedly. But, you said the same thing last year. Her remark left Song Ningyu momentarily speechless. Flustered, he stood up and muttered something about going to work out before storming out of the living room. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Qianyan finally let out a sigh of relief. Leaning back against the sofa, a faint, relaxed smile played on her lips. Early the next morning, Luo Qianyan descended the stairs slowly, holding onto the railing. Her footsteps echoed clearly in the stillness of the morning. The moment she reached the bottom, her eyes landed on Lu Yunzheng, who stood with his back to her in the living room. Across from him, Song Ningyu was seated on the sofa, holding a newspaper, with a steaming cup of coffee on the table in front of him. Coffee so early in the morning? Luo Qianyan thought, puzzled. That's not like Ninjiage at all. She hopped down the last step on one foot, her movements reverberating through the spacious hall, making it nearly impossible for anyone to miss her presence. As expected, both men reacted simultaneously. One turned his head, while the other looked up. Lu Qianyan's gaze shifted to the coffee table in front of Lu Yunzheng, where another steaming cup of coffee sat. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Why are you both drinking coffee so early?" "Captain Lu, why are you here so early? And Ninjiage, aren't you supposed to be at the office?" The questions tumbled out in rapid succession. Song Mingyu set down the newspaper, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You just asked 3 questions in one breath. Who do you want to answer first?" Without hesitation, Luo Qianyan pointed at Song Mingyu. "You, of course." Song Mingyu shrugged, his tone casual. "All right then. The company isn't busy today, so I can head in later. As for the coffee, well, I do enjoy it now and then." He took a sip from his cup but subtly winced, clearly not accustomed to the taste. Turning to Lu Yunzheng, he smoothly shifted the topic. "Your turn. What brings you here so early to see Qianyan?" Lu Yunzheng remained composed as he replied, "I need to prepare the basic documents for the marriage report." "Marriage?" Song Mingyu nearly choked on his coffee. He stared at Luo Qianyan, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He had only heard about the engagement yesterday, and now they were already preparing for marriage? Wasn't there supposed to be some time for consideration in between? He frantically shot Luo Qianyan meaningful glances, trying to convey his astonishment. But Luo Qianyan seemed unfazed by his reaction. Instead, she asked earnestly, what kind of documents are needed? Truth be told, she was entirely unfamiliar with the process. Lu Yunzheng listed them matter-of-factly: the marriage application form, copies of the household registration book and ID cards, and the premarital medical examination report. All of these need to be submitted. Even a copy of the household registration book? Luo Qianyan frowned, clearly troubled. Her household registration was still with the Luo family, and obtaining it might be a challenge. And this was just for the marriage report. Why was so much paperwork already required? Yes, a copy of the personal information page is mandatory, Lu Yunzheng confirmed. Noticing her worried expression, he paused to consider before offering, "If it's inconvenient for you, I can help." Luo Qianyan sighed. "How could you possibly help with my household registration book?" Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, but then she suddenly remembered something. There had been a time back in school when she needed a copy of her household registration book. She had taken a photo of it and sent it via email. Although it had been a year or two ago, the email should still be in her account. With that thought, she borrowed Song Ninjia's laptop and quickly logged into her email account. Searching through her sent folder, she found the email and downloaded the necessary file from the attachment. Song Mingyu had assumed she might give up due to the hassle, but he was surprised to see her resolve and resourcefulness. Watching her work, he couldn't help but silently marvel. Sometimes, things really are destined. Once she finished, Song Mingyu smiled and said, "Qianyan, go have breakfast first." "All right." Luo Qianyan nodded and then turned to Lu Yunzheng. "Wait for me here for a bit." "No rush," Lu Yunzheng replied calmly, clearly unbothered by the wait. After Luo Qianyan left, Song Mingyu pushed his cup of coffee further away and shifted his gaze to Lu Yunzheng. His tone carried a hint of subtle meaning as he remarked, "You know, I can understand. Back when you saved Qianyan in the no man's land, it must have been quite the heroic rescue. And nothing wins hearts faster than a hero saving the day, right?" Song Mingyu frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "She needs someone to marry right now and thinks you're reliable. But do you two really know each other well enough? All we know about you is that you're in the military, your age, and your gender, nothing more." He paused, his gaze fixed on Lu Yunzheng. "How much do you know about Qianyan? You must have discussed this with her, right?" Lu Yunzheng calmly picked up his coffee and took a sip, his expression so composed it was hard to read. "Isn't that obvious?" Song Mingyu rolled his eyes inwardly and sighed. "Yes, we talked about it. I couldn't convince her to give up, so now you're here to convince me instead." Lu Yunzheng remained unruffled. Qianyan is only 23. Her mind is usually filled with books. You're 4 years older than her. How could you let her treat something as serious as marriage so recklessly? And if she wanted to marry you, would you agree? Lu Yunzheng countered, his tone calm yet probing. Song Mingyu froze for a moment, his lips moving slightly. "Well, it's not impossible." "Then why not me?" Lu Yunzheng pressed on, his gaze steady yet piercing. "Why not?" "Because." Song Mingyu's voice rose slightly, a hint of defiance creeping in. "I know her inside and out. Besides, He hesitated, his expression betraying a trace of discomfort. "I like her." Lu Yunzheng looked up, his tone indifferent. "So there's no difference. We both like her. Why is it that I can't?" "You why not?" "Because." Song Mingyu instinctively began to argue but suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yunzheng. "You're saying you like her? You two have only met twice. Is that a problem?" Lu Yunzheng asked, his tone even. Well, it's kind of a problem. Song Mingyu stammered, momentarily at a loss. He muttered under his breath, isn't that just falling for her looks? Lu Yunzheng chuckled faintly, his voice calm. Liking someone is liking someone. There's no need to classify it into levels. Song Mingyu was momentarily speechless, about to retort when he caught sight of someone standing at the restaurant door from the corner of his eye. Luo Qianyan was there, holding a steamed bun, her expression blank as if she'd overheard their conversation. Lu Yunzheng also glanced toward the door. His lips pressed slightly together as he asked flatly, done eating? Luo Qianyan froze for a moment, stammering, not yet. Then go finish. Lu Yunzhen's tone was calm but carried an air of authority. Oh. Luo Qianyan lowered her head and turned back to her seat, obediently returning to the dining table. Her mind, however, was a chaotic mess. Did Lu Yunzheng like her? She chewed on her bun, replaying the conversation she'd overheard in her head, her thoughts jumbled. By the time she'd unconsciously finished her meal and stepped out of the restaurant again, only Lu Yunzheng was left in the main hall. Where's Ningyu? She asked hesitantly. He went to the office, Lu Yunzheng replied evenly. Luo Qianyan fidgeted slightly and said softly, I'll go upstairs to change. As she hurried off, Lu Yunzhen's eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of complex emotions flashing through his mind. Had he scared her? Before long, Luo Qianyan came back downstairs, now dressed in fresh clothes. Lu Yunzheng glanced at her and frowned slightly but said nothing. He simply brought over a wheelchair and pushed it toward her. Sit. Luo Qianyan was momentarily taken aback but obediently sat down in the wheelchair. Without another word, Lu Yunzheng pushed her out the door. In the car, as he drove, Lu Yunzheng spoke casually, as if unintentionally. By the way, I lied earlier. What? Luo Qianyan turned to look at him in surprise. Mr. Song seems very concerned about you. To put his mind at ease, I said I liked you. Lu Yunzhen's tone was calm, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan let out a quiet sigh of relief. The tension she'd been feeling eased, and she said softly, it's okay. I understand. Thank you for thinking of me. Yet, despite her words, a faint, inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. At a red light, the car came to a stop. Lu Yunzheng turned his head slightly to look at her, his gaze deep. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to marry me? You'd better think carefully. Luo Qianyan lifted her head, her eyes steady. I've thought it through. I spent all night thinking about it. Maybe we don't know each other well enough, but some people spend years together and still never truly understand each other. At least from the beginning, you were the one who saved me. My life is yours, and that's worth taking a chance on. Her tone was firm and resolute, a rare display of decisiveness. She thought to herself, if the roles were reversed and Lu Yunzheng found himself in a difficult situation, asking her to marry him, she might also agree. She would also be willing to take the same chance. Besides, this was her own decision. Calling it a gamble wasn't quite right, she wasn't betting her entire life on it. After all, even in a military marriage, divorce wasn't impossible. Seeing Lu Yunzheng remain silent, Luo Qianyan hesitated a little before speaking. Am I putting you in a difficult position? There was a trace of uncertainty in her voice. After all, if he refused, she could understand. Yesterday's circumstances might have caught him off guard, and he might have agreed to her request without much thought. She mulled over it in her heart otherwise. No, Lu Yunzheng interrupted her speculation, his gaze fixed steadily on her. I'm just worried you'll regret it. Luo Qianyan froze for a moment before blurting out, well, as long as you don't turn out to be abusive, I don't think you'll regret it. Lu Yunzheng raised an eyebrow at her, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Do I look like someone who'd be abusive? No. Luo Qianyan's face instantly flushed, and she waved her hands in embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into a hole. I was just giving an example. If you really seemed like someone who'd do that, would I even take the risk? Lu Yunzheng watched her flustered demeanor, the corners of his lips curving up slightly, but he didn't press further. The car started moving again, continuing down the road. His tone was calm as he said, don't worry. As long as you don't abuse me, there won't be any abuse. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan relaxed a little and replied playfully, you can rest assured I'm just a weak woman who couldn't even hurt a fly. How could I ever abuse you? But in the next moment, Lu Yunzheng mercilessly exposed her facade. A weak woman who can take down a wolf? Caught off guard, Luo Qianyan was momentarily speechless. She could only touch her warm cheeks, trying to defend herself. That was just luck. Why don't you mention how your punch left the wolf completely stunned? As they say, luck is also a part of one's ability, Lu Yunzheng added seriously. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh at that. That's true. If I didn't have good luck, I wouldn't have lasted long enough for Captain Lu to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Her eyes crinkled into crescents as she deliberately teased. Captain Lu, I bet saving damsels is something you've done plenty of times, huh? In my eyes, rescue missions don't distinguish between genders. Lu Yunzheng replied briskly and matter-of-factly. Luo Qianyan wasn't about to let him off so easily. She pressed on. What a sly answer. But among the girls you've rescued, were any of them more attractive than me? During rescues, every second counts. I don't have time to notice what they look like, Lu Yunjing said evenly, clearly unwilling to be led by her questioning. Luo Qianyan pouted, unwilling to give up. Maybe you didn't notice during the rescue, but I don't believe none of them ever came to find you afterward. Who knows? Maybe they even added you on WeChat, just like I did. She had started the topic herself, but as she spoke, she suddenly felt a bit off, as if she were digging her own grave. Her expression stiffened slightly, and her gaze unconsciously shifted to the window. Lu Yunzheng glanced at her briefly while driving, sensing a hint of jealousy in her tone. Are you jealous? His voice was calm, but there was a trace of amusement in it. Why would I be jealous? Luo Qianyan's voice instantly rose in pitch, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But then she lowered her head and mumbled softly, I just think, maybe someone even asked you to help them get married or something. As she said this, a sudden thought popped into her mind. That might actually be a pretty clever way to pursue someone. Of course, the prerequisite would be that the other person was willing to play along. Noticing that Luo Qianyan seemed genuinely concerned about the topic, Lu Yunzheng thought for a moment before deciding to offer her an explanation. After missions, there were indeed people who tried to contact me, even asking to exchange details. But I've only ever given mine to you. Only to me? Luo Qianyan was stunned, her eyes filled with surprise. Really? Really? Lu Yunzheng confirmed as he handed her his phone. The password is 4 zeros. You're welcome to exercise your right in advance and check my phone. Luo Qianyan stared at the phone in front of her as if it were a hot potato, feeling a bit at a loss. Their relationship wasn't exactly close, so this gesture left her unsure of how to respond. Just as she was about to return the phone, it suddenly started ringing. Answer it, Lu Yunzheng said casually. Oh, okay. Luo Qianyan hurriedly picked up the call and held the phone to Lu Yunzheng's ear. Put it on speaker, he added. All right. She quickly pressed the speaker button but couldn't help wondering who might be calling at this moment. Her gaze shifted to Lu Yunzheng's face, hoping to glean some clues from his expression. Luo Qianyan obediently handed the phone back, her finger lightly tapping the speaker button. The next second, a boisterous voice erupted from the speaker. Captain, we heard you're filing a marriage report. What is it? Lu Yunzhen's tone was indifferent, as if he had no interest in the topic. Then are we still chasing after Dr. Luo? Another voice chimed in teasingly. How can we chase now? The captain's getting married. A third voice interjected, filled with playful mockery. Exactly. Dr. Luo should just let Huzi pursue her instead after all. He owes her for saving his life. Someone added with a laugh. Lu Yunzhen's forehead twitched slightly, and he could already recognize the voice. It was by Minghui. With a deadpan expression he said, by Minghui, 5-kilometer weighted run. Why, Captain? I didn't even say anything wrong. By Minghui's voice instantly turned aggrieved, but before he could finish, Lu Yunzhen coldly added, make that 10 kilometers. By Minghui's wail was still echoing when he cautiously asked one last question. Captain, just one more thing about Dr. Luo. Shut up. Lu Yunzhen cut him off decisively. Sitting to the side, Luo Qianyan held the phone dumbfoundedly, the conversation leaving her a little dazed. These remarks seemed to hint at something important, but she couldn't quite piece it together. Captain's got a wife now and doesn't care about his brothers anymore. I'm off to run. By Minghui's voice trailed off into the distance. The other voices quickly quieted under Lu Yunzhen's command, and the call was abruptly ended. Luo Qianyan's mind replayed the conversation over and over. Her gaze unconsciously landed on Lu Yunzhen, a vague question surfacing in her heart. Did those words mean something? However, the two of them tacitly avoided bringing up the topic again. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bai Minghui circled back after catching sight of his teammates' hand signals. Panting heavily, his face still radiated smugness. So how was it? My acting was pretty convincing, right? Convincing? More like Oscar-worthy. Qianhu chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. But do you think the captain will figure out we did it on purpose? How could he not? Bai Minghui scoffed. Dr. Luo even spoke up just now. If we acted like we didn't hear her, that'd be way too suspicious. But whether the captain catches on doesn't matter. Bai Minghui paused, and Qianhu continued with a grin, as long as Dr. Luo doesn't realize we did it on purpose. The two exchanged a knowing smile and high-fived. All right, I'm off to run. Bai Minghui waved and jogged away cheerfully with his weighted gear. On the other side, Lu Yunzhen drove directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After obtaining the premarital health check forms, he took Luo Qianyan to the designated hospital for the examinations. Then, with practiced efficiency, he made copies of her ID card and household registration documents, filled out the necessary forms, and signed wherever required. When Luo Qianyan saw her name written beside Lu Yunzhen's on the forms, she couldn't help but smile. She had never imagined discussing marriage with someone she had only met for the second time. Flash marriage was a term she had only encountered in novels, never thinking it would one day apply to her. And a military marriage, something that once felt so far removed from her life, was now right in front of her. Her gaze lingered on the form, as if lost in thought. Noticing this, Lu Yunzheng reminded her, "Once I submit this, there's no turning back." Snapping out of her daze, Luo Chenyan looked up at him, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Lu Yunzheng, why do you keep reminding me about regrets? If you keep this up, I might start suspecting you're the one having second thoughts." It was the first time she had addressed him by his full name. Hearing his name spoken by her felt inexplicably pleasant to Lu Yunzheng, far more so than the usual Captain Lu. "I won't regret it," Lu Yunzheng replied firmly. From a young age, every decision he made was one he stood by. When he chose to enlist in the military, many warned him about the hardships and dangers, insisting he would regret it. But the reality proved otherwise. Not only was it grueling and exhausting, but the missions his Special Forces unit undertook were perilous, his life often hanging by a thread. Yet even so, he had never once regretted his choice. And this time his decision would be no different. After finishing the morning's tasks, it was already lunchtime. Lu Yunzheng pushed Luo Qianyan's wheelchair into a newly opened restaurant. The marble floor reflected the soft lighting above, and the faint scent of freshly polished wood lingered in the air. However, as Lu Yunzheng wheeled her through the main hall, Lu Yan, who was sitting not far away, noticed Heimer more precisely. His face, since Luo Chenyan, seated in the wheelchair, was obscured from view. Lu Yan froze for a moment, then put down his glass and quickly got up to follow them. His steps were brisk, and he didn't call out until he was right behind them. "Third uncle." Lu Yunzheng stopped and turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on Lu Yan. He gave a small nod and asked, "What is it?" Lu Yan smiled, his tone casual. "Nothing, just saw you and thought I'd say hi. Our company is nearby, and I'm here with some friends for lunch. Are you here with a friend as well, third uncle?" "Yes," Lu Yunzheng replied curtly. He was sparing with his words, and his calm tone made it clear he wasn't looking to engage in small talk. Seated in the wheelchair, Luo Chenyan didn't turn around, but the sound of Lu Yan's voice sent a faint ripple through her heart. "Third uncle?" The term of address piqued her curiosity, and she couldn't help but ponder its implications. Meanwhile, Lu Yan's gaze drifted to the person in the wheelchair. Though she hadn't turned to greet him, something about her silhouette stirred his curiosity. Still, Lu Yunzheng made no move to have Luo Chenyan turn around, nor did he attempt to ease the awkwardness of the moment. Instead, he asked indifferently, "Anything else?" "No, that's all." Lu Yan gave an awkward laugh and stood there, watching as Lu Yunzheng pushed the wheelchair and followed the server deeper into the restaurant. As he stared at their retreating figures, a strange sense of familiarity crept over him, especially regarding the dress the woman was wearing. It reminded him of someone, Luo Chenyan, perhaps. But he dismissed the thought almost immediately. How could Luo Chenyan possibly be connected to Lu Yunzheng? He was clearly overthinking it. Once they were seated in a private room, Luo Chenyan couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. She asked directly, "Why does Lu Yan call you third uncle? I thought his dad only had one brother?" Having known Lu Yan since childhood, Luo Chenyan was somewhat familiar with the Lu family's dynamics. She had met most of their relatives, but she had never seen or heard of Lu Yunzheng before. "It's just a coincidence that we share the same surname," Lu Yunzheng replied flatly. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chenyan wasn't convinced by his dismissive explanation. There must be more to it than that. "If you don't want to tell me, fine, but there's no need to make up excuses." After a brief silence, Lu Yunzheng finally offered a more straightforward explanation. "There's no blood relation. His father is the illegitimate son of a relative from a branch of the family. I don't even know which one. But his father helped my mother in the past, and he's fairly sharp. That's why he was chosen to represent the Lu family and establish a foothold here in City A." Hearing this, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but sigh. I never would have guessed Lu Yan's dad was an illegitimate child. No wonder she recalled never having seen Lu Yan's grandparents at any Lu family events, despite knowing they were still alive. What she had assumed to be a distant relationship now seemed far more complicated. This realization led her to another thought, and she couldn't help but ask, "So, does that mean your family's internal dynamics are pretty complex?" "Our branch is relatively simple. I'm the youngest child, born when my parents were older, and I have an older brother and sister. But among the younger generation, most are around your age," Lu Yunzheng explained. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan immediately understood and couldn't help but smile. "So, if we get married, there'll be people around my age calling me auntie or sister-in-law." "That's correct. Our seniority would be a bit higher," Lu Yunzheng replied with a nod. Imagining the scene, Luo Chenyan found it amusing, even a little entertaining. But her thoughts soon shifted back to reality, and the smile on her face faded. "Still, I wasn't just thinking about titles. Your family isn't exactly an ordinary one. Can we really just decide to get married like it's no big deal?" Though her tone was light, There was a hint of probing in her words. After all, while Lu Yunzheng hadn't revealed much, she wasn't oblivious. The situation was clearly far more complicated than it appeared. Given the current status of the Lu family in City A, Lu Yan's overly ingratiating attitude toward Lu Yunzheng was quite telling. It strongly hinted that Lu Yunzhen's family held even greater influence in Shangjing. This realization stirred a sense of unease in Lu Qianyan's heart. Marriages in wealthy families often differed from those of ordinary people. Perhaps Lu Yunzhen's family had already arranged a marriage alliance for him. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any childhood betrothals or a fiancé?" Lu Yunzheng smiled faintly, as if he could see through her concerns at a glance. His tone was calm yet carried an undeniable certainty. "Our family doesn't need arranged marriages." Though his words were simple, they exuded an unshakable confidence. Meeting Lu Yan had been unexpected, and Lu Yunzheng hadn't anticipated having to reveal so much to Luo Chenyan so soon. He worried that it might make her hesitate, as she was only looking for a protector and a simple marriage. Complicated entanglements could easily make her second-guess her decision. However, now that things had come to this, how could he possibly let her retreat? What Luo Chenyan didn't know was that Lu Yunzheng had already made up his mind. Quietly, he took out his phone and sent a message. His expression remained composed as usual, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Perhaps it was the sudden realization that Lu Yunzhen's identity was far from that of an ordinary soldier, but Luo Chenyan found herself feeling less at ease during this meal than before. While the atmosphere at the table wasn't awkward, there was an undercurrent of subtle tension. Halfway through their meal, Lu Yunzhen's phone suddenly rang. A video call request popped up on the screen. He glanced at it, his brows knitting slightly. Noticing his expression, Luo Chenyan instinctively assumed she had put him in an uncomfortable situation. She stood up and said, "I'll step out to the restroom." "No need," Lu Yunzheng replied, offering a straightforward explanation. "It's my mom. She's probably heard about me filing a marriage report." Hearing it was his mother, Luo Chenyan felt a bit flustered. She had no idea what kind of person Lu Yunzhen's mother was, nor how she should handle the situation. Clearly, this matter hadn't been shared with many, and Lu Yunzheng had kept it low-key as well. The only reason anyone knew was because he was required to submit a marriage report. In the end, Lu Yunzheng answered the video call, and Luo Chenyan could only sit quietly nearby, eating her meal while listening to their conversation. The moment the call connected, an elderly woman with white hair appeared on the screen. Lu Yunzhen's mother had given birth to him in her 40s, and now she was nearing 70. Though time had etched wrinkles on her face, her years of privileged living had left her with a graceful demeanor, a kind expression, and an air of innate elegance. "Xiao Yao having dinner?" Lu's mother spoke gently, her tone tinged with affection. Being the youngest in the family, Lu Yunzheng had always been addressed this way by her. "Mom, have you eaten?" Lu Yunzhen's tone was calm, carrying the respect one reserves for their elders. "Your sister came home today and had dinner with me," she replied with a smile before shifting the topic, her voice now laced with curiosity. "Xiao Yao, I heard you're getting married?" Lu Yunzheng glanced sideways at Luo Chenyan and nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm planning to get married." "That's wonderful news." A warm smile spread across his mother's face. "We tried to set you up on blind dates before, but you always refused. Your sister was right, fate can't be forced. When the time is right, it just happens." Her eyes held a hint of curiosity. "So, who is the girl? Do I know her?" "You don't," Lu Yunzheng replied succinctly. "She's from City A." "City A?" His mother's confusion deepened. "You're hardly ever there. How did you meet her?" "I met her during a mission. I happened to save her," he explained, his gaze softening as he looked at Luo Chenyan. "A classic hero saving the damsel in distress." His mother chuckled, her tone teasing. "You young people really do enjoy these dramatic stories. But Xiao Yao, you should bring her home to meet me first. Otherwise, people might think you're being impolite." Glancing at Luo Chenyan, whose face had turned slightly red, Lu Yunzheng responded with calm assurance. "She's a bit shy, and she's recovering from an injury. I'll bring her home later." Luo Chenyan kept her head down, focusing on her meal, but she could feel Lu Yunzhen's steady gaze resting on her. There was a quiet determination and reassurance in his eyes that she couldn't ignore. "Since childhood, you've always had your own ideas, and your mom trusts you too." As Lu's mother thought about her son's consistent independence, she decided not to intervene too much. With a slight smile, she asked, "Is the young lady with you?" Hearing this, Luo Chenyan froze instantly, her whole body stiffening as her fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of her clothes in nervousness. Before she could react, Lu Yunzheng interrupted, "Mom, let's talk about this later." "All right then." Lu's mother didn't insist, her tone carrying a hint of understanding. "I get it if the young lady is shy." Just as Lu Yunzheng was about to end the video call, Luo Chenyan suddenly tugged lightly at his pants and whispered, "Should I say hello to your mom?" The sincerity in her eyes made Lu Yunzhen's throat tighten slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. "All right." On the other end of the video, Lu's mother looked a little surprised, but when Luo Chenyan's face appeared on the screen, her expression immediately softened into a warm smile, bright and radiant. What a beautiful young lady. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lu's fiancé. My name is Luo Chenyan. Luo introduced herself with calm confidence, her demeanor poised and graceful. Her composed manner made Lu's mother even more pleased. She smiled and complimented, Chenyan, what a lovely name, and you're such a delightful young woman. By the way, you look so young, are you still in school? Luo Chenyan smiled lightly and replied softly, don't worry, Auntie. I've already graduated and started working. I'm currently an attending physician in the emergency department at the 3rd hospital of a city. Lu's mother blinked in surprise before nodding approvingly. Oh, so you're a doctor. That's wonderful. Saving lives is such a noble profession. Just like our Xiao Yao, both of you are dedicated to helping others. It's not quite the same, Luo Chenyan replied softly. Captain Lu's work helps prevent injuries on a larger scale, while I can only assist people after the fact. There's no hierarchy in professions. Being a doctor is a truly sacred calling, Lu's mother said with a chuckle, before teasing, but why do you still call him Captain Lu? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo glanced at Lu Yunzheng and explained, I'm just used to it, I haven't adjusted yet. Lu's mother laughed heartily. No problem, you'll have plenty of time to get used to it. Alright, I won't keep you two from dinner. Xiao Yao rarely gets a break, so let him spend some quality time with you. After the video call ended, Lu's mother's smile lingered. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed her daughter's number, eager to share the good news. After all, she had only just found out that her youngest son was filing a marriage report. On the other side, Luo Chenyan finally relaxed completely as the video call ended, exhaling deeply. Nervous? Lu Yunzheng asked, his tone carrying a trace of amusement. My heart almost jumped out of my chest, Luo said, patting her chest, her voice tinged with lingering anxiety. Then why did you insist on joining the video call earlier? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I just thought it would be inappropriate to avoid it since Auntie already knew I was here, Luo replied softly, her tone earnest. After all, this marriage was a favor from Lu Yunzheng, and she felt it was only right to minimize any trouble for him. Especially since she'd heard about how complex mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships could be, she didn't want her presence to cause unnecessary complications for him. Looking at her, Lu Yunzheng felt a subtle warmth in his chest. He said softly, thank you. You helped me out, why are you thanking me instead? Luo said with a faint, helpless smile. It's mutual, he replied, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. Being forced into blind dates all the time was honestly exhausting. The two of them finished their dinner quietly. Luo assumed he would drive her home afterward, but to her surprise, he instead drove into a high-end residential complex. This was a relatively new development, known for being home to the wealthy and influential, with an excellent living environment. Rumor had it that all the units sold out on the day of the launch. Why are we here? Luo asked, looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, puzzled. You staying at the Song family is just a temporary solution. You need a proper place to stay, Lu Yunzheng said calmly, his tone steady yet leaving no room for argument. I have a house here. You can move in, Lu Yunzheng said in a calm tone, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. Luo Chenyan was momentarily stunned, then looked at him suspiciously. How do you have a house here? You're not a local, and you rarely come to this area. Did you just buy this house? Lu Yunzheng chuckled lightly and nodded in acknowledgement. You saw through me. I knew it. Luo Chenyan sighed helplessly before continuing seriously, but you really don't have to do this. I was already planning to rent a place on my own. Then consider it as renting my house, Lu Yunzheng said casually, though his tone held a hint of insistence. Otherwise, the house will just sit there unused. Besides, I'm rarely here. I only stay occasionally. It won't bother you. Luo Chenyan opened her mouth, trying to argue further, but realized she couldn't come up with a stronger reason to refuse. In the end, she could only relent with resigned acceptance. The two stepped into the house together. The interior was simple yet cozy, fully furnished with brand new furniture, clearly arranged with care. As Luo Chenyan looked around, she couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and complexity. This was a place where she could move in with nothing more than her luggage. After dropping Luo Chenyan off at the Song family home, Lu Yunzheng left the city with the marriage paperwork in hand. As night fell, Song Yunjing finally saw her best friend return. The moment they met, she hugged Luo Chenyan tightly, her tone filled with indignation. Xianxian, why is your life so hard, having to deal with a family like the Luo family? Luo Chenyan chuckled softly, patting her friend's arm to reassure her. Who says my life is hard? Didn't I meet you? Having the luck of meeting Yunjing is enough to outweigh the misfortune of dealing with them. Her tone was light, but her words were heartfelt. Deep down, Luo Chenyan understood that if she had been adopted by another family back then, she might have faced different hardships. Life is unpredictable, who can say for sure? Song Yunjing was slightly comforted by her words, her mood easing a little. She wheeled Luo Chenyan to the sofa and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xianxian, if you're going to get married, why can't it be with my brother? Because I know that in this lifetime, I'll only ever see him as a brother. Marrying him would truly be a disservice to him, Luo Chenyan replied gently but with unwavering firmness. Unwilling to give up, Song Yunjing pressed on. Then what about that soldier? What does he have that my brother doesn't? Luo Chenyan thought for a moment before answering slowly. It's not necessarily that he's better than Ninjiage. It's just that I see a possibility in him. What kind of possibility? Song Yunjing asked curiously. The kind that sparks a hormonal reaction, Luo Chenyan replied with a playful tone, tinged with a hint of teasing. Hearing this, Song Yunjing seemed thoughtful. So you're interested in him? Not entirely, Luo Chenyan said with a slight shake of her head, though a faint smile appeared on her lips. But he does have a certain charm that's hard to ignore. The more Song Yunjing listened, the more intrigued she became. The more you talk, the more I want to know, what does this soldier look like? Unfortunately, you won't get to see him just yet. He had to head back to the base overnight to file a marriage report, Luo Chenyan said with a slight shrug, her tone carrying a trace of helplessness. Song Yunjing, however, didn't seem too bothered. She pursed her lips and said, there's plenty of time. I'll see him eventually. But this time, the Luo family's behavior was so disgusting they can't just get away with it. Luo Chenyan raised an eyebrow, her tone resolute. Do I seem like someone who would let myself be bullied without retaliation? That evening, when Song Ningyu returned home, he brought news about Luo Qi. Upon hearing it, Song Yunjing couldn't help but frown. Still hasn't woken up? That idiot didn't knock himself completely senseless, did he? Song Ningyu sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. How could he possibly get any dumber than he already is? You don't need to worry about that. But Song Yunjing's eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of another possibility. Do you think this accident might be like a double negative turning into a positive? Could he have knocked some sense into himself? Song Ningyu scoffed and shook his head. That would be far too lucky. Song Yunjing shrugged nonchalantly. I was just saying. The odds of that happening are way too low anyway. However, to everyone's surprise, the next day, Luo Chenyan received some shocking news. Are they out of their minds? Forcing Xianxian to marry Luo Qi. Song Yunjing was fuming early in the morning upon hearing the news, her brows almost knitting into one. Luo Chenyan, however, remained unusually calm, as if she had anticipated it. She spoke softly, after what they did 2 days ago. Something like this today is hardly surprising. Luo Qi suffered a brain hemorrhage, and even the doctor said that even if he survives, there's a high chance he'll be in a vegetative state. They're clearly desperate, Song Ningyu analyzed in a low voice, his tone carrying a restrained anger. Serves them right, but why is it always Xianxian they target? Song Yunjing said indignantly, her voice full of righteous anger on behalf of Luo Chenyan. Thinking of the Luo family's moral coercion, Song Ningyu's expression darkened further. They were adamant that it was Luo Chenyan who injured Luo Qi and caused his current state. Now they were using this as an excuse to force her to marry him as a form of atonement. Though they dared not make the demand openly, their underhanded moves had already begun. They won't act openly, but who knows what they'll do behind the scenes, Luo Chenyan said calmly, her gaze shifting to Song Ningyu with a hint of contemplation. Ninjiage, is everything okay at your company? Song Ningyu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Luo Chenyan to notice so much. He hesitated briefly, but that slight reaction was enough for Luo Chenyan to understand. Although the Song family has steadily recovered under your leadership in recent years, the incident involving uncle and aunt back then dealt a heavy blow to the family. Luo Chenyan's tone carried a hint of reflection. But this time, it's not just the Luo family targeting you, is it? If it were only them, it wouldn't be enough to make you frown like this. Song Ningyu sighed and nodded. The Lu family is involved too. Luo Chenyan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. If the Luo family had joined forces with the Lu family, it would indeed be a tough battle for the Song family. She didn't want her own troubles to drag the Song family into a combined attack from both families. After a moment of thought, she spoke firmly, I'll move out today. Xianxian, are you crazy? Song Yunjing was instantly alarmed, her voice rising. If you move out now, they'll be watching you like hawks. Can't you see? They're trying to force you away from the Song family so they can control you without interference. Of course I see that, Luo Chenyan replied with a bitter smile, her eyes clear and resolute. But I also know what they'll do to the Song family if I stay. Yunjing, I can't be that selfish. Sacrificing the entire Song family for me alone isn't worth it. Who cares about what's worth it or not? I won't allow it. Song Yunjing's eyes reddened with frustration, her voice nearly a shout. Song Ningyu, however, raised a hand to stop his sister, turning his gaze to Luo Chenyan. Qiannian, you're not someone who gives in easily. What's your plan? Of course I won't just accept this, Luo Chenyan said with a soft laugh, a determined glint in her eyes. If I did, All the knowledge I've gained over the years would have been for nothing. Song Yunjing opened her mouth to protest but held back at the last moment. She realized she might be the one panicking the most, not because she was irrational, but because she cared too much. This time, she decided to hold her tongue and listen to Lu Qianyan's plan. I still need to move out. It's the best way to minimize the impact on the Song family, Lu Qianyan said with a calm but unyielding tone. As for the Lu family, I have a way to make them back off. Are you planning to approach Lu Yan? Song Mingyu asked tentatively. He's useless, Lu Qianyan said bluntly, her disdain evident. But, I almost forgot to mention, Lu Yunzheng is also part of the Lu family. And he's from the main branch, unlike Uncle Lu, who's just an illegitimate child from a side branch. But your relationship with Lu Yunzheng is just a business marriage. Will he even help you? Song Yunjing couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with concern. Lu Qianyan paused briefly, giving it serious thought. He probably will. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but when I think of Lu Yunzheng, I feel like he would. Even so, living alone outside will still be too dangerous, Song Yunjing said, her brows knitted tightly with worry. Lu Qianyan didn't respond directly. Instead, she turned to look out the window, her gaze deep and contemplative. She had long been prepared to face this storm heat-in. There's no such thing as a completely safe place. The Song family stepping away from this matter actually gives me a potential ally, don't you think? Lu Qianyan asked calmly. Although Song Yunjing understood the logic, she still felt stifled, as if she were the only one among the three of them acting impulsively. Frustrated, she stormed upstairs, leaving Song Mingyu and Lu Qianyan staring at each other. Yunjing is spoiled, Song Mingyu said with a shake of his head, a trace of helplessness in his tone. That's because she has a brother like you, always protecting her so well, Lu Qianyan replied, her gaze tinged with a hint of envy. She envied Song Yunjing for having a brother like Song Mingyu. However, facing Lu Qianyan, Song Ninjia's expression softened with a trace of guilt. Qianyan, I'm sorry. Ninjiach, you know there's no need to apologize, Lu Qianyan responded sincerely. When uncle and auntie had their accident, you were still underage, yet you took on all the responsibilities. The Song family means so much to you. Aside from Yunjing, everyone else, myself included, should come after the Song family. Her words were candid, yet carried a subtle detachment. If Song Mingyu were to risk the future of the Song family for someone who didn't love him, she would only feel burdened by the weight of that choice. And if that happened, how many people would try to use morality to pressure her into accepting Song Mingyu? The Luo family might think that her move out of the Song household made her vulnerable and easily manipulated, but they didn't realize she wasn't without her own contingency plans. At the hospital, the oppressive atmosphere within the Luo family was suffocating. The news that Luo Qi might remain in a vegetative state was a devastating blow. Upon hearing it, Luo father lost control and slapped Luo mother, blaming her for the absurd suggestion that had set everything in motion. In the hospital room, Pei Xianxian pushed the door open and saw Luo mother sitting by Luo Qi's bedside. Gently, she urged, Mom, you should eat something. Luo mother's voice was hoarse. What's the situation? Pei Xianxian froze for a moment, realizing Luo mother wasn't asking about Luo Qi's condition, but her own. She bit her lip and replied softly, Qianyun hasn't apologized online. Even with hired PR, it hasn't made much difference. Netizens are still calling me a homewrecker. The company has also suspended all my work before she could finish. Her eyes reddened, filled with grievance. Then take a break for now. If worst comes to worst, leave the entertainment industry, Luo mother said coolly, as if it were a trivial matter. Just leave the entertainment industry like that? Pei Xianxian felt unwilling but knew now wasn't the time to argue with Luo mother, so she swallowed her resentment. Changing the subject, she said, by the way, Mom, Qianyan has moved out of the Song household. Luo mother nodded, her expression calm. The Song family knows how to weigh their options. Song Mingyu isn't entirely brainless. Pei Xianxian's gaze lingered on Luo Qi, lying unconscious on the bed, as she tentatively asked, Mom, are you really planning for Luo Qianyan to marry brother? In his current state, even if she marries him, what can she do? Luo mother let out a cold laugh. There's plenty she can do. She's smart, so the children she has won't be stupid either. Even if she does nothing else, giving birth to 2 or 3 kids will be enough. Have children. Pei Xianxian feigned confusion. But with brother like this, Qi just had the accident. His sperm quality shouldn't have been affected. Artificial insemination will do, Luo mother replied matter-of-factly, as if discussing something entirely ordinary. That works too. At least our Luo family will have heirs. Pei Xianxian lowered her head, hiding the flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. She silently anticipated the day it would happen. Elsewhere, Luo Qianyan had moved into a 2-story villa under Lu Yunzheng's name. Because of her limited mobility, Song Yunjing had accompanied her, helping to organize her belongings and staying for her first meal there. Only after ensuring everything was in order did she reluctantly leave with Song Ningyu. The next morning, Lu Yunzheng, carrying a box of tea leaves she had prepared in advance, set out to visit her neighbor. After all, she might need to rely on them from time to time. However, as she reached the entrance of the house, she was stopped by a security guard. The guard stood at the entrance, his vigilant eyes fixed on Lu Yunzheng, who was seated in a wheelchair. Despite her frail and harmless appearance, he didn't let his guard down and firmly blocked her from entering. In the courtyard, an elderly man with silvery white hair was sipping tea under the shade of a tree. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his head and looked toward the gate. In a calm tone he said, "Xiaoyang, don't scare the young lady. Perhaps she's just at the wrong place." Lu Yunzheng offered a gentle smile, raised her head to look at the elderly man, and spoke softly, "I'm not in the wrong place, Grandpa Fu. I'm here on behalf of my teacher to visit you." Her voice was soft, yet carried a clear and firm undertone. The elderly man, none other than the once-renowned Commander Fu, immediately adopted a more serious, scrutinizing expression upon hearing her words. He slowly asked, "Who is your teacher?" "My teacher's surname is Chen. Professor Chen Mingsheng," Lu Yunzheng replied obediently. Professor Chen Mingsheng was her PhD advisor and also the head of the general surgery department at the third hospital. Due to her unique circumstances, she had spent years learning under his guidance. Upon hearing the name, a smile spread across Commander Fu's face, and his tone lightened. "Old Chen, is it?" He then turned to the guard and instructed, "Xiaoyang, let the girl in." The guard finally relaxed his stance and stepped aside to make way. Lu Yunzheng maneuvered her wheelchair slowly into the courtyard. Commander Fu's gaze fell on her wheelchair, his brows furrowing slightly in curiosity. "What happened to your legs? I don't recall old Chen ever mentioning this. Can't you walk?" Lu Yunzheng smiled faintly, her tone casual. "I went to a remote area some time ago and had some bad luck. He got bitten by a wolf." "Bitten by a wolf?" Commander Fu raised his eyebrows in surprise, then chuckled. "That sounds like something out of a story. You've got quite the courage, young lady." "Not much courage at all. I was scared out of my wits at the time. Luckily, I survived," Lu Yunzheng replied lightly, as if not wanting to dwell on the danger of the incident. Commander Fu nodded, his expression turning a bit more serious as he directed his gaze back to her. "You mentioned earlier that old Chen sent you to see me?" Though his tone was casual, there was a hint of probing in his question. It was clear he wasn't entirely convinced of her story. Lu Yunzheng didn't intend to mislead him and admitted with a touch of apology, "Actually, I volunteered to come on behalf of my teacher." As she spoke, she retrieved a box of tea leaves and handed it to him with both hands. "My teacher asked me to bring you this tea." Commander Fu accepted the tea, skillfully unwrapping it and glancing at its contents. "Did your teacher say anything about this tea?" he asked offhandedly. "He didn't mention anything specific, just told me to deliver it to you," Lu Yunzheng answered honestly. Hearing this, Commander Fu's expression turned contemplative as he murmured to himself, "Didn't say anything that's not like him." Though he found it odd, he didn't press further. Setting the tea aside, he looked back at Lu Yunzheng. "While your teacher may not have said much, I'm a man of my word. Now, tell me, what is it that you've come to me for?" Lu Yunzheng hesitated briefly, before deciding to be straightforward. She recounted the events she had experienced recently in a concise manner. After listening, Commander Fu's eyes darkened slightly, and his tone carried a hint of authority. "Young lady, are you hoping I'll step in on your behalf?" Lu Yunzheng quickly shook her head, smiling as she clarified, "Grandpa Fu, you've misunderstood me. I'm not asking you to intervene for me." She paused, her voice calm yet tinged with self-awareness. "How could I trouble you? After all, this is our first meeting. You're my teacher's friend, and I'm merely here because of that connection, borrowing his name to secure this opportunity to meet you." Commander Fu observed her candidness and humble demeanor, his interest clearly piqued. He shifted his tone. "All right then, tell me, what exactly do you want from me?" Lu Yunzheng met his gaze calmly and replied, "I simply feel that, as a young woman traveling alone, I'm bound to encounter unexpected challenges. I only hope that, if necessary, there might be someone willing to lend me a hand." Her tone was measured and composed, neither overly demanding nor unreasonable. Commander Fu's eyes flickered slightly as he pondered her words. After a moment of silence, he gave a subtle nod. "Distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. That's why I came here today, hoping that Grandpa Fu could lend me a hand when needed," Lu Yunzheng said lightly, though her gaze carried a hint of seriousness. Grandpa Fu listened and nodded slightly. He didn't think Lu Yunzheng was overthinking. After all, if the Luo family could push her into marrying the comatose son of another family for their own gain, their methods were unlikely to be clean. Alone and out in the world, Lu Yunzheng would inevitably need some help to protect herself. However, her remark about close neighbors did pique Grandpa Fu's curiosity. "You live nearby?" Grandpa Fu asked, his eyes showing a trace of inquiry. "Quite the coincidence, I live right next door," Lu Yunzheng replied with a small smile, her tone playful. Next door, Grandpa Fuss' expression softened, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a genuine smile. He nodded and said in a steady voice, "It'll help with what you mentioned earlier. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me." Grandpa Fu's quick agreement took Lu Yunzheng by surprise. She had expected to do more convincing, but things went much smoother than anticipated. She promptly thanked him. "Thank you so much, Grandpa Fu. No need to be so formal. You're a child that old Chen watched grow up, and Yun. Well, let's just say I'll do what I can to help with this matter," Grandpa Fu said with a smile, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Lu Yunzheng caught the slight pause in his words and raised her eyebrows subtly but refrained from asking further. Grandpa Fu then handed her 2 phone numbers and said, "Call me during the day if you need anything. At night, contact Xiaoyang instead. I'm old and tend to go to bed early." "Thank you, Grandpa Fu," Lu Yunzheng said sincerely as she carefully put the numbers away. After Lu Yunzheng left, Grandpa Fu watched her figure disappear before returning indoors. He brewed a pot of tea with the newly gifted tea leaves, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he couldn't help muttering to himself, "Yunjing, that kid, how did he end up connected to old Chen's treasured student? If she hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have guessed." Xiaoyang, standing nearby, chimed in casually, "I bet Captain Lu doesn't know either." Grandpa Fu took another sip of tea and said nothing more, though his mind was already turning. Before leaving, Lu Yunzheng had specifically asked him to look after Lu Yunzheng. It seemed this was a matter he would need to take seriously. Meanwhile, back at her place, Lu Yunzheng immediately called her mentor, Director Chen. On the other end of the line, Director Chen relaxed a little upon hearing that Grandpa Fu had agreed to help, though his tone still carried concern. "The Luo family is capable of anything. You must be careful during this period. Once your health improves, I plan to send you abroad for a while. Luo Qi is in a pitiful state too. We're all doing our best to see if we can hope for a miracle." Hearing this, Luo Chenyin felt a mix of emotions. Director Chen sighed before continuing, "Or better yet, Chenyin, why don't you move into my house for now? Your mentor's wife has been so worried about you." "Thank you for the offer, teacher, but there's no need," Luo Chenyin declined gently but firmly. "I feel safe living here. With Grandpa Fuss' help now, everything should be fine." It wasn't that she didn't want to accept her mentor's kindness, but she understood that people like the Luo family wouldn't hesitate to retaliate against her teacher if they were provoked. She didn't want to drag innocent people into her troubles, like what had happened with the Song family before. After hanging up, Luo Chenyin opened her laptop and went online for the first time in days. She checked Pei Xianxian's social media and quickly skimmed through recent posts. The public controversy surrounding Pei Xianxian hadn't entirely subsided, but it was clear she hadn't been idle. She had been hiring online trolls to clean up her image, and many gullible fans were already rallying behind her as a symbol of true love. Some even went so far as to declare, "The one who isn't loved is the third party." A few marketing accounts had released videos analyzing Lu Yan's behavior towards Luo Chenyin and Pei Xianxian, attempting to vindicate Pei Xianxian. As Luo Chenyin read through this true love propaganda, the corners of her lips curled into a faint, cold smile. True love? There wasn't an ounce of sincerity in any of it. Since they were putting on such a performance, it would be rude of her not to return the favor. With that thought, her fingers moved deftly across the keyboard, preparing a special gift of her own. That night, news of Pei Xianxian's involvement as a third party in a relationship once again shot to the top of the trending topics. Initially, many assumed it was just old gossip being recycled, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a brand new expose. Paparazzi had captured clear photos of Pei Xianxian secretly meeting with a producer. The two were seen entering a hotel together and staying for 3 full hours before leaving separately, one after the other. What was even more shocking was that after leaving the hotel, Pei Xianxian went straight to Lu Yan's birthday party. During the event, she and Lu Yan openly flirted in a suggestive manner while Luo Chenyin was away, acting as if they had nothing to hide. Netizens were quick to mock Pei Xianxian's dedication, and even jokingly dubbed her a master of time management. When Pei Xianxian received a call from her agent, she was visibly stunned. She had already paid hush money to keep things under wraps, so how did this get leaked? Filled with suspicion, she called the recipient of the payment, only to find that their phone was already turned off. Faced with her agent's aggressive questioning, she initially tried to deny that the person in the photos was her. However, her agent sneered and pointed at the images. "The photos are so clear you can even see your earrings. Who do you think you're fooling?" Pei Xianxian was left speechless and reluctantly admitted to the incident. "But I paid them off 2 months ago," she said, biting her lip with a hint of grievance in her tone. "For this to suddenly come out now, it's obvious someone is targeting me." Her agent frowned and fell into deep thought after hearing her explanation. Meanwhile, Luo Chenyin was just about to lie down and rest when her phone suddenly rang. She answered it, only to hear Pei Xianxian's furious voice on the other end. "Luo Chenyin, I knew you were behind this." Raising an eyebrow, Luo Chenyin replied coolly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. Pei Xianxian practically shouted. Can you swear it wasn't you who leaked those photos? Leaning lazily against her headboard, Lu Qianyan's tone remained indifferent. Oh, you're talking about the photos, let me ask you. Was I the one who forced you to book that hotel room? Pei Xianxian was left speechless, utterly stumped by the retort. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and snapped back. Luo Chenyan, don't push your luck. Who's pushing their luck? Luo Chenyan scoffed coldly. You can hire bots to clean up your mess, but don't drag me into it. I don't appreciate being used as a stepping stone. Consider this a warning. If your colorful past gets dug up again, it might cause an even bigger stir than this. Pei Xianxian gripped her phone tightly, trembling with anger, but she couldn't tell if Luo Chenyan was bluffing or if she actually had something concrete on her. In the end, she could only hang up in frustration. Even after ending the call, Pei Xianxian still felt wronged. Now that she was the recognized daughter of the Luo family, she no longer needed to rely on compromising means to secure opportunities. However, the troubles of her past seemed impossible to shake off. The more she thought about it, the more she blamed Luo Qianyun. If it weren't for her, the Luo family might have found her sooner, and she wouldn't have had to endure those humiliating years. On the other hand, Luo Chenyan showed no reaction after putting down her phone. To her, Pei Xianxian was nothing more than a petty troublemaker. The real threat she needed to stay vigilant against was the Luo family that had raised her. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. She hesitated briefly before answering, her tone cautious. Hello? It's me. A deep, familiar voice came from the other end. It was Lu Yunzheng. Hearing his voice, Luo Qianyan's nerves relaxed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Oh, it's you, Captain Lu. For a moment, I wondered who it might be. I heard you've moved into the Luo household? There was a trace of concern in Lu Yunzheng's voice. Yes, I moved in yesterday. Her tone was calm, as if she wasn't surprised he knew about it. I've heard some things about the Luo family, Lu Yunzheng said after a brief pause. The marriage application was submitted yesterday. If everything goes smoothly, it should be finalized within 2 weeks. All right, I'll be waiting, Luo Chenyan replied with a soft laugh, her voice carrying a hint of cheerfulness. For some reason, even though it was just a fake marriage, Luo Chenyan felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. That subtle feeling was like the faint scent of candy lingering in the air, making her lips curl into a smile unconsciously. However, she quickly snapped back to reality as another thought crossed her mind. She asked, by the way, you were the one who spoke to the Lu family, right? Originally, Luo Chenyan had planned to ask Lu Yunzheng to step in and help. But before she could even bring it up, the Lu family had already made it clear that they wouldn't join forces with the Luo family to pressure the Song family anymore. Now, with only the Luo family standing against them, the Song family had no reason to feel threatened. Lu Yunzheng replied casually, yeah. Once we're married, the Lu family will be considered part of us. And since the Song family are my friends, I can't let them be bullied. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan felt a bit uneasy. She couldn't help but say, even if the Lu family is considered us, Lu Yan and I will never be us. She felt the need to make this clear in advance. Just thinking about it made her feel stifled. Lu Yunzheng seemed amused by her remark. Luo Chenyan vaguely heard a low chuckle escape his lips. Before she could dwell on it, he replied, if it makes you happy, you can have him kneel and call you third aunt. If that doesn't satisfy you, you can just keep him out of the house. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan's eyes lit up as if she had just discovered something novel. Excitedly, she asked, I can really make him kneel? You can. I promise, Lu Yunzheng said with certainty. The thought of that scene flashed in Luo Qianyan's mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. All right, I'll give him a chance, let him kneel for me. Deal, Lu Yunzheng agreed without hesitation. As their conversation carried on, Luo Chenyan suddenly asked tentatively, Captain Lu? Lu Yunzheng's tone was as steady as ever. Could you send me a photo? Luo Qianyan's voice carried a hint of caution. Lu Yunzheng paused for a moment, feeling inexplicably warm in the ears, though his tone remained composed. You want a photo of me? Yeah. Is it inconvenient? You can just take a quick night, doesn't have to be anything special, Luo Chenyan explained. She thought of how Song Yunjing had been nagging about wanting to see what Lu Yunzheng looked like and decided she didn't want to keep her waiting. After all, Song Yunjing had been openly dismissive of Lu Yunzheng. Maybe a look at his face would change her mind. I'll take one now, Lu Yunzheng replied succinctly. Great. I'll be waiting, Luo Qianyan's voice carried a trace of anticipation. After hanging up, Lu Yunzheng picked up his phone and opened the camera app, preparing to snap a quick photo. Just as he was about to take the shot, there was a knock on the door. He walked over to open it and found Bai Minghui standing there with a few others trailing behind him. Captain, taking photos this late at night? Bai Minghui's sharp eyes immediately spotted the camera app on Lu Yunzheng's phone and wasted no time teasing him. Just a random shot, Lu Yunzheng replied flatly. Though he acted nonchalant, Bai Minghui wasn't someone easily fooled. Being as perceptive as he was, he quickly picked up on the unusual situation. Captain, you're not the type to take photos for no reason. Who's it for? Lu Yunzheng frowned slightly, clearly not in the mood for this. Mind your own business. But Bai Minghui wasn't about to let it go, grinning mischievously as he pressed on. Hey, I'm just looking out for you. Sending photos is an art, especially when a girl asks you for one. You can't just send whatever. Lu Yunjin froze for a moment, as if something had struck a chord. Unable to resist, he asked, what if she says I can just send anything? Bai Minghui narrowed his eyes and smirked knowingly. It's Dr. Luo, isn't it? Lu Yunxin's gaze flickered slightly, and he muttered under his breath, yeah. Looking at his captain's subtle reaction, Bai Minghui couldn't help but sigh dramatically. Man, this team would fall apart without me. With that, he began to give Lu Yunjin some hands-on advice on how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qinyan waited patiently. She had assumed the photo would come quickly, but after waiting and waiting, there was no sign of it. Just as she was starting to feel drowsy, her phone finally chimed with a message. The photo had arrived. Excited, Luo Qinyan opened it immediately. But the moment she saw it, her sleepiness vanished entirely. Her eyes widened in shock, and she sat there, completely stunned. The moment Luo Qinyan saw the photo, her cheeks instantly burned as if a wave of heat had hit her square in the face. She froze, her mind racing with a question she couldn't help but ask herself. Is this even something she should be looking at? The photo was a mirror selfie, with a light layer of steam clinging to the glass, giving the entire image a hazy, post-shower intimacy. In the photo, Lu Yunzheng maintained his trademark stoic expression, one that exuded restraint and indifference. Booth wasn't wearing a shirt. To be precise, his upper body was bare, though he was still wearing pants. Without the barrier of clothing, Luo Qinyan was struck for the first time by the sheer impact of Lu Yunzheng's physique. The smooth, well-defined muscle lines, the unmistakable 8-pack abset was as if he had stepped straight out of a fitness magazine. She had seen plenty of videos showcasing impressive physiques before, often marveling at how meticulously some men sculpted their bodies. But this photo left her completely stunned. Especially that cold, detached face paired with such a body, it was a combination that carried an almost dangerous allure. Unable to resist, Luo Qinyan touched her flushed cheeks, silently evaluating in her mind. Who would have thought? Lu Yunzheng is actually a bit of a tease? A bold thought even crossed her mind. If I sent this photo to my girlfriends, I bet they'd be knocking my door down in no time. Before she could decide how to respond, her phone screen flashed suddenly. The photo had been recalled. Wait, I didn't even save it yet. Luo Qinyan nearly jumped up in frustration, lamenting the lost opportunity. But even as she felt a pang of regret, she couldn't help but wonder, was Lu Yunjing serious when he sent that photo? Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Minghui was grinning smugly. Captain, that photo has such a strong vibe, it's perfect. He nodded to himself with satisfaction, adding, girls these days totally go for this kind of thing. But Lu Yunsheng's face was dark, his silence heavy. He stared at his phone screen, growing increasingly dissatisfied with the photo, even feeling it bordered on inappropriate. He muttered under his breath, I never should have taken that kind of photo. Bai Minghui rolled his eyes. Come on, you've got the goods, it's not like you're faking it. Or what, were you planning to send that passport photo-looking one to Dr. Luo instead? The so-called passport photo was Lu Yunsheng's other option, a fully clothed, perfectly upright pose with a stern expression that could rival a military ID. Bai Minghui had taken one glance at it and immediately mocked. It's identical to a passport photo, just missing a hat. Back on Luo Qianyan's end, she waited for a while, but there was no further response. Finally, unable to hold back, she sent a message with 3 question marks. She's waiting, Captain. Hurry up and send another one. Bai Minghui urged him enthusiastically. Lu Yunzheng raised his head and coldly uttered 2 words. Get out. Throwing me under the bus, huh? Bai Minghui grumbled, but he eventually left the room with a reluctant shrug. Luo Qinyan stared at her phone, her heart full of questions. She typed a quick message. What did you recall? Seeing her message, Lu Yunzheng let out a small sigh of relief. At least it seemed like she hadn't seen the photo. He quickly replied, sent it by mistake. Sent it by mistake? Luo Qinyan frowned, growing suspicious. Really? Could it be that the photo was meant for someone else? The thought left her unsettled, and she decided to press further. Then who was it originally for? Lu Yunzheng stared at the message, hesitating for a moment before finally replying, a friend. A friend? Luo Qinyan wasn't about to let it go. Male or female? She desperately wanted to get to the bottom of it but feared that asking too much might give her away. Trying to sound casual, she added, so where's the photo now? A few seconds later, Lu Yunzheng sent another picture. This time, it was the so-called passport photo Bai Minghui had mocked earlier. Lu Yunzheng fully dressed, standing upright, his expression as serious as ever. Although still undeniably handsome, The impact was nowhere near the same as the recalled photo. Luo Chenyan stared at the new picture, unable to suppress a sigh. As expected, superficial beauty is what truly captivates. She saved the photo, planning to show it off to her girlfriends later. But even so, the image of the recalled photo lingered in her mind, like an unsolved mystery, making her all the more curious. Luo Chenyan teased, "Captain Luo, who exactly were you planning to send that photo to just now?" Lu Yunzheng paused for a moment, then answered frankly, "No one really. I just thought it felt a little inappropriate, like something a rogue might do." A rogue? Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh. "Are you saying that sending me that photo makes you feel like you're being inappropriate?" "Yeah." Lu Yunjin nodded seriously, his tone earnest. "Huizi said girls these days like that kind of style." "Well, not everyone likes it," Luo Chenyan teased. "True, which is why I retracted it," Lu Yunjin replied in a low voice. "You can just pretend you never saw it." Luo Chenyan chuckled and shook her head. "It was a bit intense. Hard to pretend I didn't see it." Lu Yunjin fell silent for a moment, frowning slightly as if deep in thought. "Was it an eyesore?" Luo Chenyan burst into laughter. "Captain Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your own face and figure?" "So?" Lu Yunjin raised an eyebrow, clearly not understanding her point. Instead of explaining further, Luo Chenyan sent him an emoji, a cartoon white rabbit, covering its blushing face shyly and turning away. This amused Lu Yunjin, and he let out a low chuckle, his tone softening. "It's getting late. Get some rest." "Got it," Luo Chenyan responded obediently before adding, "Good night." "Good night," Lu Yunjin replied, his deep magnetic voice resonating through the screen. That night, Luo Chenyan never expected to have such an outrageous dream. In it, Lu Yunjin wasn't wearing any clothes. When she woke up, her cheeks still carried a lingering flush of heat, and she buried her face into the blanket in embarrassment. Clearly, that photo was to blame. What she didn't expect was that she had forgotten to send the photo to her best friend the night before. So, early the next morning, Song Yunjing received the belated photo. "Xianxian, is this soldier really this handsome?" Song Yunjing's incredulous voice came through the phone. While eating breakfast, Luo Chenyan put her phone on speaker and set it on the table. "As real as it gets. Even your brother has met him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. With looks like that, I don't blame you for losing your mind." Song Yunjing said excitedly. "He's way more handsome than that computer science department heartthrob." Hearing her friend's exaggerated tone, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh. Calm down, calm down. I think he's just okay." "Just okay?" "Girl, you're being too much." Song Yunjing protested loudly. "I don't care, sharing is caring. You want me to share him with you?" Luo Chenyan raised an eyebrow, her tone playful. "Not quite," Song Yunjing chuckled. "But military guys are great slim waists, long legs, great physique. The other day, I saw a live stream of a retired special forces guy climbing rocks. His legs, his waist, his muscles, everyone in the chat was drooling." As Song Yunjing rambled on, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but think of that photo from the night before. Indeed, Lu Yunjin's waist, shoulders, and chest were perfect. As for his legs, she could only assume they were equally impressive. After all, those long legs of his didn't seem to have any flaws. "Hey, why are you so quiet?" Song Yunjing asked suspiciously. Eating breakfast," Luo Chenyan quickly replied, trying to brush it off. "Ha, no rush," Song Yunjing said cheerfully. "Once you two get together, keep an eye out for any other handsome, fit guys around him and let me know, okay?" Taking a bite of her bun, Luo Chenyan sighed. "You know my situation with him. We might not even see each other more than a few times in a year. After all, she was only a pretend military wife, and it was only thanks to his help that she even had that title. Even if Lu Yunjin didn't come back once a year, she had no right to complain. Real military wives had to get used to this kind of life, let alone someone like her, just a fake military wife." I get it," Song Yunjing replied with a laugh, but she had her own thoughts. She didn't believe it for a second. With her best friend's charm, it was only a matter of time before Lu Yunjin fell head over heels. Since the day Pei Xianxian was exposed as a mistress, she has completely disappeared from the public eye. Even the online trolls who had been working to clear her name vanished overnight, as if they had evaporated into thin air. It was clear to anyone paying attention that she was deliberately trying to downplay the incident. After all, the internet has a notoriously short memory. As soon as newer, juicier scandals emerge, the public's attention quickly shifts. And Pei Xianxian was never a major celebrity to begin with, give it some time, and who would even remember these controversies? However, this also meant her career came to a grinding halt. Luckily, with the backing of the Luo family, she didn't have to worry about making ends meet. Meanwhile, life for Luo Chenyan had been relatively peaceful during this period. The house was quiet, with a cleaning lady coming by daily to tidy up and prepare meals. All Luo Chenyan had to do was focus on recovering from her injuries. Occasionally, Song Yunjing would drop by to chat and keep her company. Her mentor and mentor's wife had also visited her, even taking her next door to have a meal with Mr. Fu. It was during this time that Lu Yunzheng discovered how lively Mr. Fu and her mentor could be together like two mischievous old friends, constantly bantering and teasing each other. Her mentor's wife chuckled as she explained that Mr. Fu and the mentor had grown up together, practically like childhood sweethearts. However, her mentor's family fell on hard times when he was young, and he disappeared for many years. When he resurfaced, he had already become a well-known doctor. Unfortunately, life didn't go as planned, offended the wrong people, and was sent to a farm for labor reform. Those were tough days, and it was during that time that his wife met him. Later, with Mr. Fu's help, they managed to pull through. Don't be fooled by their constant bickering, they are closer than anyone, her mentor's wife said with a smile and a shake of her head. No wonder the tea he treasures the most is given away so easily. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but laugh. Tea is nothing. Back when Mr. Fu's wife passed away during childbirth, losing both mother and child, your mentor even considered giving your senior brother to him. If Mr. Fu hadn't refused, your senior brother might not have grown up by my side, her mentor's wife said, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, though she still wore a faint smile. Despite her light-hearted tone, the mention of Mr. Fu's past brought a touch of melancholy. Mr. Fu and his wife had a deep bond. Over the years, many people encouraged him to find another companion, but he didn't agree to any of it. Thankfully, the country didn't forget him, nor did the soldiers he trained. After sharing these memories, her mentor's wife shifted her focus back to Lu Yunzheng, asking, "How have you been lately? Has the Luo family tried to contact you?" "They did call before, but I refused to go back, so they haven't pushed further," Lu Yunzheng replied honestly. Her mentor's wife frowned slightly, her expression showing a trace of annoyance. "They've got some nerve asking you to return. Anyone can see through their intentions." After a moment of silence, Lu Yunzheng hesitated before asking, "Mentor's wife, is it true that my brother won't wake up?" Her voice trembled slightly. Deep down, she knew that Luo Qi's current state was ultimately because of her. She couldn't understand how that car accident had led to such severe consequences. "Actually, your brother's condition is something your mentor has mentioned before. By all reasoning, he shouldn't have ended up in a vegetative state. But he did have a fall when he was younger, and when it comes to medical issues, nothing is ever certain," her mentor's wife sighed, her tone filled with resignation. The days passed quietly like this. Before she knew it, Luo Qianyan's leg had almost fully recovered, and her daily activities were no longer hindered. She began to think that perhaps it was time to return to work. After all, staying home every day was starting to feel dull. However, her mentor insisted that she take more time to rest. As for Lu Yunzheng, since their last contact, Luo Qianyan hadn't been able to reach him again. In the middle of the night, Luo Qianyan woke up from her sleep to find the house shrouded in darkness. Groping for her phone, she realized there was a power outage. Initially, she planned to wait until morning to contact the property management, but her thirst drove her to use her phone as a flashlight and head downstairs to get some water. However, just as she reached the staircase, she suddenly heard the sound of the electronic lock at the entrance being unlocked. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned off her phone's light, held her breath, and quietly slipped into the kitchen. In her panic, she grabbed a kitchen knife, gripping it tightly in her hand just in case. The footsteps at the entrance grew closer, but whoever it was didn't seem to notice anyone downstairs and headed straight to the second floor. Luo Qianyan let out a silent sigh of relief and quickly sent a message to the security guard next door, Xiaoyang, telling him that it seemed like a stranger had broken into her house. Xiaoyang responded swiftly, advising her to hide immediately while he rushed over. Her fingers trembled slightly as she typed, the glow of the phone illuminating her anxious expression. From the second floor, faint voices could be heard, but they were too far away for her to make out clearly. She wasn't sure how many people were upstairs, but soon the footsteps grew hurried, as if they had discovered something. A thought flashed through her mind. She hadn't closed her bedroom door when she left. If they checked the room, they would surely realize no one was inside. Just as she was contemplating this, footsteps echoed down the staircase. Whoever it was had come back down so quickly. Luo Qianyan's heart pounded in her chest. She tightened her grip on the knife, her palms slick with sweat. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to stay calm, silently resolving that if the intruder approached, she would stall for time or fight if she had to. But the footsteps headed straight for the kitchen. Luo Qianyan felt a wave of despair wash over her as she internally cursed. This house has more than one kitchen. Why are they coming to this one? Clenching her teeth, she steeled herself, ready for whatever confrontation might come. The moment a shadow appeared at the kitchen door, Luo Qianyan instinctively pointed the knife toward the figure and hissed, "Don't come any closer." "It's me." A deep voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation but also relief, replied. Luo Qianyan froze. The voice sounded familiar, but her nerves were so frayed that she couldn't make out the face of the person in front of her. She remained on guard. A second later, the lights suddenly flickered on, and the bright glare made her squint. As her eyes adjusted, She saw it was Lu Yunzheng. "It's me, Lu Yunzheng," he said, standing there with a calm demeanor and a trace of familiarity in his tone. Luo Chenyan was instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment. It dawned on her that this was Lu Yunzheng's house, and she was merely a guest staying temporarily. Her hand slackened, and the knife clattered to the floor with a loud clang. "Lu Captain," she stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lu Yunzheng bent down, picked up the knife, and casually placed it on the nearby rack. Looking down at her, he asked, "Why are you hiding here alone?" "I just got up to get some water and happened to hear someone unlocking the door," Luo Chenyan explained awkwardly, her voice growing quieter with each word. "What's with the power outage?" Lu Yunzhen asked again. "I'm not sure either. When I woke up, the power was already out. It's so late, I didn't want to call anyone to fix it. I thought I'd wait until morning," she quickly added. Hearing this, Lu Yunzhen nodded, his brows furrowing slightly with concern. "It's not safe for a young woman living alone to have someone entering at night. I'll have someone fix it in the morning. For now, go back to your room and rest. Don't worry." His calm tone immediately eased Luo Qianyan's nerves, and the fear that had gripped her began to fade, replaced by a sense of relief. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she yawned. She hurriedly called Xiaoyang to inform him that everything was fine now and there was no need to come over. Her hesitation in texting earlier had been simple. She couldn't be sure if the situation was truly safe. After hanging up, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but glance at Lu Yunzhen, her gaze filled with curiosity. "Why are you back in the middle of the night?" "Just finished a mission," he replied casually. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh, and I heard the paperwork came through," so he paused, looking down at her. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke in a low but clear voice. "I came back to get married." In an instant, Luo Qianyan's face flushed with heat. She couldn't help but feel grateful for the power outage at that moment. The faint beam of the flashlight conveniently concealed the blush spreading across her cheeks. Although she had orchestrated all of this, now that the moment had arrived, she couldn't avoid feeling shy. "So tomorrow?" she asked softly. Lu Yunzheng nodded slightly, his tone calm. "If it's convenient for you." "I'm still on vacation right now, so of course it's fine," Luo Chenyan replied, a bit awkwardly. Seeing her agreement, Lu Yunzheng finalized their plan to register their marriage the next day. Back in her room, surrounded by darkness, Luo Chenyan couldn't resist lightly patting her cheeks, trying to calm the fluttering of her heart. "I'm getting married tomorrow." The thought echoed in her mind over and over, filling her with a nervous excitement. Because of this restlessness, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. Luckily, she had napped earlier in the evening, so she didn't feel too drained when she woke up. When she went downstairs, she saw Lu Yunzheng sitting in the living room, holding a newspaper. Smiling, she greeted him. "Morning." Lu Yunzheng put down the newspaper, his tone as composed as ever. "Morning. I bought breakfast for you, but it's already cold." Hearing this, Luo Chenyan felt a bit embarrassed, especially since it was already past 10 o'clock. She scratched her head awkwardly. "I can just heat it up." Lu Yunjing nodded and added, "Eat something simple for now. I've already made a lunch reservation. There's no need to go to so much trouble." "We can just eat at home," Luo Chenyan said softly. "I've already told Aunt Fong not to come today. If we stay home, the only option is instant noodles," Lu Yunjing replied, a trace of resignation in his tone. Luo Chenyan was momentarily speechless. As someone who couldn't even manage to cook instant noodles properly, she had no choice but to drop the subject. After nibbling on a few bites of breakfast, she headed upstairs to get ready. After all, today was the day they would register their marriage. While it didn't call for extravagant dressing, she still wanted to look her best. Thinking of Lu Yunzheng's usual understated style, she decided to dress in a way that would complement him. 15 minutes later, her reflection in the mirror revealed a transformed version of herself. She wore a fitted red qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, with a slender waist that seemed to invite an embrace. Delicate white floral patterns adorned the fabric, while black lace trim along the edges added a touch of sensuality and elegance. As she moved, the slit of the qipao revealed a hint of her fair skin, her long legs perfectly proportioned. Paired with vintage black heels, the overall look exuded sophistication and charm. After applying light makeup, Luo Chenyan gave a satisfied smile at her reflection. With a spring in her step, she descended the stairs. The crisp sound of her footsteps caught Lu Yunzheng's attention. He looked up to see her descending gracefully in the red qipao. The combination of her delicate features and the traditional attire was stunning. The qipao seemed made for her, and her radiant smile only enhanced its beauty. However, what Luo Chenyan didn't anticipate was that, instead of a compliment, Lu Yunzheng's first words were a critique. "Change into flats." She froze, her expression turning displeased as she muttered, "The heels aren't even that high." Internally, she felt a bit indignant. After putting so much effort into her appearance, she hadn't received a single word of praise, just criticism instead. Unfazed, Lu Yunzheng explained in his usual calm tone, "Your leg injury has just healed. Wearing heels will only strain it." It was only then that Luo Chenyan realized he was concerned about her leg. She glanced down at her shoes, pursed her lips and grumbled, "But we're taking photos today. I want to look nice." "Photos don't include your shoes," Lu Yunzheng responded matter-of-factly. Luo Chenyan raised her head and shot him a quick glance. While she knew he had a point, she simply didn't want to change her shoes. She decided not to argue further, instead opting to fix him with her wide, glistening eyes, a look of pure innocence and silent pleading, hoping he might relent. Finally, Lu Yunjing gave in and said helplessly, "If you feel tired, make sure to let me know." Luo Chenyan chuckled softly as she walked up to him, her gaze carrying a hint of teasing. "What's this? Are you planning to be my personal chauffeur?" Lu Yunjing fixed his deep and slightly amused eyes on her. Dressed in his military uniform, his upright and striking figure made it almost impossible to look away. Luo Chenyan couldn't help but marvel in wardlet there was something inexplicably alluring about him in that uniform. She hadn't realized she might have a hidden weakness for a man in uniform. Standing so close to her, Lu Yunsheng's fingers twitched slightly, as if he wanted to reach out but restrained himself. "Why not?" "Sure," Luo Chenyan quipped with a casual smile, her tone light and playful. "After all, we've got the certificate, we're legally married now." Her words were accompanied by a radiant smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Just as the atmosphere between them grew ambiguous, a sudden ringtone broke the subtle tension. Luo Chenyan glanced down, pulled her phone out of her bag, and sighed when she saw the caller ID. She answered, "What is it, Yunjing?" On the other end of the line, Song Yunjing's voice came through, exaggerated and dramatic. "Xianxian, you got your marriage certificate? So soon? So sudden? I haven't even met him yet, as your family." Rolling her eyes, Luo Qianyan's tone turned teasing. "What's this? You planning to vet him? Or maybe crash the wedding if you don't approve?" "Why not?" Song Yunjing retorted without hesitation. "You're my precious girl. How can I hand you over without even meeting him first?" "I don't care, I have to meet this guy." Luo Chenyan hesitated for a moment. Truthfully, she did want Song Yunjing to meet Lu Yunjing. Just then, Lu Yunjing spoke in a low voice. "I've reserved a table at Lu Yunxian. Your friend can join us for dinner." Surprised, Luo Chenyan looked up at him, then nodded and relayed the message to Song Yunjing. After hanging up, she felt a mix of emotions. Although her marriage to Lu Yunzheng was a sham, there were moments when the lines between reality and pretense blurred, making it hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. Lu Yunxian was the same restaurant they had visited before. As soon as they entered, the manager quickly came to greet them and led them to a private dining room. By the time they arrived, Song Yunjing was already there, waiting for them. What they didn't know was that their arrival had caught the attention of several people in the main dining area. Among them was a live streaming influencer, who immediately lit up at the sight of Lu Yunjing and Luo Chenyan. She gasped excitedly, military uniform paired with a cheongsam. "Guys, I just saw a real-life warlord and warlord's wife making a stunning entrance. They're absolutely perfect together." She turned to her camera, talking animatedly to her viewers. "The warlord's wife is drop-dead gorgeous, with an incredible figure. And the warlord? Oh my god, he's so handsome I'm weak in the knees. Tell me, how can there be such a perfect pair in this world?" Embedding they're either a couple or married. The live stream chat exploded as viewers demanded photos. However, by then, the pair had already entered the private room. The influencer sighed dramatically and spread her hands. "No chance, guys. They're in the private room now. Even if I wanted to snap a picture, I can't." Her followers quickly offered suggestions. "Then just wait for them to come out after their meal." The influencer glanced at her nearly finished plate of food and sighed in resignation. She decided to slow down her eating. Waiting outside the room would be too embarrassing. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Song Yunjing was idly playing a game on her phone. The moment the door opened, she looked up. When her eyes landed on Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunjing in their outfits, they lit up instantly. She let out an excited squeal, "Qianxian." She rushed over and grabbed Luo Qianyan's hand, her gaze filled with admiration. "I told you this cheongsam looks amazing on you. That figure, that elegance. Which man wouldn't be completely smitten by you?" Luo Qianyan's cheeks flushed slightly at the straightforward compliment. She stammered, trying to respond, but Song Yunjing continued to shower her with praise, scrutinizing her from head to toe without missing a detail. Song Yunjing's words were bold and unfiltered, while Luo Chenyan, clearly unused to such unabashed flattery, could only smile shyly, her face growing redder by the second. Finally, Song Yunjing turned her attention to Lu Yunjing, giving him a quick once-over. After a brief pause, she commented nonchalantly, "Passable. While you're not quite good enough for her, I suppose not everyone can be perfect." Her tone was calm and matter-of-fact, her expression serious, but Luo Chenyan knew her too well. She could easily tell that Lu Yunzheng was actually very satisfied. The two friends exchanged a glance, barely suppressing the laughter that sparkled in their eyes. While having dinner, Lu Yunzheng chatted casually while subtly probing into Lu Yunzheng's situation. When she heard that he had never been in a relationship in his 27 years of life, a trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of concern. Leaning closer to Lu Yunzheng, she whispered, "Is it that he's not interested in women at all, or just not interested in certain women? This is worth digging into." Lu Yunzheng gave her a helpless glance and replied in a low voice, "We're not even really. Who's to say what's real and what's not?" Lu Yunzheng raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. A fake relationship turning real wouldn't be impossible. Lu Yunzheng, unwilling to humor her any further, lowered her head and focused on her meal. By the end of the dinner, under Lu Yunzheng's mischievous and knowing gaze, Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng were headed toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, neither of them noticed that as they stepped out of the private dining room, a social media influencer quietly raised her phone and snapped a photo. Due to the angle of the shot, Lu Yunzheng's face wasn't visible, but Lu Qianyan's stunning appearance was captured perfectly. Her combination of a military uniform and a cheongsam, paired with her breathtaking beauty, immediately sparked a heated discussion in the influencer's livestream chat. With a face like that, she could go viral on looks alone. The livestream comments flooded in like a tidal wave, with some viewers even asking the influencer for her account, assuming she was a rising star about to be promoted by an agency. Unfortunately, the influencer shrugged and admitted she didn't know the woman's account, let alone if she was a newcomer. Amid the lively discussion, a sudden comment stood out. "I know this girl. Wasn't there gossip about Pei Xianxian being a homewrecker? She's one of the people involved." The influencer froze for a moment, trying to recall the name Pei Xianxian. After a moment, she vaguely remembered. Pei Xianxian, wasn't she the one who got involved with the producer's family? "Are you saying this beauty is the producer's wife?" No. Another comment quickly clarified. Pei Xianxian didn't just interfere in that relationship, there was another one before that. She came between this woman and her boyfriend. Remember the viral story about the deserted area murder victim showing up at her own memorial? She was the main figure in that. "Oh wow, I know that story." The influencer's eyes lit up with realization, and she eagerly started searching for more information. The lively discussion soon reignited criticism of Pei Xianxian, with netizens digging up her past scandals. Even Lu Yan's taste in women came under scrutiny as people compared photos, noting the stark contrast in beauty. While Pei Xianxian was attractive, she clearly couldn't hold a candle to Lu Qianyan's ethereal looks. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng had arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, upon looking up, they realized the office wasn't open yet. Lu Yunzheng checked the time and saw there were still 20 minutes left until 2 p.m. Lu Yunzheng glanced at her and suggested, "Why don't we rest in the car for a bit?" "No need," she replied, shaking her head. She didn't feel so delicate that she couldn't stand for a while. Her eyes wandered across the street and landed on a bubble tea shop. Pointing to it, she said, "But how about we grab some bubble tea?" "Sure," Lu Yunzheng agreed, and the two of them headed toward the shop. 10 minutes later, they found a quiet corner in the shop, sipping their drinks while waiting. However, the staff couldn't stop sneaking glances at their table, their curiosity and excitement evident. Finally, one of the male employees mustered the courage to approach Lu Yunzheng, his voice slightly nervous. Excuse me, miss, could I take a picture with you?" "A picture?" Lu Yunzheng blinked in surprise, looking up at him. "You look absolutely stunning in that outfit." The staff member's face turned red, his tone filled with sincerity. Seated beside her, Lu Yunzheng frowned slightly and responded coldly, "She's not a celebrity or an influencer." "That's okay. She's just so beautiful. I'd really love to take a picture with her," the male employee said eagerly, undeterred by Lu Yunzheng's frosty demeanor. It was the first time Lu Yunzheng had encountered such a situation, leaving her momentarily stunned. She instinctively turned to Lu Yunzheng for help, her gaze filled with a mix of helplessness and uncertainty. Seeing this, Lu Yunzheng spoke directly, "Mind if we join you?" "Huh?" The staff member froze for a moment, clearly taken aback. Although he felt a subtle sense of resistance, under Lu Yunzheng's firm and unyielding gaze, he eventually shook his head, signaling that he didn't mind. In the end, another staff member stepped forward to help take the photo, while Lu Yunzheng naturally took a seat beside Lu Yunzheng. The two sat so close that the scene exuded warmth, prompting one of the staff members standing nearby to quietly flash a peace sign with their fingers. When the staff learned that Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng were there to get married, the male employees cast envious glances at Lu Yunzheng, marveling at his luck, while the female employees couldn't help but admire Lu Yunzheng, thinking how blissful she must be. Little did they know, as the couple stepped through the doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were about to become the center of attention. The reason? In recent years, the number of young people tying the knot had been steadily declining. To encourage marriage, the Bureau had organized a live streaming event. At 2 p.m. sharp, the live stream began. Thanks to ample pre-event promotion, a large number of curious netizens were already waiting in the live chat, jokingly referring to it as a chance to see how many people would step into the grave of love today. When Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau's main hall, they noticed it wasn't very crowded, giving the place a somewhat quiet atmosphere. However, upon following the signs to the marriage registration area, they found a rather long line had formed. Lu Yunzheng whispered in surprise, "Looks like quite a lot of people are still getting married." As the line moved forward, the livestream camera caught sight of Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng. Their appearance immediately captured the attention of viewers with their stunning looks. Not to mention their attire. Lu Yunzheng in a military uniform and Lu Yunzheng in a chongsamthi looked like a couple straight out of a painting, a perfect match made in heaven. However, the comment section quickly erupted into a different kind of discussion. Wow, their looks are off the charts. But isn't it such a shame if they're here for a divorce? Looking at their expressions, they don't seem to have any issues. Could it be an amicable split? Divorce is fine if there's always someone better waiting. I'm heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the pretty sister's WeChat. Then I'll go get the handsome brother's WeChat. While netizens were busy speculating, it was finally Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng's turn in line. As they sat down across from the staff member, the latter hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Lu Yunzheng found the question a bit odd but still shook her head firmly. "No need, we've thought it through thoroughly, right?" She turned to Lu Yunzheng, who smiled and nodded, "That's right." Lu Yunzheng then handed over the prepared documents. However, as the staff member flipped through them, they suddenly burst out laughing. "You're here to get married?" Lu Yunzheng froze, clearly confused. What else would we be here for?" She instinctively glanced around, her mind full of questions. What else could you do at the Civil Affairs Bureau besides get married? This question seemed so strange. The staff member patiently explained, "This is the divorce processing counter." Pointing to another desk not far away, they added, "That's the marriage registration counter over there. But since there aren't many people there now, you must have accidentally queued up here." Realization dawned on Lu Yunzheng, and her face instantly turned bright red. She quickly stood up and walked to Lu Yunzheng's side, whispering, "What about the staff over there? They probably went to make tea since there wasn't much of a crowd." "Just wait a moment," the staff member replied with a chuckle, then reassured them, "It's no big deal, these two counters are so close that people mix them up all the time. Especially now with so many people getting divorced, many assume this is the line to join." This little mix-up caused an uproar of laughter in the live stream, with the comment section exploding. "OMG, this is hilarious. Are they here to entertain us? Even the most beautiful people can have silly moments, how adorable. I'm heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apologize. Looks like I won't be getting their WeChat after all." Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng glanced at Lu Yunzheng's slightly flushed face. Noticing her shy demeanor, he quietly moved closer, positioning himself to block the curious stares around them, creating a small, safe space for her. Taking advantage of Lu Yunzheng's cover, Lu Yunzheng scanned her surroundings and spotted a small sign on a nearby table indicating a marriage registration desk. Time ticked by, yet the two remained stuck at the first step, unable to leave the live stream. Not that the online viewers minded, they were thoroughly entertained. Some even took it upon themselves to weave a short, bittersweet Republican-era romance, based on the scene unfolding before them. What's taking so long? Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but wonder out loud, feeling a tinge of curiosity. It's been long enough to finish an entire afternoon tea. Even the staff nearby seemed to pick up on the delay. One of them quickly dialed a colleague, putting the call on speaker by accident. "Someone's here to get married at this hour? I thought today would be just as empty as yesterday. Alright, I'm heading back now." The divorce registration staff hung up and turned to Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng. "Please have a seat and wait for a bit." "Alright," Lu Yunzheng responded softly, sitting down on a chair Lu Yunzheng had helpfully brought over. Not long after, the staff member returned, and the process could finally begin. The moment they saw the couple, their eyes lit up. Young people these days really know how to make an impression. Just the other day, someone came in wearing traditional Hanfu to register. "The two of you match so perfectly in your outfits." Hearing this, the viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with agreement, declaring the staff member their spokesperson. Lu Yunzheng felt a sweet warmth at being called a good match with Lu Yunzheng. She glanced at him and couldn't help but smile. What she didn't realize was that her smile was directed straight at the camera. In an instant, the live stream erupted. "Her smile is killing me. Forced love isn't sweet, but I really want a taste of this one. Even if it's a bitter melon, I'd still find it sweet. My crush is getting married, and the groom isn't me. Wait a second, doesn't she look familiar? Butler, I want all the details on this gorgeous woman within 10 minutes." The couple went on to fill out the marriage registration application forms, submitted the required documents, and proceeded through the steps. Fingerprinting, reciting vows, taking commemorative photos. Finally, the official seal was stamped on their marriage certificates. Holding the freshly issued certificate, Lu Yunzheng felt dazed. Just like that, she was married. It still felt like a dream. Lu Yunzheng, standing beside her, was equally overwhelmed, though he kept his emotions hidden behind his usual composed demeanor. However, as they stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he couldn't resist asking, "Have you been back to the Luo family recently?" The question caught Luo Qianyan off guard, bringing back memories of her last visit to the Luo household and the events involving Luo Qi at the hospital. But she hadn't mentioned any of this to Lu Yunzheng, had she? She looked at him curiously. "Why do you ask?" "The household registration booklet. Last time, you only had a photocopy," Lu Yunzheng explained. He had thought they'd need to make a trip to the Luo family today, only to be surprised that the original booklet was already in hand. "Oh, that's what you meant." Luo Qianyan laughed, explaining, "I asked Aunt Lin to help me. She snuck it out for me, so I didn't have to go back." Aunt Lin had worked for the Luo family for over 20 years and had watched Luo Qianyan grow up. Even after Pei Xianxian returned to the family, Aunt Lin remained kind to Luo Qianyan. When Luo Qianyan reached out for help this time, Aunt Lin didn't hesitate to assist. She had learned about what happened with the Luo family later on and understood clearly that Luo Qianyan couldn't go back at this time. "I had my household registration separated when I became an adult, which makes it easier for me to manage. Otherwise, it would have been a hassle," Luo Qianyan explained. Her independent household registration was partly due to Pei Xianxian's influence. It seemed Pei Xianxian was worried that she might compete with her for the family's assets. Back then, Luo Qianyan simply decided to separate her registration. Since she was adopted, the process wasn't difficult. Luckily, this decision allowed her to keep the household registration book in the safe in her room, which also gave Aunt Lin an opportunity to secretly open the safe and take it while no one was around. The two of them walked down the steps in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Luo Qianyan, wearing high heels, treaded carefully. Noticing this, Lu Yunzheng took her hand. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but glance up at him. Their eyes met, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly averted her gaze and said, as if casually, "When are you going back to your unit?" "In a month," Lu Yunzheng replied. "A month?" Luo Qianyan was taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to go back right away? I heard soldiers are always super busy. How are you so free? The marriage certificate isn't even cold yet, and you're already eager to send me away?" Lu Yunzheng said helplessly. Her ears burned. "That's not what I meant, I just thought soldiers are usually very busy. No matter how busy, we still get leave. I have 10 days of marriage leave, plus annual leave. I haven't taken any this year, so I have plenty of time," he explained. If they were truly a married couple, Luo Qianyan might have felt happy about this. But they weren't, and that made her feel a bit awkward. "Still, even though I'm on leave, I won't be able to stay home with you every day. The armed police unit here needs special training, and the commander assigned me to the task," Lu Yunzheng added. What he didn't mention was that he had volunteered for the assignment, and the commander agreed to let him handle the training during his leave. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan visibly relaxed. "You must be tired. Let's go home and rest for a bit," Lu Yunzheng suggested. She nodded slightly, and the two of them drove back home. Meanwhile, the internet was abuzz with chatter about the stunningly attractive newlyweds, Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng. The reason? Simply because they were both so good-looking. Their appearance at the Civil Affairs Bureau had left many people swooning. However, just as the topic was gaining traction, it was abruptly removed from the trending list. Even the photos were taken down. Some persistent users tried reposting the pictures, only for them to get deleted almost instantly. In the end, the buzz was contained within a small circle. But since it was a hot topic in a city, local discussions were still lively. As a result, those who should and shouldn't know about it ended up finding out. When Pei Xianxian saw Luo Qianyan's trending photos, she froze for a moment before rushing to find Luo's mother. "Mom, look. Qianyan somehow got married to someone." Luo's mother was shocked. The photos were essentially screenshots from live streams, but they were enough for her to recognize Luo Qianyan. She laughed coldly in anger. Well, the Luo family really raised an ingrate. She pulled this kind of stunt just to avoid marrying Aki. "Mom, since Qianyan is already married, there's no way we can make her marry my brother now," Pei Xianxian said helplessly. "So what if she's married?" "All I care about is the child," Luo's mother responded coldly. Here, Lu Yan had also learned about Luo Qianyan's marriage. There was no avoiding Idaver since someone dug up Luo Qianyan's background. People had been leaving comments on his social media accounts. Some nosy acquaintances in their circle, eager to stir the pot, even messaged him directly to share the news. However, since all the online photos had been taken down, Lu Yan had no idea who Luo Qianyan had married. Regardless, one thing was certain, was not happy about it. After all those years of guarding the cabbage, he didn't even get a bite, only for it to go to some random dog. What made it worse was that it had been less than a month since their breakup, and now she was married. Who's to say she hadn't already been seeing someone else before? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Frustrated, He directly dialed Luo Qianyan's number. To Luo Qianyan, it was surprising and infuriating that Lu Yan even had the audacity to call her. But just because he called didn't mean she had to answer. So he called and she hung up. He called again, and she hung up again. When he called a third time, well, thank you block button. While Lu Yan was fuming in impotent rage, someone sent him a photo. Meanwhile, after blocking Lu Yan, Luo Qianyan finally felt some peace. But the calm didn't last long soon. A colleague messaged her on WeChat, "You've gone viral." Before she could even ask what they meant, Song Yanjing's call came through. "Darling, you're trending." "Trending? What do you mean?" Luo Qianyan asked, confused. "Like literally on fire? Or causing a stir? You and your soldier hubby went to register your marriage, right? It got live streamed online, and now everyone's praising you two as a high-profile, gorgeous couple." "Wait, what live stream?" Luo Qianyan was dumbfounded. She had no idea this had happened. "The live stream from the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Oh, and you accidentally lined up in the divorce queue. It's all over the internet." "Great. They even knew about her lining up in the wrong queue." Clearly, the live stream was real. But of all people, why did it have to happen to her? How embarrassing. Come on, it's no big deal. Who hasn't made a little mistake? But now, the Luo family probably knows about your secret marriage. Thinking about her family, Luo Qianyan calmed down a bit. "Let them know. I wasn't planning on hiding it anyway. Even if they didn't find out, I'd have told them myself." "Well, now that you're married, maybe they'll finally give up on that ridiculous idea they had for you." "One can only hope," Luo Qianyan replied. The next day, Lu Yunzheng took Luo Qianyan to visit old Master Fu next door. It was only then that Luo Qianyan learned Lu Yunzheng had been one of old Master Fu's soldiers. Turns out, even if she hadn't come to old Master Fu under her teacher's name, Lu Yunzheng had already asked him to look after her. Tugging at the fabric on Lu Yunzheng's side, she whispered when he turned to look at her, "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable." Lu Yunzheng didn't elaborate, but it was enough for her to understand his reasoning. It made sense when Shed first moved in with him. Knowing there was someone nearby watching over her might made her feel awkward, like she was being monitored. Looking back now, it explained why old Master Fu had been so accommodating. "And now you're not worried," she muttered softly. "I feel like you're not as guarded around me anymore," Lu Yunzheng replied. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh. "You think you've got me all figured out, huh?" With that confidence, I'm starting to feel a little scared. "Scared of what?" "I'm not going to eat you," Lu Yunzheng teased. "Scared I might fall for you," she said casually, though her heart skipped a beat. Watching Luo Qianyan say her piece and then quickly leave, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle and murmured under his breath, "I'm not even scared." Luo Qianyan had a busy day. In the morning, Lu Yunzheng had taken her to visit old Master Fu, and by the afternoon, she was already dragging Lu Yunzheng along to meet her teacher and teacher's wife. This meeting was prompted by a phone call old Master Fu made to her teacher. Upon hearing that Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng had already registered their marriage, her teacher insisted that she bring him over to meet them as soon as possible. "Don't worry," Luo Qianyan reassured him. "My teacher and his wife are very kind. They're good friends with Grandpa Fu, so they won't make things difficult for you." "Relax, I'm not nervous," Lu Yunzheng replied. When he got out of the car, he pulled out a pile of gifts from the trunk, filling both hands completely. Luo Qianyan was stunned. "Didn't you say we were just buying a few things? Why did you buy so much?" she asked, wide-eyed. "It's the first time meeting Professor Chen. He's your teacher, and a teacher is like a father." "I was worried it wouldn't be enough," Lu Yunzheng explained. Looking at the mountain of items, Luo Qianyan had to admit his reasoning made sense, but she still felt a bit guilty about the expense. "This must have cost you a lot. Why don't I reimburse you?" she offered. Clearly, Lu Yunzheng hadn't expected her to suggest reimbursement. "No need. I don't spend much while I'm in the military, so I've saved up quite a bit over the years," he declined firmly. If she reimbursed him, wouldn't that encourage a habit of keeping everything strictly separate? Luo Qianyan frowned. If you think it's too much, just treat me to dinner tonight," Lu Yunzheng interrupted with a smile. That seemed like a fair compromise, so Luo Qianyan nodded and agreed. When they arrived at the teacher's home, they were greeted warmly by her teacher and his wife. The couple seemed very satisfied with Lu Yunzheng, especially after learning that he had served under old Master Fu. With old Master Fu's endorsement, they felt completely at ease. However, the teacher's wife soon pulled Luo Qianyan into the kitchen for a private chat. She asked cautiously, "Chen, I know it's not my place to pry, but you were with Lu Yan for 3 years. It's been less than a month since you broke up. How did you end up married so suddenly?" Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng had anticipated this question and prepared their story in advance. After all, they couldn't exactly share the real reason behind their marriage. "Actually, we've known each other for a few years now. He's liked me for a long time," Luo Qianyan said, keeping a straight face. "This time, after Lu Yan hurt me, I happened to run into Yunzheng in the wilderness, where he saved me. He confessed his feelings, and I realized he's a great person. Plus, his family has been pressuring him to get married, so we just had a flash marriage. Even as she recited the story, Lu Yunzheng felt a little embarrassed, especially about the part where she claimed Lu Yunzheng had been secretly in love with her for years. But it was his idea, and she had to admit it made their sudden marriage seem more convincing and reassuring. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Yunzheng was sharing the exact same story with her teacher. After hearing it, her teacher nodded in understanding. What a coincidence. It must be fate, he said. Yes, sometimes fate works in mysterious ways, Lu Yunzheng replied with a perfectly serious expression, making it impossible to tell he was lying. Her teacher was satisfied with the explanation and didn't find it strange at all that Lu Yunzheng had harbored feelings for Luo Chenyan for years. After all, in his eyes, his student was outstanding in every way. Later, the teacher's wife prepared some snacks to go with drinks, and Lu Yunzheng sat with her teacher, sharing a few glasses of wine. He managed to charm the elderly man, leaving him in high spirits. As they left the teacher's house, Luo Chenyan glanced at Lu Yunzheng, whose face was slightly flushed, and couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, just that your teacher's wine packs a punch, Lu Yunzheng replied. Give me the keys. I'll drive, Luo Chenyan said as she took the car keys. She hadn't drunk any alcohol earlier precisely to ensure someone could drive them back. Once they got in the car, Lu Yunzheng closed his eyes almost immediately. Noticing that he hadn't fastened his seatbelt, Luo Chenyan hesitated for a moment before reaching over to help him. However, just as she grabbed the seatbelt, a deep, slightly confused voice sounded beside her ear. What are you doing? Startled, she looked down and met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and the distance between them was unexpectedly close. Ignoring the sudden rapid thumping in her chest, Luo Chenyan feigned composure, pulled the seatbelt across, and with a click, fastened it for him. As you can see, fastening your seatbelt, she said firmly, her expression determined, as if she were about to take a solemn oath. Lu Yunzheng looked down at the securely fastened seatbelt and, for a moment, was at a loss for words. The car ride home was uneventful. Luo Chenyan kept her eyes firmly on the road, while Lu Yunzheng stared out the window, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Occasionally, he glanced at Luo Chenyan, but her resolute oath-taking expression left him momentarily at a loss, so he said nothing. What Luo Chenyan hadn't anticipated, however, was the arrival of two unexpected guests shortly after they got home. Luo's mother and Pei Xianxian's sudden appearance genuinely surprised her. Lu Yunzheng had gone to his room to rest, leaving Luo Chenyan to entertain them alone. Getting married is such a big deal, and you didn't even bother to inform your family? Seems like you don't consider me your mother anymore, Luo's mother said coldly. Faced with her mother's sharp tone, Luo Chenyan remained unfazed. Didn't you say the Luo family raised an ungrateful daughter? Besides, don't you already know why I got married? How dare you talk back to me? Luo's mother snapped. Why wouldn't I? It's a perfectly legal marriage. What is there to be afraid of? Unlike you, always trying to do something illegal, Luo Chenyan replied calmly. You're still too naive. You think marriage will protect you? If I really wanted to act, do you honestly think you'd be safe? Luo's mother said dismissively. Destroying a military marriage isn't a minor crime, Luo Chenyan said quietly. Luo's mother scoffed. If I fail, you won't have any evidence against me. And if I succeed, would you even dare to speak out? Pei Xianxian chimed in, exactly, Chenyan. You might as well reconsider and just go along with your mom. It's only a year of your life, and it'll be over before you know it. Besides, do you really think your husband, a mere soldier, can protect you? A poor soldier at that. Shouldn't you be more preoccupied with your own problems online? Instead of meddling in my affairs, maybe you should worry about yourself, Luo Chenyan retorted coldly. Pei Xianxian waved her off nonchalantly. I'm only thinking of what's best for you. After all, at the end of the day, my brother ended up in a vegetative state because of you. At the mention of vegetative state, Luo's mother's expression hardened, her brows furrowing deeply. Her tone grew colder. Xianxian's right. You can't beat us. You'd be better off doing as I say. All I want is a child. Once it's over, I'll give you a sum of money. Then, whether you choose to stay in the Luo family or leave, it's up to you. But keep in mind, our family's assets will ultimately go to that child, so staying might be more beneficial for you. Suppressing her anger, Luo Chenyan tried her best to keep her voice steady. Wanting a child is easy. There are plenty of them in orphanages. Even if the Luo family were used as leverage, someone would still marry their daughter into the family, even with your brother lying in bed. So why do you insist on pestering me? If it weren't for you, He wouldn't be bedridden. And let's not forget, if it weren't for He, you wouldn't have been able to marry into the Luo family in the first place. Yet here you are, ungrateful and causing him harm. Now, having a child with him is the least you can do to atone for your mistakes. Luo mother. Luo Chenyan took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. Never. I'd rather die than have a child with him. Then go ahead and die, Luo mother replied coldly. You need to understand, this isn't a request, it's an order. Do you really think you've grown wings and can do whatever you please? Without the Luo family, you're nothing. That's right, Pei Xianxian chimed in from the side. People need to face reality. Without the Luo family, you're just an orphan. And don't think being a doctor makes you special. Ruining a doctor's career, well, that's not so hard. From the blind spot on the second floor, Lu Yunzheng leaned against the wall, listening to their arrogant words. He wanted to go downstairs but hesitated, afraid of upsetting Luo Chenyan. Being unsure of what his beloved was thinking left him paralyzed, unable to act. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Lu Corporation in Shangjing, in the spacious chairman's office, nearly 50-year-old Lu Yunzheng was listening to a report. Suddenly, his phone, resting on the side, buzzed. Seeing the notification pop up, Lu Yunzheng was startled. He immediately grabbed his phone, opened WeChat, and quickly made a call. Unfortunately, every call he made was hung up by Lu Yunzheng. Left with no other option, Lu Yunzheng gave up on calling and instead sent a series of frantic messages to his younger brother. The reason for his urgency? The message Lu Yunzheng had just sent. Big bro, I got married. Lu Yunzheng was stunned. His little brother, who had joined the military at a young age, had always been a source of worry when it came to personal matters. After all these years of concern, suddenly, he was married? Looking at the flood of messages he was sending, questions about the bride's identity, how they met, and even complaints about why he hadn't brought her home, no one would have guessed that this chatterbox was the same cold-faced grim reaper of the Lu family. In the office, the group of employees watching Lu Yunzheng furiously type on his phone exchanged confused glances, too intimidated to say a word. It wasn't until Lu Yunzheng finished his barrage of messages and looked up at them that he spoke. You can all leave for now. Clearly, he had no interest in hearing their report anymore. As he glanced back at his phone, he finally saw a new message from his younger brother. However, none of his earlier questions were answered. Instead, the new message read, "Someone's trying to steal my wife and force her to have a child for their family." That was it. Lu Yunzheng was furious. After all these years, his little brother finally had a romantic interest, someone he wanted to marry. And now, someone dared to interfere? Did they think the Lu family was dead and gone? He sent a string of angry messages before finally asking who it was. Which fool had the audacity to do this? Lu Yunzheng didn't hesitate to expose the Luo family. Within half an hour, Lu Yan was summoned back to the company by his father. "What's going on, Dad?" Lu Yan asked, confused. He had been on a day off, planning a night out on the water with friends, only to be called back by an urgent phone call. Looking at his son, Lu Hongyu got straight to the point. "How many projects are we currently working on with the Luo family?" "3, I think," Lu Yan replied, still unsure what this was about. "Terminate them all," Lu Hongyu ordered. "What? Why?" Lu Yan was baffled. Cutting off these collaborations would hurt both sides. Why would they make such a drastic move? Lu Hongyu knew the cost, but after that phone call, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. The Luo family had offended someone they absolutely shouldn't have. When Luo Chenyan left, Mrs. Luo was confident, and Pei Xianxian was smug. Without the Luo family, Luo Chenyan had no real backing. Even if she had a teacher who cared for her, at the end of the day, her teacher didn't have anyone powerful supporting them either. So they both believed that no matter how much she struggled, Luo Chenyan could never turn things around. What they didn't expect was that the ones who couldn't turn things around would actually be them. As Lu Yunzheng walked down from the second floor, Luo Chenyan, hearing his footsteps, looked up and met his gaze. The timing was so precise that it was hard for Luo Chenyan not to guess. "You heard everything?" she asked. "They were quite arrogant," Lu Yunzheng replied. "Yeah," Luo Chenyan said with a self-deprecating smile. "Because I have no backing, they think they can act as they please." Sitting down beside her, Lu Yunzheng said calmly, "You should learn how to make better use of resources." "I don't really have any resources to use," Luo Chenyan said helplessly. Lu Yunzheng glanced at her and said, his thin lips parting slightly, "I suppose I could count as a resource." Hearing his words, Luo Chenyan suddenly remembered that Lu Yunzheng did have some connections. However, she didn't want to owe him too much. "Captain Lu, you've already helped me a lot," she said seriously. "But the way I've been helping you doesn't seem to be working," Lu Yunzheng said, not bothering to hide the fact that he had overheard everything. It was true. Luo Chenyan had initially thought that after getting married, the Luo family would stop targeting her. But in reality, they still weren't willing to let her go. "Remember what I told you before?" Lu Yunzheng asked. "My family has been pressuring me to go on blind dates, so agreeing to marry you wasn't just me helping you, it was mutual." Luo Chenyan did remember. After all, the first time she met him, it was right after one of his blind dates had failed. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yunzheng wasn't the type to marry someone random just to escape blind dates. So his actions likely had more to do with helping her. Her thoughts swirled for a moment before she turned to look at him. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to fail at blind dating," she said with a hint of amusement. "Considering it's a blind date, they must have known about your family background." A combination of good family and good looks. It's hard to believe any girl would turn you down. In your eyes, am I so exceptional that I shouldn't fail at blind dates? Lu Yunzhen asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe not absolutely, Luo Chenyan said with a smile, but I think most girls wouldn't be able to resist. Then what if the blind date was between you and me? Lu Yunzhen asked, taking the conversation a step further. Luo Chenyan thought for a moment before breaking into laughter. I'd probably fail to resist. After all, I do have a thing for your looks. I don't think Lu Yan and I are the same type, Lu Yunzhen said. Exactly. I like your type more, Luo Chenyan replied. Which is why I'm the husband, and he's the ex-boyfriend, Lu Yunzhen said matter-of-factly. Hearing his words, Luo Chenyan felt her ears heat up, but she refused to back down. Now that I think about it, what you're saying does make some sense, she admitted. Noticing her reddened ears, Lu Yunzhen's lips curved into a faint smile, but he didn't tease her further. Instead, he got back to the point. You'll need to help me deal with my family too, you know. Of course, Luo Chenyan said with a firm nod. Pleased with her response, Lu Yunzhen asked directly, when are you going back to work? Next Monday, she replied. Today is Wednesday, so you still have 4 days. Take 2 of them to come home with me, he said before asking, is that okay? After thinking for a moment, Luo Chenyan didn't see any problem with it. Seeing Luo Chenyan nod in agreement, Lu Yunzhen added, don't worry, they're all in Shangjing. They won't bother you unless it's necessary. Okay. Luo Chenyan felt truly at ease being around Lu Yunzhen. It seemed like he always understood the source of her stress and found a way to make her feel safe. However, compared to their calm, the Luo family and Lu Yan's household were in chaos tonight. Lu Yan had halted 3 of the Luo family's projects, one of which was a major collaboration that both families had been preparing for over 6 months. This sudden suspension threw the Luo family into an uproar. Pei Xianxian, carrying a task from her father, stormed into the Lu family home. The moment she saw Lu Yan, she confronted him angrily. Yan, what are you thinking? Why did you halt the collaborative projects between our 2 families? Do you know how furious my father is? He even said I shouldn't be with you anymore. I had no choice. This wasn't my decision to make, Lu Yan replied helplessly. After all, he was the one overseeing these projects, and he was more frustrated than anyone about the suspension. But Pei Xianxian clearly didn't believe him. You're the project lead. If not you, then who else could make this decision? Think about it. It's obviously my father, Lu Yan retorted, annoyed. Pei Xianxian was momentarily speechless but still stubbornly pressed on. Then tell me, why would uncle do this to us? The collaboration between the 2 families is profitable. There has to be a reason, right? There is a reason, Lu Yan admitted, not hiding anything. He repeated his father's words. You offended someone you shouldn't have. Who did we offend? Pei Xianxian was completely baffled. That's for you to figure out. If you don't know, how would I? Lu Yan replied, exasperated. Pei Xianxian frowned, pondering for a long time. I haven't heard of anything recently. Could you find out who it is? Actually, I might have a guess, Lu Yan said. Under Pei Xianxian's anxious questioning, he finally shared his suspicion, which he was about 80% certain of. It's someone from the Lu family in Shangjing. Although Pei Xianxian wasn't familiar with them, she immediately relayed this information to Luo's father. However, even Luo's father was stunned. The Lu family in Shangjing? They didn't even have any dealings with them. How could they have offended them? Regardless, even after Luo's father personally called Lu Hongyu, the outcome remained unchanged. The Luo family was now scrambling to deal with the fallout from the halted projects, while the Lu family bore significant financial losses. This lose-lose situation left everyone else puzzled as well. Because of this, the Luo family was too preoccupied to pay attention to Luo Chenyan for the time being. The next morning, Lu Yunzhen took Luo Chenyan to the hospital for a follow-up checkup and then accompanied her to the inpatient ward. Are we visiting a patient? Luo Chenyan asked curiously. Yes, Lu Yunzhen replied. Shouldn't we bring some fruit? Showing up empty-handed doesn't seem right. Luo Chenyan hesitated. It's fine. They can't eat it anyway, Lu Yunzhen said after a moment's thought. What happened? Luo Chenyan couldn't help but feel curious. They're in a vegetative state, Lu Yunzhen explained. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but sigh sympathetically. That's really unfortunate. It reminded her of Luo Qi. She had always wanted to visit him but couldn't manage to for various reasons. What she didn't expect was that Lu Yunzhen took her directly to Luo Qi's hospital room. I know you don't want to run into anyone from the Luo family here. They're busy today and won't have time to come to the hospital, Lu Yunzhen said softly. Looking at Lu Yunzhen standing before her, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but wrap her arms around his waist. Thank you, Lu Yunzhen, she murmured. This was the first time Luo Chenyan had taken the initiative to get so close to him, and Lu Yunzhen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In that instant, he truly experienced the feeling of holding someone so soft and delicate in his arms. It was, without a doubt, intoxicating. Unfortunately, Lu Yunzheng only gave him a light hug before stepping back, leaving him with barely enough time to say, "It's my duty." After that, she walked over to the hospital bed, carefully looking at Lu Yunzheng lying there. "Brother, how can you sleep for so long? If you don't wake up soon, your little cakes will all be eaten," she said gently. If it were in the past, Lu Yunzheng would have jumped up in a hurry upon hearing this. But now he simply lay there, unresponsive and unaware. He wasn't playing a trick on her, was genuinely sick. Holding on to Lu Yunzheng's hand, Lu Yunzheng sat by the bed, softly recounting memories from the past. She was trying to stir something within him, hoping against hope that it might wake him, even if the chances were slim. When it was time for them to leave, a caregiver entered the room, seemingly unsurprised by their presence. Lu Yunzheng, who had just been crying moments earlier, still had red, puffy eyes. As they walked out, she couldn't help but start crying again. "Stop crying. If you keep this up, people will think I bullied you," Lu Yunzheng said helplessly. "I can't help it," Lu Yunzheng replied, her heart aching for her brother. To her, he was the most innocent one in all of this. He only wanted to live a simple, happy life, with little cakes to enjoy every day. Yet, he had been dragged into this mess. Looking at Lu Yunzheng beside him, Lu Yunzheng let out a sigh. The next moment, he pulled her into his arms. Startled, Lu Yunzheng tried to look up, but he gently pressed her head against his chest. Unable to see his face, she could only feel herself enveloped by his warmth and scent. His deep voice sounded in her ear, "If you want to cry, just cry. At least this way, no one will think I'm a child trafficker." Hearing his words, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. But it was also because of those words that she could no longer hold back her emotions. In his arms, she let herself cry freely. She had always wondered how her parents had changed so much, becoming people she barely recognized. Was blood relation really that important? After all, they were the ones who used to say it wasn't. In the past, she had always tried to be the obedient daughter, listening to her parents. But now she was too afraid to listen. Her crying went on for a long time. Throughout it all, Lu Yunzheng didn't interrupt her. He stayed quietly by her side, providing a safe space for her to release her emotions. When she finally noticed that his t-shirt was damp with her tears, Lu Yunzheng felt a little embarrassed and immediately offered to wash it for him. On Saturday morning, Lu Yunzheng thought she had woken up fairly early. But when she went downstairs, she found that Lu Yunzheng had already returned from a run, drenched in sweat. "Breakfast is on the table. I'm heading upstairs to take a shower," he said as he passed by her, radiating heat. Feeling the warmth from his skin, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but shiver slightly, as if she'd been burned. "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs," she replied, a faint smile on her lips as she watched him head upstairs. Afterward, she couldn't resist covering her flushed face with her hands. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen his physique before. She had seen it even more clearly in photos last time. So what if his muscles were well-defined? So what if his abs were ridiculously attractive? It wasn't that big of a deal. But still, with that body and that face, who wouldn't be a little dazed looking at him? Lu Yunzheng sighed, thinking to herself that it was perfectly understandable. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yunzheng wheeled her small suitcase to the door. Although it was just a 180 trip, girls always have a few essentials to bring along. In the airport lobby, Lu Yunzheng pushed his suitcase as he walked beside Lu Yunzheng. After they had checked in their luggage, the two of them sat down in the waiting area. With about 30 minutes left until boarding, Lu Yunzheng sat on a chair scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a chubby little hand wrapped around her leg. Startled, she looked up to see an adorable, chubby toddler with a sweet, milky scent staring at her. His big, grape-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. Noticing her gaze, the little rascal even opened his mouth and let out a playful. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but find him irresistibly cute. Unfortunately, before she could play with the little guy, his mother scooped him up and carried him back. They ended up sitting across from her, with the toddler clutching his panda plushie and occasionally waving his little hands at her. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but watch him for a bit too long, and Lu Yunzheng noticed. Following her gaze to the chubby toddler, Lu Yunzheng hesitated before asking, "Do you like him?" "Of course. He's so chubby and adorable," Lu Yunzheng replied with a smile. "I'll get you one," Lu Yunzheng said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng froze. Seeing him actually stand up, she panicked and quickly grabbed his arm. "You can't buy one. Buying children is illegal, you know? Are you out of your mind? I saw one for sale earlier." "Wait here," Lu Yunzheng said firmly. He gently pulled her hand off and walked back in the direction they had come from. Lu Yunzheng was left dumbfounded. On the way here he saw children for sale? She muttered to herself, puzzled. She glanced back at the chubby toddler across from her and suddenly realized what might be going on. When Lu Yunzheng returned, he was carrying a bag that looked quite full. He reached in and pulled out a realistic panda plushie, placing it in Lu Yunzheng's arms. There were a few sizes. "I thought the 3-month version was the best. If you don't like it, we can exchange it for a bigger one." Seeing that the toddler across from her was holding the exact same panda plushie, Lu Yunzheng immediately understood the misunderstanding. Lu Yunzheng had thought she was staring at the panda toy, not the child. The chubby toddler, noticing that Lu Qianyan's panda was bigger than his, looked up at her with bright, eager eyes, clearly wanting to come over. Hugging the soft and adorable panda plushie, Lu Qianyan looked at Lu Yunzheng with a bright smile. The 3-month version is perfect. It's so cute. I love it. As long as you like it, Lu Yunzheng said with a quiet sigh of relief. Truth be told, had been unsure earlier. To him, all the pandas looked the same. It wasn't until a girl about Lu Qianyan's age had noticed his hesitation and helped him choose, saying most girls would like this one, that he made his decision. And so, before their trip had even begun, Lu Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng had already acquired their first piece of extra luggage. Later, when Lu Qianyan sent a photo to Song Yunjing, her friend immediately noticed the plushie in her arms. Song Yunjing, is that my family's third prince in your arms? Lu Qianyan, you have such sharp eyes. Couldn't it be Fu Zhuzhu or Hua Baoji instead? Song Yunjing, trust my instincts as the crown princess. Lu Qianyan, I can't with you. Song Yunjing, aren't you supposed to be heading to Shangjing with your man? How do you have time to shop? Lu Qianyan, got it at the airport. Song Yunjing, didn't you say you don't like buying these kinds of things? Lu Qianyan, I didn't say I bought it. There was a brief pause before Song Yunjing's messages came flooding in. Song Yunjing, you're actually flaunting your relationship. Song Yunjing, so what if you have a boyfriend? It's just a plushie. I have tons of them. Song Yunjing, ugh, I had to buy all mine myself. Lu Qianyan couldn't help but chuckle at her friend's flurry of messages. As boarding was called for their flight, Lu Qianyan no longer had time to banter with Song Yunjing. After holding back for 2 days, Lu Yan couldn't resist and called Pei Xianxian. When she saw his name on the screen, Pei Xianxian let out a displeased hum but eventually picked up. Say what you need to say quickly. My dad's been in a bad mood these past few days because of the company stuff, and he doesn't want me talking to you much, she said bluntly. Well, it's not like this is my fault, Lu Yan protested. We suffered losses too, you know. The project was going so well, and then suddenly it just got cancelled. I was this close to making some real progress. Doesn't matter whose fault it is. My dad's furious, that's all, Pei Xianxian muttered. Deep down though, Pei Xianxian had genuine feelings for Lu Yan and didn't want their families to become outright enemies. Why don't you have your dad explain things to mine? If this doesn't get resolved, it's going to be hard for us to keep seeing each other. Let's not talk about that right now, Lu Yan said, shifting the topic. There was something more pressing on his mind. By the way, have you heard about Xian Yun's wedding? Of course I've heard. It's all over the place, Pei Xianxian replied, still sounding annoyed. Do you know who the guy is? Lu Yan asked carefully. Ever since he saw that photo of Xian Yun and the man, had been uneasy. It was just a photo of a back view, but something about it reminded him of his third uncle, Lu Yunzheng. Just some poor soldier, Pei Xianxian said dismissively. A soldier? Lu Yan's voice rose in surprise. Hearing his reaction, Pei Xianxian grew irritated. Wow, still hung up on her, huh? You're so interested in who she's marrying. You must still have feelings for her. That's not it, Lu Yan said quickly. Have you seen the guy? Is he good looking? His heart raced at the thought of his suspicions being confirmed. Pei Xianxian rolled her eyes but decided to play along. Good looking? Not really. He's just average kind of dark-skinned, square-faced. Looks like he's in his late 30s or early 40s. But he's got a decent build. Maybe that's what Xian Yun likes about him. Hearing this, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The man Pei Xianxian described didn't sound anything like his uncle. What he didn't realize, though, was that Pei Xianxian was lying out of jealousy. Now that he was reassured, Lu Yan couldn't help but feel critical. I can't believe Xian Yun would stoop so low. She's clearly doing this to get back at me. Marrying someone like that? It's pathetic. Unaware of the scheming behind Luo Qianyun's marriage, Lu Yan convinced himself it somehow had to do with him. Yeah, she's totally hit rock bottom, Pei Xianxian added sarcastically. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Lu Yan lost interest in continuing the conversation. He muttered a few words before hanging up. As he walked out, he decided to call some friends to grab drinks later. While heading out, a thought crossed his mind. Hadn't the internet been buzzing about how attractive this newlywed couple was? But he quickly dismissed it. After all, people online love to exaggerate. Someone completely average could easily be hyped up as stunning, and with someone as beautiful as Luo Qianyun by his side, even an ordinary guy would look better. At the Beijing airport, Lu Yunzheng was pushing a luggage cart while Luo Qianyun walked beside him, holding a stuffed toy. The occasional glances from children admiring her toy brought a faint smile to her face. She glanced at Lu Yunzheng and asked, So your family doesn't know we've registered our marriage? My eldest brother knows, but he's keeping it a secret for now, Lu Yunzheng replied calmly. Luo Qianyun nodded. I see. Well, it's not a small matter after all. If they knew we got our marriage certificate, they would definitely push us to have the wedding as soon as possible. Plus, they'd probably bother you even more. Staying as just my girlfriend might be easier for you, Lu Yunzheng explained. Hearing his reasoning, Luo Chenyan realized he was considering her feelings every step of the way. She had initially thought he just didn't want too many people to know about this. As they were walking, a clear, lively female voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Uncle." A youthful girl wearing a tank top and shorts came running over. The moment she saw Lu Yunzheng, she threw herself into his arms. "Uncle, I missed you so much." If it weren't for the way she addressed him, one might have mistaken them for a couple. However, compared to Lu Ya's enthusiasm, Lu Yunzheng was much calmer. After a brief hug, he gently pulled her away and introduced her. "This is my girlfriend, Luo Chenyan." Hearing this, Lu Ya clung to Lu Yunzheng's arm and scrutinized Luo Chenyan from head to toe. "She's not bad-looking decent enough for my uncle, but her figure is a bit lacking compared to mine. Still, I guess she passes." As soon as she finished speaking, her head was lightly smacked. Two young men, who bore a slight resemblance to each other, had approached. One of them had casually tapped her on the head as he passed by. "Show some respect. Miss Luo is technically your elder," he said. "Lu Huai, you hit me." Lu Ya angrily glared at Lu Huai, who looked rather smug. She immediately turned to complain to Lu Yunzheng. "Uncle, look at him. He hit me. Can you believe he hit me?" While the two bickered, the other young man had already approached Luo Chenyan. "Hello, I'm Lu Wentao. I apologize, Ya has been spoiled by everyone around her. Our uncle called earlier, so the family sent the three of us to pick you up." From the way he addressed people, Luo Chenyan quickly deduced their relationships. Lu Huai and Lu Ya were siblings, the children of Lu Yunzheng's eldest brother, Lu Yunting. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao was the son of Lu Yunzheng's elder sister, Lu Yunzheng. Apart from Lu Ya, who was a year younger than her, the other two were actually older than her. "It's fine. Ya is very lively and adorable," Luo Chenyan replied with a smile. "I'm clearly not going for the adorable vibe," Lu Ya muttered under her breath. "Don't mind her," Lu Yunzheng said as he handed the luggage to the younger ones. Then, he took Luo Qianyan's hand and started walking. The unexpected gesture caught Luo Chenyan off guard. As they walked several steps, she found herself glancing down at their intertwined hands in a slight daze. His hand was large and warm, making hers seem small in comparison. "Does this feel okay?" Lu Yunzheng asked in a low voice. Snapping back to reality, Luo Chenyan nodded. As Lu Yunzheng led Luo Chenyan forward, Lu Huai and Lu Ya followed behind, still playfully arguing. Lu Wentao, looking exasperated, trailed after them as the last in line. Once they got into the car heading to the Lu family home, Lu Ya bombarded Lu Yunzheng with questions about his life in the military. However, 2/3 of her inquiries were met with a calm dismissal. Watching her grow frustrated and pout in defeat, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't laugh," Lu Ya said, her face slightly red as she turned to look out the window, avoiding Luo Qianyan's gaze. Before Luo Chenyan could respond, it was Lu Huai who teased his sister instead. "Oh, what's this? Arya is blushing?" "Chenyan, just laughed a little and you're already losing your cool." "Lu Huai." Lu Ya's face turned even redder this time out of anger. From a young age, Yaya always enjoyed playing with beautiful older girls. It seems this habit hasn't changed over the years. Lu Wentao chuckled softly from the side, which only made Lu Ya more annoyed. Looking at the group in front of her, Luo Chenyan was a bit surprised. The Lu family seemed to have quite a warm atmosphere. She couldn't help but feel a little more at ease. Sitting nearby, Lu Yunzheng noticed Luo Chenyan subtly relaxing, her previously tense demeanor easing. A faint smile crept into his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Lu family's old residence, Lu mother sat on the couch, glancing at the clock every now and then. "Why aren't they back yet? Could something have happened?" she murmured with concern. "Mom, don't worry," Lu Yunzheng said with a gentle smile, gracefully lifting her teacup. "Yunzheng always knows what he's doing. He may know what he's doing, but he never listens to anyone," Lu mother sighed softly. "Sending the three younger ones to pick her up, won't they end up bickering and bothering Chen Yun? I actually think it's better to let the younger ones go. Chen Yun is only in her early 20s. It's easier for young people to connect with each other. If I were 10 years younger, I'd join in the fun too," Lu Yunzheng replied with a soft laugh. Time had imbued her with a calm and gentle demeanor, unshaken even by the ups and downs of life. Lu mother's expression dimmed slightly. "Now that your younger brother has found someone, you should also." "Mom, today's a happy day. Let's not talk about me," Lu Yunzheng interrupted, her gaze darting away. Seeing this, Lu mother could only sigh silently to herself. The three of them chattered away as they drove. Upon learning that Luo Chenyan was a doctor, Lu Ya frowned unhappily. "Why did you choose to become a doctor? What's wrong with being a doctor?" "Saving lives is a noble profession," Luo Chenyan replied with a smile. "I don't have a problem with the profession itself, but I might have an issue with certain doctors, Leah muttered. Realizing that this wasn't the best time for such a topic, she quickly changed the subject. We're almost home just ahead. When Lu Yunzheng arrived, she was warmly welcomed by the entire Lu family. Lu Yunzheng immediately took her hand and led her to meet his parents. Lu mother, who had previously met Lu Yunzheng over a video call, now held her hand with undisguised affection. Our little Yao is so lucky to bring home such a beautiful girlfriend. Meeting Yunzheng is my good fortune, Lu Yunzheng said with a smile. Mom and Dad, now you don't have to worry about Yunzheng staying single anymore, right? Lu Yunzheng, the eldest brother, teased from the side. Then, turning to Yunzheng, he added, they were so worried about you being single, and they always blamed me for encouraging you to join the military. Well, if I hadn't joined the military, I wouldn't have met Qianyuan, Lu Yunzheng replied simply. It's all fate, all meant to be, Lu mother said with a laugh, pulling Luo Qianyuan to sit on the couch for a chat. The living room quickly filled with laughter and warmth. As Luo Qianyuan chatted enthusiastically with Lu mother and Lu Yunzheng, Lu Yunzheng pulled Lu Yunzheng into the study. You were so vague over the phone earlier. Now tell me properly what's this about getting married? It's exactly what it sounds like. Qianyuan and I got our marriage certificate, Lu Yunzheng said matter-of-factly. That's great news. Then why didn't you let me tell Mom and Dad about it? Lu Yunzheng was puzzled, unable to understand. Looking at his elder brother, Lu Yunzheng finally revealed the truth. Because I haven't actually won her heart yet. Are you kidding me? Lu Yunzheng stared at him, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Really, Lu Yunzheng? You've already got the marriage certificate, and you're still claiming you haven't won her over? If you haven't, do you think that young lady got the certificate with you just for fun? What, is second marriage trendy now? Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Lu Yunzheng explained everything that had happened with Luo Qianyuan to his older brother. So that's the situation. To stop her adoptive parents from taking advantage of her, she decided to enter a fake marriage with me. So you thought you'd fake the marriage but make the certificate real, just rolling with it? Lu Yunzheng pondered for a moment. Well, that's not a bad idea. You're always so busy. If you went about things the regular way, someone else might have snatched her up before you even had a chance. At least this way, you're officially tied to her, giving you a head start and more time to make your move. The more Lu Yunzheng thought about it, the more he felt his younger brother had played his cards right. But when it came to the Luo family, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but glance at Lu Yunzheng. Since she's someone you care about, do you think just letting Lu Hongyu and the others give them a warning is enough? Let them fight amongst themselves. If I interfere too much, she might not be happy about it, Lu Yunzheng said calmly. Knowing his younger brother was someone with a firm mind, Lu Yunzheng didn't press further. If Lu Yunzheng needed him to do something, he would never hesitate to ask. However, thinking about the care the Song family had shown Luo Qianyuan, Lu Yunzheng decided to lend them a hand. Lunch was a lavish affair. With everyone piling food onto her plate, Luo Qianyuan ended up eating more than she could handle. You don't have to force yourself like this, Lu Yunzheng said helplessly. Just think of it as me being happy, Luo Qianyuan replied softly. Honestly, your family's atmosphere is amazing. For such a prestigious family, there's none of the usual pretense or superficiality. Everyone feels so genuine. Of course, if it turned out they were just putting on a show, Luo Qianyuan could only marvel at their acting skills. But overall, she figured there wouldn't be much interaction in the future anyway. She spent a relaxing afternoon at the Lu family home. Lu Yunzheng had planned to take her out, but she felt too tired to go anywhere. After dinner, Luo Qianyuan was whisked away by Luya to change outfits. The reason? Lu Yunzheng rarely came home, so one of his childhood friends had moved their birthday party up just to ensure he could attend. With everyone eagerly waiting to see the woman Lu Yunzheng had brought along, he couldn't really refuse. When Luo Qianyuan reappeared, dressed in a red spaghetti strap dress with her hair in soft curls, she immediately became the center of attention. Well, are you stunned? Luya stood proudly beside her, hands on her hips. I picked this out specially for Qianyuan. With her figure, it would be a waste not to wear something like this. A flicker of admiration crossed Lu Yunzheng's eyes. It was his first time seeing Luo Qianyuan in such an outfit. Usually, she was always dressed casually, often with visible injuries. But now she seemed completely at ease. When she turned to him, her eyes held a hint of amusement. So, how do I look? You look stunning, Lu Yunzheng admitted as he walked up to her. But aren't the heels a bit high? Luo Qianyuan hooked her arm through his and playfully lifted one foot. They are a little high. They're fine for now, but walking too much might be a problem. Want to switch to a lower pair? Lu Yunzheng asked, glancing at her. Seeing her nod, he turned to Luya. Without him needing to say anything, Luya threw up her hands in surrender. Fine, I get it. But these were the best looking ones, and besides, Qianyuan's feet are so pretty, only high heels can do them justice. After changing into a more comfortable pair, Luo Qianyuan spun around once. All set. Are you guys ready? Nearby, Lu Huai gave an okay gesture. When they arrived at the venue, Lu Ya, who had been clinging to Luo Chenyun's arm, dutifully stepped aside to make room for her little uncle. Uncle, take Chenyun in and blind them with her brilliance, she said with a mischievous grin. Yaya's been waiting for this moment forever. She's determined to settle an old score, Lu Huai remarked from the side. As her older brother, he knew his sister's thoughts all too well. Settle a score? Luo Chenyun asked, puzzled. What did Lu Ya's grudge have to do with her and Lu Yunzheng? Lu Ya gave her brother a light kick, but he dodged it effortlessly. Forced to explain, she smiled and said, it's nothing really. Chenyun, just go in with my uncle. Don't worry about anything. Soon they reached the private room. Even from outside, the lively chatter could be heard. But the moment the door opened, the atmosphere froze for a second. Then, seeing Luo Chenyun standing beside Lu Yunzheng, the room erupted into an even livelier buzz of excitement. Duo Yifei was the one who organized tonight's gathering. He even went so far as to move his birthday, which was supposed to be the day after tomorrow, up to today and only gave everyone last-minute notice. When his friends got his call, they were all tempted to strangle him. However, since he had been following Lu Yunzheng around like a little brother since they were kids, his status as a carefree second-generation rich kid didn't affect their friendship. The moment Duo Yifei saw Luo Chenyun, his eyes lit up. Wow, sister-in-law, you're gorgeous, he exclaimed. Hearing this, the others chimed in with compliments as well. There weren't many people at the gathering, but the male-to-female ratio was heavily skewed, with only 2 girls present. Lu Yunzheng was clearly well acquainted with everyone there, and immediately led Luo Chenyun to their seats. The others followed suit, either sitting nearby or pulling up chairs to surround them. When Meng Qi arrived with his younger sister, Meng Shiro, they were greeted by the sight of a crowd gathered around someone. In the corner, the 2 other girls spotted Meng Shiro and quickly approached her. Shiro, come over here. What's going on? Meng Shiro asked softly. Her gaze landed on the group, where someone in a red dress seemed to be seated in the middle. Yunjin brought his girlfriend, one of the girls explained. Meng Shiro froze for a moment. Since when does he have a girlfriend? Who knows? It just happened all of a sudden. Meng Shiro peered through the crowd and got a clear look at Luo Qianyan's face. A flicker of jealousy crossed her expression. Luo Qianyan seemed to sense something and glanced over, catching Meng's iris gaze just as she quickly looked away. Are those girls over there childhood friends of yours too? Luo Qianyan asked softly. I think so, Lu Yunzheng replied. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but feel exasperated. It's either yes or no. How can you not be sure? I've been in the military for nearly 10 years. It's normal not to remember, Lu Yunzheng said innocently. Thinking about it, Luo Qianyan realized he had a point. Especially with girls' childhood friends who weren't particularly close could be hard to recognize after years of growing up and dressing differently. Still, Luo Qianyan thought for a moment before saying, I notice they keep looking at you. Are you sure they're not looking at you? Lu Yunzheng asked, glancing down at her. Well, Luo Qianyan wasn't entirely certain anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Ya, spotting Meng Shiro and her friends sitting together, strutted over like a victorious rooster. What are you all doing sitting in the corner? Aren't you going to say hello to my future aunt? Lu Ya, don't be so eager. Yunjin hasn't even gotten married yet. Who knows how long this girlfriend position will last? Said the girl sitting to Meng's iris left, her tone icy. Exactly. It's only a matter of time before it's Cyrus' spot, added the other girl. Hearing this, Meng Shiro sighed. Don't say things like that. If Yunshin's girlfriend misunderstands, it'll cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Ya rolled her eyes dramatically. You're always going on about my uncle. I've told you 100 times she's not interested in Meng Shiro. If he's not interested, then explain what happened before. You can't even explain it yourself. Who are you trying to fool? Exactly. For all we know, this girlfriend is just a fake. When Lu Ya returned, fuming, Lu Huai reached out and ruffled his sister's hair. I told you not to hang out with them. If you don't like them, why force yourself? It's pointless. Uncle definitely doesn't like that White Lotus Meng Shiro, Lu Ya said angrily. Alright, he definitely doesn't, Lu Huai replied indulgently. Since it's your first time meeting everyone, don't cause any trouble. It would be bad if Qianyanji got the wrong impression, Lu Huai reminded. Hearing this, Lu Ya reluctantly agreed, got it. But while Lu Ya held herself back, Meng Shiro couldn't. Taking advantage of Lu Yunzheng stepping out of the private room, she sat down next to Luo Chenyun. Seeing Meng Shiro take a seat beside her, Luo Chenyun immediately understood what was happening. Hello, she greeted. Hearing Luo Chenyun take the initiative to greet her, Meng Shiro smiled faintly. Hello, I'm Meng Shiro, a good friend of Yunzheng. Nice to meet you. I'm Luo Chenyun, Yunzhen's girlfriend, Luo Chenyun replied with a smile. As for how much truth there was in the good friend title Meng Shiro claimed, Luo Chenyun had her own judgment. Meng Shiro suppressed the discomfort she felt upon hearing Luo Chenyun introduce herself as Lu Yunshin's girlfriend. I guess this is the first time Yunjin has brought a girlfriend to meet us. You're quite lucky. Luo Chenyan chuckled. He's lucky too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met me. Meng Shiro was momentarily taken aback by Luo Chenyan's confident response. Miss Luo, you seem very self-assured. Thank you. I think I have every reason to be, Luo Chenyan replied calmly. Curious, Meng Shiro asked, may I ask what you do for a living, Miss Luo? I'm a surgeon, Luo Chenyan said with a smile. What a coincidence. I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon, Meng Shiro exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. Yet, the over-the-top reaction seemed a bit insincere. Still, since they were technically in the same profession, Luo Chenyan decided to let it slide. It is quite a coincidence, she said politely. And after that, there wasn't much more to say. Noticing Meng Shiro sitting next to Luo Chenyan, Luya quickly hurried over. What are you two talking about? Just chatting, Luo Chenyan replied nonchalantly. We were just talking about careers. Turns out Miss Luo and I are both doctors, Meng Shiro said with a smile. Being a doctor is just a profession. How does that make Qian Yunji the same as you? Luya retorted unhappily. Yeah, I didn't mean anything by it, Meng Shiro said, feigning helplessness. Watching the interaction between Luya and Meng Shiro, Luo Chenyan seemed to realize something. Could Lu Ya's earlier disdain for the medical profession have been because of Meng Shiro? Excusing herself to the restroom, Luo Chenyan left the two of them alone. As soon as Luo Chenyan was out of sight, Meng Shiro smiled and said, you can't blame me for your boyfriend's actions. You're not still holding a grudge over that, are you? Ex-boyfriend. Luya snapped angrily. I can't even remember your ex-boyfriend's name. He was the one chasing after me. If you're blaming me for that, then I'm really innocent, Meng Shiro said. Luya felt both angry and a little wronged. But she knew deep down that Meng Shiro wasn't entirely to blame. It had been that way from the start. Feeling a bit stifled in the private room, Luo Chenyan decided to use the restroom outside. What she didn't expect was to overhear a conversation between two of Meng's heiress friends. Or rather, she found herself eavesdropping unintentionally. They were talking about her. Who would have thought Brother Yunjin would go for the replacement trope? Exactly. Shiro is a doctor, and the woman he found as a stand-in is also a doctor. Doesn't this just prove Shiro is his white moonlight? He's so considerate, even going out of his way to not hold Shiro back. I heard Lu's family pressured Brother Yunjin to go on blind dates. I'm guessing this girlfriend isn't just a stand-in but also a shield. But why doesn't Brother Yunjin just get together with Shiro? Now that she's back from abroad, I bet it won't be long before he breaks up with that woman. Don't forget, they almost ended up together back then. It was only because Brother Yunjin went into the army, not wanting to hold Shiro back, that they missed out all these years. And Lu's family was ruthless, sending him to the military to stop him from competing with his older brother. I heard it was his older brother who pushed for it, probably out of fear. The more Luo Chenyan listened, the stranger she felt. If she remembered correctly, Lu Yunzheng had volunteered to join the army. So the narrative that Lu Yunzheng was forced into the military and had to part ways with his first love didn't seem to add up. And as far as Lu's family being some complicated web of schemes, from what Shed observed, Lu Yunzheng seemed to have a pretty good relationship with his older brother. After all, his older brother was the only one in the family who knew about their marriage. So, could this so-called white moonlight status Meng Shiro claim to have also be a bit exaggerated? Meng Shiro's white moonlight charm, how genuine it was, Luo Chenyan couldn't tell. But it seemed the people outside the door had said all they wanted to say, as the sound of footsteps retreating soon followed. Stepping out of the stall, Luo Chenyan was washing her hands when Meng Shiro walked in. Miss Luo, what a coincidence, Meng Shiro greeted, her eyes showing just the right amount of surprise. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan casually tidied her long hair in the mirror, then turned to Meng Shiro with a faint smile. I thought Miss Meng might have known I was here and came specifically to find me. Luo Chenyan was wearing a red spaghetti strap dress that Luya had carefully picked for her. The dress not only accentuated her curves but also made her fair, glowing skin even more striking. The faint scars on her arm from the self-inflicted wounds she had made at the Luo family for clarity had already healed, leaving only a few pale marks that were hardly noticeable unless examined closely. In every move she made, Luo Chenyan exuded a sultry allure, the kind that could easily captivate attention. Though this was not a style Luo Chenyan often opted for, it didn't mean she couldn't pull it off. She had never confined herself to a single persona. Trying out different versions of herself was a source of joy. But to Meng Shiro, this version of Luo Chenyan was utterly annoying, not just because of her beauty, but because she could stand beside Lu Yunzheng. Suppressing the jealousy bubbling within, Meng Shiro smiled lightly. Miss Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Or perhaps you've heard something from someone else. No one said anything to me. Or are you suggesting there's something about you that might lead to a misunderstanding? Luo Chenyan asked with a hint of curiosity. Seeing Luo Chenyan wasn't taking the bait, Meng Shiro feigned a relieved expression and said with a tone of gratitude, I'm glad to hear that, Miss Luo. People often joke about me and Yunjin, and I was worried you might take it seriously. Oh, is that what you meant? Luo Qinyan replied, as if suddenly understanding. Some people do have a tendency to gossip. Don't worry, I'm not concerned at all. After all, I have plenty of confidence in myself. Meng Shiro felt a lump in her throat at Luo Qianyan's apparent ease. She forced a smile and said, You know, Yunjin and I have known each other for years. He used to say he liked gentle and demure girls. I guess his preferences have changed. Really? You think I'm not gentle? Not demure. Luo Qianyan laughed lightly, tossing her long hair over her shoulder. Men are visual creatures. They don't really have a type. It's just that before they meet someone they truly like, they convince themselves they prefer a certain kind. But honestly, it doesn't mean much. Realizing Luo Qianyan wasn't someone to be trifled with, Meng Shiro grew more serious. Miss Luo seems to understand men quite well. Unlike me, who's been so focused on my studies that I rarely have time to go out and have fun. Men are naturally drawn to pretty girls, Luo Qinyan said with a smile. So for you, it's understandable. Meng's iris smile froze. It was impossible to miss the blatant jab in Luo Qianyan's remark. Just as she was trying to regain her composure, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of fabric from not far away. Meng's iris lips curved slightly. It seems you're quite popular, Miss Luo. Not too bad, Luo Qinyan replied without a hint of modesty. It helps to be good-looking. Well, I can't compare to that, Meng Shiro said with a faint smile. Our family has strict rules, and we're taught not to casually associate with boys. I almost thought Miss Meng might have a special someone, Luo Qinyan quipped. Hearing this, Meng's iris eyes flickered slightly, avoiding direct contact. Miss Luo, you're teasing me again. Am I? Luo Qianyan cut straight to the point. I thought you liked Yunjing. Her bluntness caught Meng Shiro off guard, leaving her somewhat flustered. She hesitated before replying, Miss Luo, you're joking. Yunjing is your boyfriend now. True enough, Luo Qinyan remarked, observing Meng's iris expression on the verge of tears, yet trying to hold herself together. If there weren't any witnesses around, then who was she putting on this act for? They were both seasoned players, and Luo Qianyan wasn't about to fall for it. She chuckled, but her words cut sharply in Meng's iris ears. As long as you remember that, Miss Meng. After all, going after a man who already has a girlfriend, that's knowingly being the third party. I wouldn't expect a gentle and well-mannered girl like you to do something like that, right? Meng's iris face turned red with shame and anger as she glared at Luo Qianyan, but she pressed her lips together, refusing to speak. Yet Luo Qianyan wasn't letting her off so easily. Miss Meng, do you disagree with me? Are you saying knowingly being the third party is something to be admired? Or is that exactly what you intend to do? I am not. Meng Shiro gritted her teeth as she spat out each word, her eyes practically blazing as she stared at Luo Qianyan. Good, Luo Qianyan said calmly, clearly satisfied. As long as you're not. Please don't take offense, Miss Meng. It's just that I love my boyfriend very much, so I might be a little overprotective. With that, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Meng's iris hand. You won't hold it against me, will you, Miss Meng? You're joking, Miss Luo, Meng Shiro replied, trying to pull her hand back, only to find Luo Qianyan's grip firm. That's good then. Now I can rest assured. Luo Qianyan finally released her hand and smiled. I'll head back to the private room now. Don't let me disturb you, Miss Meng. With a wave of her hand, Luo Qianyan turned and left, leaving Meng Shiro standing there, her face darkening as her irritation grew. After leaving the restroom, Luo Qianyan hadn't gone far before she spotted Lu Yunzheng. She walked over to him at a leisurely pace, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Captain Lu, waiting outside the ladies' room, are you here for me, or for your white moonlight? A bit jealous, are we? Lu Yunzheng's voice was low. Maybe. I'm sweet and sour, but alas, you can't have a taste, Luo Qianyan quipped, swaying her hips as she prepared to leave. But in the next second, Lu Yunzheng grabbed her hand. Did they upset you? They don't have that kind of power, Luo Qianyan replied dismissively. But you look upset, Lu Yunzheng observed. Lu Yunzheng. She turned back to face him, leaning against the wall beside her. Be honest with me, okay? Okay. Ask me anything and I'll tell you, he said, his voice carrying a slight rasp. Is Meng Shiro your white moonlight? Luo Qianyan didn't bother beating around the bush. Lu Yunzheng's answer was straightforward. No. I don't have a white moonlight. Then why do they call her that? Why do they say I'm just a stand-in? And that the two of you almost ended up together? Luo Qianyan's voice carried a faint trace of grievance that she herself hadn't noticed. I have no idea, Lu Yunzheng replied, though this answer clearly didn't satisfy her. After a moment's thought, he added, but before I joined the army, she did confess to me. I turned her down right away. Luo Qianyan didn't respond, her silence prompting Lu Yunzheng to continue. You were so confident in front of her just now. Why are you suddenly doubting yourself? Because I have a brain, Lu Yunzheng. If she really were your white moonlight, you'd have made a move ages ago. You're not the type to hold back for over a decade. Besides, you didn't seem to think of her when we got married either. Luo Qianyan had already thought through all these possibilities. But her reasoning only made Lu Yunzheng more curious. If you figured all that out, then why ask me? Because guessing and hearing you admit it are two completely different things, Luo Qianyan said matter-of-factly. Rest assured before you, I never liked anyone. So you don't have to worry about me having a white moonlight, a red mole, or an ex-girlfriend, Lu Yunzheng. Luo Qianyan looked at Lu Yunzheng in front of her and couldn't help but believe his own words. Yet, there seemed to be another layer of meaning in what he said. Lu Yunzheng, do you like me? Luo Qianyan couldn't stop herself from asking. I thought you'd figured it out by now, Lu Yunzheng replied. Just because I noticed doesn't mean it's true. Like when people assumed you liked Meng Zhi, did that mean you actually liked her? Luo Qianyan muttered. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but chuckle. You're right. At that moment, Luo Qianyan noticed Meng's iris gaze and realized she had come out of the restroom. How long had she been standing there? Shifting her attention back, Luo Qianyan smiled. Your white moonlight is watching from behind. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng turned to glance at Meng Shiro. Clearly not expecting him to actually look, Meng Shiro hurriedly tried to mask her emotions. But before she could put on a smile, Lu Yunzheng had already looked away. Play along with me for a bit? Lu Yunzheng asked. Play what? Luo Qianyan asked softly. Help her give up on me, Lu Yunzheng said. As his partner in this little act, Luo Qianyan naturally agreed to this not-so-tragious request. All right. Moments later, Meng Shiro saw Lu Yunzheng wrap his arm around Luo Qianyan and lean in to kiss her. Luo Qianyan was so startled that her heart pounded like a drum. The warmth of his lips landed at the corner of hers, and their eyes met. Luo Qianyan was stunned. Wasn't the position a bit off? After a few seconds, Lu Yunzheng pulled away. Without sparing another glance at Meng Shiro behind them, he casually draped his arm over Luo Qianyan's shoulder and walked back. Meng Shiro stood frozen in place, tears welling up in her eyes. When she eventually returned, she saw Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng seated in the middle of the group. With Lu Yunzheng's presence, no one dared to slight Luo Qianyan, and the atmosphere was lively. Meng Qi, noticing his sister's despondent state, glanced over at Lu Yunzheng and Luo Qianyan. Shiro, let me take you home. No need, Meng Shiro replied. I just got back to the country. I want to spend more time with everyone. With that, she picked up her wine glass and walked over to join Luo Qianyan and the others. Meng's iris feelings for Lu Yunzheng were no secret to the group. While she had previously shown little reaction, her current demeanor resembled that of someone nursing a broken heart. She pulled everyone into rounds of drinking, and out of respect for their lifelong friendship, no one said much and simply went along with it. Luo Qianyan also ended up drinking quite a bit. Surprisingly, the one she thought had a low alcohol tolerance, Lu Yunzheng, showed no signs of being drunk. As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Qianyan seemed to realize something. Taking a moment, she hooked her arm around Lu Yunzheng's neck, pulling him closer, and whispered in his ear, You lied to me. Last time you drank with my teacher, were you pretending to be drunk? Thinking back to that incident, Lu Yunzheng raised a hand to ruffle her hair. Your teacher loves his drinks, but his health isn't great, so he shouldn't drink too much. Pretending to be drunk was my way of looking out for him. His explanation made perfect sense, but Luo Qianyan was puzzled. How did you know about my teacher's health? His wife told me, Lu Yunzheng replied, looking at the tipsy girl in front of him. You've had enough to drink. Stop now. Luo Qianyan obediently nodded her head but soon turned to sulk after losing a game, lifting her glass of wine. However, before she could drink it, Lu Yunzheng intercepted and drank it instead. Across the table, Meng Shiro watched this scene unfold, her eyes turning red. She couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly burst out, Lu Yunzheng. The sudden use of his full name made everyone stop what they were doing and turn to look at her. At that moment, the drunken Meng Shiro could only see Lu Yunzheng in her eyes. Everyone else faded into the background. Despite also being drunk, Luo Qianyan instinctively clung to her territory, wrapping her arms around Lu Yunzheng's waist. What are you calling him for? He's my husband. Meng Shiro, teary-eyed and emotional, cried, If you didn't care about me, why did you go out of your way to save me? Her gaze was fixed on Lu Yunzheng, as though he were a heartless man who had wronged her. Luo Qianyan, confused and tipsy, turned to Lu Yunzheng. You saved her? Before Lu Yunzheng could explain, Luo Qianyan shifted her gaze to Luya. Yaya, come here and explain this to me. Luya, who had dozed off on her brother's back after drinking too much, immediately raised her hand and opened her eyes groggily. I'm here. But though she was now awake, she had no idea what was going on. Explain what? Before Luo Qianyan could say anything further, Lu Yunzheng scooped her into his arms and looked over at Lu Huai. Let Yaya continue sleeping. Got it, uncle. Lu Huai responded without hesitation. He turned and gently coaxed his sister back to sleep. In Lu Yunzheng's arms, Luo Qinyan tilted her head up in dissatisfaction, her fair face tinged with a rosy hue. Her slightly dazed eyes were full of accusation. Lu Yunzheng's throat tightened, and he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. If you have questions, ask me. Don't go looking for answers from others. Only what I say reflects my true thoughts. Understand? Nope. Luo Qinyan refuted. What if you're lying to me? Then what you say wouldn't be your real thoughts. If someone else sees through you, then what they say would be your true thoughts. Are you sure you're drunk? Lu Yunzheng was skeptical. Her logic was a bit too clear for someone who had been drinking. I'm not drunk, just dizzy. Luo Qinyan leaned against his chest. Then, as if belatedly realizing something, she noticed that everyone was still staring at them. Chief among them was Meng Shiro, who looked utterly heartbroken. Luo Qinyan suddenly remembered the earlier conversation. Oh right, we were talking about you saving her. Meng's heiress brother, Meng Qi, had tried multiple times to get her to sit down, but she stubbornly refused, continuing to stare at Lu Yunzheng. Seeing this, Lu Yunzheng spoke in a steady, serious tone. I've already said this before. The peacekeeping mission was assigned by superiors and had nothing to do with personal reasons. I didn't know you'd be there, nor did I expect to save you on the battlefield. But you clearly volunteered to go. Everyone knew I was there during that time. I don't believe you didn't know, Meng Shiro accused. Meng Shiro, Lu Yunzheng said firmly, I volunteered for the peacekeeping mission because of my duty, not because of you. As for where you were, I never asked and no one told me. His words were honest and straightforward, but Meng Shiro refused to believe him. She ran out of the private room in tears, and Meng Qi had no choice but to chase after her, fearing for her safety. The atmosphere in the room shifted after that. With the drama involving Meng Shiro and the fact that most people were already quite drunk, everyone decided to call it a night and head home. By the time they returned to the Lu family home, it was nearly midnight. The older family members were already asleep. Lu Huai carried Luya to her room, while Lu Yunzheng brought Luo Qinyan to the guest room. However, as soon as Luo Qinyan was placed on the bed, she got up, declaring that she wanted to take a shower. Before Lu Yunzheng could react, she had already walked into the bathroom and started undressing. When Luo Qinyan woke up, sunlight streamed through the window, landing on the bed, and she found it a bit blinding. She raised her hand to block the light from her eyes, but something felt off about her body. A quick glance down revealed where were her clothes? Realizing she was lying under the blanket completely bare, Luo Qinyan instinctively wrapped herself tightly in the duvet. Shifting slightly beneath the covers, she noticed her waist felt a little sore. In that instant, a jolt of panic shot through her like a lightning bolt. However, aside from the soreness, she didn't seem to feel any other discomfort. It was then that her gaze landed on the figure seated on the sofa not far away. The sofa wasn't particularly large, but Lu Yunzheng, with his tall frame and long legs, looked utterly cramped, his legs awkwardly stretched out in a way that made Luo Qinyan feel uncomfortable just looking at him. As she calmed down, she realized that nothing inappropriate must have happened last night. After all, if something had, Lu Yunzheng wouldn't be on the sofa, it'd be in the bed. But then why had she taken off all her clothes? Puzzled, Luo Qinyan couldn't resist calling out to him, Lu Yunzheng? On the sofa, Lu Yunzheng opened his eyes and turned to look at her. Seeing that she was awake, he sat up and, with a slightly husky morning voice, asked, Awake? Luo Qinyan responded, nodding while clutching the blanket tightly around her. In a small voice she asked, Why are you sleeping on the sofa? You wouldn't let me leave last night, Lu Yunzheng explained matter-of-factly. You said you were scared to be alone. Hearing this, Luo Qinyan gave an awkward laugh. So she was the one to blame after all. Does your head still hurt? Lu Yunzheng asked with concern. She shook her head. No, it doesn't. I usually don't get headaches from drinking. Her response, however, made Lu Yunzheng's expression shift slightly, leaving Luo Qinyan puzzled. What's wrong? You said last night that your head hurt after drinking and insisted I massage it for you, Lu Yunzheng replied. Luo Qinyan was pretty sure she hadn't had a headache, but since Lu Yunzheng said so, denying it would only make her look guilty. So, putting on a serious face, she said, Maybe I drank too much last night, so my head hurt a bit. But I'm fine now after some sleep. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, Did I throw up last night? You must have had a hard time taking care of me, huh? She couldn't help but recall scenes from TV dramas where people vomit all over themselves, leading to their clothes being removed. Thinking back to the events of the previous night, Lu Yunzheng's ears turned slightly red, though his face remained composed. You didn't throw up. It's just that. Just what? Luo Qinyan pressed him, her curiosity growing. You insisted on taking a bath, Lu Yunzheng admitted. He remembered how, when he had followed her into the bathroom last night, she had already started undressing. He couldn't stop her, nor could he persuade her otherwise. Seeing that she was determined, he reluctantly let her take a bath. But after the bath, she insisted on soaking in the tub. Drinking and soaking in hot water? That was dangerous. Yet, She was so stubborn that he had no choice but to stand guard outside the bathroom door, back turned, in case she fell asleep in the tub. And as it turned out, his concerns weren't unfounded. When he noticed the silence in the bathroom, he went back in to find her sound asleep in the bathtub. If he had been even a little later, she might drown herself. After wrapping her in a towel and carrying her out of the bathroom, she still didn't settle down. The moment he placed her on the bed, she threw off the towel, complaining that it was uncomfortable. With no other choice, Lu Yunzheng wrapped her up tightly in a blanket. Yet, she kept looking at him with those damp, pleading eyes, and it took all of his willpower to maintain his composure. He had originally intended to find her some pajamas since her suitcase was right there in the room. However, despite her repeating the password 10 times, every single attempt was wrong. To avoid further trouble, Lu Yunzheng told Luo Chenyan to go to sleep and return to his own room. But Luo Chenyan refused to comply, first claiming a headache that needed massaging, then saying she was scared to sleep alone. If his resolve had been even slightly weaker, he would have been lying anywhere but the sofa. Eventually, perhaps out of sheer exhaustion, she finally lay down to sleep, but not before making him promise to stay in the room with her. Hearing Lu Yunzheng recount her clingy and demanding behavior, Luo Chenyan buried herself under the blanket in utter embarrassment. This was mortifying justly since she hadn't been wearing anything. She hadn't expected herself to be so bold, openly teasing him like that. "Don't suffocate yourself," Lu Yunzheng said as he pulled the blanket down, revealing her flushed cheeks. "I'm going back to my room to freshen up. Rest a bit longer, and we'll have breakfast later," he said softly. Luo Chenyan nodded obediently. "I'll get up soon. I'm not sleepy anymore. Don't worry. No one knows about last night, so there's no need to feel embarrassed." After reassuring her, Lu Yunzheng finally left her room. The moment she heard the door close, Luo Chenyan groaned in frustration. Alcohol truly was trouble, and so was his good looks. Thank goodness she hadn't actually pounced on him. Though, thinking about it, even if she had, with his strength, it would have been easy for him to subdue her. Glancing at her suitcase nearby, she quickly went over to grab some clothes. But when she looked at the lock, she noticed something peculiar. The password was just one digit off from the correct, only completely random number. "So I'm a scheming girl after all," she muttered with a sigh. Opening the suitcase, she began picking out her outfit for the day. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng had just closed his door when he turned around and bumped into Luya. Yeah. Luya instinctively tried to run, but she was caught just 2 steps away from the corner. Turning back with an awkward smile, she greeted him. "Good morning, uncle. This is the guest room. What are you doing here?" Lu Yunjing asked directly. Well unable to come up with an excuse, Luya quickly changed the subject. "Uncle, your clothes are all wrinkled. Shouldn't you go back to your room and change?" Lu Yunjing nodded slightly and then added, "Don't disturb her." "Got it," Luya replied considerately. Sister Qianyan must be exhausted. I'll make sure no one bothers her. Something about her tone felt off to Lu Yunjing. "Don't overthink it. She just had too much to drink last night." "I understand. I totally understand," Luya said, nodding quickly before urging him, "Uncle, you should go change your clothes now." The moment Lu Yunzheng walked away, Luya couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. Sister Qianyan is amazing. Serves Meng Shiro right for losing out. I'd better go share this good news with Mom and Grandma. Achoo. Luo Qianyan sneezed just as she finished getting dressed. Rubbing her nose, she wondered if she'd caught a cold from last night. After changing into fresh clothes, Luo Qianyan curled up on the sofa, busy replying to her best friend's messages. It wasn't like she reached out first, her friend's messages had practically flooded her inbox. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was all because of something she had done last night. A single cryptic message she had sent before disappearing had left Song Yunjing speculating all night. "Song Yunjing, hey, are you awake yet? It's so late the sun's already shining on your bed. Just how wild was last night?" That was sent around 7 a.m., which begged the question, how exactly was the sun shining at that hour? Song Yunjing, still no reply? Was the battle that intense? Spill the details already. That came in at 8 a.m. "Song Yunjing, if you keep ignoring me, I'm coming to Shangjing. I've raised my precious cabbage for so long, how could it be stolen by a pig? Song Yunjing, heavens above, are you trying to kill me with suspense? My gossip-loving heart can't take it anymore." Luo Qianyan, feeling her cheeks warm as she read through the messages, finally gave in and replied. If she didn't, who knew what absurd things Song Yunjing would come up with next? "Luo Qianyan, stop overthinking. Nothing happened between him and me." Song Yunjing finally. "You're alive." Song Yunjing, if you hadn't replied, my imagination would have gone completely wild. Luo Qianyan, hasn't it already? Song Yunjing, Qianbao, this is disappointing. How could you not snag such a gorgeous man? Luo Qianyan, we've only just met. If I rushed things, wouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage? Song Yunjing, oh right. You've only known him for a short time and yet you're already married to him. Song Yunjing, do you think there's something wrong with him? Luo Chenyan, stop it. Song Yunjing, but seriously, a gem like him shouldn't be left on the market. Just then, the sound of knocking interrupted their chat. Luo Chenyan felt like she had been saved. Luo Chenyan, gotta go. Something's come up. Talk later. When she opened the door, she saw Lu Yunzheng standing there. Luo Chenyan was wearing a beige tweed dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding an elegant socialite vibe. But her attention was immediately drawn to something in his hands. Oh, how adorable. Lu Yunzheng was holding a fluffy Bichon Frise, a little white puffball that looked like a chubby cloud. The little dog seemed just as excited to see Luo Chenyan. As she reached out to pet it, it leaned toward her, wagging its tiny tail. Gently, she scooped it up and began playing with the little fluff. Seeing how engrossed she was with the dog, Lu Yunzheng finally spoke up. I saw it wandering around earlier and thought you might like it, so I brought it over for you to meet. Who wouldn't like something this cute? Luo Chenyan said with a smile as she continued to play with the pup. Is this your family's dog? My mom loves animals. We have a few cats and dogs at home. This one's from the latest litter, Lu Yunzheng explained. It's so adorably so round and fluffy. Luo Chenyan stroked the dog's back gently. What's its name? Lu Yunzheng paused for a moment. I don't think it has one yet. Don't tell me even you don't know? Luo Chenyan asked, raising an eyebrow. Considering how little time he spent at home, it seemed plausible. Lu Yunzheng chuckled. That's entirely possible. I'll ask my mom later. The two of them went downstairs for breakfast, with Luo Chenyan holding a small Bichon Frise as she walked beside Lu Yunzheng. From a distance, Lu's mother caught sight of them and couldn't help but smile. Chenyan and Xiaoyao really make a great pair. After all, Yunzheng chose her himself, so of course she's perfect for him, she remarked. Lu Yunzheng also smiled and nodded in agreement. As they approached, Luo Chenyan greeted them politely. Lu's mother noticed the little Bichon Frise in Chenyan's arms and chuckled. It seems Xiao'er likes Chenyan too. Look how well behaved it is, not mischievous at all. Chenyan lowered her head to look at the fluffy pup in her arms and gently patted its tiny head. Then, out of curiosity, she asked, Auntie, is its name Xiao'er? Lu's mother smiled and explained, not exactly. It's just that it has an older brother, so we've been calling it Xiao'er for now. We haven't decided on an official name yet. Noticing how much Chenyan seemed to like the little dog, Lu's mother said, if you really like it, why don't you take it home and keep it as your own? Hearing this, Chenyan was clearly tempted. Lu Yunzheng, noticing her hesitation, added, if you like it, taking it home to keep you company sounds like a good idea. In the end, Luo Qianyan's trip to the capital resulted in her bringing home an adorable puppy. As for its name, Qianyan decided to call it Xiaoyan Duo Little Cloud because of its fluffy snow-white appearance. After having lunch at the Lu family's home, Lu Yunzheng took Qianyan to explore some nearby spots. Given the tight schedule, they didn't visit many places, but they did pick up some local specialties before heading back to a city. After all, Qianyan needed to return to work at the hospital the next morning. The elders in the Lu family were very fond of Qianyan. They added her to the family group chat and warmly invited her to visit whenever she had time. When they left, the single suitcase Qianyan brought with her turned into two, and the panda plushie she had initially carried now had to be stuffed into her luggage. This was because her arms were occupied with Xiao Yundu. Back in a city, Qianyan's friend Song Yunjing was the first to notice her new addition, thanks to a post on social media. Girl, everyone else brings back local specialties, and you come back with a dog? Yunjing commented under Qianyan's post. Qianyan replied, it was a gift from Auntie Lu. Xiao Yunduo is so cutie, I'd fall in love with it too. Curious, Yunjing zoomed in on the photo of the little Bichon Frise. She had to admit, it was undeniably adorable. When Qianyan arrived home, she found a pile of pet supplies waiting for her, including a dog bed, food bowls, dog food, toys, and more. The largest item was the dog bed, which Lu Yunzheng was already setting up. Meanwhile, Qianyan sat nearby, playing with Xiao Yunduo. Lu Yunzheng's efficiency was far beyond what Qianyan had expected. What she thought would take at least 2 hours was done in less than 1. Xiao Yunduo seemed very pleased with its new bed, settling in comfortably. The next morning, Qianyan went back to work at the hospital, while Yunjin headed off to assist with special training at the armed police unit. The emergency department was as busy as ever, leaving no time for gossip about Qianyan's personal life, which she didn't mind at all. However, as her shift was nearing its end, a few colleagues invited her to join them for dinner. Qianyan figured it wouldn't hurt to go, as it might save her from further curiosity about her private life. But just as she was about to leave, Lu Yunjin showed up at the emergency building. His tall and handsome appearance immediately caught the attention of several young nurses, who couldn't hide their admiration. When he mentioned he was looking for Luo Qianyan, one of the nurses eagerly led him to her office. On the way, the nurse, curious about their relationship but too shy to ask directly, hinted, "Are you a friend of Dr. Luo's?" Yunshin's response was straightforward and confident. I'm her husband. Remember not to let the wound get wet after you go home. Come back in 7 days to have the stitches removed. There's nothing else to worry about, Lu Yunzheng said softly. Hearing this, the mother of the patient next to them looked concerned. Doctor, will my daughter have a scar on her head? She asked anxiously. If there is a scar on the forehead, it won't be very noticeable. Just make sure to disinfect it properly, Lu Yunzheng replied calmly. However, upon hearing this, the patient's mother became even more worried. A scar on her forehead? That would ruin my daughter's looks, she exclaimed. Seeing the young girl's eyes redden with tears at her mother's words, Lu Yunzheng sighed and explained further. Auntie, it's just a wound less than a centimeter long. Even if there's a scar, it won't be obvious. She's only 15. Let's not scare her. It's really not that serious. You say it's not serious, but how would you know? It's not on your head, is it? Easy for you to say when it's someone else's child. The mother snapped, venting her frustration at Lu Yunzheng with a few harsh remarks. Not wanting to argue, Lu Yunzheng simply gave the girl detailed instructions on how to care for her wound and told them to go pay the fees and collect their medication. After glancing around and seeing no more patients in line, Lu Yunzheng began tidying up her desk, getting ready to leave for the day. Just as she was packing up, a knock on the door made her pause. Thinking it might be another patient, she reopened her computer. However, when she saw Lu Yunzheng standing at the doorway, she was a little surprised. Why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? She asked. I'm here to pick you up from work, Lu Yunzheng said as he walked over to her desk. Do you still have patients? Shouldn't be any more, she replied, shutting down her computer again and quickly packing her bag. Just as she was about to change out of her work clothes, a colleague entered the room. Dr. Luo, there's still a patient waiting, Qian Mimi said, her eyes lighting up when she noticed Lu Yunzheng in the room. She had assumed he was a patient who hadn't been seen yet. No, he's just a friend, Luo Chenyan clarified. Before she could say more, Qian Mimi quickly suggested, since he's your friend, why don't we all go together? Luo Chenyan glanced at Lu Yunzheng, who didn't seem to mind. I could cancel my plans and join you, he offered, looking at her for confirmation. Qian Mimi also looked at her expectantly. Alright, let's all go together then, Luo Chenyan agreed. After all, if there were going to be gossip, having the person in question present wouldn't hurt. Once Luo Chenyan had changed her clothes, the group headed to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Although Luo Chenyan had just returned from a leave of absence, she was already familiar with her colleagues from before. However, her companion Lu Yunzheng quickly became the center of everyone's curiosity. This is Dr. Luo's friend, and he just happened to join us, Qian Mimi said with a smile as Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng took their seats. She wasted no time in sitting to Lu Yunzheng's right. As the group ate and chatted, the conversation inevitably turned to Luo Chenyan. Dr. Luo, what happened the other day when you and your brother were both brought to the hospital? Everyone's been wondering, someone asked. Since Luo Qi was still recuperating in the hospital's inpatient ward, curiosity about the incident was still running high. The situation that day had been so unusual that it was impossible not to be intrigued. Rumors had been circulating that Luo Qi's head injury was caused by Luo Chenyan, but no one knew the full story. Luo Chenyan simply smiled and said, what else could have happened? My brother accidentally fell. I didn't expect the fall to be so serious, though. I heard it wasn't an accident. Someone said you hit him, another person chimed in. Luo Chenyan glanced at the person who had just spoken. I've always gotten along well with my brother. Why would I hit him? Well, we don't know, so we just thought we'd ask, the person replied with a grin. Don't make baseless accusations. Strictly speaking, that could be considered defamation, Luo Chenyan said softly, but her words carried an unmistakable edge. Sensing the tension, the others quickly laughed it off and moved on, diverting the conversation. Luo Chenyan quietly continued eating, unconcerned about anything else, her only goal being to fill herself up. Meanwhile, Qian Mimi, sitting nearby, noticed Lu Yunzheng focused on his meal. Just as she was about to strike up a conversation with him, she saw him pouring a glass of water for Luo Chenyan. The thought she'd been carefully forming was interrupted, so she waited. When she tried again to speak, she saw him serving food onto Luo Chenyan's plate. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Chenyan, then back at Lu Yunzheng. She finally managed to utter a word, but the next second, she saw Lu Yunzheng place a peeled shrimp into Luo Chenyan's bowl. At this point, even if she had been slow to pick up on things, she couldn't ignore it anymore. Dr. Luo, are you two just ordinary friends? Qian Mimi asked hesitantly. What counts as ordinary? Luo Chenyan glanced at Lu Yunzheng beside her. Does having a marriage certificate count? A marriage certificate? Qian Mimi was stunned. You just broke up, didn't you? How long has it been? And now you're married? For real. Luo Chenyan ate the shrimp calmly, then replied unhurriedly, why would I lie to you? Of course it's true. Besides, there's no rule saying I can't get married to someone else after my ex cheated on me. That was fast, Qian Mimi said, unable to hold back her surprise, while also mourning her own recently sparked feelings. Luo Qianyan sighed softly. You could think of it as being unable to see someone's true nature for 10 years, which left me disheartened. So I just want to settle down with someone who treats me well. Thinking about the years of friendship between Luo Qianyan and Lu Yan, only to have it end in infidelity, Qian Mimi couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. You're right. If a scumbag cheats, you should do whatever makes you happy. Honestly, I think he's better than that scumbag anyway. Because he's good-looking? Luo Qianyan asked with a faint smile. Qian Mimi nodded decisively, not caring that Lu Yunzheng was sitting right between them. Now that everyone knew about Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzhen's relationship, they felt too awkward to ask any more questions, as if prying would seem provocative. But their curiosity about the pair's story was undiminished. In response to everyone's curiosity, Lu Yunzhen simply repeated the story he'd told Luo Qianyan's professor earlier, that he'd been secretly in love with her for years. I never realized Mr. Lu and Dr. Luo have known each other for so long. I always saw Lu Yan picking her up, someone remarked. Lu Yunzhen's reply was succinct. I usually work in the military and rarely get time off. You're in the military? Qian Mimi asked, her face full of surprise. Lu Yunzhen nodded slightly, offering no further explanation. When the group finally stopped discussing Lu Yunzhen, Luo Qianyan leaned closer and said in a low voice, Isn't that the same excuse you told my professor? If we change the story too much, it'll be easier to get caught. Besides, your professor is the department head. If he finds out we were lying earlier, it'll be obvious we made it all up, Lu Yunzhen whispered back. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan realized he had thought things through more thoroughly than she had. After the dinner gathering ended, Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzhen walked back together. As they strolled along, Lu Yunzhen suddenly stopped. Don't you think we're missing something? What? Luo Qianyan asked, puzzled. Lu Yunzhen gestured toward the jewelry store nearby. As Luo Qianyan glanced at the advertisement on the large screen featuring a bride in a wedding dress, wearing a ring and radiating happiness, she immediately understood. Although she felt that a ring wasn't essential in their relationship, if Lu Yunzhen wanted one, of course, they would get it. Without hesitation, Luo Qianyan grabbed Lu Yunzhen's hand and pulled him into the store. Let's go. The store was filled with a dazzling array of ring styles, with prices ranging from affordable to extravagant, and gemstones in every conceivable material and color. However, given both Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzhen's professions, neither of them was accustomed to wearing rings in their daily lives. In the end, they selected two simple and understated designs. Just as they were finalizing their choice, Pei Xianxian happened to walk by and noticed the two of them inside the store. Hearing her voice from behind, Luo Qianyan turned to see her. She was still wearing the simple ring they had just tried on. The moment Pei Xianxian saw it, she frowned in disdain. Qianyan, you're a daughter of the Luo family. Even if you're on a budget, you shouldn't settle for such a small ring, should you? As she spoke, she deliberately raised her left hand to show off her own ring. Look, the diamond on your wedding ring isn't even as big as the one on mine. Does having a bigger diamond matter? You don't even have someone to put a wedding ring on your finger, Luo Qianyan replied indifferently, then turned her attention back to another ring. Pei Xianxian's expression darkened as she suddenly thought about the current conflict between their family's companies. She assumed Luo Qianyan was mocking her and immediately let out a cold laugh. Even though our two families are at odds right now, Yan and I will overcome the challenges and handle this situation. Luo Qianyan blinked, utterly confused. What are you even talking about? She asked, deciding not to bother pretending she understood. Don't play dumb. What's the point? Pei Xianxian sneered. Are you delusional? Luo Qianyan asked, exasperated. Just wait. Soon enough, you'll be attending my wedding with Yan. I'll make sure to send you an invitation, Pei Xianxian declared smugly. Still unsure what Pei Xianxian was rambling about, Luo Qianyan decided not to press further. All right. I wish you two a lifetime of happiness together. Just don't cause trouble for anyone else, she replied casually. You can laugh now, but getting involved with some penniless soldier will only make your life harder in the future, Pei Xianxian retorted mockingly. Luo Qianyan's smile instantly faded, and her expression turned cold. Do you want to end up on tomorrow's trending topics? Keep running your mouth, and I'll make sure you do. And what exactly can you do? Pei Xianxian scoffed. Oh, you really want to find out? Luo Qianyan said as she put down the ring and walked up to Pei Xianxian. Don't mistake someone's patience for a free pass to be reckless. Know your limits, Pei Xianxian. Pei Xianxian's confidence faltered as she faced Luo Qianyan. For some reason, a sense of unease crept into her heart. She opened her mouth a few times but ultimately decided against escalating the situation. After all, her past wasn't exactly spotless, and she couldn't afford for Luo Qianyan to dig up anything damaging. I have other things to do today, so I won't waste my time arguing with you, Pei Xianxian said begrudgingly before storming out of the store. Once outside, she glanced back at Luo Qianyan through the window and muttered bitterly, let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. A penniless soldier? What a joke. She spat on the ground before walking away. Back in the store, Luo Chenyan finalized their choice and showed the ring to Lu Yunzheng. What do you think? She asked. It looks great, Lu Yunzheng replied with a nod of approval. Are you sure you don't want to pick something else? They say women usually prefer larger diamonds. There's no need, Luo Chenyan said softly. I don't wear rings very often anyway. My job makes it inconvenient to wear one during work. Lu Yunzheng nodded slightly. I rarely get the chance to wear one either. So don't worry about what Pei Xianxian says. Her opinions only represent herself. As long as we like it, that's what matters, Luo Chenyan said with a smile. Lu Yunzheng went to pay with his card. As the two left, they both slipped the rings onto their ring fingers. Looking at the rings on their hands, Luo Chenyan thought for a moment and posted a photo on her social media. Song Yunjing was the first to like and comment enthusiastically, followed by a string of compliments from other friends. However, when Luya's comment appeared, Luo Chenyan suddenly realized she had forgotten to block her. The thing was, the Lu family didn't know about their marriage yet. But now it was too late to delete the post. Luya, no way, no way. Is my uncle really this stingy? Luya, the diamond is so tiny, bad review. After leaving those two comments, Luya disappeared. Luo Chenyan thought for a moment and replied. Reply to Luya, it has nothing to do with him. I picked it. With no further response from Luya, Luo Chenyan closed the app and headed home with Lu Yunjing. But to her surprise, as soon as they arrived home, Lu Yunjing received a call from his family. Meanwhile, Luya replied to Luo Chenyan's message. Reply to Luo Chenyan, don't worry Qianyanji. Since you're with my uncle, I won't let you suffer. Grandma said this is all my uncle's fault, and she'll stand up for you. Stand up for me? Fault? What fault? Luo Chenyan felt both amused and exasperated. It was just a simple ring purchase. She picked up Xiaoyan Duo, their fluffy dog, and sat on the sofa, petting it while watching Lu Yunjing finish his phone call. Your mom didn't give you a hard time, did she? Luo Chenyan asked helplessly. I didn't expect a simple social media post to cause such a stir. Not really, Lu Yunjing replied as he sat beside her. She means well for us. And honestly, I think she has a point. Huh? What did Auntie Lu say? Luo Chenyan asked curiously. But Lu Yunjing wouldn't say anymore. Instead, he changed the topic. By the way, did you understand what that woman was saying earlier? Luo Chenyan was indeed distracted. Oh right. What did Pei Xianxian mean earlier? Is there some conflict between the two families? It's not exactly a conflict, Lu Yunzheng explained. Big Brother found out that the Luo family mistreated you, so he instructed Lu Yan's family to cut ties and stop collaborating with them. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan recalled the major project that had been in the works between the Luo and Lu families for over 6 months. If all cooperation was terminated, the Luo family would be in chaos. And sure enough, the Luo family was indeed in turmoil. Over the next few days, Luo Chenyan constantly heard Song Yunjing narrate the drama of the Luo and Lu Yan families fighting like cats and dogs. Meanwhile, Song Mingyu had managed to connect with the Lu family in Beijing, bypassing Lu Yan's family to establish a partnership. For the next 2 weeks, Luo Chenyan's days were filled with work, coming home to play with Xiaoyan Duo and unwinding. Life felt fulfilling. Lu Yunjing, meanwhile, continued his special training with the armed police force, but still made it a point to pick her up from work every day without fail. Over time, Luo Chenyan grew used to his presence, even as her colleagues teased her about it. During her free time, she visited Luo Qi at the hospital. Occasionally, she would run into members of the Luo family there, but they wouldn't dare cause trouble in a hospital setting. One day, near the end of her shift, a group of people in armed police uniforms suddenly stormed into the emergency department. A moment later, they all rushed toward the operating room. When Luo Chenyan heard about it, her heart skipped a beat. Luo Chenyan felt a growing sense of urgency in her heart, but seeing that there were still 2 patients waiting, she suppressed her impulse to leave. After finishing with the last 2 patients, she quickly tidied up her things, changed out of her uniform, and ran toward the emergency room. As she approached the entrance, she saw a group of tall armed police officers, some standing, some squatting, all waiting anxiously outside the door. When they noticed Luo Chenyan, they barely reacted, assuming she was just passing by. Scanning the area, she couldn't spot Lu Yunjin anywhere, which only made her more anxious. Unable to contain herself, she grabbed one of the officers and asked, "What happened?" The officer's expression was somber, and his voice was heavy. During a mission to rescue hostages, the kidnappers suddenly threatened to kill them. To save the hostages, our captain, he was stabbed multiple times. He trailed off, unable to continue, burying his face in his hands as he started to cry. Luo Chenyan's eyes reddened as well. Your captain is it Lu Yunjin? She asked hesitantly. Her words drew the attention of the other officers nearby, who turned to look at her. You know, Chenyan. A deep, magnetic voice sounded behind her. Luo Chenyan turned around in disbelief, her teary eyes making Lu Yunjin's figure appear blurry. Hastily wiping her tears, she finally saw his face clearly and couldn't help but break down into sobs. Seeing her like this, Lu Yunzheng was momentarily flustered. He quickly pulled her into his arms, letting her cry against his chest. Luo Qianyan had been truly terrified. For a moment, she had thought something had happened to Lu Yunzheng. Seeing him now, safe and sound, brought her a wave of relief, but it also caused her emotions to overflow. Lu Yunzheng quietly let her vent, though he couldn't help but chastise himself inwardly. Strangely, seeing her cry over him gave him a small, secret sense of satisfaction. As Luo Qianyan clung to his shirt, crying uncontrollably, a gentle voice came from behind Lu Yunzheng. This must be Captain Lin's girlfriend, right? Since she was the only woman present, Luo Qianyan instinctively raised her head, her tear-filled eyes landing on a family of 3 who had appeared at some point. The elegant woman who had spoken looked briefly amazed by Luo Qianyan's appearance, but quickly replaced it with an apologetic expression. If it weren't for Captain Lin's bravery, our daughter wouldn't have made it back unharmed. Young lady, don't worry. Captain Lin will be fine. Luo Qianyan was utterly confused by the woman's words. She glanced at Lu Yunzheng and finally realized there had been a misunderstanding. Hurriedly, she explained, "You've got it wrong, I'm not Captain Lin's girlfriend." "You're not? Then are you his sister?" The woman, Mrs. Su, was taken aback. Luo Qianyan had been crying so sorrowfully that it didn't seem like they were unrelated. "No, I'm not." Luo Qianyan shook her head awkwardly, then pointed to Lu Yunzheng. "I'm his girlfriend." "His wife," Lu Yunzheng softly corrected her. He then turned to the others and explained, "Qianyan misunderstood and thought I was the one injured, so she got a little emotional." Hearing this, everyone quickly understood. "So you're Instructor Lu's wife. It seems like you two have a wonderful relationship," Mrs. Su said warmly. "We just got married recently," Lu Yunzheng added with a faint smile. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su were chatting with Lu Yunzheng, but Luo Qianyan noticed that the girl beside them had glanced at her multiple times. And, well, the way she looked at her made Luo Qianyan feel uncomfortable. Just then, Luo Qianyan caught her looking again. When she turned to meet her gaze, Su Li rolled her eyes directly. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but frown. From the conversation, she deduced that Su Li was the hostage who had been rescued, but her attitude didn't seem like that of someone who had just been saved. Or rather, even if she didn't care about anything else, she should at least show some respect to the wife of her savior. Her behavior was really uncalled for. The group waited outside the emergency room. Mr. and Mrs. Su were both deeply grateful to Lu Yunzheng and his team not only for rescuing Su Li, but also for apprehending the kidnappers. Su Li also expressed her gratitude to Lu Yunzheng. In her eyes, even though Captain Lin, lying inside the operating room, had risked his life to hold off the dangerous criminals, it was Lu Yunzheng who had saved her from falling off the rooftop. She even tried to seize the opportunity to ask for his WeChat, but Lu Yunzheng turned her down without hesitation. At this point, Luo Qianyan figured it out. Su Li had ulterior motives. She clearly had her eyes on Lu Yunzheng. Turning to look at her husband, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but take in his face and physique. Coupled with his heroic act of saving someone, it was no wonder Su Li was smitten. "What's wrong?" Lu Yunzheng asked as he noticed her scrutinizing gaze. "Nothing, just thinking you're quite handsome," Luo Qianyan said with a smile. Being complimented so directly, Lu Yunzheng managed to keep a straight face, but a sweet sense of pride bubbled up inside him. He almost couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward. When the light above the emergency room dimmed and the doctor came out, they announced that Captain Lin had been rescued in time and was no longer in critical condition. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there were too many people at the scene and that Captain Lin wouldn't wake up anytime soon, Mr. and Mrs. Su decided to take Su Li home and return to the hospital the next day to visit. On their way out, noticing Su Li's reluctance to leave and her frequent glances at Lu Yunzheng, Mr. Su's expression darkened. "Su Li." Hearing her father's tone, Su Li finally followed them. However, as they were leaving, Mrs. Su couldn't help but glance back at Luo Qianyan. Feeling her gaze, Luo Qianyan met her eyes and smiled faintly. Mr. Su, noticing his wife's distracted look, asked with concern, "What's on your mind?" "Honey, don't you think Lu Yunzheng's wife looks a bit familiar?" Mrs. Su said softly. Mr. Su glanced at Luo Qianyan, who was talking to Lu Yunzheng, and thought for a moment. "Maybe we've seen her before. After all, this isn't our first time in City A." Hearing this, Mrs. Su's expression turned somber. Indeed, this wasn't their first time here. Ever since their daughter went missing, they had returned every couple of years, clinging to the faint hope that someday, they might hear news of her. Though deep down, they knew that the longer time passed, the slimmer the chances were. They hadn't expected that Su Li's trip here would result in a kidnapping incident. It seemed like misfortune followed their family in City A. Perhaps they should stop coming here altogether. Captain Lin was later transferred to a regular ward, and his girlfriend arrived to take care of him. With that, Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng left the hospital along with the other armed police officers. Knowing Captain Lin was out of danger lifted a heavy burden off everyone's hearts. When they saw Lu Yunzheng, the group started teasing Lu Yunzheng, urging him to treat them to a meal. Lu Yunzheng didn't mind at all. Seeing that Lu Yunzheng didn't seem opposed to the idea, he booked a private room and invited everyone for dinner. What they didn't expect, though, was to run into Mr. and Mrs. Su again at the restaurant. Why don't we all eat together instead? We can switch to a bigger private room as a way to thank everyone for saving Xiaoli, Mrs. Su suggested gently. However, this proposal was immediately turned down by Lu Yunzheng. Seeing this, Suli couldn't help but interject, "Instructor Lu, don't be so quick to refuse. Why don't you ask your wife? Maybe she'd agree." Initially, Lu Yunzheng stood quietly on the side, not needing to say much. But now, with Suli's words, all eyes shifted to her. Lu Yunzheng found it somewhat amusing. Was Suli assuming she'd be too embarrassed to refuse? Lu Yunzheng had already declined so decisively, yet Suli insisted on dragging her into it. Without hesitation, Lu Yunzheng responded bluntly, "Since Miss Su is asking for my opinion, I'll speak honestly." She then turned to Mr. and Mrs. Su and said, "Thank you both very much for the invitation, but saving lives is part of their duty as armed police officers. So, on their behalf, I must politely decline your kind offer." Hearing Lu Yunzheng's outright refusal, Suli couldn't hide her displeasure. "If it weren't for Instructor Lu and the others saving my life, I would have been killed by those kidnappers by now. I don't care if it was their duty, I just want to express my gratitude. I understand you're Instructor Lu's wife, but is it really appropriate for you to refuse on their behalf?" "Miss Su," Lu Yunzheng replied without hesitation, "you were the one who asked for my opinion, but now you're upset because I refused. Do you think I'm easy to manipulate so you can push me around?" Mr. Su frowned as soon as he heard Suli's words. Now, hearing Lu Yunzheng's response, he couldn't help but speak up. "Suli, what nonsense are you saying?" Meanwhile, Mrs. Su quickly chimed in, "Young lady, please don't misunderstand. Xiaoli is just straightforward and speaks her mind. Since you've declined, of course, we won't force you to join us for this meal." "Well then, you two enjoy the meal with your daughter," Lu Yunzheng said coldly, leading Lu Yunzheng into their private room. The other armed police officers followed suit, ignoring the family of three outside. Suli felt humiliated by Lu Yunzheng's rejection, but Mr. and Mrs. Su wouldn't hear her explanations. They simply instructed her to head into their private room. During their meal, Mr. Su took the opportunity to warn Suli, "I understand that Instructor Lu is quite handsome and fits the type young women like, and I can even understand you feeling a momentary infatuation after he saved you. But Suli, he's already married. Don't entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Hearing this, Suli dared not argue further. Meanwhile, in their private room, Lu Yunzheng had downed 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea in a row to calm herself. Still upset, Lu Yunzheng asked as he poured her another cup, "Tell me, why are you so good at attracting people?" Lu Yunzheng said, visibly annoyed. Lu Yunzheng could only smile helplessly. Nearby, Officer Xiao Zhou chuckled. "Sister-in-law, you noticed it too, huh? That Miss Su probably has a crush on Instructor Lu. I mean, earlier when Instructor Lu rescued her, she was clinging to him, saying her legs were weak." Another officer chimed in, adding to the conversation. At this, Lu Yunzheng turned her gaze to Lu Yunzheng. "There wasn't much I could do about the posture during the rescue," Lu Yunzheng said, feeling somewhat wronged. "Given the situation, I only had one hand to protect her, so I had to hold her in front of me." Lu Yunzheng let out a soft snort, choosing not to respond further. Well, she actually understood it and didn't blame him. But still, she wanted to act a little spoiled. During the meal, Lu Yunzheng kept his attention on Lu Yunzheng peeling shrimp, cracking crabs, ladling soup. As a result, Lu Yunzheng had a thoroughly satisfying meal. Seeing the smile on her face, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but smile as well. When they got home, Lu Yunzheng saw the news about the kidnapping incident Lu Yunzheng and his team had encountered earlier that day. With the host and reporters giving detailed accounts, she pieced together what had happened. Although she didn't know why Suli had been kidnapped, it was clear the rescue operation had been dangerous. Suli had narrowly escaped death several times. After turning off her phone, she noticed a message from Song Yunjing expressing concern for Lu Yunzheng. Song Yunjing was aware that Lu Yunzheng was undergoing special training with the armed police unit. Lu Yunzheng thought Lu Yunzheng seemed fine, but Song Yunjing's words reminded her although he wasn't seriously injured, could he have minor cuts or bruises? Thinking about it, she decided to head straight to Lu Yunzheng's room. When Lu Yunzheng knocked on the door, she quickly heard Lu Yunzheng's footsteps from inside. As the door opened, her eyes were immediately drawn to his well-defined upper body. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze. In a soft voice, she asked, "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" "I was just about to take a shower," Lu Yunzheng replied. Nodding awkwardly, she stammered, "Do you have any injuries? Scratches or minor wounds?" Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng thought for a moment before turning his back to her. "There might be a scratch on my back, but I can't see it." Luo Chenyan looked at his back and, sure enough, spotted an abrasion near his left shoulder blade. Be careful when you shower. I'll grab the first aid kit and help you with it later, she said. All right, Lu Yunzheng agreed. Watching her leave, he turned back into his room to take his shower. When Luo Chenyan returned with the first aid kit, the sound of running water could still be heard from the bathroom. Sitting in his room, which was filled with his presence, made her feel a little uneasy. Just as she was about to leave and come back later, the water stopped. As a result, Luo Chenyan was forced to witness a certain someone's post-shower appearance. Lu Yunzheng walked out of the bathroom wearing only lounge pants, his upper body bare. The clearly defined muscle lines were a visual impact, broad, firm chest muscles, and a set of enviable abs. To apply the medicine, I won't bother putting on a shirt, Lu Yunzheng said in his deep magnetic voice. Luo Chenyan nodded, thinking that even his voice was pleasing, a treat for anyone who appreciated good voices. Carrying the warmth of his shower, Lu Yunzheng walked over to her and glanced at the single-seater sofa she was sitting on. His low, enticing voice asked, "Where should I sit for the medicine?" Just sit on that little stool." Luo Chenyan pointed to the small stool she had brought over. Lu Yunzheng followed her gaze, picked up the stool, and placed it in front of her. Then he sat down with his back to her. The stool was so small that his long legs seemed almost out of place. However, when Luo Chenyan saw the wound on his shoulder blade, she quickly composed herself. It was time to treat his injury. Carefully, she dabbed at the wound with iodine, but she noticed the muscles in his back tightening. "Does it hurt?" she asked, her movements becoming even gentler. Lu Yunzheng slightly turned his head to look at her. "Not really. It just feels a bit ticklish." Her hand paused, and she looked up, meeting his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that?" Luo Chenyan's heart tightened with nervousness. Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but ask, "Today, when you thought it was me lying in the emergency room, why were you crying so hard?" "I just can't stand seeing people get hurt or something bad happening to them. Is that not allowed?" Luo Chenyan lowered her head, focusing on treating his wound, deliberately avoiding his gaze. "Nervous about me?" Lu Yunzheng teased. A flush crept up her cheeks. Flustered, Luo Chenyan's hand unintentionally pressed a bit harder, drawing a muffled groan from Lu Yunzheng. "Serves you right for distracting me by talking," she muttered, though her movements became noticeably gentler. "Xianxian." Lu Yunzhen's deep voice called out, low and magnetic, as if it could pull her in. "Stop talking," she quickly interrupted, her ears tingling from his voice. She thought he might not listen, but to her surprise, he actually stayed quiet this time. Once Luo Chenyan finished tending to the wound on his back and stood up to leave, he grabbed her wrist. "Now can I talk?" She wanted to leave, but his grip, firm yet gentle, made it impossible. Left with no choice, she sat back down. Facing him directly, Luo Chenyan's gaze involuntarily shifted to the side. Being face-to-face like this, it was hard not to notice his overly defined physique. "If you want to talk, fine. But put your shirt on first," she murmured softly. "The medicine's just been applied. It's not a good idea to wear clothes yet," Lu Yunzheng replied, raising a hand to gently cup her face, forcing her to meet his eyes. "I can't be so unattractive that you can't bear to look, can I?" Her eyes inadvertently drifted over his physique again, and before she could stop herself, she took a second glance. "Want a touch?" Lu Yunzheng invited her, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Luo Chenyan felt she should decline. After all, muscles weren't exactly a rarity. It wasn't like she hadn't seen them before, even if only in textbooks or anatomy classes. "Nothing special, right?" "Right. I don't think that's appropriate," she stammered, her carefully prepared refusal crumbling into incoherence. "It's fine." Lu Yunzhen's voice was as reassuring as his actions, guiding her hand to rest on his chest. Caught off guard, Luo Chenyan was overwhelmed by the sensation under her palm. The rhythmic thrum of his heartbeat, the warmth radiating from his firm, elastic chest muscle set was nothing like the lifeless cadavers she'd encountered in anatomy class. This was alive. Of course, Lu Yunzheng was unaware that he was being mentally compared to a cadaver at this moment. But given Luo Chenyan's limited experience, it wasn't entirely her fault. Her only point of reference was the sterile, lifeless textures she'd encountered during medical school. And as for Lu Yen, that scrawny white-cut chicken, his physique was so unimpressive that it wouldn't draw attention, even in the rare event he took his shirt off. Intrigued by the stark contrast, Luo Chenyan's eyes wandered to Lu Yunzhen's well-defined abs. Could I touch those too?" "My body is yours, wife. Touch all you like," he replied with a light chuckle. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper red, but her curiosity won out. Tentatively, she extended her hand toward his abdomen. Unlike the springy softness of his chest, his abs were firm and taut, like a washboard. After exploring the ridges of his abs, her hands inevitably drifted back to his chest. Her light, hesitant touches tickled him, though she remained oblivious. Finally, Lu Yunzheng caught her wandering hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Fair is fair. You've been touching me for quite a while, no, shouldn't I? Before he could finish, Luo Chenyan instinctively crossed her arms protectively over her chest. Don't you dare try anything indecent. I wasn't even touching you like that. Lu Yunzhen blinked, slightly taken aback, a faint sheen of sweat forming on his brow. I wasn't planning on doing anything inappropriate. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan let out a small sigh of relief. Then what do you mean? She asked cautiously. Lu Yunzhen looked at her, leaned in and kissed her. This is what I mean, he said, his lips brushing against hers. The kiss was brief, yet it left Luo Chenyan wide-eyed and stunned. She hadn't even processed what had just happened when Lu Yunzhen shattered the subtle tension between them. Luo Chenyan instinctively placed her hands against his chest. She could have pushed him away. She had the strength to. But she didn't. Their gazes locked, and Luo Chenyan clearly saw the heat in Lu Yunzhen's eyes. Just as he thought she might pull away, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. Caught off guard by her bold move, Lu Yunzhen was momentarily stunned but quickly responded. He pulled her onto his lap and deepened the kiss. Luo Chenyan found herself breathless, clinging to him as though he were her lifeline. Lu Yunzhen, too, was losing control. Her closeness, her warmth, it was intoxicating. Neither of them noticed the small chair they were sitting on until it was too late. With a dull thud, Lu Yunzhen fell backward onto the cold, hard floor, letting out a muffled groan as his wound hit the ground. Luo Chenyan snapped out of her daze, realizing the awkward position they were now in. Her face turned crimson in an instant. Why weren't you more careful? She stammered, flustered beyond belief. But Lu Yunzhen only laughed, seemingly unfazed by the minor mishap. Luo Chenyan, however, couldn't take the embarrassment and bolted from the room. Back in her own room, Luo Chenyan stared at her flushed reflection in the mirror. Her lips were slightly swollen, a stark reminder of her impulsive behavior. She couldn't believe herself. Lust clouds judgment, she muttered under her breath, recalling the old saying. The ancients weren't wrong. Splashing cold water on her face, she tried to cool down but eventually decided to take a shower to fully compose herself. By the time she was done, she felt more in control, except now she was too embarrassed to leave her room. She stayed inside, unwilling to face Lu Yunzhen, even as she heard him moving around outside. He, on the other hand, began to wonder if he had scared her off completely. The next morning, Luo Chenyan tried to sneak out early for work but was intercepted by Lu Yunzhen in the living room. Skipping breakfast? It's all your favorites, he said casually, toweling off sweat from his workout. I'm not very hungry, she murmured, avoiding his gaze. Skipping breakfast is bad for your health. You're a doctor, shouldn't you know that? He teased, pulling her gently toward the dining table. You eat first. I'll go take a shower. Luo Chenyan initially wanted to refuse, still feeling awkward about the previous night. But with him gone to shower, she figured it wouldn't hurt to eat quickly. Besides, the food looked tempting, and she was hungrier than she thought. Before she knew it, she was eating heartily, her earlier plan to make a quick escape completely forgotten. By the time Lu Yunzhen returned, she was still at the table. As he sat down to eat, Luo Chenyan quickly stood up. I'm done. I'll get going now, she said hastily. You're leaving earlier than usual. Is something going on at the hospital? Lu Yunzhen asked as he began eating. His pace was quick, each bite twice as large as hers. Today's a good day, so there'll probably be more patients, she replied seriously. At this, Lu Yunzhen couldn't help but laugh. Chenyan, you work in the emergency department. If you're busy, it usually means it's not a good day for anyone. Luo Chenyan paused, realizing his point. But she wasn't about to admit defeat. A good day isn't judged by that, she retorted, trying to save face. Lu Yunzhen smirked knowingly. Oh. Then is it judged by how much you're trying to avoid me? Who's trying to avoid you? Stop overthinking things, Luo Chenyan said firmly. Lu Yunzhen picked up the leftover pot stickers from Luo Chenyan's plate and said, Xianxian, I've thought a lot about what happened yesterday. Do you need me to take responsibility? We're both adults. Besides, it's not a big deal. Responsibility for what? Luo Chenyan replied, though there was a slight tinge of bitterness in her voice. After all, when a man asks a woman if he needs to take responsibility, isn't it just a roundabout way of saying he doesn't want to? If she insisted on it, wouldn't that make her seem shameless? Xianxian, you're so generous, Lu Yunzhen remarked, clearly trying to flatter her. But his words only made Luo Chenyan feel more annoyed. As expected, men really are all the same. But I'm petty, Lu Yunzhen added, catching her completely off guard. So you'll have to take responsibility for me. Luo Chenyan stared at him, dumbfounded, and finally stammered. What did you just say? I said you're generous, and am petty, Lu Yunzhen replied. No, the second part, Luo Chenyan pressed. I said you need to take responsibility for me, he said matter-of-factly. You're a grown man, And you're asking someone else to take responsibility for you? Luo Chenyan retorted, unable to hold back. Men or women? Let's not be sexist, Lu Yunzheng quipped, standing up from his chair and leaning one hand against the back of hers. Besides, I've never been in a relationship before. My first kiss is a big deal. Luo Chenyan muttered under her breath. What kind of first kiss are you talking about? Last time you clearly didn't fully kiss you. It doesn't count, Lu Yunzheng interrupted. Last time he had only kissed the corner of her lips. Whether it counted or not was clearly up for debate. Fine, always have the last word. Whatever I say doesn't matter, Luo Chenyan said, exasperated. Exactly. Except for this matter, everything else is up to you, Lu Yunzheng replied with a grin. Luo Chenyan pushed him away. Hurry up and eat. I'm going to be late. Seeing that she finally wasn't planning to run off on her own, Lu Yunzheng chuckled and said, got it? He ate quickly, finishing the remaining breakfast in just a few bites. Perfect timing. I need to stop by your hospital to check on Captain Lin, he added casually. As if you wouldn't pass by the hospital anyway, Luo Chenyan scoffed. On their way to the hospital, Lu Yunzheng received a call from Xiao Zhou. What's up? Coach Lu, you're not at the hospital yet, right? Xiao Zhou asked. I'm on my way, Lu Yunzheng replied. That Miss Su is waiting here for you. She's practically camping out, waiting for you to show up, Xiao Zhou said, his voice loud enough that not only did Lu Yunzheng hear it, but so did Luo Chenyan. Coach Lu, you've got quite the charm, Luo Chenyan commented with a smile. Sis-in-law's there too? Xiao Zhou sounded a little embarrassed. Don't worry about her, Lu Yunzheng said, then clarified. I mean that Miss Su. Not my wife. After Xiao Zhou acknowledged his words and hung up, the atmosphere in the car shifted. With no one else around, Lu Yunzheng finally had the chance to express his loyalty. Xianxian, saving someone is just part of my duty. I won't let my feelings get involved. You're saying you didn't have feelings for me when you saved me? Luo Chenyan asked, finally piecing things together. She had always wondered why Lu Yunzheng was so agreeable about marrying her. Maybe she had unknowingly played right into his hands. I did have feelings, Lu Yunzheng admitted in a low voice. After a moment of thought, he added, but if you hadn't mentioned marriage later, I might have just seen it as a fleeting feeling. You weren't even planning to try? Luo Chenyan asked. I would have tried, of course. But my efforts would have been limited. I don't have that much time, Lu Yunzheng explained. Perhaps halfway through his efforts, he might have to return to the army, and by the next time they meet, she could already have someone else by her side. But no matter what, he had thought about being with her. Of course, he also considered the possibility of failure, but at the very least, he could help her in some way. Luo Chenyan suddenly realized that compared to Lu Yunzheng, she seemed to think about far fewer things. At the hospital, Luo Chenyan went to work while Lu Yunzheng headed to the inpatient department. Su Li finally managed to catch sight of Lu Yunzheng and quickly walked over. Instructor Lu, she greeted. Lu Yunzheng gave her a slight nod and then continued on his way. In the hospital room, Mr. and Mrs. Su were chatting with Captain Lin, who was lying on the hospital bed. Beside them were 6 or 7 boxes of nutritional supplements they had brought. Captain Lin's girlfriend was talking with Mrs. Su, but when she noticed Lu Yunzheng entering, she quickly greeted him as well. Instructor Lu, you're here? Lu Yunzheng gave a slight nod and then started talking to Captain Lin. After checking on him and preparing to leave with the other armed police officers, Lu Yunzheng noticed Mr. and Mrs. Su walking ahead of them, their backs turned. Dear, do you think we should go to the police station and ask again? Mrs. Su hesitated. If the police station had any news about Nyonyo, they would have called us, Mr. Su replied helplessly. But why hasn't Nyonyo come looking for us? That heartless nanny, who knows where she hid our Nyonyo? Mrs. Su grew more upset as she spoke, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Mr. Su sighed deeply in frustration. Yes, if Nyonyo doesn't come looking for us soon, we'll be in the ground before we ever see her again. Even after searching for their daughter for over 20 years, they never assumed something bad had happened to her. They only thought she hadn't sought them out, not that she was unable to. They held on to the hope that when their daughter decided to find her biological parents, she would go to the police to submit her DNA, and that would lead her to them. By the way, when we get back, maybe we should have Su Li return to stay with her brother and sister-in-law, Mrs. Su suggested gently. Mr. Su understood her intention but didn't think it was a bad idea. Alright, well, tell her when we get back. By the way, isn't Instructor Lu's girlfriend working in the emergency department? Mrs. Su suddenly asked. Hearing this, Mr. Su nodded. I think so. Why do you ask? I don't know why, I just feel that she's quite a lovely girl. She looks pleasant and gives off a nice aura. If Nyonyo had grown up, she'd probably be about her age, Mrs. Su said with a sigh. While the comment was made casually, it struck a chord with Lu Yunzheng. He recalled that Luo Chenyan had been adopted by the Luo family, and this couple seemed to have lost their child. Meanwhile, Su Li, who had left earlier, arrived at the emergency department building. Watching Luo Chenyan working in the consultation room, Suli's thoughts began to stir. Just then, she noticed a middle-aged man with an injured arm entering the emergency building. Suli quickly approached him. 15 minutes later, Lu Yunzheng was in the suture room, carefully stitching up the patient's wound. But just as she was halfway through, the patient suddenly made a large, jerking movement. The wound tore open, and blood gushed out. Faced with the sudden situation, Lu Yunzheng swiftly pressed down on the wound. As she prepared to stop the bleeding, the patient abruptly shoved her away. Clutching his bleeding wound, he bolted out of the room, shouting, "Murder! Murder! The doctor is killing me!" In an instant, everyone in the corridor outside the suture room turned to look. When Lu Yunzheng walked out of the suturing room, she noticed a patient not far away surrounded by doctors and nurses. Someone suggested taking him to treat his wound and stop the bleeding, but he sternly refused. "You're just covering for her. Once my wound is treated, you'll deny everything," he shouted, demanding to see the hospital director. Lu Yunzheng walked straight toward him. "The director is busy. No need to look for him," she said calmly. "Stay away from me." The patient, a burly man, acted as though he were terrified, trying to appear weak and vulnerable. But Lu Yunzheng, ever considerate, respected his demand. She stopped approaching and instead turned to the nurse at the triage desk. "Call the police and report that someone is intentionally causing trouble in the hospital," she instructed firmly. The young nurse was momentarily stunned, glancing between the patient and the supervising doctor. The doctor, after hearing Lu Yunzheng's words, looked at the patient and then nodded to the nurse. "Call the police," he confirmed. Realizing the nurse was actually making the call, the patient faltered for a moment but quickly regained his composure. "Don't try to scare me. This is clearly your medical malpractice." "Her lack of skill almost killed me," he accused loudly. Some onlookers in the crowd had already taken out their phones to start recording. After all, incidents involving alleged medical malpractice tend to attract attention. "No one's trying to scare you," Lu Yunzheng responded calmly. "Our suturing room is equipped with surveillance cameras. The truth will be clear once we review the footage." "Surveillance cameras? You're bluffing." "To protect patient privacy, who would install cameras in there?" the patient retorted, clearly having done some homework and convinced that Lu Yunzheng was lying. 3 months ago, we experienced a similar incident of medical harassment. To ensure the safety of our medical staff, the director authorized the installation of cameras in a few treatment rooms where privacy is not compromised, Lu Yunzheng explained. She then addressed the patient directly. "Before the police arrive, if you're willing to confess who put you up to this, we can handle this quietly." Despite her offer, Lu Yunzheng had already guessed that this might be orchestrated by the Luo family. However, the patient interpreted her words as a sign of fear and became even more skeptical about the existence of the surveillance footage. "Stop trying to scare me. Do you think I'm that easily intimidated?" he sneered. "Let's wait for the police. We'll see if you so-called doctors dare to keep playing with people's lives after this." Seeing his obstinance, Lu Yunzheng's expression turned colder. "Fine. Let's wait for the police and see who'll be crying then," she replied sharply. Some doctors wanted to at least stop the bleeding on the patient's hand, but he refused, insisting that the blood was evidence of Lu Yunzheng's alleged malpractice and shouldn't be tampered with. Meanwhile, security tried to disperse the crowd, but everyone seemed too intrigued to leave. They were determined to witness how the drama unfolded. As for the people recording videos and gossiping about her, Lu Yunzheng paid them no mind. She did nothing but wait patiently for the police to arrive. It wasn't long before the officers showed up at the hospital. The moment he saw them, the patient launched into a tearful complaint, though not a single tear actually fell from his eyes. When the officers approached her, Lu Yunzheng straightened up and addressed them seriously. "Officers, I can provide surveillance footage. I believe seeing the truth with your own eyes is much clearer than hearing endless accusations," she stated. The officers nodded slightly. "All right, take us to see the footage," one of them said. Upon hearing there might actually be surveillance cameras, the patient appeared visibly flustered. "Officers, this is an invasion of privacy. Even hospitals shouldn't be allowed to do this, right?" he exclaimed. Glancing around at the other patients, he added, "I just came here to get my hand treated. If I got recorded, fine, whatever. But what if someone had to undress and got filmed? Who knows if some pervert might be watching, am I right?" His words stirred unease among the surrounding patients, especially the women, as certain medical examinations often require more privacy, including removing clothing. Sensing the growing discontent, the hospital's chief surgeon, Chen Mingxing, who had hurried over from his office, stepped forward. "Everyone, please don't worry," he reassured them. "There are no surveillance cameras installed in the outpatient department. In the emergency department, cameras were installed in certain areas that do not compromise privacy, and only after repeated incidents of medical disputes. Each room with cameras has clear signs posted to inform everyone." To prove his point, Chen Mingsheng walked to the entrance of the suturing room, opened the door, and gestured for everyone to take a look inside. Sure enough, there was a visible notice on the wall about the surveillance. The crowd murmured in agreement, and the tension began to dissipate. However, the patient who had initially raised the issue looked visibly embarrassed, his face darkening. It was his first time attempting such a thing, and his nervousness had caused him to overlook these details. Chen Mingxing continued, "If any patient is concerned about their privacy being recorded, you can request to review and delete the footage by presenting your medical records. However, let me emphasize once again, in all rooms with surveillance, we have ensured that no patient privacy is violated. The cameras are there to protect both patients and medical staff." His voice was firm and steady as he spoke. He then glanced at Lu Yunzheng, who offered him a reassuring smile. Yet, Chen Mingxing couldn't quite shake an uneasy feeling. The surveillance system had been installed less than 2 weeks ago, and it was Lu Yunzheng who had proposed the idea. While she claimed it was to prevent medical disputes, he suspected her real concern was defense against the Luo family. After all, the likelihood of a dispute was far lower than a potential move from the Luo family. He had even tried to dissuade his former student at the time, thinking she was overreacting. After all, she had grown up in the Luo household. But now, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Eventually, the truth came to light after reviewing the surveillance footage. The patient was promptly apprehended by the police. As the officers prepared to take him to the station, Luo Qinyan stepped forward. "Officers, could you wait until I've treated his hand injury before taking him in?" she asked calmly. The lead officer glanced at the patient, who was still pressing a towel against his wounded arm, and nodded. "All right." Luo Qinyan led the patient back to the suturing room. Working quickly yet meticulously, she treated his injury while the anesthetic was still effective and stitched up the wound. Watching her carefully tend to his injury despite everything, the patient seemed to feel a pang of guilt. "Dr. Luo, I'm really sorry," he muttered. "I know this wasn't entirely your idea. Someone must have offered you an incentive," Luo Qinyan replied evenly. The patient sighed. "I was blinded by the money. She promised me 50,000 yuan if it worked, so I—" "And if it didn't work?" Luo Qinyan asked. "She said I'd still get 10,000. She transferred 10,000 to me just earlier," the patient admitted. "Earlier? When exactly?" Luo Qinyan pressed. "When I just entered the emergency department. I ran into that woman there. I don't even know what kind of grudge she has against you," the patient said, shaking his head. Then, almost pleadingly, he added, "Dr. Luo, if I help identify her, can I go free?" Luo Qinyan let out a cold laugh. "Do you think you can escape responsibility after committing a crime?" She stood up and opened the door. "Officers, you can take him away now." The patient was escorted out, his face dark with regret. Luo Qinyan, meanwhile, asked her colleagues to cover her shift temporarily and headed to the surveillance room for further investigation. At the hotel, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su returned to find Su Li cheerfully organizing the clothes she had just bought. "Mom, you're finally back. I just passed by a shop and saw this beautiful scarf," she said, presenting a vibrant, multicolored silk scarf like a treasure. Although Mrs. Su usually enjoyed collecting scarves of all kinds, she had a particular preference for those with unique yet elegant designs. However, since it was a gift from the younger generation, she accepted it with a polite smile. But shortly after, Mrs. Su gently reminded her, "Xiaoli, thank you so much for being with us all these years. I remember you used to feel insecure about being from the countryside and asked me to attend your parent-teacher meeting so your classmates wouldn't look down on you. They misunderstood and thought I was your mother, and I didn't correct them because I knew you were sensitive. But now you've graduated from college. It's time to spend more time with your real parents. From now on, call me Aunt, all right? Don't forget." Hearing Mrs. Su's words, Su Li's face turned pale. "Mom, Auntie, are you trying to abandon me?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Of course not," Mrs. Su said softly. "It's just I suddenly feel like I've been unfair to you. Because we couldn't find Nyo-Nyo, we treated you like her. But it isn't fair to you." "I don't mind," Su Li replied, her eyes brimming with tears. "I'm only a month younger than my cousin. Since she's not here, it's my duty to take care of you and be there for you. Before I came here, I couldn't even get enough to eat at home and had endless chores to do. It was you and Uncle who made me feel the warmth of a family. I've already thought of you as my parents. Please don't send me away." Hearing Su Li mention her difficult childhood, Mrs. Su's gaze turned cold. "But we're not your real parents, and the people you owe filial piety to aren't us. We have our own child, even if she's not with us right now. Xiaoli, please forgive me. I can't let anyone take my daughter's place." Auntie Su Li tried to say more, but Mrs. Su had already stopped listening and retreated to her room. Watching her go, Su Li turned to Mr. Su with pleading eyes, hoping for his support. After all, he was her uncle. But unfortunately, Mr. Su didn't think his wife was wrong. "I've already spoken to your parents. Once we return, you should pack up and go back home," he said before heading to his room as well. Staring at the tightly shut door, Su Li felt a wave of panic. Compared to the bustling capital, she couldn't bear the thought of returning to her small rural hometown. It was clear to her that she needed to act quickly. Without hesitation, she reached out to a friend for help. From the moment Lu Yunzheng rescued her, Suli had recognized his identity was from the prestigious Lu family in the capital. Although Lu Yunzheng had joined the military at a young age, he hadn't completely disappeared from public view. Suli had once caught a glimpse of him in a dimly lit private room. He had sat in the spotlight, commanding everyone's attention, while she had been in the shadows. She remembered him clearly, though he had no recollection of her. Suli knew she couldn't rely on the Su couple. If she wanted security, she would have to rely on herself. And as expected, she had been cast aside. Marrying into the Lu family wasn't just a dream, it was her goal. That's why she saw Lu Yunzheng as a thorn in her side. Fortunately, her friend had informed her that Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng were only dating, and there were no rumors of marriage in their circle yet. Could it be that Lu Yunzheng was deliberately avoiding her? Meanwhile, in the room, Mr. Su received a phone call. Half an hour later, Mr. and Mrs. Su arrived at the hospital with Suli. Upon seeing Lu Yunzheng looking pale and unwell, Mrs. Su couldn't help but feel concerned. "Dr. Luo, are you alright?" she asked. Earlier, Mrs. Su had planned to check on Lu Yunzheng but hesitated to disturb her because the emergency department was too busy. Little did she expect that Suli would do something so foolish. "I'm fine," though it was a close call, Lu Yunzheng responded calmly. She knew that every grievance had its source, but she couldn't help thinking that this couple would surely defend their daughter. The group sat in the director's office. Chen Mingsheng looked grim as surveillance footage played on the computer in front of him. The video showed Suli approaching a patient. After watching the footage and learning about the subsequent events, Mr. Su was furious. He turned around and slapped Suli hard across the face. "This is our fault, your aunt, and I failed to teach you properly. How could you do something so ungrateful? Instructor Lu saved your life, and you repay him by bribing a patient to harm Dr. Luo?" he yelled. Mrs. Su, equally disappointed, added, "How could you be so foolish?" Suli held her stinging cheek and protested indignantly, "You didn't even ask for my side of the story before accusing me. Have you ever considered that I might be innocent? Actions speak louder than words, and the police have already found evidence on the other party's phone showing that you transferred money to him. It's clear this was a spirophthemic crime. If you had used cash and handed it to him discreetly, we might not even have caught you," Lu Yunzheng said coldly. "Instigating someone to commit a crime is no small matter. If Dr. Luo hadn't been able to prove her innocence, this could have ended her career," Chen Mingsheng said in a stern tone. Hearing this, Mr. Su hesitated. "Is it really that serious?" "How is it not serious? Let me ask you this. If you had to choose, would you let a doctor with a history of harming others operate on you?" "Even a doctor with unsteady hands wouldn't be allowed in the operating room," Chen Mingsheng replied sharply. Mr. and Mrs. Su were left speechless. "So what do you intend to do?" Mrs. Su finally asked. "The police have already been notified. This will be handled according to the law," Chen Mingsheng stated firmly. At this, Suli became genuinely panicked. "No. I don't want to go to jail." "She's fine, isn't she? Why are you arresting me?" "Whether or not I'm fine doesn't excuse your actions," Lu Yunzheng replied. In the end, Suli was taken away by the police. After she was escorted out, Lu Yunzheng prepared to leave, only to be stopped by Mrs. Su. "Dr. Luo," Mrs. Su called out. Lu Yunzheng paused and turned back to face the couple. She expected resentment or threats but was met with neither. "We're terribly sorry, Dr. Luo. It's our failure to guide Suli properly, and it nearly led to a grave mistake," Mrs. Su said apologetically. "I understand your desire to protect your daughter, but if she can do this today, what's to stop her from doing worse tomorrow? Without consequences, she might only harm herself further," Lu Yunzheng replied evenly. She suspected they wanted her to intervene to spare Suli from punishment. However, Mrs. Su simply smiled faintly and explained, "You misunderstand. Suli isn't our biological child. Our daughter, Nyonyo, went missing when she was young. Suli was only brought into our lives to fill that void. But wouldn't someone raised by your side hold a deeper bond?" Lu Yunzheng murmured softly. Mrs. Su shook her head. "No one can replace our Nyonyo. Perhaps it's just the power of blood ties." Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng thought of Pei Xianxian and her own adoptive parents. Wasn't it the same for her? Those raised by your side in the end are not truly your own. Noticing the hint of sadness in Lu Yunzheng's expression, Mrs. Su recalled their earlier conversation. A thought occurred to her, and she hesitated before asking, "Dr. Luo, could it be that you too?" "I was adopted too. Even though I grew up with them, there's still no blood connection." Lu Yunzheng gave a faint smile, seeming to have come to terms with it. Hearing her words, Mrs. Su couldn't help but recall the past. "Back then, when we couldn't find Nyonyo, some people suggested we adopt a child, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't accept the idea of another child taking Nyonyo's place." "Your daughter is very lucky. At least she's had your love all these years," Lu Yunzheng said sincerely. "She must be happy, right? Maybe that's why she doesn't want to find us." Mrs. Su sighed softly, feeling a mix of relief and regret. Relief that her daughter might be living a happy life, but regret that they couldn't meet her. She was so little when she got lost. Over the years, I've often wondered what she looks like now. Maybe Lu Yunzheng didn't say much more, though a thought crossed her mind that there's also the possibility her daughter might be unable to reach out to them. But Lu Yunzheng decided it wasn't her place to bring up such a disheartening idea. What she didn't expect, however, was that the recent debate about installing surveillance cameras in the hospital's emergency consultation rooms would spark an online discussion. Some netizens expressed concerns about privacy, arguing that such surveillance was unsafe and should be removed to protect patients. Others believed the cameras in those particular consultation rooms didn't invade privacy and saw no issue with them. After all, patients could review and delete their own surveillance footage if needed. Besides, in situations like this, without the cameras, Lu Yunzheng would have been unable to clear her name. In recent years, there had been numerous cases of disputes involving doctors and patients, and the cameras served as a way to protect medical staff. Opinions were divided, with neither side willing to back down. Amid this debate, a video surfaced showing Lu Yunzheng removing her mask, revealing her face. This led to a surge of interest from fans captivated by her beauty. The title of Gorgeous Doctor quickly gained traction, drawing even more attention to Lu Yunzheng. Soon, some netizens who had previously watched the live stream from the Civil Affairs Bureau realized that the gorgeous doctor was actually the same person as the elegant woman in the qipao. This sparked speculation: was this just another way to gain fame? But such guesses were quickly dismissed. Who would risk their entire career for fame? Mishandling such a situation could ruin one's professional life. Unaware of all this, Lu Yunzheng only found out near the end of her shift when a young nurse mentioned what was happening online. Despite the buzz, Lu Yunzheng wasn't particularly interested in being recognized for her looks. As usual, Lu Yunzheng came to pick her up after work. Together, they visited Captain Lin in his hospital room. On their way out, they unexpectedly ran into Lu Qianyan's mother. She had just visited Luo Qi and was still feeling a bit down. Upon seeing Lu Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng, her demeanor immediately turned prickly, her words sharp. No matter what, the Luo family raised you for so many years. A wedding is such a big deal, and not only did you not inform us, but you didn't even bring him home. Is there something you're hiding? Mom, isn't it you who doesn't want to see us? Luo Qianyan replied helplessly. I never said that, Luo's mother shot back, her gaze shifting to Lu Yunzheng with a scrutinizing look. I heard you're in the military? Yes, Lu Yunzheng responded in a steady tone. Without hesitation, Luo's mother said, we're having a family dinner tonight. Bring him home. Though reluctant to bring Lu Yunzheng back, Luo Qianyan couldn't find a reason to refuse. After all, it wasn't just her going back alone this time. With Lu Yunzheng by her side, she felt reassured. Luo Qianyan was also curious to know what exactly they were up to. Once Luo's mother took the elevator and left, Luo Qianyan turned to Lu Yunzheng beside her and said apologetically, it seems I've dragged you into unnecessary trouble. Who said it's unnecessary trouble? Lu Yunzheng replied softly. Even if they didn't say anything, we'd still have to go sooner or later. This was something Lu Yunzheng had already decided. Before returning to his unit, he was determined to accompany Luo Qianyan to visit her family. It wasn't just about the military marriage providing her security, wanted to protect her. Will you have an appetite when we get back? Lu Yunzheng asked. Do you want to eat something first before heading home? Don't worry, I'll manage to eat a little, Luo Qianyan said with a smile. Alright, let's head back first. If you don't eat well, I'll take you out for something tasty later. You mentioned wanting barbecue a few days ago. How about we plan barbecue for a late-night snack? Lu Yunzheng suggested. Sounds good, Luo Qianyan replied. As they headed directly from the hospital to the Luo family home, Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng arrived not long after Luo's mother. Pei Xianxian, having already been informed by Luo's mother about their visit, had prepared herself but was momentarily stunned when she saw Lu Yunzheng. She never expected Luo Qianyan to be this lucky, not only surviving the wilderness, but also finding a man like Lu Yunzheng after being abandoned by Lu Yan. Although Lu Yunzheng was just a poor soldier, his striking looks were undeniably captivating. He exuded a sense of security that Lu Yan, despite his wealth, simply couldn't match. Comparing the two, Pei Xianxian couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain for Lu Yan. Apart from his money, he truly fell short in every other way. Since Luo's father hadn't returned yet, Luo Qianyan decided to go upstairs to retrieve some of her belongings. After all, she had only been on a trip before, so some of her things were still at home. Now that she was here, she figured she might as well take them with her. However, as she reached the door to her old room, a servant nearby called out to her. Second miss, that's the first miss room now. That's right, Qianyan. This is my room now. Your belongings have been moved to the guest room, Pei Xianxian said with a gentle smile as she appeared at the top of the stairs. You really do like taking my things first, my boyfriend. Now my room, Luo Qianyan remarked calmly before turning to head toward the guest room. Her words, however, visibly rattled Pei Xianxian, who struggled to maintain her composed expression. Aunt Lin led Luo Chenyan to the guest room where her belongings were stored. As she unlocked the door, she explained, "Most of your things have been moved here, but some have been taken by the first miss." Though Aunt Lin said most, there were only a few cardboard boxes, as Luo Chenyan never had many personal items to begin with. The boxes were carelessly piled in a corner. Luo Chenyan casually rummaged through them and pulled out a photo album. "Didn't you say you wanted to see my childhood photos? Here you go," she said, handing the album to Lu Yunzheng. The photos revealed that Luo Chenyan had been beautiful since she was a child. In many pictures, there was a boy named Luo Qi who seemed to enjoy being by her side. For a brief moment, Lu Yunzheng felt a pang of jealousy toward Luo Qi. "What's wrong? Am I that good-looking?" Luo Chenyan teased. "When haven't you been good-looking?" Lu Yunzheng countered. Luo Chenyan thought for a moment. "Probably when you first met me. I was all dirty and messy, definitely not good-looking." Recalling that moment, Lu Yunzheng chuckled. "I thought my little dirtball looked great." "You're the dirtball." Luo Chenyan puffed up her cheeks and pretended to be angry. "Are you mad?" Lu Yunzheng asked. "Humph." Luo Chenyan turned her head with a pout. The next moment, Lu Yunzheng leaned down and kissed her stubborn little lips. At this point, Luo Chenyan could no longer keep up even the pretense of being angry. Her anger had been feigned, but his kiss was very real. Ahem. Pei Xianxian appeared at the guest room door. Lu Yunzheng interrupted, looked visibly displeased, casting a cold glance in her direction. Feeling the chill in his gaze, Pei Xianxian became even more unwilling to accept the situation. Why was Luo Chenyan allowed to enjoy such happiness? "Chenyan, Dad's back. It's time to come downstairs for dinner," Pei Xianxian said before turning to leave without waiting for a response. After gently pushing Lu Yunzheng away, Luo Chenyan touched her slightly warm face. "Next time, don't do that so suddenly. Should I ask for permission first?" Lu Yunzhen's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of amusement. Luo Chenyan nodded. Lu Yunzheng smirked. "What if you get shy and refuse to let me kiss you?" "Then just don't do it outside," Luo Chenyan muttered. Knowing how easily embarrassed she got, Lu Yunzheng decided not to tease her further. "All right, next time only at home." Luo Chenyan barely responded before her face turned even redder. Just as Pei Xianxian was about to make another attempt to go upstairs, Lu Yunzheng finally took Luo Qianyan's hand and led her downstairs. When Luo's father saw Lu Yunzheng, he gave him a once-over. Although he had heard that Lu Yunzheng was just a poor soldier, his demeanor exceeded expectations, leaving Luo's father with some new speculations about his background. Luo Chenyan brought Lu Yunzheng forward to greet him. "Dad." Luo's father gave a slight nod before turning his gaze to Lu Yunzheng. "What's your name?" "Lu Yunzheng," he replied evenly. After repeating the name under his breath, Luo's father said, "Let's eat first. We'll talk over dinner." At the dining table, Luo's father sat at the head, while Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng sat to his left. Luo's mother and Pei Xianxian were seated on the right. Pei Xianxian couldn't help but sigh quietly as she glanced at Lu Yunzhen's seat. In the past, it was always her brother who sat next to Chenyan. But now, Qi and Chenyan were close since they were kids. He told me many times that when he grew up, he wanted to marry Chenyan. "It's a pity things didn't work out for him," Luo's mother said, her eyes reddening with sadness. Luo Chenyan quietly listened. When they finished speaking, she simply asked, "Are we eating or not? Your brother got hurt because of you. Don't you feel even a little guilty?" Luo's mother said, visibly displeased. "If anyone should feel guilty, shouldn't it be you? If it weren't for your schemes, my brother wouldn't be lying unconscious in a hospital bed," Luo Chenyan replied coldly. Sensing the tension rising, Luo's father finally interjected. "Enough. Let's eat. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of Yunzheng. It's my fault. Today is Yunzhen's first time at our home. We should focus on having a good meal. We can discuss Chenyan and Qi's situation later," Luo's mother said, softening her tone. Though Luo's father didn't know much about military matters, he was taken aback when Lu Yunzheng mentioned that he was part of the capital's special forces and held the rank of battalion commander. In the end, he could only remark, "You're quite accomplished for someone so young." Pei Xianxian was equally surprised. She had thought he was just a poor soldier, but now he seemed like a highly sought-after prospect. Meanwhile, Luo Chenyan continued eating as usual. Occasionally, when Lu Yunzheng peeled a shrimp and placed it in her bowl, she ate it without hesitation. Feeling Pei Xianxian's envious gaze on her, Luo Chenyan glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and gave a subtle, provocative smile. This only infuriated Pei Xianxian further. When the meal finally ended, Luo Chenyan thought they could leave, but Luo's mother stopped her. "Come upstairs. We need to talk." Luo Chenyan still felt uneasy until Lu Yunzheng reached out and held her hand, giving her a sense of security. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng had finally figured out what the Luo family was plotting. It turned out that right after Luo Qianyan went upstairs, Father Luo had asked Pei Xianxian to show Lu Yunzheng around, under the pretense of letting him see where Luo Qianyan grew up. Honestly, it was a pretty flimsy excuse. However, Pei Xianxian had taken an interest in Lu Yunzheng not just because she had a habit of wanting to take everything that belonged to Luo Qianyan, but also because she realized Lu Yunzheng was, in essence, better than Lu Yan. So, as they walked, she made a deliberate effort to appear soft and gentle, sprinkling their conversation with anecdotes about how close Luo Qianyan and Luo Qi were. As they chatted, Pei Xianxian led Lu Yunzheng to the backyard garden. Conveniently, she received a phone call and stepped aside to take it, leaving Lu Yunzheng sitting on a nearby bench. While waiting, he stumbled upon an unexpected scene. Two maids, unaware of his presence, were gossiping in a corner about none other than Luo Qianyan and Luo Qi. According to their conversation, Luo Qianyan and Luo Qi had grown up together and often shared a room, not just as children but even after they got older, seemingly without any regard for appearances. Quietly listening, Lu Yunzheng's expression darkened as the maids painted Luo Qianyan as a promiscuous woman. His gaze turned icy and brooding, emanating a chill that could make anyone shiver. Pei Xianxian ended her call at just the right moment and returned, catching part of the maid's increasingly outrageous gossip. Feigning shock with a hint of panic in her eyes, she hurriedly explained to Lu Yunzheng, "Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. Qianyan and her brother don't have that kind of relationship. They've just always been close since they were kids. Luo Qi is still quite childish and doesn't understand complicated matters." While her words seemed anxious and sincere, Pei Xianxian was secretly delighted. Judging by Lu Yunzheng's current demeanor, she guessed he must be furious at the thought of Luo Qianyan's supposed impropriety. After all, what man could tolerate his wife having an improper relationship with her brother? Lu Yunzheng's gaze rested heavily on Pei Xianxian. "I understand," he said, his tone cold. "Your brother Luo Qi may be immature, but he's a good person. However, do the Luo family servants routinely gossip about their employers like this without anyone addressing it? Of course not. I'll have them fired immediately," Pei Xianxian quickly assured him. "No need to wait. Dismiss them now," Lu Yunzheng replied firmly. Pei Xianxian was stunned. She had only said that to appease him. She never actually intended to fire anyone. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Yunzheng's piercing gaze locked onto her. "Is there a problem? Or could it be that their gossiping was encouraged by someone in the family to deliberately create tension between my wife and me?" Caught off guard by how directly Lu Yunzheng had exposed her intentions, Pei Xianxian's composure faltered. She hadn't expected him to be so unpredictable. How could he trust Luo Qianyan so deeply when they hadn't known each other for long? Just then, a servant hurried over. "Miss Pei, young Master Lu has arrived." "Lu Yan is here?" Pei Xianxian asked in confusion, wondering why he had shown up so suddenly. Meanwhile, Luo Qianyan had also learned about Lu Yan's arrival because he appeared directly in front of her. After finishing an unremarkable conversation with Mother Luo in the study, Luo Qianyan left the room and ran straight into Lu Yan. At the same time, Lu Yunzheng was already on his way back. Looking at Luo Qianyan standing in front of him, Lu Yan couldn't hide his smugness as he said, "I heard you brought that poor soldier back with you?" Luo Qianyan didn't even bother to acknowledge his words. Seeing her ignore him and walk away, Lu Yan reached out and grabbed her arm. "We were together for 3 years. Even if we broke up, do you have to degrade yourself like this?" "Let go." Luo Qianyan frowned and said in a low voice, turning around with an irritated look at Lu Yan. But Lu Yan acted as if he hadn't heard her. "Qianyan, I get it. You're just doing this to spite me, aren't you?" "Spite you, my ass." Luo Qianyan snapped, her patience wearing thin. Lu Yan's face darkened at her outburst. "Look at you now. You've barely been with him, and you've already become so uncouth. Get lost," Luo Qianyan shot back. "A cheating scumbag like you has no right to judge anyone." She kicked him without hesitation. Yet Lu Yan, stubborn as ever, refused to let go even after her kick. "Qianyan, what man doesn't make mistakes? But I've had time to think these past few days. If you divorce him, we can be together again. How about that?" Luo Qianyan's expression turned disgusted, as if she'd just swallowed something vile. "How brain-dead do you have to be to say something like that? Do you think you're some kind of prize? You're like a dirty cucumber dreaming of being plated in gold." "Qianyan, I suggest you stop running your mouth, or you'll regret it sooner or later," Lu Yan sneered. "Do you really think that poor soldier can help you with anything? When he returns to his unit, do you think you'll be able to handle it if the Luo family decides to come after you? I'm trying to save you here, you should be grateful." "Well, you're in for a disappointment," Luo Qianyan retorted sharply. "He's capable of far more than you, a cheating scumbag, could ever be. Instead of meddling in my business, maybe you should worry about your own pathetic life." With that, she aimed a well-placed kick at him. This time, Lu Yan instinctively pushed her away to avoid the blow to his sensitive area. Luo Qianyan stumbled back several steps and collided with someone behind her, Lu Yunzheng. A strong hand steadied her by the waist as Lu Yunzheng shielded her behind him. Are you okay? He asked, his deep voice filled with concern. Hearing his voice, Luo Qianyun's stiff body relaxed slightly. She turned her head to glance at Lu Yunzheng and gave a small shake of her head. Meanwhile, Lu Yan stood frozen in place as soon as Lu Yunzheng appeared. His gaze shifted between Lu Yunzhen's hand on Luo Qianyun's waist and the closeness between the two. The suspicions he'd once harbored suddenly became clear. Tich third uncle? Lu Yan stammered, looking between Lu Yunzheng and Luo Qianyun. The question on the tip of his tongue remained unsaid, fear holding him back. Lu Yunzhen's sharp, icy gaze locked onto him. Lu Yan, what exactly were you doing just now? His deep voice carried an ominous weight, like the calm before a storm. Even if Lu Yan wasn't the brightest, he knew that anything he said now could only make things worse. Yet, staying silent might not save him either. In contrast, Luo Qianyun, leaning slightly against Lu Yunzheng, couldn't help but laugh at Lu Yan's miserable expression. Her laughter caught both men's attention. Luo Qianyun, however, took the opportunity to speak in a teasing, elder-like tone. Husband, look at how you've scared little Yan. His face is practically pale. Lu Yan, stop calling me Xiao Yanzi. What are you, a eunuch? But what truly caught Lu Yan off guard was the next moment when Luo Qianyun leaned into Lu Yunzheng's arms, smiling sweetly, and said, be good, call me third aunt. Lu Yan? Call her? Not in this lifetime. Absolutely never. His face darkened, his expression murderous, as Lu Yunzheng spoke directly. Lu Yan, is there a problem? Meanwhile, the ever-dramatic Luo Qianyun turned to Lu Yunzheng with an innocent look. Honey, he doesn't seem to acknowledge me as his third aunt. If I can't get your family's acceptance, I guess our marriage can't go on. Her exaggerated performance was written all over her face, yet Lu Yan couldn't find the words to retort. That was because Lu Yunzheng spoke again. It's fine. Our Lu family has plenty of people. Losing one won't make a difference. Just as Lu Yan's expression slightly softened, Lu Yunzheng added, well, just remove him from the family registry. Honey, you're the best. A disrespectful junior like him is just a nuisance to keep around. Luo Qianyun's smug expression as she looked at Lu Yan made him want to explode. Yet, he remembered his father's advice. Lu Yunzheng was still Lu Yunting's younger brother. Swallowing his pride, Lu Yan decided to endure. He clenched his teeth and reluctantly said, third aunt. Xiao Yanzi, were you calling me? Luo Qianyun looked at him in mock astonishment, then left Lu Yunzheng's arms to walk up to him. Looking up at him, she frowned. Gosh, looking up at you is tiring, Xiao Yanzi. What do you want? Lu Yan spat out each word through gritted teeth. Not much, Luo Qianyun said with a smile. I just heard the Lu family has a tradition of bowing to elders. Since your third uncle and I are officially married, shouldn't you bow and pay your respects? Luo Qianyun, don't push it. Lu Yan snapped. Am I pushing it? Luo Qianyun feigned surprise, then turned to Lu Yunzheng. Honey, am I being unreasonable? Not at all, Lu Yunzheng replied, walking over to her side and planting a kiss on her hair. Whatever my wife does is never unreasonable. Honey, you're the best. Luo Qianyun gazed at him with admiration. Watching the two of them being lovey-dovey right in front of him, Lu Yan's anger surged uncontrollably. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. Third uncle, be careful not to let this woman fool you. She's my ex-girlfriend. She married you just to get back at me. In fact, technically, we haven't even officially broken up yet. Luo Qianyun, you couldn't wait to seduce my third uncle? Cheating so blatantly, huh? Never in a million years did Lu Yan expect what happened next. Luo Qianyun walked right up to him and slapped him across the face. Stunned, Lu Yan couldn't process it though, dare she? Lu Yan, how can you be so shameless? Luo Qianyun's tone was calm, but her words were sharp as blades. You were already sneaking around with Pei Xianxian, almost got me killed, and you still have the audacity to call yourself my boyfriend? Do you think the whole world is your mom, letting you cheat as if it's justified? You. Lu Yan was so furious he wanted to strike her, but Luo Qianyun lifted her chin defiantly. Go ahead. If you dare lay a hand on me, you might not be able to handle the consequences. Luo Qianyun, you're ruthless. Lu Yan finally spat. Life's tough, isn't it? What can I say? I just had the misfortune of meeting the wrong person. But you know what they say, right? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. With that, Luo Qianyun turned back to Lu Yunzheng and said pitifully, honey, it seems like Xiao Yanzi doesn't want to acknowledge me as his elder. Third uncle, she's gone too far. Lu Yan gritted his teeth. Lu Yan, it's just a form of address. Why must you interfere in my relationship with my wife? Lu Yunzheng said coldly, his tone displeased. Lu Yan, blinded by lust, aren't you? Calling it just a form of address, it's clearly an insult. Lu Yan glared angrily at Luo Qianyun, while she stared back at him with a provoking look. The tension between them was palpable until Luo's mother appeared. Seeing the three of them in the hallway, she asked, Lu Yan is here? What's going on? Nothing, Lu Yan replied, seizing the opportunity to walk away from the two. For him, this was far too humiliating. Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng didn't say much either, turning to head downstairs. However, Luo Chenyan didn't believe for a second that her mother was clueless. They had been arguing at the doorway for quite a while, and her mother chose to appear just now. Clearly, she must have heard enough of the conversation. As they reached the ground floor, Luo Chenyan could clearly sense Luo's father looking at Lu Yunzheng with newfound intensity. It seemed Luo's mother had already revealed Lu Yunzhen's identity to him. The connection between Lu Yan's family and the prestigious Lu family in Xiangjing was no secret. Given that Lu Yan addressed Lu Yunzheng as third uncle and considering Lu Yunzhen's Xiangjing roots, it wasn't hard to guess his true background. Now that the Luo family knew who Lu Yunzheng really was, they seemed to be reevaluating their plans. After all, even if Luo Chenyan divorced and remarried, it was unlikely she would find a match better than someone from the Xiangjing Lu family. Plus, such a move would undoubtedly create resentment. It was better to let things proceed naturally and use this connection to establish ties with the Lu family. It was obvious after reaching the living room Luo's father was noticeably warmer toward Lu Yunzheng. Meanwhile, Luo Chenyan felt disinterested, unwilling to waste time on such trivial conversations. During their talk, Luo's father tactfully brought up a recent project involving the Lu Corporation that many companies in City A were eager to collaborate on. If the competition is evenly matched, I believe my elder brother would be more inclined to work with your family, Lu Yunzheng said. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Luo's father's eyes. But Luo Chenyan frowned instinctively, and even Lu Yan, who was also a competitor, couldn't help but furrow his brow and glance at Lu Yunzheng. Lu Yunzheng, however, seemed oblivious to everyone's reactions. Glancing at his watch, he said calmly, "It's getting late. Qianyan and I should head back now." Luo's father escorted them to the door, watching their car drive away before heading back inside. In the car, Luo Qianyan couldn't hold back any longer. "Why did you just agree to something like that on behalf of your elder brother? Is there a problem?" Lu Yunzheng asked in return. "First, I don't want you helping the Luo family. Second, your brother is ultimately the one running the company. I'm worried this might create conflict between the two of you," she said, recalling some of the intricate rivalries she had seen in wealthy families. She feared that the surface harmony between the brothers might be disrupted. Hearing her concerns, Lu Yunzheng explained, "Actually, this project was intended for the Luo family from the very beginning. My elder brother mentioned it to me the last time I visited home." Stunned, Luo Chenyan asked, "Why would your brother do that?" "Because you're the Luo family's adopted daughter. No matter what happens in the future, the fact that they raised you won't change. Since I married a daughter of the Luo family, there has to be an equivalent exchange. This project is the Lu family's way of reciprocating. Do you know why the exchange is necessary?" Lu Yunzheng asked, glancing at her. Luo Chenyan shook her head honestly. "Because only by doing this, if they dare to scheme against you again, we'll have the confidence to fight back and won't be held back by their so-called kindness of raising you." Lu Yunzheng. "Qianyan, can it really be calculated this way?" Luo Chenyan asked. "Well, sometimes being too clever can backfire. They might not even accept our goodwill," Lu Yunzheng replied. As it turned out, Lu Yunzheng was absolutely right. At this moment, in the Luo family's living room, Father Luo, Mother Luo, Pei Xianxian, and Lu Yan were all seated on the sofa. Father Luo was still immersed in the joy of an upcoming project, but Pei Xianxian interjected, "Dad, you'd better not let them fool you." Hearing this, Father Luo calmed down and asked, "What do you mean? Qianyan was almost ruined by us before." "Dad, do you really think Lu Yunzheng would be so kind-hearted?" Pei Xianxian said. "There might be a trap." Lu Yan, sitting nearby, added she could be right. Father Luo frowned. He had considered this possibility before. Feeling frustrated, Lu Yan didn't want to argue further. He stood up and left without saying much. After Lu Yan left, Mother Luo couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought Qianyan and the Lu family would be so deeply connected. First Lu Yan and now Lu Yunzheng." Compared to Lu Yunzheng, Lu Yan seemed insignificant in Father Luo's eyes. With Lu Yunzheng as a comparison, he looked down on Lu Yan even more. Father Luo turned to Pei Xianxian and said, "Xianxian, in a couple of days, go out with your mother and meet more people. You can't just stay at home all the time." Pei Xianxian froze for a moment. "Dad, are you asking me to go on blind dates? Do you really want to end up entangled with Lu Yan?" Father Luo said sternly, "You are our daughter. The man you marry should at least be comparable to Lu Yunzheng." Hearing this, Mother Luo hesitated to speak. She knew very well that, due to the previous incidents online, many in their social circle were aware of Pei Xianxian and Lu Yan's situation. Finding someone better than Lu Yunzheng for Pei Xianxian wouldn't be an easy task. Even if Pei Xianxian liked someone, that person might not be interested in her. Meanwhile, after leaving the Luo family's house, Lu Yunzheng drove straight to Central Lake Park with Luo Chenyan. On a summer evening, the park was bustling with people taking walks. Children ran around, elderly people strolled leisurely, and couples walked hand in hand, enjoying the sweet atmosphere. What made you think of taking me for a walk here? Luo Qianyan asked with a smile. There's a performance here tonight, so I thought I'd bring you over to have a look, Lu Yunzheng replied. He knew he didn't spend much time with Luo Qianyan, so how could he let all their moments be confined to home? A performance? Luo Qianyan asked curiously. There's a molten iron flower show and a phoenix in flight performance, Lu Yunzheng explained. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan couldn't hide her curiosity. Phoenix in flight? What's that like? It's a drone show, Lu Yunzheng said. The two walked along the gravel path, the evening breeze bringing a touch of coolness. Whenever children ran past them, Lu Yunzheng would carefully shield her. As they continued walking, Lu Yunzheng glanced at Luo Qianyan beside him and asked, Have you ever thought about trying to find your biological parents? Hearing this, Luo Qianyan paused slightly. I never told you, but I was abandoned by my parents. Thinking of her childhood in the orphanage, Luo Qianyan felt a pang of sadness. I guess it's probably because I'm a girl. Maybe I should be thankful that they only abandoned me and didn't drown me. Looking at Luo Qianyan by his side, Lu Yunzheng tightened his grip on her hand. You must have been really cute as a child. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but smile. Too bad the Luo family adopted me when I was already 5. Otherwise, who knows? There might have been photos of me as a baby. I can always imagine, Lu Yunzheng replied. You can't imagine what you haven't seen, she said with a hint of amusement. But I do remember the headmistress saying I was very pretty as a kid. Her tone carried a trace of pride. Seeing her slightly smug expression, Lu Yunzheng's eyes softened with affection. Then when we have our own child, I'll finally be able to imagine it. A child? Luo Qianyan was genuinely taken aback by his words. Under the dim streetlights, her cheeks flushed a rosy red. Who said I do have a child with you? Dream on. We're legally married. If not with me, then with who? Lu Yunzheng teased her gently. But we're not exactly that legal, she muttered softly, recalling how their marriage had started as a sham. It was fake at first, and even now. Lu Yunzheng chuckled. We didn't sign any agreement, did we? What if I decide not to be your business partner anymore? What would you do then? This time, Luo Qianyan was genuinely startled. Clearly, under the protection of their marriage, there were plenty of things Lu Yunzheng could do. Noticing her serious reaction, Lu Yunzheng quickly reined in his teasing and softened his tone. Don't worry, I'm just joking. Usually you're so fearless. Why are you so easily spooked now? Maybe we should draft an agreement after all? Luo Qianyan suggested hesitantly, realizing that she hadn't thought things through when they first got married. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but laugh at her seriousness. But knowing it was his joking that unsettled her, he decided to go along with it. Alright, when we get home, you can write up whatever agreement you want, and I'll sign it. Don't be scared, I won't hurt you. Okay, she replied, finally feeling reassured. To ease her nerves further, Lu Yunzheng stopped by a small stall and bought her a little rabbit-shaped lantern. Holding the lantern, Luo Qianyan watched the chubby rabbit shadow it cast on the ground, and a smile naturally appeared on her face. The iron flower performance was set on the lake, with the viewing area along the lakeside, where a crowd had already gathered. Lu Yunzheng guided Luo Qianyan to find a spot. In the bustling crowd, the two stood closely, so close that he could catch the faint fragrance of her hair without even lowering his head. To shield her from the pressing crowd, he positioned her in front of him, effectively encircling her with his arms. As the performance time approached, the crowd grew denser, forcing Luo Qianyan to press tightly against Lu Yunzheng behind her. Feeling the warmth emanating from his chest against her back, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. The performance finally began, giving Luo Qianyan something else to focus on. The performer, shirtless, struck a round pit filled with molten iron. Sparks of golden iron flowers shot into the sky, scattering like fireworks. More and more iron flowers erupted as the performer demonstrated various techniques, creating a stunning visual feast. Midway through the show, 6 glowing phoenixes suddenly appeared overhead, soaring gracefully across the night sky with the help of drones. For a moment, it was hard to decide where to look at the majestic phoenixes in the sky or the mesmerizing iron flowers on the ground. When the performance ended and they began to leave, Luo Qianyan seemed reluctant to go. But then, as if reminded of something, her mood subtly shifted, and she grew quieter. What's wrong? You were so happy just now, Lu Yunzheng asked gently. I miss my brother. He used to love watching these performances, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but say. Thinking of Luo Qi lying in the hospital bed, Lu Yunzheng could only comfort her. Luo Qi will get better. After leaving the central lake, Lu Yunzheng kept his promise and took Luo Qianyan to a food street for some barbecue. The two sat at a small table at the barbecue stall, enjoying the food enthusiastically. It had been a while since Luo Qianyan had barbecue, and she found it particularly satisfying. Once she was full, Lu Yunzheng finished off the remaining food, insisting on leaving no waste. When they returned home, Luo Qianyan didn't forget about the agreements they had discussed earlier. She printed several versions of different agreements, and Lu Yunzheng carefully reviewed and signed each one. After signing the last one, he turned to her and said, "Feeling reassured now?" Looking at the signed agreements, Luo Chenyan hesitated before asking cautiously, "You're not mad, are you?" "Why would I be mad?" Lu Yunzheng raised his hand and gently patted her head. "If you're feeling uneasy, that's on me." Luo Chenyan felt like she was drowning in his gaze. Her face flushed uncontrollably, and without much composure, she quickly made an excuse about needing a shower and ran back to her room. After finishing her shower, Luo Chenyan noticed a message from her best friend and updated her on the day's events. Upon learning that Lu Yunzheng had ensured she wasn't mistreated at the Luo family, Song Yunjing was quite satisfied. This guy seems reliable. He really steps up when needed. But with the way things are progressing between you two, when are you planning to take the next step? This is all happening way too fast. We've only known each other for how long? Luo Chenyan muttered to herself. Come on, you've already been touchy-feely and kissed. The guy only has so much time off. If you don't take the chance, I'm just worried you'll regret not sealing the deal once he's gone. Song Yunjing teased. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chenyan replied, I'm a vegetarian. Tisk, tsk. You only say that because you haven't had a taste of the good stuff? Song Yunjing quipped. Like you have, Luo Chenyan retorted. At least I've got full marks in theoretical knowledge, Song Yunjing shot back smugly. Well, we're both amateurs, so don't get cocky, Luo Chenyan said. Yeah, but your theoretical knowledge is shaky at best, Song Yunjing teased again. At least I've made some progress, Luo Chenyan replied, feigning confidence, grateful that Song Yunjing couldn't see her blushing face. Fine, you win. Song Yunjing laughed. But seriously, Luo Chenyan, you're like a little kid. It's like two rookies pecking at each other. Well, you started it, Luo Chenyan shot back. Just wait. The woman from Yehenra never loses, Song Yunjing declared dramatically. You're too much, Luo Chenyan sighed. Not long after they hung up, there was a knock at Luo Chenyan's door. She quickly ran to open it and found Lu Yunzheng standing there. The key detail? He wasn't wearing a shirt. What are you doing? Luo Chenyan asked, her gaze inevitably drifting to his well-defined but not overly exaggerated chest. This man was dangerously alluring. I got injured during training today. Could you help me apply some medicine? Lu Yunzheng turned around as he spoke, revealing a scrape on his back. The injury wasn't too serious, and Luo Chenyan could guess he was being a little intentional about this. Still, she let him into her room, grabbed the medical kit, and began sorting through the necessary supplies. Shouldn't you put on a shirt first? Lu Yunjing's hesitant tone made Luo Chenyan glance at him with a hint of confusion. What? I can't treat your wound in pajamas? Do I need to wear a nurse's uniform or something? She quipped. Lu Yunzheng didn't respond, but the tips of his ears turned slightly red. It took Luo Chenyan a moment to realize. She had just taken a shower and had been chatting with her best friend, so she hadn't put on a bra. And with her earlier movements, she had undoubtedly revealed more than she intended. Luo Chenyan's face instantly turned bright red, and she instinctively covered her chest. I'll go change, she stammered. Watching her flee in embarrassment, Lu Yunzheng shifted his focus to her room to distract himself. The room contained a few familiar items, likely brought back from the Luo family home. Walking up to a display cabinet, Lu Yunzheng picked up a framed photo. It was a picture of Luo Chenyan and Luo Qi together. They both looked younger in the photo. Luo Chenyan was still wearing her high school uniform. Despite the oversized uniform, her beauty and elegance were undeniable. Beside her, Luo Qi was smiling brightly, exuding the charm of a cheerful and sunny young man. To anyone unaware of their relationship, they might have seemed like a perfectly matched couple. Without realizing it, Lu Yunzheng found himself staring at the photo for a long time. It wasn't until Luo Chenyan returned and walked up beside him that he placed the photo back in its original spot. You and Luo Qi seem very close? Lu Yunzheng asked. My brother is the person who treats me the best in the Luo family, Luo Chenyan affirmed. No one else even comes close the best. When Pei Xianxian returned to the Luo family, Luo Chenyan appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, she had felt lost and uncertain. During that time, it was her brother who tirelessly supported and protected her in his own way. To Luo Qi, she was his sister, never a replacement for anyone else. Thinking about her brother brought a warm smile to Luo Qianyan's face. You don't know this, but after Pei Xianxian came back to the family, a lot of my friends started acting differently. Some talked behind my back, while others said mean things right to my face. But whenever my brother overheard them, he would stand up for me and confront them. He's always been mild-tempered, but that time, he fought for me. It made everyone realize that I wasn't someone they could bully so easily. After that, they stopped gossiping about me behind my back, Luo Chenyan said with a soft laugh. He's a good brother. He's really protected you well, Lu Yunzheng remarked. Of course. He's the best brother anyone could ask for, Luo Chenyan said proudly. So good, in fact, that he would even put his life on the line for her. The thought brought a faint ache to Lu Qianyan's chest. Lu Yunzheng, can you help me with the medicine now? She asked, breaking the momentary silence. Oh, I almost forgot, Lu Yunzheng replied as Luo Qianyan turned and gently pushed him down onto the sofa. Sit still, she instructed. Even seated on the sofa, Lu Yunzheng's height was imposing. To reach him properly, Luo Qianyan knelt on the sofa behind him to apply the medicine to his back. As she worked, she noticed that his body bore numerous old scars. It was clear his profession was far from ordinary, likely dangerous and demanding. Having done this many times before, Luo Qianyan quickly finished treating his wounds. But as Lu Yunzheng turned to face her, he caught her off guard by pulling her into his arms. Luo Qianyan, still kneeling, found herself falling into his embrace. Don't lean back against the sofa, I'll press against your wound, she warned softly, looking down at him. All right, Lu Yunzheng responded, his voice low and calm. Qianyan. She murmured in reply. His voice grew huskier. Can I kiss you? Her hands resting on his shoulders, Luo Qianyan could feel the strength of his muscles beneath his skin-coiled power, just waiting to be unleashed. The mere touch sent a tingling sensation through her fingers. He was waiting for her answer, but instead of speaking, Luo Qianyan leaned down and kissed him. The kiss was passionate, igniting a fire between them. The heat in the air was almost tangible, and through the skin, Luo Qianyan could feel as if she were being scorched. It was as though she were standing next to a blazing fireball. And the man holding her, Lu Yunzheng, was that very fireball. When she came back to her senses, Luo Qianyan realized she had been pulled onto his lap. The firm muscles of his thighs pressed against her, radiating a heat that was almost overwhelming. His kiss left her mind in a haze, teetering on the edge of surrender. By the time he released her, all she could do was gasp for air. Resting against his neck, she clung tightly to his shoulders, only to notice later that her nails had left 2 faint scratches there. Seeing the marks, Luo Qianyan felt a pang of regret. I think I forgot to file my nails. I scratched you, she muttered apologetically. But Lu Yunzheng simply chuckled as he glanced at the red marks. It's fine. I like the color you left behind, he replied with a teasing smile. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan's face turned crimson. You don't like the color you're just, she stammered, unable to finish her sentence. What? Lu Yunzheng's voice was low and indulgent, his gaze fixed on her. You're shameless, she blurted out. Lu Yunzheng smirked. I won't deny it. Especially when it comes to you, I'm indeed shameless and maybe even despicable. Before he could finish, a small hand covered his mouth. Luo Qianyan puffed her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him. Who gave you permission to insult yourself like that? But it's the truth, Lu Yunzheng said softly, his tone serious now. I knew my feelings for you all along, yet I still let you come closer. From the start, I had intentions. Well, then I guess I share some responsibility too, Luo Qianyan admitted after a moment's thought. After all, you're good looking and you've got a great figure. It's not like I do want to marry just anyone off the street. You're bold, aren't you? Lu Yunzheng teased, his eyes glinting with amusement. But fortunately, you ended up with me. Hearing his words, Luo Qianyan's curiosity was piqued. Tell me, if I didn't like you and wanted a divorce one day, would you agree to it? She hadn't forgotten that military marriages were different from ordinary ones. In such cases, the decision for divorce often rested with the military spouse. If Luo Qianyan wanted to leave but Lu Yunzheng refused, and he hadn't committed any significant wrongdoing, the divorce might not be granted. Do you want the truth? Lu Yunzheng asked. Of course. Why would I want to lie? Luo Qianyan rolled her eyes. I'd let you go, he said simply. If I've done my best and you still don't love me, there's no point in forcing it. His answer caught her off guard. She cupped his face in her hands, studying him intently. If you really tried, I doubt any girl could resist you. Then I'm lucky it's you, Lu Yunzheng said with a soft smile. Isn't it me who's lucky? Luo Qianyan murmured, leaning in to kiss him lightly. I feel like all my luck was used up the moment I met you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be alive right now. Double the luck, Lu Yunzheng replied. That's why we found each other. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh, leaning into his embrace. In his arms, she felt a sense of peace she hadn't known in a long time. Every day, Luo Qianyan made time to visit the hospital's inpatient wing to see Luo Qi. Sometimes she would just sit and talk to him. Other times, she brought his favorite picture books to read aloud. As Luo Qi remained in his deep sleep, their mother's visits to the hospital became less frequent, giving Luo Qianyan more freedom to spend time with him. On this particular day, while reminiscing about the past with Luo Qi, she brought up the time she was almost bitten by a dog as a child. She didn't notice the subtle movement of his fingers on the bed. It wasn't until after she left that Luo Qi, through sheer determination, finally managed to open his eyes. Sister, he murmured hoarsely, his once dazed eyes gradually clearing. Xianxian. When Luo Chenyan heard the news that Luo Qi had woken up, she was having a meal with Lu Yunzheng. After hanging up the phone, she wanted to rush to the hospital immediately, but Lu Yunzheng stopped her and insisted they finish their food first. Realizing that a few minutes wouldn't make a difference since once awake, Luo Qi wouldn't fall unconscious again, Luo Chenyan complied and finished her meal. Afterward, Lu Yunzheng drove her to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital room, they found that not only they but also other members of the Luo family were already there. Surrounded by everyone, Luo Qi's eyes immediately fell on Luo Chenyan as soon as she entered the room. He waved energetically at her, calling out, "Sister." He even tried to run toward her, but Luo's mother quickly stopped him, saying, "You just fainted again earlier. You only just woke up, don't move around recklessly." Seeing this, Luo Chenyan quickly walked up to him. "Brother, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" she asked with concern. Luo Qi shook his head. "Sister, are you okay?" he asked. Luo Chenyan chuckled. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Now that you're awake, I'm happier than ever." Hearing this, Luo Qi's face lit up with a bright smile. However, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but notice that the other members of the Luo family, especially their mother, seemed a little disappointed as they looked at Luo Qi. Suppressing her confusion, she stayed with Luo Qi for a while. Only when he said he felt tired did Luo Chenyan and the others leave the room. As they closed the door behind them, Luo Chenyan turned to Luo's mother and asked, "Do you not want my brother to wake up?" Luo's mother looked startled for a moment before realizing why Luo Chenyan had asked such a question. She sighed and explained, "You don't know this, but earlier when Qi first woke up, his mind was clear." Clear? Luo Chenyan was taken aback. There had been speculation before wild guesses, really that the accident might have a silver lining and restore his mental clarity. But she hadn't dared to believe it. "Yes," Luo's mother continued. "But it only lasted for less than 10 minutes before he fainted again. When he woke up the second time, he was back to how he is now." She paused and added, "It's not that there's anything wrong with the way Qi is now, but as his mother, of course, I still hope for him to become normal again." That explained the disappointment Luo Chenyan had sensed earlier. "What did the doctor say?" Luo Chenyan couldn't help but ask. "The doctor said it's a good sign. There's a possibility Qi might gradually regain clarity," Luo's mother replied. "But as for how long it might take tomorrow, next month, or even next year, there's no way to tell." As they left the hospital, Luo Chenyan glanced at Lu Yunzheng beside her. "I forgot to let you talk to my brother just now. Next time we visit, I'll properly introduce you to him," she said. "He was glaring at me earlier," Lu Yunzheng remarked. Surprised, Luo Chenyan asked, "He glared at you? When?" Lu Yunzheng thought for a moment. "Probably when we were holding hands. Right after we entered the room, I think." Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like we'll need to bring some small cakes next time to win him over." "What if your brother doesn't like me?" Lu Yunzheng asked hesitantly.
In that case,
Luo Chenyan sighed. "I guess I'll have to make sure you two don't meet too often. My brother is important, but so are you." The next morning, Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng visited Luo Qi again, this time bringing along his favorite small cakes. The moment the adorable cakes appeared, Luo Qi's attention was completely captured. When he learned that the cakes were bought by Lu Yunzheng, Luo Qi reluctantly allowed him to sit on a chair in the room. Then he started dividing the small cakes, one for his sister, one for himself, one for his sister, one for himself, and so on. After finishing with the 8 cakes, Luo Qi looked at the last one, a bit troubled. After a while, he finally handed the little cake to Lu Yunzheng. "This one's for you," he said. Looking at the small cake in front of him, Lu Yunzheng raised his hand to take it. "Thank you. It's only because you bought the cakes that I'm giving you one. If you hadn't bought them, I wouldn't have given you any." Luo Qi replied, sticking his tongue out playfully at him. Then he pulled Luo Chenyan along to enjoy the cakes together. After finishing the cakes with Luo Qi, Luo Chenyan returned to work. Luo Qi, being well-behaved, didn't complain even though he wanted his sister to stay. However, when Luo's mother and Pei Xianxian came to visit him and discuss his discharge, he suddenly flopped straight onto the hospital bed. This gave Luo's mother a fright, and she immediately called for the doctors and nurses to come quickly. When everyone gathered around, they noticed that although Luo Qi had his eyes tightly shut, his eyeballs were darting around restlessly. "Brother, how can you pretend to be sick to fool us?" Pei Xianxian said angrily. She was already not fond of her foolish brother, and the fact that he had failed to protect her back then leading to her suffering for over a decade only made her dislike him more. Moreover, Luo Qi treating Luo Chenyan like his sister while completely disregarding her, his real sister, only added to her frustration. Realizing had been caught, Luo Qi turned his back to them with a pout. "I'm not going home. I'm still sick, and I want to stay in the hospital." "What's so great about staying in the hospital? Mom and I have to come here every day to look after you. Can't you be a little more understanding?" Pei Xianxian said, clearly annoyed. "I never asked you to come." Luo Qi huffed. This only made Pei Xianxian angrier. Luo Qi. I said I'm not going home. I want to stay in the hospital. My sister is here, and she visits me every day. Luo Qi exclaimed, gripping the side rails of the bed tightly, as if afraid someone might drag him away. Qi, even if you go home, you can still see your sister, Luo's mother said gently, trying to coax him. I don't want this sister. I want Xianxian. I want my sister, Luo Qi declared firmly, making sure everyone understood exactly what he meant. In the end, Luo Qi managed to stay in the hospital. When Luo Qianyan heard about it, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still, considering that Luo Qi had just woken up, she thought it wouldn't hurt for him to stay a few more days. What she didn't expect, however, was that Lu Yunzheng would show up in the evening to pick her up from work, bringing along a large food container. Are we going on a picnic today? Luo Qianyan asked, puzzled. We're having dinner with your brother, Lu Yunzheng replied. When the two arrived at the inpatient ward, Luo Qi, who had been eagerly waiting, waved excitedly at them. Upon hearing that the food was brought by Lu Yunzheng, Luo Qi carefully selected a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and offered it to him. My sister loves it, I love it, so you can have this. Thank you, big brother, Lu Yunzheng said, popping the rib into his mouth. It's delicious. Seeing Lu Yunzheng appreciate the food so much, Luo Qi picked up a piece of bitter melon and gave it to him. This is good too. Lu Yunzheng nodded slightly. Not bad. The next moment, Luo Qi dumped all the bitter melon from the plate into Lu Yunzheng's bowl. Looking at the now empty plate, Luo Qi beamed at Luo Qianyan with a look of relief. Sister, the bitter melons all go night was so awful. During the meal, Lu Yunzheng frequently had food placed on his plate. However, apart from the sweet and sour ribs at the beginning, Luo Qi followed his principle of giving Lu Yunzheng dishes he didn't like, leaving all his favorite dishes untouched. Fortunately, Lu Yunzheng wasn't picky and ate everything Luo Qi gave him without complaint. Watching this, Luo Qi joked that he should always eat with Lu Yunzheng because when he's happy, there's no such thing as food he doesn't like. Lu Yunzheng also brought a dessert, which quickly became his new favorite after the little cakes he used to enjoy. Time flew by, and Lu Yunzhen's vacation was already halfway over. With less than 2 weeks left before he had to return to the military, Luo Qianyan decided to spend one of her days off taking him on a trip to Y City. Little did she know that fate or misfortune would lead her to an unexpected encounter with Pei Xianxian, or to be precise, with Pei Xianxian filming a reality show. At that moment, Pei Xianxian was working part-time as a waitress in a restaurant to earn funds for the show's activities. Meanwhile, Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng were there as customers. And as the saying goes, the customer is always right, so even if Pei Xianxian wasn't thrilled to see them, she had no choice but to greet them with a smile. Luo Qianyan was a little surprised too. How long had it been? And yet Pei Xianxian was already being invited to appear on variety shows. It seemed that in the entertainment industry, scandals didn't stop anyone from making money. The restaurant wasn't very big, but it was decorated with a strong local flair. After Luo Qianyan and Lu Yunzheng sat down, Pei Xianxian, followed by a cameraman, came over to take their order. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but wonder how customers on these shows got used to ordering food with a camera pointed at them, pretending it wasn't there. Do you have any signature dishes? Luo Qianyan asked directly. You could try our wild mushroom hot pot. It's one of our classic dishes, featuring a variety of wild mountain mushrooms. The flavor is incredibly fresh and rich. Plus, it's mushroom season right now, so I highly recommend it, Pei Xianxian replied. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan glanced at the menu and saw the picture of the dish. It did look quite appetizing. She immediately ordered the wild mushroom hot pot, and Lu Yunzheng added a few more dishes. Pei Xianxian acted as if she didn't recognize Luo Qianyan at all. What Luo Qianyan didn't know was that this reality show was being live-streamed, and they were currently in the middle of the broadcast. So, when Luo Qianyan appeared on the stream, some viewers quickly recognized her. After all, her striking appearance left a lasting impression. At one point, Pei Xianxian took the cameraman into the kitchen. The part-time chef, who also owned the restaurant, seized the opportunity to promote his business, sharing plenty of information with the live audience about must-try seasonal delicacies in Y City. When the food was finally ready, Pei Xianxian returned with the cameraman to serve the dishes. The wild mushroom hot pot was undeniably delicious, tender, smooth, and bursting with flavor. Luo Qianyan ended up eating a bit too much and felt slightly stuffed. This wild mushroom hot pot is amazing, Luo Qianyan said, turning to look at Lu Yunzheng. But then, she suddenly noticed something odd about him. Why did it look like there was a mushroom growing on his head? And it was red. Without thinking, Luo Qianyan reached out to grab it, only to find her hand grasping at air. Seeing the shock in her eyes, Lu Yunzheng caught her hand and asked, What's wrong? Why your head there's a red mushroom growing on it? And it's transparent, I can't even grab it. As she spoke, Luo Qianyan reached out again, but once more, her hand came up empty. At that moment, Luo Chenyan spotted a little dog that looked like a fluffy cloud running past her desk, only to stop right by her feet. What the heck? Whose dog are you? And why do you look so different from us? She muttered. She blinked in disbelief. Was she hearing things? Or did the dog just talk? Even more absurd, it called itself a dog. You're the dog. Your whole family's dogs, she snapped back, glaring at the little creature. My whole family is dogs. But seriously, whose dog are you? You talk so weird, the dog replied, tilting its head in confusion. Before Luo Chenyan could process this surreal exchange, a tiny chubby yellow chick waddled into the room. Spotting Luo and the dog, it chirped loudly. Good dogs don't block the way. Good dogs don't block the way. The dog, now offended, retorted. Well, it'll block the way if I want to. As if things couldn't get any stranger, a pudgy little piglet, white as snow and irresistibly chubby, trotted in after the chick. Its sheer whiteness caught Luo Qianyan's attention, and her eyes lit up. What kind of dream world is this? She wondered aloud, glancing at Lu Yunzheng. Suddenly, the mushroom perched on his head didn't seem so bizarre. Talking dogs, talking chickens, and that pig. It's so white. Lu Yunzheng followed her gaze to the pig. She was pointing attentively to see a chubby toddler in overalls. The child looked around curiously, as if trying to find the super white pig Luo was referring to. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably. Luo Chenyan, arguing with a dog and pointing at a baby while calling it a pig, was entertainment gold. Given that she was in Y City, a place known for its wild mushrooms, 90% of the audience had already concluded she was hallucinating from mushroom poisoning. The restaurant owner, hearing the commotion, rushed out in a panic. But when Luo saw a giant crocodile wearing an apron emerge from the kitchen, she screamed and dove into Lu Yunzheng's arms. There's a crocodile. And it's wearing an apron, she exclaimed, trembling. The owner glanced down at his apron and quickly realized she was talking about him. He frowned, perplexed. Which ingredient could have caused such a strong hallucination? He began to speak, but Luo Chenyan had already scrambled onto Lu Yunzheng's back. Lu Yunzheng, let's get out of here. This place is way too weird, she cried. Back in the live stream, the viewers were suddenly distracted by something else. Wait a second, why is there a pixelated person? Yeah, wasn't he visible earlier? I swear it was a guy. Judging by his build, still looks like a guy. But why the mosaic filter? Now the girls jumped on his back, and she's pixelated too. She's probably food poisoned. Someone should take her to the hospital. The owner nodded quickly. Yes, she should get checked out immediately, he said, though he was still baffled. By his calculations, her meal shouldn't have caused such a reaction. Still, her symptoms were unmistakable. Pei Xianxian, watching the chaos unfold, struggled to suppress her amusement. Mr. Lu, you'd better take her to the hospital, she suggested, lips twitching with barely contained laughter. Luo Chenyan suddenly turned to Pei Xianxian, her expression both sincere and puzzled. Lu Yunzheng, why is there a giant white chicken talking? Pei Xianxian's face darkened at the words, giant white chicken. But Luo was too distracted to notice. Actually, not just a big white chicken, there's a yellow chick, a dog, and even a crocodile talking. Is this some kind of animal kingdom? The phrase big white chicken sent the live stream into hysterics. Pei Xianxian's fans, though numbering in the tens of thousands, were no match for the millions watching this chaotic stream. They couldn't control the flood of comments, all chanting big white chicken in unison. It seemed inevitable that after the show aired, Pei Xianxian would be stuck with the nickname Big White Chicken. Is Y City like an animal kingdom or something? Why can every animal here talk? Luo Chenyan lay on Lu Yunzhen's back, both amazed and terrified. Especially when she glanced at the boss, she was filled with dread, afraid he might come closer. After all, he was a crocodile with a mouth big enough to bite her head off. The boss called his brother-in-law to bring the car over. Just as Lu Yunzheng was about to take Luo Chenyan to the hospital, she suddenly exclaimed, wow, look at that giant panda. Luo Chenyan stared in the direction of the little white pig, and was surprised to see the panda holding the pig in its arms. That panda is so motherly, even embracing a pig from another species. Luo Chenyan's eyes sparkled as she watched them. The mother and child were also looking at her. However, the mother had already been informed by the boss that Luo Chenyan was suffering from mushroom poisoning. But why a panda? Luo Chenyan wondered. Is it because of my panda eyes? Pei Xianxian, standing nearby, looked at Luo Chenyan's silly expression and secretly wished she'd embarrass herself even more. She could already imagine the live stream chat filled with mocking comments about Luo Chenyan, calling her a clown jumping around. What Pei Xianxian didn't realize was that while there was laughter in the chat, it was mostly directed at her and her oversized big white chicken appearance. Lu Yunzheng decided not to put Luo Chenyan down and carried her on his back as they headed to the hospital. But they hadn't even walked 2 meters before Luo Chenyan panicked. Slow down. It's going to spill. What's going to spill? Lu Yunzheng asked softly, slowing his pace. My milk tea, of course. I'm a cup of milk tea, and you're going to make me spill if you're not careful. Lu Yunzheng replied. Hearing this, some nearby customers couldn't help but laugh. The boss's brother-in-law pulled up at the entrance, and Lu Yunzheng climbed into the car, only to freeze the moment she sat down. How about we switch cars, she suggested hesitantly, already thinking of getting out. But Lu Yunzheng had already hopped in and shut the door. The car started heading toward the hospital. Lu Yunzheng, however, was urging Lu Yunzheng to buckle his seatbelt. You shouldn't have gotten in so quickly. This car isn't safe. Why isn't it safe? Lu Yunzheng asked patiently. Lu Yunzheng sneaked a glance at the driver. Let me ask you this, are corgis' legs short? Lu Yunzheng thought for a moment about the famously stubby legs of corgis and nodded. Yes, they're short. Exactly. So do you think a corgi's legs are long enough to reach the brakes? Lu Yunzheng said, exasperated. The corgi in the driver's seat overheard her and burst out laughing. Don't worry. I'm a mutant corgi with extra long legs. I can reach the brakes just fine. But Lu Yunzheng clearly wasn't convinced. Don't drive so fast or it'll spill again, she complained, clutching her head in fear as the car sped up. That was way too fast just now. Thankfully, they finally arrived at the hospital. It seemed that mushroom poisoning was so common in Y City that there was an entire department dedicated to it. The boss's brother-in-law handled the registration and queued up for them. Within half an hour, Lu Yunzheng was sitting in the infusion room. Since the 4 would take time, the boss's brother-in-law left his phone number, telling them to call him when they were almost done. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng was playing with the mushrooms on top of Lu Yunzheng's head. In just a short time, the single mushroom from earlier had grown into a whole cluster. A blue one just sprouted. It's so pretty. Lu Yunzheng marveled at the new addition on Lu Yunzheng's head. Do you want it? Lu Yunzheng asked softly. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng nodded without hesitation. Moments later, Lu Yunzheng lowered his head and tried to pick the mushrooms himself. However, her hand passed through the mushrooms again. Feeling frustrated, she muttered, I can't pick them. Nearby, an elderly lady noticed Lu Yunzheng's condition and immediately advised Lu Yunzheng to fetch some warm water for her to drink, saying it would help detoxify her system faster. Xianxian, stay here and don't move. I'll go get you some water, Lu Yunzheng said as he gently pinched Lu Qianyan's cheek and gave her a reminder. Okay, she replied, watching him leave. She then turned her gaze to the other people in the infusion room, focusing on the floating captions above their heads. When Lu Yunzheng returned with a thermos filled with warm water, the spot where he had left her was empty. Young man, she's over there, the elderly lady across the room helpfully pointed out. Lu Yunzheng looked over and saw a small crowd gathered, with Lu Yunzheng among them. Her four-bag was being held by a tall, skinny man, who appeared somewhat helpless as he was juggling 4 or 5 four-bags, all connected to different people. Lu Yunzheng walked over and took Lu Qianyan's 4-bag from the man. Why are you holding it? Isn't there an 4 stand here? Lu Qianyan asked, puzzled. She then pointed to the tall, skinny man, clearly viewing him as a makeshift 4 stand. The man gave a resigned smile and explained to Lu Yunzheng, well, my dad also treats me like a walking 4 stand, and now everyone else seems to think I'm one too. At that moment, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. At least, in Lu Qianyan's eyes, he was still seen as a person, albeit one with mushrooms growing on his head. Meanwhile, Lu Qianyan and the others had gathered to play a number guessing game. By observing the reactions of each person when they said their numbers, they tried to deduce the number card in the other's hand. Lu Qianyan, using the floating captions above their heads along with their tone and punctuation, had managed to win several rounds in a row. Although Lu Yunzheng couldn't make sense of it, it was clear that in her current state, Lu Qianyan was equally unable to comprehend what was happening. Much like how she couldn't grasp the fact that her hallucinations were caused by food poisoning, she believed what she saw was the real world. It all felt rather surreal. At the same time, over at Pei Xianxian's side, the filming continued. However, news of Lu Qianyan's mushroom poisoning and subsequent hospitalization had reached the restaurant owner. He realized his reputation was completely ruined. Originally, he had planned to use this opportunity to promote his restaurant, but now, with such negative publicity, who would dare to eat there? No one wanted to risk a trip to the hospital. So, the owner locked himself in the kitchen, conducting an investigation for most of the day. Eventually, he discovered a small bag of wild mushrooms tucked away in a corner. It had been picked earlier that morning by his brother-in-law. Fearing something might go wrong during the filming, he had specifically placed it in the corner and warned others not to touch it. But how had it ended up in the pot? After finishing her shift, Pei Xianxian collected her pay from the owner's wife and left. By the time the owner came out looking for her, she was already gone. Unexpectedly, in the live stream chat, no one seemed to care about Pei Xianxian's next moves. Instead, many viewers were curious about how Lu Qianyan was doing. Some locals from Y City even expressed their intent to visit the hospital and start a live stream, inviting others to follow them for updates. As soon as this was mentioned, The number of followers skyrocketed, with countless people urging them to head to the hospital and start streaming right away. When the director heard about this, he couldn't stand the thought of someone else stealing the spotlight. He immediately assigned Pei Xianxian a task: go to the hospital and offer condolences to the mushroom poisoning victims. As for how she was supposed to do that, who knew? Pei Xianxian was baffled when she received the task. What on earth is this, she wondered. Still, the appearance of this new task managed to keep viewers, who had been planning to leave, glued to the stream. Pei Xianxian arrived at the infusion room in the hospital, specifically set up for people suffering from mushroom poisoning. She wasn't prepared for the sight that greeted her. There were quite a lot of people. However, she didn't forget her objective. She needed to find Lu Yunzheng and make her lose face again. Using the guise of offering comfort, Pei Xianxian carried a tray of water and handed it to the patients receiving 4 drips. But to her dismay, most of them seemed to be in a hallucinatory state. Every time they gave nonsensical responses, Pei Xianxian couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Fortunately, she soon heard Lu Yunzheng's voice. Ahead, there was a smaller infusion room. Pei Xianxian heard Lu Yunzheng's voice coming from inside. Even if you're a pig, you should aim to be a useful one. Use that little piggy brain of yours and think hard. Lu Yunzheng's voice rang out loud and clear, followed by the sound of a child crying. Did Lu Yunzheng just scold a child to tears? Pei Xianxian suppressed a chuckle and deliberately spoke into the camera. How can you scold a child like that? Kids have fragile feelings, and now they're crying. With that, she led the cameraman toward the small room. Inside, Lu Yunzheng crouched in front of a short-haired little girl, pinching her cheek with a serious expression. Look at you. Even if this room is full of little white piggies, anyone can see you're the most graceful one here. You're so good-looking, like the Romeo among pigs. If your grades were top-notch too, wouldn't you have all the little piggy girls swooning over you? The short-haired girl, who had been holding back for a while, finally burst out, Sister, I'm a girl. Why would I make little piggy girls swoon? You're a girl? Lu Yunzheng pinched her cheek again, still looking serious. Well, I couldn't tell with this little piggy face of yours. No problem. Then you'll be Juliet among pigs instead, charming all the little piggy boys. Hearing this, the girl sighed and said, Sister, can you just help me with this math problem instead? Standing at the doorway, Pei Xianxian was stunned by the scene. Lu Yunzheng was teaching a child math, while Lu Yunzheng stood nearby holding an 4 bag. Not far away, a little boy sat on the floor crying. Since Pei Xianxian was already there, she couldn't just ignore the boy, who was crying so hard his face was covered in tears and snot. She walked over and tried to comfort him softly. But her voice was so quiet that the boy didn't even notice her. With no other choice, she raised her voice slightly. Stop crying. This time, half the room turned to look at her. The little boy also stopped crying but looked at Pei Xianxian with a face full of distrust. Who are you? I don't know you. Mommy said there are kidnappers. Pei Xianxian froze in embarrassment. I just wanted to talk to him for a bit. And not a kidnapper. We're filming a show. Look, the cameraman is right there. Don't worry. How do we know the cameraman is real? What if this is some new tactic from kidnappers? Someone muttered. Now, everyone was staring at Pei Xianxian. If she so much as tried to take the boy out of the room, they looked ready to stop her in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng was completely oblivious to the commotion in the corner. She was beaming with satisfaction as she watched the group of children sitting neatly in a row, diligently doing their homework. Well, not all of them were white piggies. There was a little black pig and a coffee-colored one mixed in. Regardless, these little piggies were hardworking and inquisitive, eagerly asking questions when they didn't understand. Lu Yunzheng was thoroughly enjoying teaching them. Lu Yunzheng wanted to suggest that Lu Yunzheng sit down and rest for a while, but for some reason, she was unusually energetic and showed no signs of stopping. When her gaze casually drifted toward Pei Xianxian, she suddenly exclaimed, Lu Yunzheng, that big white chicken looks familiar. Isn't it the one we saw earlier in the restaurant? Lu Yunzheng glanced at Pei Xianxian and confirmed, yes, that's the one. I knew it. My eyesight is pretty sharp, Lu Yunzheng said with a hint of pride. That big white chicken looks so plain. I recognized it right away. Her words, calling the chicken plain and ordinary, repeatedly hit Pei Xianxian's nerves. Finally, Pei Xianxian couldn't hold back anymore and snapped, Lu Yunzheng. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lu Yunzheng paused for a couple of seconds, staring at the big white chicken with a puzzled expression. How does this big white chicken know my name? She asked, genuinely confused. Lu Yunzheng pointed at the label on the 4 bag nearby and explained, it says your name here. Realizing the situation, Lu Yunzheng turned to the chicken and remarked, your eyesight is pretty impressive, being able to see that from so far away. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers groaned in disappointment as the official welfare stream abruptly ended, leaving them craving more. However, some solace was found in unofficial live streams run by other users. Back on Pei Xianxian's side, after being notified that the official stream had ended, her patience ran out. She turned to Luo Qianyan and lashed out, Luo Qianyan, how dumb can you be to believe something like that? Are chickens supposed to be smart? Luo Qianyan asked Lu Yunzheng earnestly. She can't represent a chicken's intelligence. That would be an insult to chickens, Lu Yunzheng replied calmly. Pei Xianxian nearly exploded with anger at his comment and opened her mouth to retort, but Luo Qianyan yawned and mumbled, why do I feel so sleepy all of a sudden? Noticing this, Lu Yunzheng didn't give Pei Xianxian another chance to speak. He quickly escorted Luo Qianyan back to her seat to rest. Before leaving, Luo Qianyan waved at the row of little piglets sitting nearby and said, if you have any questions, come to me, okay? Don't ask that big white chicken, she's really dumb. Once seated, Luo Qianyan seemed to have lost all her earlier energy. She didn't even want to drink water unless Lu Yunzheng fed it to her. Not long after they settled down, a new neighbor appeared next to Luo Qianyan, a green-skinned frog. Spotting the frog, Luo Qianyan instinctively scooted closer to Lu Yunzheng, keeping her distance from the newcomer. Miss, the viewers in the live stream really like you. Want to say hi to them? The frog-like man asked, holding up his phone. Without looking up, Luo Qianyan buried her face in Lu Yunzheng's chest and muttered, the frog is too ugly. The man was momentarily stunned, while Lu Yunzheng calmly explained, she's still hallucinating from the poisoning. She sees you as a frog. The frog man twitched his mouth awkwardly. I get it. However, when he pointed the camera at Lu Yunzheng and Luo Qianyan, the livestream didn't last even a minute before it was abruptly taken down. A warning soon followed. All individuals on camera must be pixelated. Pixelated. The man suddenly remembered the numerous times Lu Yunzheng had appeared with his face blurred in previous streams. Unwilling to give up, he started another live stream. But this time, because Lu Yunzheng wasn't pixelated, the stream was shut down in less than 10 seconds before any viewers could join. To his dismay, he saw that his account had been banned for half a month. Meanwhile, Luo Qianyan finally regained clarity, realizing she had been hallucinating due to mushroom poisoning. The current Luo Qianyan had only regained basic cognitive functions, and every now and then, strange animals seemed to appear before her eyes. Seriously, how did I end up being poisoned? Luo Qianyan muttered, unable to resist flicking the tiny mushroom that had sprouted on Lu Yunzhen's arm. It must have been that wild mushroom hot pot, Lu Yunzhen replied. But you ate it too. Why are you fine? Luo Qianyan asked indignantly. Minor toxins don't affect me, Lu Yunzhen said without elaborating. Still, Luo Qianyan found the whole situation odd. The restaurant owner seemed like a local. How could they fail to properly cook wild mushrooms? Once you're done with the four, we'll go back and ask the owner what really happened, Lu Yunzhen suggested. Sounds like a plan, Luo Qianyan agreed, deciding not to dwell on it further. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, by the way, that big white chicken earlier, was that Pei Xianxian? Lu Yunzhen nodded. It was her. You think she might have had something to do with this? Luo Qianyan wondered aloud. Just then, a short-legged corgi came running over. But this wasn't just any corgi, it was unusually large for its kind, making it more intimidating than cute. Hey, you feeling better yet? The corgi spoke. Yes, it spoke. It took Luo Qianyan a moment to realize that this wasn't an actual corgi but a person. Piecing things together, she remembered it was the restaurant owner's brother-in-law. Finally, you're awake. I was really worried you were too far gone from the poisoning, the brother-in-law said with a sigh of relief. I'm half awake, I guess. My mind's clear, but the hallucinations are still going strong, Luo Qianyan said helplessly. Don't worry, he reassured her. The worst should be over. Once you finish this just go home, get a good night's sleep, and you'll feel brand new tomorrow. Does your brother-in-law have any conclusions about why I got poisoned? Luo Qianyan asked. My brother-in-law looked into the kitchen ingredients. It seems the wild mushrooms I picked this morning might have been the problem. But we didn't add them to your food, so we really don't know how. He trailed off, clearly confused himself. Then, with a firm tone, he added, don't worry about the medical bills, we'll cover everything. Plus, we'll give you a little red envelope as compensation for the mental and physical distress. This restaurant was one Luo Qianyan had chosen herself. It had excellent local reviews and had been in business for nearly 20 years. A mistake like this seemed out of character for such an established place. Yet it had happened, and to her, of all people. And then there was Pei Xianxian, conveniently present at the scene. It was hard not to let her mind wander. As she spotted the big white chicken again in the distance, Luo Qianyan called out, Hey, big Pei Xianxian. Realizing her slip, she quickly corrected herself. My bad. Big white chicken, just rolls off the tongue. Pei Xianxian, who had been in the middle of filming, initially ignored her. But after a moment of thought, she paused her shoot and walked over. Her tone was sharp as she sneered, finally dropping the act. I was wondering how long you'd keep it up. Thanks to you, I've had the pleasure of experiencing the magical world of mushroom poisoning, Luo Qianyan shot back, her eyes fixed on the white chicken, imagining Pei Xianxian's original form. Of course, her hallucination didn't disappear just because she knew it wasn't real. I have no idea what you're talking about, Pei Xianxian said with a cold smirk. Come on. A restaurant that's been in business for 20 years suddenly makes its first mistake, and it just so happens to involve me. You expect me to believe you didn't pull some strings? Luo Chenyin retorted. Believe it or not, I don't have the time to mess with you. Pei Xianxian. Luo Chenyin. Tell me, do you think there are surveillance cameras in the kitchen? Pei Xianxian paused mid-step, about to leave, when her brother-in-law next to her said, How did you know my brother-in-law installed cameras in the kitchen? After the kitchen got robbed before, he was worried about things getting stolen again, so he specifically installed surveillance. Well, that makes things easier. Just ask your brother-in-law to check the footage, and we'll know who's been meddling, Luo Chenyin said. Don't try to scare me. I wasn't born yesterday. Pei Xianxian scoffed coldly. Even though she felt a bit uneasy, she knew she couldn't show any weakness in front of Luo Chenyin. After Pei Xianxian left, Luo Chenyin glanced at the big corgi nearby, choosing to ignore its current appearance. She asked, Did your brother-in-law really install cameras in the kitchen? Of course not, I was just bluffing to see if I could trick her into spilling something, her brother-in-law replied helplessly. But clearly it didn't work this time. Seeing his dejected expression, Luo Chenyin chuckled softly. Who knows, it might have had some effect. After finishing her 4-drip, Luo Chenyin returned to the hotel with Lu Yunzheng. By then, she was fully awake and finally didn't have to face the harsh reality for a moment. Perhaps due to the 4, Luo Chenyin fell asleep as soon as she got back to the hotel. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. Stepping out of her room, she found the living room of the suite empty. Thinking Lu Yunzheng might be in his room, she knocked on his door, but there was no response. Where could he have gone? She wondered, but she didn't dwell on it. She sat in the living room, prepared to call him. Meanwhile, in the hotel gym, Lu Yunzheng was being approached by someone. Not that it was the first time someone had tried to strike up a conversation with him, but this particular woman was more persistent than the others. Even though Lu Yunzheng ignored her completely, it didn't dampen her confidence. In fact, when he left, she followed him. Which room are you staying in? I don't mean anything by it, but this place is no fun alone. Why don't we hang out together? Gao Li said, her eyes filled with unwavering determination as she looked at Lu Yunzheng. His phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, a trace of warmth appeared in Lu Yunzheng's eyes. Xianxian. Gao Li, noticing this, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She deliberately spoke up, Is that your sister? Hearing a strange woman's voice, Luo Chenyin paused slightly. Is there someone with you? I just came out of the gym and was about to head back. Just a passerby, Lu Yunzheng replied, ignoring Gao Li entirely as he walked away, his pace quickening noticeably. But Gao Li was stubborn. Confident in her looks and figure, she refused to give up and followed him into the elevator. Why did you go to the gym? Luo Chenyin asked softly. Didn't want to disturb your rest, so I found something to do, Lu Yunzheng replied. Hearing this, Luo Chenyin couldn't help but smile. Yet over the phone she could still hear the woman's voice, seemingly also on a call, loud and clear at that moment. Luo Chenyin made up her mind. Are you almost there? The elevator's almost at our floor, Lu Yunzheng said, glancing at the display showing the elevator was now on the 7th floor. Their suite was on the 15th. All right, Luo Chenyin said, slipping on her slippers and stepping out of the room. She headed toward the elevator. When Lu Yunzheng stepped out of the elevator with Gao Li following closely behind, he was greeted by the sight of Luo Chenyin jogging toward him. Wearing disposable white slippers, Luo Chenyin jogged over and threw herself into Lu Yunzhen's arms. Gao Li, who was nearby, noticed the usually icy expression on Lu Yunzhen's face had softened into a faint smile. When Luo Chenyin leapt toward him, he instinctively reached out to steady her. These slippers are slippery. Aren't you afraid of falling? He asked. I won't fall, you'll catch me, Luo Chenyin replied with a playful smile. But as soon as she was stable, Lu Yunzheng let go of her and said, You're all sweaty. Aren't you worried about being dirty? Then let's go back and shower, Luo Chenyin said casually, looping her arm through his. She then turned to look at Gao Li, who was standing nearby. Gao Li's makeup was noticeably refined, and her athletic outfit of sports bra and leggings showed off her toned, flat stomach. As Luo Chenyin observed her, Gao Li was also sizing her up. Compared to her own 26 years, Luo Chenyin was clearly younger, with flawless skin that rivaled even her meticulously applied makeup. Beyond her natural beauty, Luo Chenyin also exuded an elegant charm and striking features. Gao Li quickly realized that competing with her in looks or physique would be an uphill battle. Do you enjoy working out, sis? Luo Chenyin asked. Gao Li hadn't expected this question and was momentarily caught off guard. Yes, I enjoy fitness. Even when I'm traveling, I make sure to stick to my routine, she replied. Wow, you must be very disciplined. That's impressive, Luo Chenyin said sincerely. Her genuine tone left Gao Li momentarily stunned, as it was clear she wasn't being sarcastic or passive-aggressive. Well, my husband and I are heading back now. See you later, sis. Luo Qianyan waved cheerfully at Gao Li. Okay, see you, Gao Li murmured, watching the couple walk away. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to say what she'd originally intended. Back in their room, Luo Qianyan immediately pushed Lu Yunzheng toward the bathroom. Go shower. If you don't, you'll start to smell. You weren't bothered earlier, but now you're complaining? Lu Yunjin teased. Well, the situation earlier and now is completely different, Luo Qianyan shot back, shoving him into the bathroom. I didn't bring clean clothes to change into, he reminded her. I'll get them for you. I'm starving. So hurry up and shower so we can eat, she replied, heading toward the suitcase. However, as she grabbed his clothes, a realization struck her. Showering meant taking off everything. That meant she needed to bring him everything, including underwear. Blushing furiously, she pulled out a pair of dark blue boxers from the suitcase. Holding them up, she couldn't help but compare his waist size to hers. It was so much larger. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she tucked the boxers inside the rest of the clothes and walked toward the bathroom door. Luo Qianyan was about to hang the clothes on the doorknob when Lu Yunjin's voice came from inside. Don't hang them on the doorknob, they'll fall when I open the door. Will they really fall? She muttered to herself, realizing she had no other place to put them. Now she was stuck holding the clothes. Looking at the hot potato in her hands, she wished she had a stool or something nearby. Wait, wasn't there a chair in the living room? Just as she was about to go fetch it, the bathroom door clicked open. Lu Yunjin had a towel wrapped around his waist, his weltoned upper body exposed. A few playful droplets of water slid down his chest, disappearing into the towel. Following Luo Qianyun's gaze, Lu Yunjin glanced down at himself but chose not to expose her little fascination. Did you bring my clothes? Lu Yunjin asked. Yes, Luo Qianyan quickly handed the clothes to him. Taking the clothes, Lu Yunjin casually asked, Did you bring my underwear? Luo Qianyan's face turned crimson, and her voice was barely audible as she replied, I did. Lu Yunjin had only meant to tease her, but to his surprise, she had actually brought it. When he saw the underwear, he couldn't help but clear his throat awkwardly before nonchalantly saying, Thanks for the trouble. Watching Luo Qianyan's flushed face, Lu Yunjin couldn't deny that he found her endearing. Without hesitation, he leaned down and planted a quick, lightning-fast kiss on her lips. You ambushed me. Luo Qianyan exclaimed, her eyes wide. Then let it be an ambush. When it comes to you, I don't want to be a gentleman, I'd rather be a scoundrel, Lu Yunjin replied with a smirk before heading back to the bathroom to get dressed. When he came out, fully dressed, Luo Qianyan was still in the room changing. In the end, it was Lu Yunjin who had to wait for her for quite a while before they finally left for the hotel restaurant for dinner. During their meal, Lu Yunjin shared something that had happened while Luo Qianyan was asleep. Earlier, they had tricked Pei Xianxian into believing there were surveillance cameras in the kitchen. Although she had adamantly denied everything at the time, she later called the restaurant to test the waters. The restaurant owner and his wife, being sharp-witted, immediately assumed she was feeling guilty and decided to play along, convincing her the cameras were real. Pei Xianxian, realizing she had no way out, eventually offered compensation to avoid further trouble. The restaurant owner thinks this matter primarily affected you, so he asked how you'd like to handle it. He's willing to cooperate with whatever you decide, Lu Yunjin said. Anything I decide? Luo Qianyan mused. Anything. I trust your judgment, Lu Yunjin assured her. I'm not sure my judgment is always spot on, Luo Qianyan replied thoughtfully. Then you decide what you want to do, and I'll handle the rest, Lu Yunjin said decisively. All right. Let's finish eating first, then we'll go talk to the owner, Luo Qianyan agreed. She had originally planned to stay in for the evening, especially since the hotel pool was said to be quite nice. But with matters to resolve, she decided to head out instead. After dinner, the restaurant owner's brother-in-law arrived in a car to pick them up. They drove back to the restaurant, which had already closed for the day. The place was empty when they arrived. Since there weren't actually any surveillance cameras, reporting the matter to the authorities wasn't an option. In the end, the resolution was to settle things privately. As for how they planned to settle it, Luo Qianyan's approach was simple: fight fire with fire. When Pei Xianxian was called to the restaurant, she hadn't expected to see Luo Qianyan there. She had initially agreed with the owner to settle things directly, so seeing Luo Qianyan now made her furious at the owner for not keeping his word. The owner, noticing her reaction, shrugged. She's the victim here. Whatever personal grudges you two have, don't drag me into it. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but admire the owner's composure. Despite being caught in the middle of this mess, he remained remarkably calm. According to his wife, the only time he showed any frustration was when he hid in the kitchen to brood for a while. Luo Qianyan, what do you want? Pei Xianxian finally dropped the pretense, knowing her action sneaking a toxic mushroom into the pot while the owner was away had been caught on the supposed surveillance footage. Luo Qianyan smiled in response, clapping her hands. Bring it out. Moments later, the owner's brother-in-law brought out a small plate of stir-fried giant Shaoqing mushrooms. While the high-temperature stir-frying might have rendered them a delicacy, there was no guarantee the cooking was even or thorough. What's the meaning of this? Pei Xianxian asked, confused at first. Then realization dawned on her, and her expression shifted. You want me to eat poisonous mushrooms? Don't talk like that. These are called jianshaoqing, a delicacy so sought after that even presidents from other countries crave them, Lu Yunzheng said as she placed a pair of chopsticks in front of her. Finish this plate, and we'll call it even. Pei Xianxian, thinking about Lu Yunzheng's foolish behavior earlier that day, gritted her teeth and refused. No way. I'm not eating poisonous mushrooms. This whole mess started because you made me eat poisonous fungi. Now, you have two options, Lu Yunzheng said calmly. Option 1. Eat this plate of jianshaoqing. Even if you get poisoned, it'll be resolved by tonight and won't affect tomorrow's shoot. Option 2. You can probably guess we go straight to the police station. She finished her sentence and leaned back, not pressuring her further. Pei Xianxian knew very well which option she had to choose. Eating the jianshaoqing would only cost her a night to deal with the aftermath. But going to the police station? That would cost far more than just time. Her variety show would definitely get halted, and tomorrow's shoot would be impossible. Her career, which was finally on the rebound, would be jeopardized. She couldn't afford to let that happen. With that thought in mind, Pei Xianxian picked up the chopsticks and began eating the plate of jianshaoqing in front of her. Even though she was almost certain these mushrooms were poisonous, she had to admit they were indeed delicious. Who cooked this plate of jianshaoqing? Guaranteed to be poisoned. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but ask. I cooked it. Guaranteed poisoned. A young man nearby, her brother-in-law, quickly raised his hand. The restaurant owner's wife laughed and added, every time my brother cooks mushrooms, we all end up poisoned. That's why my husband usually does the cooking. His mushrooms are mostly safe. Mostly. Lu Yunzheng raised an eyebrow. Well, we have so many delicious mushrooms here. Getting poisoned once in a while is no big deal, the owner's wife said with a laugh. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but admire her nonchalance. Why does it feel like mushroom poisoning is just part of daily life here in Y City? The portion of jianshaoqing wasn't large. After all, the brother-in-law had a history of poisoning his own family with his cooking, so he was careful not to overdo it this time, preparing it under the watchful eye of his brother-in-law. Once Pei Xianxian finished the plate, she wiped her mouth with a napkin. I finished. As agreed, delete the surveillance footage. No problem, Lu Yunzheng replied. I want to watch you delete it, Pei Xianxian demanded. That might be a bit tricky. Lu Yunzheng hesitated. Are you trying to back out of the deal? Pei Xianxian's expression darkened instantly. Absolutely not. It's just the surveillance footage. We don't actually have it, Lu Yunzheng said helplessly. No surveillance footage? Lu Yunzheng, you're messing with me. Pei Xianxian exploded with anger. How is this messing with you? I wasn't the one you contacted in the first place, Lu Yunzheng shrugged. Hearing this, Pei Xianxian immediately turned to the restaurant owner and his wife. But before she could say anything, the owner's wife slammed the table and sneered. What's this? You poisoned that poor girl, and now you're playing the victim? And you're blaming others for messing with you? Seems like you don't feel even the slightest bit guilty for what you've done. I don't think we need to waste time talking. I'll just call the police and let them take you away. I refuse to believe this. Without surveillance footage, even if the police arrest me, there's no evidence to prove I did anything, Pei Xianxian said coldly. Doesn't matter. I just want to waste your time. Don't you have a show to film? I'll make sure you can't film it, the owner's wife said, clearly aware of what Pei Xianxian cared about most. Her words immediately silenced Pei Xianxian. Lu Yunzheng, standing on the side, kindly suggested, Pei Xianxian, aren't you planning to call your assistant? If something happens later, I won't take responsibility. Thinking about what Lu Yunzheng had done before, Pei Xianxian felt a chill in her heart. However, she didn't want anyone to know about the things she had done secretly against Lu Yunzheng, so she decided not to call anyone. Instead, she planned to leave quickly on her own. Seeing that Pei Xianxian didn't make the call and just left directly, Lu Yunzheng didn't say anything further. After all, she had already given her advice. Whatever consequences followed were Pei Xianxian's own choice. Pei Xianxian booked a ride and headed back. Once inside the car, she sat in the back seat with her eyes closed, trying to relax. Saying she wasn't nervous would be a lie. She remembered that Lu Yunzheng had seemed to experience hallucinations earlier. Miss, there's an accident ahead on this road. How about we take a different route to avoid it? The driver asked. Hearing this, Pei Xianxian immediately became alert. She started to feel a vague discomfort in her head. No, stick to this route, she insisted. The driver, slightly exasperated, responded, but I told you, there's traffic up ahead. I said no. Pei Xianxian opened her eyes to look toward the driver, but instantly fell silent. The driver didn't argue further and drove straight into the traffic jam section caused by the accident. Once they were stuck in the long queue of cars, the driver turned to her and said, See? I told you it's blocked, but you wouldn't listen. Not all drivers are bad people, you know. Local drivers don't have bad intentions. Pei Xianxian stared at the skeletal figure of the driver, watching his jaw move as he spoke, though she could barely hear his words. Her heart felt like it was going to leap out of her chest. A ghost! She screamed internally. Her entire body froze as if paralyzed. She wanted to run, but why couldn't she move? The driver, noticing her terrified expression, looked puzzled. Miss, are you okay? Pei Xianxian quickly shook her head, not daring to let him know that she had already figured out what he was. Why are you acting so strange? The driver asked, glancing at her masked face with a hint of confusion. Then, almost casually, he added, you didn't eat any wild mushrooms, did you? Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng had left the restaurant and returned to the hotel. Thinking about how Pei Xianxian had also eaten the toxic mushrooms, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but feel curious about what might happen to her. Would it be similar to her own experience? Still, after spending the night at the hospital, she figured her energy for the next day would likely be lacking. The next morning, Pei Xianxian went straight from the hospital to the filming location. In the makeup room, her dark under-eye circles were evident, and her overall state was visibly poor. Even her skin looked noticeably worse. Her assistant handed her a cup of warm water. Sister Xianxian, should we take a day off? You barely slept at all last night. No need. I'm feeling much better now, Pei Xianxian replied, sipping the warm water. She forced herself to eat a little to prepare for the recording session later. She couldn't help but notice how Lu Yunzheng appeared perfectly fine, while she herself had suffered so much the previous night. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became that Lu Yunzheng must have done something deliberate. When the director saw Pei Xianxian's pale complexion, he expressed some concern. Everyone was aware that she had been hospitalized the previous night due to mushroom poisoning and that it was a rideshare driver who had taken her directly to the hospital. While the director was annoyed at her for eating random things, he couldn't say much since she had already ended up in the hospital. Still, he couldn't help but worry about how today's filming would go. Originally, Lu Yunzheng and Lu Yunzheng had planned to visit the snowy mountains today. However, due to Lu Qianyan's food poisoning incident from eating wild mushrooms yesterday, their itinerary had to be adjusted. They found themselves in a picturesque Greek-inspired resort town with white-walled, blue-domed houses, winding paths, and stunning ocean views. Lu Qianyan put on a long white dress adorned with small blue floral patterns and strolled through the charming white alleys, with Lu Yunzheng following behind her, camera in hand. Her figure was captured in front of the seaside white chapel, colorful alleyways, and blue-domed houses. Occasionally, they asked passers-by to take a picture of them together. Every time she looked at their photos, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but smile, thinking how perfectly they matched. Hearing her self-praise, Lu Yunzheng chuckled and asked, do you feel like trying some local specialties? Of course. Lu Yunzheng responded enthusiastically. After all, exploring local cuisine is an essential part of traveling. The two of them headed to a Greek-style specialty restaurant. When dishes like grilled lamb skewers, pizza, Greek salad, and yogurt were served, it wasn't quite what they imagined, but paired with the ocean view, it was an unforgettable dining experience. As they ate, Lu Yunzheng received a call from Song Yunjing. Hello? Xianxian, I've got some good news for you. What's the good news? Lu Yunzheng asked curiously. Pei Xianxian fainted halfway through filming her variety show and was rushed to the hospital. Let me tell you, she looked so exhausted today that even foundation couldn't cover it. Watching her like that totally made my day. Song Yunjing laughed. Lu Yunzheng paused for a moment. How do you know about this? Did she make it onto the trending searches? Honestly, Lu Yunzheng found it surprising. Pei Xianxian wasn't exactly a big name. Could fainting during a variety show really land her in the top trending spots? After all, if it were a lower-ranking trend, Song Yunjing might not have seen it. To this, Song Yunjing dropped an even more shocking piece of news. No need for trending search us, there's a live stream. A live stream? Lu Yunzheng was stunned. A variety show with a live stream? Yeah, apparently this show uses a mix of pre-recorded episodes and live streaming. I didn't dig too deep, but I guess they do live streams occasionally during filming. As she said this, Song Yunjing suddenly remembered something. Oh, speaking of which, I just popped into their live stream earlier. Someone mentioned that yesterday, someone on the show had hallucinations from eating wild mushrooms. It was pretty hilarious. Lu Yunzheng. What's wrong, Xianxian? Where are you anyway? I leave the country for a bit, and when I get back, you've disappeared again. Which guy's got you running off this time? Ditching your best friend like this? Song Yunjing complained. No guy, just one person, Lu Yunzheng sighed. I'm in Y City with Lu Yunzheng. You're in Y City too? What a coincidence, Pei Xianxian's there as well, Song Yunjing remarked. Lu Yunzheng replied. Yeah, we ran into her yesterday. You ran into her? Wow. You two really are destined to be each other's nemesis, Song Yunjing said with a laugh. The two chatted for a while longer before Song Yunjing added, oh, I just saw an update. It seems Pei Xianxian going to the hospital was all scripted. I actually thought something serious had happened. People are guessing she must have other activities lined up. Who knew she had such a packed schedule? Just a script? Luo Chenyan wasn't so sure. After all, Pei Xianxian had likely spent the entire night at the hospital. Even if she had some energy left, it wouldn't be much. Collapsing during filming wasn't out of the question. Xianxian, bring me back some local specialties, will you? I want those wild mushrooms that make you hallucinate. I heard the hallucinations are hilarious, like seeing little people dancing, Song Yunjing said, getting more and more excited. Luo Chenyan suddenly thought about what she had seen. There weren't any little people, but there were plenty of other strange things. There weren't any little people dancing, at least. I didn't see any. Did you eat some? What did you see? Song Yunjing asked curiously. Luo Chenyan pondered for a moment, and then replied with 4 words, Animal Kingdom. Animal Kingdom? I heard someone watch soap operas all afternoon, only to realize when they sobered up that there wasn't even a TV. Are you one of those? Song Yunjing teased. I'd say mine was even more surreal. Luo Chenyan felt the need to warn her best friend, lest she be tempted to try something reckless. I saw people turning into animals. Lu Yunzheng had a mushroom growing on his head, and others were speaking with subtitles. Oh, and Pei Xianxian looked like a giant white chicken to me. Song Yunjing couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing. Oh my gosh, it was you. I just saw someone in a live stream saying that someone ate wild mushrooms and mistook Pei Xianxian for a big white chicken. And then there was someone arguing with a dog, a crocodile wearing an apron, and a super cute little white pig. Song Yunjing was having the time of her life, completely unconcerned about her best friend's embarrassment. Stop laughing, Luo Chenyan said with utter exasperation. If you keep this up, I'm not talking to you anymore. Apparently, that had some effect, as Song Yunjing quickly stifled her laughter. What should I do? Now I want to try it even more. That beautiful, trippy world sounds so fun. If you're that interested, come and try it yourself. The hospital here even has a specialized department for this kind of thing, pretty reputable too. Luo Chenyan gave up trying to talk her out of it. The more she tried to dissuade her friend, the more excited Song Yunjing became. Finally, after hanging up the call, Luo Qianyan's face fell. What's wrong? Why the long face? Lu Yunzheng handed her a skewer of grilled lamb. Luo Chenyan took a big bite of the grilled meat and muttered, I feel like I've embarrassed myself big time. How so? Lu Yunzheng asked, chewing on his own skewer. Luo Chenyan recounted the events from the live stream. Now everyone's seen me make a fool of myself. Arguing with a dog, seriously? I wasn't arguing, it was the dog that started it. If it bothers you, I can talk to the director and have them delete that part. I'll be fine, Lu Yunzheng said, trying to comfort her. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan thought it was a good idea. That same afternoon, the director received a phone call. After hanging up, he looked utterly defeated. To begin with, Pei Xianxian had taken a break halfway through filming today, so there wasn't much footage of her. If he deleted yesterday's clips too, what would be left? The only entertaining parts would be gone. Deleting wasn't an option, but perhaps some adjustments could be made. Back in the small town, Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng spent most of the day exploring, eating, drinking, and taking photos at all the must-visit spots. When it was finally time to leave, Luo Chenyan felt reluctant to go. If only the vacation were longer than 2 days, she could have stayed and enjoyed more. If you like it so much, we can come back next time, Lu Yunzheng said. Easy for you to say, Luo Chenyan replied, a little wistful. Did you forget? In a few days, you'll be heading back to the army. Thinking of his imminent departure, Luo Chenyan felt a pang of sadness. She grabbed his hand and tugged it gently. I don't want you to go, what should I do? I don't want to leave either, Lu Yunzheng said, pulling her into his arms and inhaling her scent softly. Hugging him tightly in return, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but hold him closer. Just thinking about his departure made her heart ache already. When Luo Chenyan got home, the first thing she noticed was Xiao Yanduo. Xiao Yanduo, mommy and daddy are back. Luo Chenyan crouched down and opened her arms toward the little one. Seeing this, Xiao Yanduo toddled over on her tiny legs. Holding the little girl in her arms, Luo Chenyan sat on the sofa and couldn't resist planting a couple of kisses on her. Our Xiao Yanduo is just too adorable. As she cuddled the little one, her gaze shifted to Lu Yunzheng, who was unpacking a suitcase full of local specialties. Who are all these for? It seems like you had it all planned out when you bought them, Luo Chenyan asked curiously. She remembered how precise Lu Yunzheng had been about the quantity of each item when they were shopping. If it had been her, she would have needed to calculate everything slowly. Noticing her curiosity, Lu Yunzheng explained, these pu'er tea and matsutake mushrooms are for your teacher and my parents. The flour cakes and wild mushrooms are for Luo Qi and Song Yunjing. The ham is for my sister, and the pu'er coffee is for Yaya and the others. What about this one? Luo Chenyan asked, pointing to the one portion he hadn't mentioned. This portion of matsutake is for you. It's great for making soup or however you want to cook it, Lu Yunjin replied. Touched that he had thought of her but not himself, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to bring anything back for your teammates? The army doesn't really go for this kind of thing. We have a canteen, Lu Yunzheng said matter-of-factly. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chenyan suggested, why not take some flour cakes back? At least bring something. A bunch of guys eating sweets? Really? Lu Yunzheng replied with a helpless smile. Then how about the wild mushrooms? There's an extra portion anyway. You shouldn't return from leave empty-handed, she insisted. Alright, I'll tell them it was their sister-in-law's idea, Lu Yunzheng teased. Luo Chenyan couldn't help but laugh but still retorted stubbornly, stop it. I'm not their sister-in-law. Lu Yunzheng grabbed her hand, pulled her gently into his lap and said, if you're not their sister-in-law, what about me then? What about you? That has nothing to do with me, Luo Chenyan mumbled softly. So you're not planning to take responsibility for me? Lu Yunzheng asked in a low voice. Avoiding his gaze, she muttered, I haven't done anything to you. What would I be responsible for? The next moment, Luo Chenyan felt her hand grow warm. Lu Yunzheng had placed her hand directly on his abs. Responsibility? Go ahead, you can touch all you want, he said with a smirk. Don't make me sound like some kind of pervert, she replied with mock seriousness, though her hand had already wandered over his abs a few times. Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, on the way to drop Luo Chenyan off at work, Lu Yunzheng also delivered the flour cakes and wild mushrooms to Luo Qi. When Luo Qi saw the flour cakes, his eyes lit up, and he even shared one with Lu Yunzheng, which was rare for him when there wasn't an abundance of extras. After dropping Luo Chenyan off, Lu Yunzheng stayed in Luo Qi's hospital room a little longer. Yunzheng, big brother, Luo Qi greeted with a mouthful of cake, his expression curious as he couldn't speak just yet. Do you want to protect Xianxian? Lu Yunzheng asked softly. Hearing his words, Luo Qi nodded firmly. I will definitely protect my sister. Lu Yunzheng, changing the topic, asked, big brother, where's your phone? Although unsure of the reason, Luo Qi handed his phone to Lu Yunzheng but reminded him, I'm halfway through my Candy Crush game. If you want to play, you'll have to wait until I finish this level. Don't worry, I'm not playing your game, Lu Yunzheng said as he minimized the game and entered 2 phone numbers. Curious while eating, Luo Qi asked, are those phone numbers? Yes. If anyone bullies Xianxian in the future, you call me, Lu Yunzheng explained. If no one answers the first number, call the second one, he added, emphasizing the second number. So you have 2 phones? Luo Qi asked enviously. This phone isn't mine, but it will handle these matters. If anyone bullies Xianxian, just call, Lu Yunzheng instructed. Luo Qi nodded. So, with 2 phones, does that mean you can watch cartoons on one and play games on the other? Faced with Luo Qi's innocence, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but chuckle. How about this next time I come back, I'll get you a phone. How does that sound? Luo Qi's eyes lit up, but he quickly hesitated. Better not. Mom will get mad. Then don't tell her. It can be our little secret, Lu Yunzheng suggested. A secret? Luo Qi, imagining himself watching cartoons while playing games, couldn't contain his excitement. Alright. Then I'll leave it to you when you leave, big brother. Where are you going? Aren't you my brother-in-law? The one who stays with my sister all the time. Luo Qi fired off 3 questions in a row, clearly confused. Even people who are together for a lifetime may need to leave sometimes. I have my responsibilities, Lu Yunzheng explained, though he knew Luo Qi wouldn't fully understand. Sure enough, Luo Qi looked puzzled but came up with his own conclusion. Is it to go out and earn money? When I was little, Mom and Dad would go out to earn money and leave me and my sister at home to play. Yes, you could think of it that way, Lu Yunzheng replied. Then you go ahead without worry. Protecting my sister is my job, Luo Qi said, patting his chest confidently. That afternoon, Luo Chenyan was in her clinic attending to patients. During a brief pause between appointments, there was a knock at the door. When she opened it slightly, a familiar face appeared. As soon as Lu Wentao saw Luo Chenyan inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Empty. Wentao? What are you doing here? Luo Chenyan asked in surprise, recognizing Lu Wentao, the son of Lu Yunzheng's second sister. Carrying a small suitcase, Lu Wentao explained as he walked in, I'm here on a business trip, and Grandma asked me to bring you and Uncle some things. What kind of things need to be packed in a suitcase? Luo Chenyan asked, puzzled. The suitcase didn't seem like it was for ordinary local specialties. I don't know either. Auntie, you'll have to check it yourself later, Lu Wentao replied. Alright, Luo Chenyan said, then added, we brought back some specialties from our trip to Y City. Call your uncle later to see if you can take them back with you. Okay, I won't disturb your work anymore, Lu Wentao said warmly. Then, as if remembering something, he placed a cup of milk tea on her desk. Just something I grabbed on the way. Auntie, you carry on. With a smile, Luo Chenyan watched Lu Wentao leave. As for the suitcase, she decided to set it aside for now. Not long after Lu Wentao left, as Luo Chenyan returned from the restroom, a group of young nurses gathered around her. One of them teased cheerfully, Dr. Luo, You're so lucky. You've got such a handsome boyfriend, and now another good-looking guy is chasing after you. Luo Chenyan glanced at the young nurse. She remembered this nurse had joined not too long ago and was the younger sister-in-law of the head nurse. With her decent looks, it was said that quite a few people liked her. Of course, Luo Chenyan didn't pay much attention to these details, didn't have the time to gossip about others. However, she did recall Qian Mimi mentioning that this nurse had made some snide remarks about her behind her back. In the past, Luo Chenyan didn't care much about such things, but was the nurse bold enough to make a sarcastic comment to her face this time? Thanks, I think I'm pretty lucky too, Luo Chenyan responded with a smile, which immediately caused the nurse's smile to falter. The nurse didn't believe Luo Chenyan could miss her insinuation and felt she was pretending not to understand. She quickly added, I think this handsome guy is pretty nice, much more considerate than your boyfriend. Your boyfriend came by so many times, and yet he never brought anything for us. First of all, that's my husband, Luo Chenyan corrected her. Secondly, who decided that just because he picks me up from work, he's obligated to bring you all something? You've got some nerve to even think that. Her tone carried a hint of mockery. You. The young nurse was instantly infuriated. Dr. Luo, you're really sharp-tongued. Everyone says you're known for your good temper, but it seems you've just been pretending all along. Luo Chenyan glanced at her lightly. Good temper depends on who I'm dealing with. You're not in that category. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving the nurse stomping her feet in frustration. Nearby, a few other nurses couldn't help but stifle their laughter. After all, the young nurse had always used her connection to the head nurse to bully others. Seeing her get put in her place was quite satisfying for them. Back in her office, Luo Chenyan discovered something interesting. Lu Wentao, during his earlier visit, had brought milk tea for everyone, 1 cup for each person. Later, as her shift was ending, Luo Chenyan received a call from Lu Yunzheng. He explained that he couldn't pick her up today due to some business with the armed police unit. After reminding him to take care of himself, Luo Chenyan finished work and headed home with a small suitcase in hand. At home, she placed the suitcase on the coffee table in the living room. Following the instructions Lu Wentao had left, she keyed in the combination and opened the suitcase. Inside, there were several small boxes, which looked a lot like jewelry cases. Curious, she opened one, and sure enough it was. On the left was a jade bracelet, and on the right, a jadeite necklace. Most of the boxes contained various gold pieces, while the last one she picked up held 2 rings. The women's ring had a large diamond set in it. Looking at the array of jewelry, Luo Chenyan was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until she noticed a piece of paper at the bottom of the suitcase that she pieced things together. It turned out that her eldest brother-in-law had already informed the family about her and Lu Yunzheng's marriage registration. While Lu Yunzheng had kept the marriage a secret, their mother respected their privacy and chose not to question it further. However, she acknowledged that since Luo Chenyan was now officially part of the Lu family, nothing could change that fact. As a gesture of welcome, she had prepared these pieces of jewelry for Luo Chenyan and asked Lu Wentao to deliver them. She also mentioned that the next time Luo Chenyan visited Beijing, she would take her out to shop for more. Touched, Luo Chenyan made a special call to thank her mother-in-law. The older woman wasn't surprised by the call and instead took the opportunity to chat with her for a while. As for Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng secretly getting their marriage certificate, Lu's mother didn't ask too many questions about the reasons behind it. Even though she knew that if she asked, Luo Chenyan would most likely explain, she felt that it wasn't a big deal whether she knew or not. As long as the 2 kids were doing well, that was all that mattered. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chenyan glanced at the time. She was about to order takeout when Song Yunjing called to invite her out for a meal, so she decided to go. In the car, Song Yunjing said with a hint of pride, "This is what they call being on the same wavelength. It's rare that Lu Yunjin isn't clinging to you, and I just suddenly felt like asking you out for dinner." Yes, Luo Chenyan replied with a smile. "Don't be so dismissive. Listen, I'll treat you to dinner today, but you'll have to accompany me somewhere afterward," Song Yunjing added. "Now there's a condition?" Luo Chenyan asked in surprise. "It's nothing serious. You just need to come along with me for a bit, and I promise I'll have you home before your man gets back," Song Yunjing reassured her repeatedly. Seeing this, Luo Chenyan didn't argue further. After dinner, Song Yunjing drove them straight to the entrance of a bar. "What made you think of coming to a bar?" Luo Chenyan frowned slightly, as she rarely visited bars and wasn't particularly fond of them. Noticing her best friend's reluctance, Song Yunjing confessed, "Well, I've got my eye on someone." "Someone from the bar?" Luo Chenyan asked. "Yeah, he's the owner of this bar and also works as a bartender. Let me tell you, he's super handsome," Song Yunjing said, adding with a grin, "He's just as good looking as your Lu Yunjin, if not better." "That, I don't believe," Luo Chenyan replied. "Come on, let's go," Song Yunjing said, taking Luo Chenyan by the arm and leading her into the bar. Luo Chenyan was dressed in a black and white color block dress with soft, understated makeup that gave her a cool and aloof appearance. She stood out in the lively bar scene, looking somewhat out of place. In contrast, Song Yunjing had clearly dressed up for the occasion, her figure accentuated in a way that turned heads. Soon, they were seated at the bar, and Luo Qianyan caught sight of the man Song Yunjing had been praising. To be honest, the man was indeed strikingly attractive at first glance. However, Luo Qianyan preferred the rugged masculinity of someone like Lu Yunzheng over the more delicate, refined features of this bar owner. So while she could acknowledge his good looks, she didn't find him particularly appealing. It was evident that Song Yunjing had been here before. The owner greeted her warmly and quickly mixed a drink, placing it in front of Luo Qianyan. "Since you're Yunjing's friend, this one's on the house," he said. "Thank you," Luo Qianyan replied with a slight nod, then quietly watched as Song Yunjing laughed and chatted with him. The man certainly knew how to make women feel special, and Luo Qianyan noticed that her best friend's smile never left her face. Throughout the evening, a few people tried to approach Luo Qianyan, but either Song Yunjing noticed and warded them off, or the bar owner intervened. Luo Qianyan didn't mind the peace and quiet, and she spent her time idly watching the performances inside the bar. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Startled, she suddenly stood up. Song Yunjing quickly grabbed her arm. "Xianxian, are you heading to the restroom? I'll go with you." "I think I just saw Lu Yunzheng," Luo Qianyan said anxiously. Hearing this, Song Yunjing was momentarily surprised. "Are you sure? You said he had work today with the armed police unit, didn't you?" "I just saw him walk that way," Luo Qianyan said, pointing toward the direction where Lu Yunzheng had disappeared. "I think that's the VIP area over there. Not just anyone can go in." "You probably mistook someone else for him," Song Yunjing said confidently. Luo Qianyan sat back down, but her mind was elsewhere after that brief glance. She immediately picked up her phone and called Lu Yunzheng, but no one answered. Remembering his call before he left work, she started to worry, could he be on a mission? With this thought in mind, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but pay more attention to the VIP area. Whenever someone came out, she glanced over instinctively. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a face full of hostility stepped out of the VIP section. His eyes scanned the bar, lingering on the young and attractive women, until they finally settled on Luo Qianyan's back. "Hey, beautiful. How about grabbing a late-night snack with me?" he said as he approached. Without hesitation, he shooed away the customer sitting next to her and took the seat beside her. Behind him stood several menacing-looking underlings, their presence enough to keep others from intervening. Luo Qianyan frowned slightly, clearly uninterested in engaging. Seeing this, Song Yunjing, who was sitting nearby, spoke up coldly. "What, you think we can't afford a midnight snack? Stop bothering my friend." The middle-aged man's face darkened at her words, and his underlings immediately straightened up, exuding an air of intimidation. But Song Yunjing wasn't fazed. She pulled Luo Qianyan behind her and casually raised a hand. In no time, several towering men, all over 6 feet tall, stood up from different corners of the bar. Though they weren't wearing uniforms, it was obvious they were professional bodyguards. Witnessing this, the underlings visibly hesitated, realizing they were no match for this group of trained professionals. "What's the matter? Did you really think I'd come to a bar alone?" Song Yunjing sneered. "Boss Biao." One of the underlings muttered weakly, looking to their leader for guidance, but not daring to say much else. The man, known as Boss Biao, laughed and said, "Don't misunderstand, beautiful. I just wanted to get to know your friend. You don't see girls this gorgeous every day, you know. Her beauty is none of your business." "Don't bother us," Song Yunjing shot back without hesitation. She had brought Luo Qianyan out to have fun, so it was her responsibility to keep her safe. Otherwise, her brother would never let her hear the end of it. Meanwhile, at the VIP area's exit, Lu Yunzheng and Xiaozhou stepped out and immediately noticed the confrontation. Xiaozhou was startled, exclaiming, "Lu Ge, why is your wife here? And it looks like she's crossed paths with that Boss Biao." Lu Yunzheng's brows furrowed slightly as he started walking toward them. Panicking, Xiaozhou hurried to stop him. "Lu Ge, we can't let Boss Biao notice us right now. The mission's not over yet, and if we blow our cover, we'll all go to waste." "I know," Lu Yunzheng replied calmly. But seeing that he wasn't slowing down, Xiaozhou grew even more anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, Song Yunjing's bodyguards formed a protective wall around her and Luo Qianyan, effectively neutralizing the threat. Relieved, Xiaozhou quickly grabbed Lu Yunzheng's arm. "Lu Ge, it's fine now. Your wife has more people on her side than Boss Biao." Lu Yunzheng responded, his tone nonchalant. Then, looking at Xiaozhou, he added, "I'm not that impulsive." Yet Xiaozhou couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yunzheng's actions said otherwise. From a distance, Lu Yunzheng exchanged a glance with the bar owner, catching the amused expression in the latter's eyes. On the other side, Boss Biao seemed unwilling to back down, but the arrival of Song Yunjing's bodyguards created an impenetrable barrier between the two groups. Just as Boss Biao looked like he was about to lose his temper, One of his underlings pulled him aside and whispered something, eventually persuading him to prioritize more important matters. When the man finally left, Song Yunjing let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness my brother is so thoughtful. He knew I'd come to a bar and made me bring a few bodyguards along. A few? Luo Qianyan also breathed a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely worried just now. Song Yunjing gestured for everyone to return to their seats, then pulled Luo Qianyan aside and said helplessly, "You can't blame me for this. When I was picking bodyguards, I got overwhelmed. They all had such great physiques, so in the end, I just hired them all." The two sat down to chat for a while, but before long, the bar owner approached them. "Do you know Lu Yunzheng?" Hearing the name, Luo Qianyan paused for a moment. "You know him? What's your relationship with him?" The bar owner smiled but didn't answer directly. Luo Qianyan glanced at Song Yunjing, unsure of the man's intentions. Something about him felt off. "Why are you asking? Are you friends with Lu Yunzheng?" Song Yunjing asked suspiciously. It was the first time she had heard the bar owner mention Lu Yunzheng, and she hadn't known they were acquainted. "Friends?" The bar owner chuckled while wiping a glass. "Not exactly. But if he dies, I might consider leaving some flowers at his grave." "Hey, watch your mouth. Are you cursing my friend's husband?" Song Yunjing protested indignantly. The bar owner turned to Luo Qianyan. "Husband, huh? Well, you'd better get ready for the next one." "What do you mean by that?" Luo Qianyan couldn't help but ask. The bar owner didn't respond immediately, and Song Yunjing quickly pressed him. "What's going on? Stop being so cryptic and just tell us." With a resigned expression, the bar owner said, "I wasn't planning to stir up trouble, but you two just had to keep asking." Luo Qianyan saw through him and said bluntly, "If you really didn't want to say anything, you wouldn't have brought up Lu Yunzheng in the first place. So, this was intentional." Caught off guard, the bar owner laughed. "I didn't expect Yunjing to have such a sharp friend. Compliment her all you want, but why insult me?" Song Yunjing grumbled. "You still haven't explained what you meant earlier." Luo Qianyan, however, stayed focused. "What's going on? Is Lu Yunjing in some kind of danger?" Seeing her worry, the bar owner finally came clean. "Their operation tonight has been compromised. There's a mole. So it won't be long before you might need to welcome the next one." Hearing this, Song Yunjing gasped and immediately turned to Luo Qianyan. "Qianxian." Luo Qianyan clenched her fist tightly, trying to keep calm. "Lu Yunjing is here in this bar, isn't he?" "I wasn't mistaken earlier. They're in the VIP area," the bar owner confirmed. "Can I go in?" Luo Qianyan asked. "Even if you go in now, you might not be able to save him. Besides, it's too dangerous for a woman like you to go in there," the bar owner warned. "I'll go with you." "Well, take the bodyguards and head in together," Song Yunjing suggested immediately. "Use your brain," the bar owner said, knocking lightly on Song Yunjing's head. "There aren't many regular customers in the VIP area tonight. If you go in like that, you'll attract way too much attention." "But he's my friend's husband. I can't just sit by and do nothing," Song Yunjing insisted. "Is what you're saying reliable?" Luo Qianyan asked the bar owner directly. "Since you're Yunjing's friend, I'll tell you the truth. But like I said, I don't want to get involved in this mess." "So?" The bar owner looked at Song Yunjing. "You're not going in. Why can't I go?" Song Yunjing asked, clearly dissatisfied. "I already told you, I don't want any trouble. If you go, you'll drag me into it," the bar owner replied, placing a cocktail in front of Song Yunjing. "That's why you can't go." Song Yunjing frowned, feeling frustrated. "Then at least the bodyguards can go, right?" "Do your bodyguards carry firearms?" the bar owner asked bluntly. "Of course not." Song Yunjing replied, surprised. "Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. When there are too many targets, all you'll do is waste bullets," the bar owner said flatly. This left both Song Yunjing and Luo Qianyan stunned. Unable to hold back, Luo Qianyan asked, "What kind of people are we dealing with here? Are they armed? If it takes the armed police force working together to capture them, do you think they're ordinary people?" the bar owner said in a low voice. Then he added, "So, if you can avoid getting involved, you absolutely should. How do you know so much about this?" Luo Qianyan couldn't help but question him. "My identity is unique. But I can't tell you more," the bar owner replied curtly. He then turned to Song Yunjing and said, "I've told you everything I can. Whether your friend believes me or not is up to you. But let me make it clear, if something happens, don't blame me." Pulling Song Yunjing aside, Luo Qianyan asked, "What's your relationship with him? Do you even know who he really is?" "I don't know his exact identity, but he's always seemed pretty mysterious. Still, he seems to know a lot about Lu Yunzhen's situation, so he might actually be telling the truth," Song Yunjing whispered. "Maybe you should send him a message to warn him?" "I doubt they even have their phones with them," Luo Qianyan said, her expression turning serious. After a moment's pause, she added, "I'm going to find him and see if I can get him out of there. The operation's already been compromised, whatever they were planning to do. It won't succeed now. The best I can do is get him out of harm's way. That's too dangerous. Song Yunjing grabbed her arm, trying to stop her. But I don't have any better options, Lu Yunzheng said through gritted teeth. Try to find out from the bar owner who the mole might be. Captain Lin from the armed police is still in the hospital. If he's trustworthy, maybe he can help us contact someone else. We don't know how they communicate during missions, but their team might. As she spoke, Lu Yunzheng handed Captain Lin's phone number to Song Yunjing. Still worried, Song Yunjing hesitated. Xianxian, do you think it's possible that guy's just messing with us? I'd rather it be a harmless joke. But if there's even the slightest chance he's right, I can't afford to ignore it, Lu Yunzheng replied firmly. Seeing her determination, Song Yunjing finally gave in. Alright, just be careful. I'm giving you 10 minutes. If you're not back by then. 10 minutes? I probably won't even have found him by then, Lu Yunzheng said, exasperated. Fine, half an hour. But if you're not back in half an hour, I'll pull the power and come find you myself, Song Yunjing said seriously. Deal. Lu Yunzheng agreed without hesitation. She immediately approached the bar owner and told him she needed access to the VIP area. He didn't argue and granted her the necessary permission. Feeling a mix of anxiety and determination, Lu Yunzheng walked toward the VIP section. When she was stopped at the entrance, she pointed toward the bar owner. After seeing him nod in approval, the staff allowed her through. Once inside, Lu Yunzheng realized the VIP area consisted of numerous private rooms. Standing at the entrance, she couldn't see anything inside, making her search for the person she was looking for even more challenging. As soon as Lu Yunzheng heard Biao Ge's voice coming from the corner, she instinctively pushed open the door to a nearby private room and slipped inside. Luckily, the room was empty and completely dark. She waited silently until the noise outside faded, then carefully crept out to continue searching for someone. However, it wasn't long before a group of people appeared ahead. Noticing Lu Yunzheng alone, they gave her a few lingering glances, with one even whistling at her. Shut up and focus, she muttered under her breath, forcing herself to ignore them despite the unease creeping into her heart. Quickening her pace, she turned the corner, determined to keep searching. Suddenly, the door to another private room swung open, and a hand grabbed her arm, yanking her inside before she could make a sound. A large hand covered her mouth. It's me, a familiar voice said. Recognizing Lu Yunzheng, Lu Yunzheng felt a wave of relief. She quickly patted his hand, signaling him to let go. Once he did, he spoke first. This place is dangerous. Why are you here? Your operation has been compromised. They know your plan. I came to warn you, she said urgently. I know, Lu Yunzheng replied softly. His calm response startled her. You know, she asked in surprise. I suspected it the moment my cover was blown, he explained. What he hadn't expected, however, was Lu Qianyan's boldness in coming here despite the danger. You've been discovered already? Looks like I was too late, she said, a hint of regret in her voice. She had been searching all over but hadn't managed to find anyone until now. Nearby, Xiaozhou couldn't help but interject. Lu Ge, maybe you and Saozi should save the chit-chat for later? We need to figure out how to get out of here. Lu Yunzheng didn't argue. They'll be searching this area soon. We can't stay here. It was only then that Lu Yunzheng noticed the gash on Lu Yunzheng's arm. You're hurt again? She asked, her concern evident. I've noticed something strange ever since I met you. I seem to get injured more often. But I promise, this time it wasn't intentional, he joked. This time wasn't intentional? So the other times were? She asked skeptically. Let's focus on getting out of here first. Even if we can't escape, we need to find a better hiding spot, Lu Yunzheng said, smoothly changing the subject. Lu Yunzheng huffed lightly but didn't press further. The distance from here to the exit was considerable, but there were several unoccupied private rooms along the way. I scouted the area earlier, she said. I'll go first. If I spot anyone looking for you, I'll warn you to hide. What if someone's waiting for us at the exit? Xiaozhou asked nervously. There probably will be, but I've arranged with Yunjing to create some chaos. It'll draw their attention while you make your way out, Lu Yunzheng explained. Lu Yunzheng frowned at her plan. That'll be dangerous for you. Once you're out, Yunjing will bring in bodyguards to help me. We also have a backup plan, though it might require using some shared resources, she added. Lu Ge, I think Saozi's plan sounds reasonable. They're targeting you, so you can't stay here. Once we're out, we can reveal our identities and bring reinforcements, Xiaozhou suggested. Lu Yunzheng reached out and held Lu Yunzheng's hand firmly. Let's focus on getting out first. We'll figure out the rest later. Lu Yunzheng opened the private room door and, seeing no one outside, pulled Lu Yunzheng along as they left. The three of them quickly walked down the hallway, heading toward the exit. When they approached a corner, Lu Yunzheng intended to go ahead and check the situation, but Lu Yunzheng stopped her. Someone was coming. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng froze for a moment. Who would? Before she could finish, she heard voices coming from ahead. Let's check over there. With no private rooms nearby, Luo Chenyan spotted the restroom sign. Lu Yunzheng nodded and suggested, "Let's go to the restroom." The three of them immediately ran into the restroom. And then Xiao Zhou watched as Luo Chenyan pulled Lu Yunzheng directly into the women's restroom while he ducked into the men's. It wasn't until Luo Chenyan noticed no one following behind that she realized she had entered the wrong restroom, inadvertently separating from Xiao Zhou. But it wasn't really her fault after all. It's not instinctive for a woman to run into the men's restroom, right? She and Lu Yunjin went straight into the last stall and locked the door. The restroom stall wasn't very spacious, and now the two of them were practically pressed together. "Don't be scared," Lu Yunjin whispered reassuringly. "I'm not scared," Luo Chenyan whispered back, though her racing heartbeat betrayed her words. Soon, voices could be heard outside the restroom. "Those two are guys. Why are you checking over here?" "Who knows? They might have purposely come this way." "Good point." Footsteps drew closer, and the sound of stall doors being opened one by one reached them. Someone finally stopped outside their stall. "Is someone in there?" "Knock. Knock, hurry up and come out." Luo Chenyan tensed up immediately and instinctively glanced upward. She couldn't help it, watching too many horror movies had conditioned her to fear a head suddenly popping down from above. But to her relief, the restroom's design provided decent privacy. Unless it was a child, no one could peer over from the neighboring stall. What she failed to consider, however, was the view from below. Outside the stall, one of the men crouched down and peeked inside. "Two people. One of them's a woman," he remarked. The other man knocked on the stall door again. "Hey man, open up. Don't worry, we're not touching your girl." Luo Chenyan looked at Lu Yunjin, silently asking what to do. Lu Yunjin shook his head slightly, then glanced down at her. "Come on, hurry up and get out. We don't have all day." As Luo Qianyan's nerves reached their breaking point, she suddenly felt a light pinch on her sensitive waist from Lu Yunjin. It didn't hurt, but it startled her, making her let out a soft, involuntary gasp. The sound was quick, breathy, and undeniably alluring. The two men outside the stall heard it and exchanged glances, both assuming the couple inside was busy. Realizing this, they figured it explained why the pair wouldn't come out. The two men left the women's restroom and headed into the men's restroom instead. Finding no one there, they began searching each stall until they reached the last one. "Damn. Why is everyone into doing it in restrooms these days?" One of them muttered, staring at the scattered toilet paper on the floor. "Imagine how intense it must have been. Doing it in a restroom? How thrilling is that? Actually, now that I think about it, it does sound kind of exciting." "Right. And just now, while we were outside, those two must have been having the time of their lives in there." Hearing their increasingly inappropriate comments and their sinister laughter, Xiao Zhou, who was hiding behind the last stall door, could only stand on his tiptoes and shrink his presence as much as possible. The stall was fortunately messy enough that the two men outside, after a quick glance, didn't bother to inspect further. Moreover, Xiao Zhou's slim and petite frame allowed him to hide on tiptoes behind the door without drawing much attention. He could also surmise that the man and woman the two were talking about were most likely Lu Yunzheng and Luo Chenyan. As the two men relieved themselves, they continued their conversation unabashedly. "I'm really curious, though. What does the woman next door look like? Why do you care? That sound just now nearly got me hard. If she's working the streets, we could even ask her rate, right? Stop letting your urges get the better of you. Let's catch them first before causing any trouble. Anyway, it's probably just a matter of 10 minutes for the guy. We'll wait by the door, and who knows, those two idiots might walk right into us." Fine. Let's just get it done." Xiao Zhou grew increasingly frustrated listening to their crude banter. Silently, he pulled out his designated mission phone and sent a message to Lu Yunjing. During operations, they avoided using personal devices, relying instead on these task-specific phones equipped with subtle vibration alerts that could only be felt when pressed against the skin. Feeling the faint vibration at his thigh, Lu Yunjing checked his phone and, as expected, saw the message from Xiao Zhou. Upon reading that the two men planned to ambush them outside the stall once they finished, Lu Yunjing frowned deeply. When he showed the message to Luo Chenyan by turning the screen toward her, she too was at a loss for words. What could she even say? She certainly couldn't just tell them outright that they weren't going to finish anytime soon, could she? Meanwhile, back outside the stall, one of the men, who had earlier crouched to peek inside, suddenly said, "Wait a second, something's off. I think I saw the two of them standing face-to-face." Luo Qianyan's heart skipped a beat. She and Lu Yunjing were standing face-to-face. But if they were really doing something that didn't seem like the right posture, did it? She hadn't experienced it herself, but she wasn't clueless about the logistics either. As the sound of their footsteps grew closer, Luo Chenyan quickly shifted her position, trying to cover her tracks. Yet, despite her composure, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Before long, the man who had been peeking earlier commented again, "Nah, it's fine. Guess I remembered wrong. Still, it's too quiet in the REIT's suspicious." Lowering his voice, Lu Yunzheng leaned close to Luo Qianyan's ear and said, "Play along with me for a bit. Without hesitation, Luo Chenyan nodded. Acting wasn't her forte, but it seemed this was her debut performance. After a moment's thought, Lu Yunzheng instructed, "Just ask me how much longer." "All right." Luo Qianyan's voice was barely audible, like a whisper. Then came Lu Yunzheng's soft apology. "This might be a bit intrusive. I'm sorry." At first, Luo Chenyan didn't understand what he meant until the acting began in earnest. She had just steeled herself and managed to ask, "How much lawn?" when she was abruptly jostled, cutting her off mid-sentence. The unexpected movement left her words shattered, her face burning crimson. She didn't dare turn around, forcing herself to stay in character despite her mortification. It wasn't ideal, and she still felt invaded, but this was the best plan Lu Yunzheng could come up with in the moment. "How much longer?" Luo Chenyan stammered, her voice broken and accompanied by shallow breaths. It was hard for anyone listening not to misunderstand. Indeed, the two men outside the stall were now grumbling under their breath. "Damn. Lucky bastard." After delivering her lines, Luo Chenyan was bumped into several times, her face turning bright red. Lu Yunzheng held her from behind, silently comforting her. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Sorry for the trouble." Luo Chenyan shook her head slightly. She wasn't afraid of enduring this bit of hardship, she just hoped to get everyone out safely and unharmed. However, Lu Yunzheng didn't forget the purpose of acting out the scene. After a moment of preparation, he spoke in a restrained, suppressed tone. "This is just the beginning." As he finished, he leaned down to whisper in Luo Chenyan's ear. Her face flushed even deeper as she let out a hurried exclamation. Outside, the two people listening in realized this situation wouldn't resolve anytime soon. Assuming the occupants of the stall were just bar patrons and not who they were looking for, they decided to stop monitoring. The two of them stayed quiet for quite a while. Lu Yunzheng held Luo Chenyan, continuously offering comfort, while her face remained burning hot. Every time she thought about the earlier collisions, she couldn't help but feel flustered. She raised a hand to touch her heated face. Lu Yunjing, noticing her reddened cheeks, thought for a moment before saying, "Didn't you once say you wanted to sit on my abs?" "What? When did I ever?" Luo Chenyan was momentarily stunned. "Think carefully," Lu Yunjing murmured. "Well." Luo Chenyan suddenly remembered. She had indeed joked about it before, though she had never actually acted on it. It felt too improper. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yunjing added, "So, would you consider today fulfilling that wish?" Luo Chenyan finally grasped his meaning. So earlier when she was being bumped, it was against his abs? Realizing this misunderstanding, her face grew even hotter, and it didn't seem like the redness would fade anytime soon. When are we going out?" Luo Chenyan asked softly. "For now, we're staying here," Lu Yunzheng replied. "Not leaving." Luo Chenyan was puzzled. "We're just going to hide here? Is it safe?" "There were things I couldn't say earlier because Xiaozhou was around," Lu Yunjing explained, leaning down to whisper further details in her ear. The more Luo Chenyan listened, the more surprised she became. "So you were prepared for this all along? You knew to have a backup plan. How could I entrust our lives entirely to someone else?" Lu Yunjing replied in a low voice. "So, whether or not you came, it wouldn't have made much difference." Luo Chenyan muttered under her breath. "It's not the same," Lu Yunjing said. "With you here, I can stay put and remain calm. Without you, I'd probably end up with a few more injuries or worse, take a bullet if my luck ran out." Hearing this, Luo Chenyan felt that her decision to come along was justified. Then she asked, "What's your second plan exactly?" "I originally planned to cut the power," Lu Yunzheng explained. "But then I realized that the darkness might cause more chaos and make it harder to rescue anyone. So instead, we're going to trigger the smoke detectors. That way, in the commotion, we might be able to save people. And even if we can't, the arrival of the fire department will at least ensure you're taken out safely." "But wouldn't that use public resources unnecessarily?" Luo Chenyan asked, impressed by his foresight. "You really thought this through?" Lu Yunjing nodded. Suddenly, Luo Chenyan remembered the bar owner. "Do you know the owner of this bar well?" "He's the one who told me about your situation," Lu Yunjing replied. "But I wouldn't say we're close. The last time I saw him was 3 years ago. He's the type who enjoys watching drama unfold, so he's probably treating this as entertainment." Hearing this, Luo Chenyan seemed to be deep in thought. "Yunjing seems to like him." "That could be a problem," Lu Yunjing said bluntly. "He's not someone suited for being liked, nor is he someone who should like others." Hearing what Lu Yunjin had said, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but feel worried about her best friend. However, there wasn't much she could do for now except wait and see. She wasn't sure how long she had been in the cubicle when her phone buzzed. Taking it out, she saw a message from Song Yunjing. "Babe, where are you? It's been half an hour. Molly and I are here to pick you up." Molly was the owner of the bar. Song Yunjing arrived with Molly and a few of her bodyguards, but as soon as they entered the VIP area, a few pairs of eyes started following them. Though Song Yunjing couldn't figure out who these people were, she had a gut feeling they weren't friendly. She quickly sent another message to Lu Yunzheng. Someone's following us. I'm going to say I'm here to pick up my sister, but I can only take one person with me. After making sure Lu Yunzheng had received the message, Lu Yunzheng deleted it, leaving only the earlier one asking where she was. When Lu Yunzheng saw the messages, she showed them to Lu Yunzheng. Considering the plan Lu Yunzheng had just outlined, she agreed it was safer for them to stay hidden for now. However, she couldn't ignore the danger Xiaozhou was in. A plan began to form in her mind. She immediately said, "Send a message to Xiaozhou." Meanwhile, when Xiaozhou received a message from Lu Yunzheng, he thought he must have misread it. Back on the other side, Lu Yunzheng turned to Mali and asked, "Where's the restroom?" Mali led them straight to the restroom door. Lu Yunzheng then called out toward the men's restroom, "Zhou, your sister's here to get you. Come out quickly." At that moment, Xiaozhou had already taken off his jacket and was only wearing a plain white t-shirt and jeans, looking entirely like a boy. When he stepped out, his appearance made some of the people watching Lu Yunzheng's group suspicious. One of them voiced his doubt. "Didn't you say you were here to pick up your sister? This person doesn't look like a girl at all." Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng turned to him with a sharp look. "Exactly. Even you think my sister looks like a boy, right? That's the point. She's not just boyish, she's actually dealing with gender dysphoria. She's always seen herself as a boy. It's not something you or I can control, let alone the law." The man wasn't convinced. Even so, no amount of medication would make her chest completely flat, would it? "She's had breast reduction surgery," Lu Yunzheng snapped. "If you're still doubtful, find a woman, and I'll even sponsor her meds and surgery for free to prove a point." Then she beckoned to Xiaozhou. "Ignore these busybodies. Just be yourself with your sister. You don't have to care what anyone else thinks." Xiaozhou hesitated for a moment before taking small steps towards Lu Yunzheng, nodding obediently. Slim and petite, his quiet demeanor made it somewhat believable that he might be a girl grappling with gender identity issues. Initially, Xiaozhou kept his head down, wary of running into anyone from the group that had captured them earlier. But seeing that the people in front of him were strangers, his confidence grew slightly. Moli, who knew exactly who Xiaozhou was, chose not to expose him. Instead, seeing the lingering doubts in the group, he spoke up, "Since she's found her sister, let's not disturb them anymore. Let's head out." "All right," Lu Yunzheng replied, holding Xiaozhou's hand, her expression one of relief. With Emily's reassurance, the suspicious group didn't press the matter further. Meanwhile, Biaoge had been waiting for news about capturing Lu Yunzheng and his group, but nothing had come through. Growing uneasy about the upcoming transaction, he was just about to call it off when the door to the private room swung open. One of his men walked in and announced, "Boss, we've got them." When he heard that the man had been captured, Biaoge burst into laughter. Good. What kind of so-called special forces soldier is this? Still got played like a fool by me. "It's thanks to my brilliant strategy that he ended up with nowhere to run," he said smugly. One of his subordinates immediately chimed in with flattery. "It's all because of Biaoji's genius plan, one move and he's trapped like a fish in a barrel." Biaoge, his confidence swelling, feigned humility and replied, "Well, it's not all my doing. You guys played your part too." "That's because Biaoge leads us so well," the subordinate quickly added. Biaoge, basking in the praise, felt incredibly pleased. He glanced at the subordinate with a scar on his left cheek and found him much more agreeable. "I remember your name is Weizi, right? You've got potential. Stick with me, and you'll go far." "Thank you for the opportunity, Biaoge," Weizi replied with a sycophantic grin. Biaoge stood up and said, "Now where's that special forces guy? Take me to see him." Weizi hesitated for a moment before responding. "Biaoge, it's getting late, and I was just thinking that if we bring him out now, it might mess up our schedule. So I had him locked up in the storage room for now. Once we're done with the important matters, we'll have plenty of time to deal with him." Seeing that there was only half an hour left and still a group of pesky cops outside to deal with, Biaoge realized there really wasn't time to waste on the captive. He gave Weizi an approving look and said, "Not bad, at least you've got some brains. Once this is over, we'll take you out for some fun." "Thank you, Biaoge." Weizi replied enthusiastically, then stepped forward to pour him a glass of wine. "Biaoge, what's the plan now?" "The brothers are all waiting for your orders. Make sure someone keeps an eye on that soldier. I'll need him later," Biaoge said with a smirk. "As for now..." He let out a cold laugh. "I'll teach those pesky cops a good lesson first." Meanwhile, in a van parked diagonally across from the bar, Ruan Jianfeng, the commander of this operation, sat with a grim expression as he answered a phone call. Ruan Jianfeng was the captain of the 3rd Detachment of a city's armed police corps. Originally, the operation was supposed to be led by Captain Lin, who was now in the hospital due to earlier events, leaving Ruan Jianfeng to take over. On the other end of the line came Biaoge's arrogant voice. "Long time no see, Captain Ruan. I just captured someone, and he looks like one of yours. What's the deal? Trying to play cat and mouse with me again?" Ruan Jianfeng's face darkened, and the others in the van looked equally grim. None of them had expected that Lu Yunzheng, who had confidently gone in earlier, would end up being captured. When Ruan Jianfeng didn't respond, Biao Ge's tone suddenly turned cold. Ruan Jianfeng, I don't have time to play games with you. Let me spell it out for you. If you try anything funny, don't even think about getting this guy back. I've done my homework. This Lu fellow isn't just some ordinary grunt. If he dies at my hands, you won't be able to shoulder the consequences. Chen Biao, if he dies at your hands, do you think you'll live to see another day? Ruan Jianfeng retorted icily. I've got plenty of ways to make him disappear without a trace. Ruan, I'm calling you captain out of respect. Don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you, Biao Ge sneered. Ruan Jianfeng was furious but held his composure. Enough chit-chat, Biao Ge said. I've sent you a photo, take a good look at it. Then, get as far away from here as you can. Don't think I don't know where you're hiding. If I spot even one of your people, I'll make sure they regret it. With that, Biao Ge hung up abruptly. Ruan Jianfeng was so furious he almost smashed his phone. That bastard. Soon a photo was sent over. On the screen, Lu Yunzheng was lying on the ground, his condition unclear, with blood staining his clothes. The photo was passed among the people in the car, all members of the third squad. When they saw Lu Yunzheng's miserable state, some couldn't help but sneer. Turns out this Lu Yunzheng is all talk. Who would have thought he'd get caught by Chen Biao so easily? I thought he was tough, but he's just spineless. It didn't take long for him to sell us out. So, can we still proceed with the operation? Proceed? Are you serious? If you were Chen Biao and knew the cops were outside waiting to catch you, would you still give them the chance? For a while, the group discussed heatedly. Seeing this, Ruan Jianfeng interrupted them. Nothing is certain yet. We can't jump to the conclusion that Lu Yunzheng betrayed us. Then how did Chen Biao know about our operation? Could it be that we have a mole among us? Ruan Jianfeng, come on now, the more we guess, the more ridiculous this gets. Exactly. And that's why I'm sure it was Lu Yunzheng. That guy couldn't handle the pressure. These spoiled brats from prominent families only join the army to earn some fake glory. Most of their military achievements are probably exaggerated anyway. Before long, Ruan Jianfeng gave the order to cancel the operation and for everyone to retreat. The action teams stationed at various locations found the command strange but followed it nonetheless. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Bai Minghui, who was leading 30 Special Forces soldiers to assist in the operation, also received the retreat order. This joint operation was a collaboration between the armed police force of City A and the Special Forces from Beijing. When the opportunity arose, Bai Minghui had immediately secured a spot for his team to assist. However, since Lu Yunzheng and Xiao Zhou were the first to infiltrate the bar, the Special Forces team had been placed under Ruan Jianfeng's unified command. Interesting. Such a small place, and this kind of thing happens. Bai Minghui sneered, replying with a curt acknowledgement of the order. Once Ruan Jianfeng confirmed that the Special Forces vehicles had left, he too departed without delay. Inside the bar, Chen Biao, who had received a discreet message, laughed smugly. Cowards, the lot of them. Brother Biao, you're truly brilliant. Those little cops are no match for you, Weizi flattered while adding. They probably thought you'd call off the deal out of fear, but they don't realize you're much smarter than that. I get it. This is what they call hiding in plain sight, doing the exact opposite of what they'd expect. They think you wouldn't proceed, but that's exactly what you're doing. Brother Biao, this move is genius. Although Chen Biao didn't fully understand terms like hiding in plain sight or doing the opposite, he knew Weizi was complimenting him. Emboldened by the praise, Chen Biao's earlier hesitation dissipated. To accomplish great things, you need guts. Stick with me long enough and you'll learn a lot more. It's my greatest fortune to have met you, Brother Biao, Weizi replied immediately. Unbeknownst to Chen Biao, the smile on Weizi's face was anything but genuine. His eyes betrayed nothing but mockery. Elsewhere, in one of the restroom stalls, Lu Yunzheng lowered the toilet lid and sat down, holding Lu Qianyan on his lap. As a result, she ended up seeing all the messages Lu Yunzheng had exchanged with Bai Minghui. Isn't this supposed to be classified? Is it okay for me to see this? Lu Qianyan asked softly. It's not classified. Besides, you're already involved, so it's fine if you see it, Lu Yunzheng reassured her. Unexpectedly, there really was a mole in the armed police force. If it weren't for the evidence right in front of her, Lu Qianyan would never have imagined it. Hearing the sigh in her voice, Lu Yunzheng gently embraced her. Human nature is complex. You can't begin to imagine what he might have faced. Are you talking about the mole? Lu Qianyan asked. Lu Yunzheng let out a low hum. He might have faced irresistible temptation or threats he couldn't withstand. Anything is possible. Do you know who it is? Lu Qianyan pressed. I do, Lu Yunzheng replied. The next second, Lu Qianyan placed her hand over his lips. Don't tell me. I'd rather not know. All right. His lips lightly brushed against her palm, sending a slight tickle through her. Luo Chenyan quickly withdrew her hand, still feeling the lingering sensation. How long do we have to stay here? She couldn't help but ask. I'm getting tired of this place. We need to wait for the operation to conclude. If we leave now, we'll jeopardize the plan, Lu Yunzheng explained. According to the original plan, he was supposed to hide out somewhere, though he never expected it would end up being a bathroom. Luo Chenyan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Song Yunjing had already taken Xiao Zhou to the bar, hiding him in the owner's private lounge. After all, if Xiao Zhou went out now, it might ruin the plan. Luo Chenyan had asked her best friend to keep him safe for the time being. As for Emily, Luo Chenyan wasn't entirely confident in him. However, given that both her best friend and Lu Yunjin had some trust in him, she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, albeit just a little. When a man in a suit was escorted into the VIP area of the bar, Song Yunjing, sitting at the counter, spoke softly, "Ali, is that him?" Emily placed a plate of glutinous rice balls in front of her. "Stop staring over there. Anyone with half a brain would figure out what you're waiting for. Eat more, talk less." "So, is it him?" Song Yunjing asked again, popping a rice ball into her mouth. "You ask me every time someone walks in. Do you know how many people enter the VIP area of this bar in a day?" Emily sighed in exasperation. Chewing on the sticky rice ball, Song Yunjing mumbled, "I'm just worried about my Chanyan." "She doesn't need your worrying, so why bother?" Emily retorted. "I don't like the way you're talking, Ollie. Just because I like you doesn't mean you can talk to me however you want. If you keep this up, I'll stop liking you," Song Yunjing countered. "Well, your affection doesn't seem to be worth much," Emily quipped. "Love means nothing in front of a best friend. Love can betray me, but my best friend never will," Song Yunjing shot back. Hearing this, Molly gave her a pitying look. "Have you never heard of people getting betrayed by their best friends?" "That's because their best friends are problematic. Not mine," Song Yunjing said confidently. Well, Emily finally understood. Some people are hopeless romantics. She, on the other hand, is hopelessly devoted to her best friend. Meanwhile, at the end of the hallway in a private room, a man in a suit entered the room with 2 bodyguards in tow. Brother Biao greeted him with a grin. "Mr. Luo, long time no see." Mr. Luo merely nodded curtly. "No need for pleasantries. I have other matters to attend to today, so let's get straight to the point." Of course. I enjoy working with straightforward people like you, Mr. Luo," Brother Biao replied with a laugh. Just then, one of Mr. Luo's bodyguards pointed at Wei Zi, who was standing behind Brother Biao. "Hand over your phone." Wei Zi froze for a moment, and Biao Ge glanced at him before turning to Mr. Luo. "What's going on?" Mr. Luo didn't respond but instead looked at his bodyguard. The bodyguard, who had just sent a message on his phone, said, "Better safe than sorry. Let's check." With that, he walked straight toward Wei Zi. Wei Zi anxiously looked at Biao Ge. Biao Ge seeing this, Biao Ge thought for a moment and then stretched out his hand toward Wei Zi. "Hand over the phone. If there's nothing to hide, what are you afraid of?" Wei Zi hesitated, but before he could react, one of the men nearby snatched the phone from his hand and respectfully handed it to Biao Ge. Using Wei Zi's face to unlock the phone, Biao Ge frowned as the screen revealed a WeChat chat. The message read, "Wei Ge, are you coming over tonight for an all-nighter?" "Come." The reply, a simple "come," had just been sent. Biao Ge looked at Wei Zi, who awkwardly explained, "I just suddenly remembered this," and replied, "I didn't expect it to cause any misunderstanding. The message had been sent an hour ago, and the sender's profile picture was that of a girl, seemingly innocent enough." Seeing this, everyone decided not to dwell on the minor incident and moved on to the main business. Mr. Luo's bodyguard placed a black case on the coffee table and opened it, revealing the goods inside. The sheer quantity left Biao Ge's eyes wide with excitement. "Test it," he ordered. One of Biao Ge's men, an expert in verifying goods, stepped forward and skillfully began testing a sample. Meanwhile, Biao Ge placed his own case on the table, opened it to reveal stacks of cash, and pushed it toward Mr. Luo. As the goods were being tested and the money counted, in the bar's emergency exit, Bai Minghui led a special ops team toward the VIP area. They quickly secured the scene upon entering. Some tried to fight back, attempting to shoot their way out, but their attempts were futile. The moment the safety was off, their hands were swiftly disarmed with precise shots. In the private room, Biao Ge had just received confirmation of the goods and was reveling in satisfaction when the door was suddenly kicked open. A team of heavily armed special forces stormed in. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lu Yunzheng heard the gunshots outside and immediately realized that Bai Minghui had arrived with his team. 5 minutes later, when Lu Yunzheng emerged with Luo Chenyan, Bai Minghui and his team had already secured the scene. All involved individuals were being taken into custody one by one. Lu Yunzheng and Bai Minghui conversed nearby while Luo Chenyan leaned against the wall to rest. Soon, Song Yunjing and her group arrived, running over to Luo Chenyan. Song Yunjing looked her up and down several times. "Thank goodness, you're still in one piece." "Not in one piece?" What, did you think I'd be missing an arm or a leg? Luo Qinyan replied helplessly. I was just worried about you. Who told you to stay in such a dangerous place with him instead of leaving with me? Song Yunjing pouted, clearly upset at the thought. Luo Qinyan sighed and began to placate her friend skillfully. I'm sorry, okay? At the time, it was actually more dangerous for Xiaozhou. Song Yunjing, easily appeased, quickly forgave her. However, as she looked at her best friend, Song Yunjing couldn't shake off a strange feeling. What's wrong with your leg? Are you feeling unwell? A little weak, Luo Qinyan said, bending down to tap her thigh. Weak legs? What were you two doing in the bathroom? Song Yunjing teased with mock anger. She didn't notice, though, how sharp everyone's ears suddenly became. Her comment brought an abrupt silence to the room. Amid their busy tasks, curious eyes darted toward their commander, brimming with gossip. Luo Qinyan almost choked on her best friend's words. There were so many people around. I just sat too long, and my legs went numb. What are you thinking? Luo Qinyan retorted, her face blushing uncontrollably. Song Yunjing finally noticed the people nearby eavesdropping and lowered her voice with a mischievous grin. Your legs went numb? Sounds like things got intense. I feel like the do you're talking about and the sit I'm thinking of aren't the same word. Luo Qinyan was speechless. Seriously? And here I thought you were rooting for us to be making rapid progress. Song Yunjing sighed dramatically, pretending to be disappointed. Come on, if we were doing anything like that in this situation, do you know how big our hearts would have to be? Luo Qinyan said, exasperated. Even though it was true, Song Yunjing still shook her head with a regretful look. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianfeng had just returned to his team when he received orders to head out on another mission. What he didn't expect was to have been played by Lu Yunzheng. Standing opposite Lu Yunzheng, his voice was cold and sharp. Next time, Captain Lu, whatever plans you have, you might want to consider the people you're working with instead of treating them like pawns in a game. It was all for the success of the operation. I hope Captain Ruan can be more understanding, Lu Yunzheng replied calmly. So, Captain Lu, do you think that only your special forces are capable of catching criminals? Are the rest of us useless? Ruan Jianfeng's words immediately caused his team members to glare furiously at Lu Yunzheng. However, Lu Yunzheng remained unfazed by their anger. There's no need to escalate the tension between us, Captain Ruan. Someone will explain everything to you later, Lu Yunzheng said indifferently before turning to leave. He clearly had no intention of wasting time on further explanations. Ruan Jianfeng's team members were visibly upset but could only vent their frustration with words, as there was nothing more they could do. As Lu Yunzheng walked over, Luo Qinyan was chatting with Song Yunjing. I'll have someone take you home first, Lu Yunzheng said as he approached. What about you? Luo Qinyan asked instinctively. I need to stop by the station. It'll probably be done around 10, Lu Yunzheng replied. If I go with you, will I be in the way? She asked. You won't be in the way, but it'll be late, Lu Yunzheng said. That's fine. 10 isn't that late, it's not like it's the middle of the night. I stay up late for work sometimes too, Luo Qinyan said casually. Seeing her insistence, Lu Yunzheng didn't object further. As for Song Yunjing, there was no need to worry about her. She had a whole group of bodyguards. Getting home wouldn't be an issue for her. Back at Ruan Jianfeng's team base, just as they returned, a group of officers from the Armed Police Security Department approached Ruan Jianfeng. We're from the security department. Ruan Jianfeng, come with us. The sight of this left the 3rd Squad's team members dumbfounded. Ruan Jianfeng, however, felt an odd sense of resignation and relief. He didn't resist and cooperated, leaving with them without a word. The team members were desperate to ask what was going on, but no one was willing to give them an answer. Outside the police station, Luo Qinyan sat in the car when the driver, Bai Minghui, handed her a bag of snacks. Sister-in-law, these are snacks the captain just bought. He said you can have some while waiting. He'll be out soon. Hearing this, Luo Qinyan casually opened a bag of chips. Minghui, why do you think your captain's been in there for so long? Probably something came up, Bai Minghui replied. As Luo Qinyan munched on her chips, she suddenly noticed Bai Minghui sneaking glances at her. What's up? Caught in the act, Bai Minghui turned around and asked hesitantly, Sister-in-law, can I ask you something? Go ahead, Luo Qinyan said. What do you see in our captain? Bai Minghui asked curiously. He's handsome, has a great figure, and a decent temper. Why wouldn't I like him? Or maybe you should ask your captain what he sees in me, Luo Qinyan replied with a smile. I already know the answer to that, Bai Minghui said. Luo Qinyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you know? Bai Minghui grinned. I know what our captain sees in you. This piqued Luo Qianyan's interest. She brushed the crumbs off her hands and said, all right, tell me then. What does your captain see in me? Is it because I'm good looking? Or is it my figure? Or maybe my personality? Hearing this, Bai Minghui couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, let me be honest. The first time we met, your face was pretty dirty. No matter how good-looking you are, that took away some points. Fair enough, Luo Qinyan admitted without argument. And as for your figure, back then, you weren't exactly dressed to show it off, Bai Minghui added tactfully. True, Luo Qinyan replied, unable to refute. After all, she had been wearing a bulky jacket, not a cute dress. As for your temper? Bai Minghui cleared his throat. The captain did mention that your guard was up pretty high. When he got close, you nearly pulled a knife on him. That was an instinctive act of self-defense, not me trying to attack him, Luo Qinyan said, her lips twitching slightly. After all, back then, Lu Yunzheng had scared off wolves with his bare hands. She would have been crazy to pick a fight with him. If she had lost, her life might have been forfeit. But Bai Minghui's words made her realize that Lu Yunzheng's interest in her wasn't rooted in those three aspects. So, what exactly did he see in her? We actually asked the captain about that, Bai Minghui said in a hushed tone, even though it was just the two of them in the car. He acted as if he were sharing some top-secret information. Luo Qinyan perked up her ears, eager for the answer. The captain said he's just drawn to you as a person. What initially caught his attention was the feeling you gave him, Bai Minghui explained. That sounds pretty vague, Luo Qinyan muttered as she popped another chip into her mouth. She then noticed Lu Yunzheng coming out of the building not alone though. The dim light made it hard to see clearly, so she squinted for a better look. Wheezy, doesn't the guy next to your captain look like one of Biao Ge's men we caught earlier? When Biao Ge was taken from the private room, Luo Qinyan had seen him from a distance, along with the men escorted out behind him. That's him, Bai Minghui confirmed, recognizing Wei Zi. Neither of them was foolish. A quick thought was enough for them to figure out the man's identity. Meanwhile, Lu Yunzheng walked out of the police station with Chen Wei. What's your plan now? Lu Yunzheng asked. I'll stay with my grandma until the end, and then? Chen Wei's voice trailed off with a hint of uncertainty. Maybe I'll travel around, figure out what I really want to do. After speaking, Chen Wei glanced at Lu Yunzheng. Thank you, Captain Lu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it out tonight. I made a promise to you, Lu Yunzheng replied, his gaze steady. Back when you retired, you said it was for health reasons, but after that, you cut off contact with everyone. This time, you've redeemed yourself. When this is all over, don't let yourself get trapped in these things again. Hopefully. Chen Wei murmured, his expression conflicted. He wasn't sure if he could truly move on. You shouldn't ruin your whole life over someone like that, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but sigh. Chen Wei, however, looked up at the distant night sky. The day Aining took her own life, my life was already ruined. But, Captain Lu, I'm still grateful that you trust me. You'll always be my comrade, even if now we're just fighting side by side in a different way. Lu Yunzheng patted Chen Wei firmly on the shoulder. I'm not great with comforting words, but you're a man of your own mind. If you ever need help, just let me know. All right, Chen Wei replied, his gaze drifting to Luo Qinyan, visible through the car window. He then turned back to Lu Yunzheng with a faint smile. I used to show off in front of you, bragging about having the best girlfriend. I even wanted to introduce her to you so you'd be envious. I suppose karma caught up with me. You never got to meet Aining, but I got to meet your girlfriend. She's brave, beautiful, and a great match for you. But Chen Wei's eyes reddened slightly as he continued. Aining will always be the best to me. Chen Wei declined Lu Yunzheng's offer to drive him home. Turning his back, he waved as he walked away into the darkness alone. When Lu Yunzheng got back in the car, Luo Qinyan was still curious about the man who had just left. Isn't he one of Biao's men? Did you turn him against Biao? Not exactly. He used to be my comrade. We fought side by side for years, Lu Yunzheng replied softly. Then why is he working for Biao? Don't tell me he's an undercover agent. Luo Qinyan's curiosity only grew. There aren't that many undercover agents in the world, Lu Yunzheng said with a hint of exasperation. And even if he were one, it wouldn't be for someone as insignificant as Biao. Luo Qinyan immediately handed her bag of chips to Lu Yunzheng. Fine, take all my chips. Just tell me what happened. Lu Yunzheng glanced at the chips in his hand, sighed helplessly, and then fed one to Luo Qinyan instead. He retired 3 years ago. At the time, he didn't tell anyone the real reason. I only found out recently when I ran into him. His girlfriend committed suicide, and he wanted revenge. At the same time, he wanted to take care of her only living relative, so he chose to leave the force. Munching on a chip, Luo Qinyan was taken aback. I didn't expect he'd have such a story. Was her death related to Biao? Yes. He's been undercover beside Biao for years, gathering evidence of his crimes. This time, he handed everything over to the police. While it might not be enough to put Biao away for life, he won't be getting out anytime soon, Lu Yunzheng said thoughtfully. By the way, Aining's grandmother lives at the hospital where you work. Let's visit her tomorrow. Sure, Luo Qinyan agreed with a nod. It was getting late, and she couldn't suppress a yawn, her eyes growing misty with drowsiness. Without hesitation, Lu Yunzheng pulled her onto his lap. Get some sleep. Okay, she murmured, settling comfortably in his arms. What started as a short nap turned into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, poor Bai Minghui, who had been driving since Lu Yunzheng got in the car, was now relegated to the role of a silent chauffeur. He didn't dare utter a word for fear of disturbing Luo Qianyan's rest. When they finally arrived at Lu Yunzheng's home, Bai Minghui quickly retreated to the guest room. Having been there once before, he knew his way around and didn't need any guidance. As for Lu Yunzheng, he carefully carried the sleeping Luo Qianyan to his room, his steps steady and quiet, ensuring she stayed sound asleep. When he finally placed her on the bed, despite being careful, he still ended up waking her. Luo Qianyan groggily glanced at the bed behind her and then at Lu Yunzheng in front of her. Without hesitation, her small hands wrapped around his leg in a hug. The waist is a naturally sensitive area, and now with Luo Qianyan pressing her face against his abs, the warmth radiating through his clothes made Lu Yunzheng grow a bit tense, worried he might lose composure. Not sleepy anymore? Lu Yunzheng raised a hand to pat her head. I want to take a bath, otherwise I'll stink, Luo Qianyan murmured softly. Then go quickly. Why are you holding on to me? Lu Yunzhen's voice deepened slightly. Luo Qianyan, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, looked up at him. I don't just want to hug you. I also want to… Lu Yunzheng raised an eyebrow. Also want to what? I want to sit on your abs. Behave yourself, Lu Yunzheng said, suppressing the darkness in his gaze, not wanting to scare her. Fine, I won't mess around. I'll go take a bath then. Luo Qianyan let go and walked off decisively, leaving Lu Yunzheng feeling a tinge of inexplicable melancholy. Really? Not even a bit reluctant, huh? Like a carefree little bird. Luo Qianyan hummed a tune as she skipped into the bathroom. But before Lu Yunzheng could leave the room, the bathroom door creaked open, and a small head poked out. Lu Yunzheng, can you grab my pajamas? They're in the closet. Just open it and you'll see them. I'll step out. You can come out and grab them yourself. Lu Yunzheng could already imagine that opening the closet might reveal far more than just her pajamas. But what if some pervert is peeking at me? Wouldn't I be completely exposed? Luo Qianyan huffed in dissatisfaction. Fine, Lu Yunzheng relented, realizing she clearly wanted him to fetch the pajamas. As he turned to leave, Luo Qianyan called out again, oh, and don't forget my underwear. I want the one with the little bear on it. Got it. Lu Yunzhen's ears turned slightly red, but he maintained his composure as he opened the closet. He found the pajamas easily enough but came up empty-handed on the underwear front. In the drawer, Luo Qianyan helpfully chimed in, as if she could sense his moment of awkwardness. Pulling open the drawer, Lu Yunzheng was immediately greeted by an array of bras. Startled, he quickly averted his eyes and shut the drawer, only to open the adjacent one. This time he got it right. However, the little bear design. His ears were now fully flushed, and for the first time, his usually steady hands, capable of holding a gun without a tremble, were slightly shaky at the sight of a girl's intimate clothing. Why was finding a bear so difficult? Was it black? Or maybe brown? After a lot of searching, he eventually spotted a panda instead of a black and white one. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Yunzheng wiped the light sweat from his forehead before taking the pajamas and underwear to Luo Qianyan. Recalling a similar moment from the past, he imagined that Luo Qianyan had probably been just as flustered then. The thought made him chuckle. Luo Qianyan reached out her hand to take the pajamas from him, her head poking out from the bathroom door. Where's my little underwear? It's inside, Lu Yunzheng replied helplessly. Good. Now you go take your bath and I'll come find you later. With that, Luo Qianyan shut the bathroom door without hesitation. Lu Yunzheng froze for a moment. Later, come find me? Because of Luo Qianyan's words, Lu Yunzheng ended up taking an unusually long shower. Her words echoed in his mind, leaving him unsure of their meaning. He was torn, afraid of misunderstanding, yet also afraid of understanding correctly. But no matter how slow he was, the shower eventually came to an end. When a knock sounded at the door, Lu Yunzhen's heart tightened with nervousness. As soon as he opened the door, there she was, Luo Qianyan, holding a pillow in her arms. Her fair face was tinged with a soft pink, her long hair cascading down like a lazy kitten. You take so long to shower, Luo Qianyan remarked, leaving Lu Yunzheng momentarily at a loss for words. Yeah. Lu Yunzheng glanced at the pillow in her arms. Something wrong with your room? Nope. Luo Qianyan looked up at him with a sweet smile. I came to sleep with you. Is that not okay? Lu Yunzheng froze, unsure of how to respond. Was it okay? Or not? It was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, and his mind blanked. Move aside, Luo Qianyan said casually, and instinctively, Lu Yunzheng stepped to the side. She walked into the room with her pillow in tow. Luo Qianyan was no stranger to Lu Yunzhen's room, but his bed, that was uncharted territory for her. She climbed onto the bed, carefully placing her pillow next to his. What are you standing there for? Come to bed, she called, already slipping under the blanket. Hurry up. Looking at the bed that now had an unexpected occupant, Lu Yunzheng didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he found himself oddly drawn to the scene. Finally, after some hesitation, he climbed into bed. As soon as he settled in, Luo Chenyan scooted closer to him. She rested her head on his shoulder, her body slightly turned, and her left handle rested on his chest. Feeling his tension, she reassured him. Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you. He couldn't ignore the mischief of her wandering hand or the softness pressing against his chest. His voice turned a little hoarse as he asked, "Who's your big sister?" "Oops, slip of the tongue," she replied with a yawn. "Fine, your big brother." "Happy now? Aren't you tired?" "I'm exhausted." "You should sleep in your own room," Lu Yunzhen said instinctively. "No way. After spending time with you today, I realized we're too distant. We need to get closer and understand each other better," Luo Chenyan replied matter-of-factly, then sprawled herself across his chest. Lu Yunzhen's breath hitched. "Get off me. Why are you so tense?" "I'm not scared, so why are you acting like this?" Luo Chenyan chuckled. After a long pause, Lu Yunzhen finally said, "I don't want you to regret this." "You're worried I'll regret it?" Luo Chenyan was a little surprised, realizing that he was thinking far more deeply than she had been. "Maybe you don't feel it now," he said softly, "but when I'm gone, you'll understand that being a soldier's wife isn't easy." Lu Yunzhen spoke in a low voice. Right now, he was with her every day, so she couldn't feel the weight of it. But just like so many long-distance relationships or cross-country romances that end in separation, the root cause is often the same. Being apart more than together is inherently challenging. Time and distance can erode passion. He had thought about it if they were apart for long enough. Luo Chenyan might regret her choice. Looking at the man in front of her, seriously explaining why she might regret this, Luo Chenyan felt a warmth rise in her chest. He cared about her so much that he was thinking far ahead, considering everything on her behalf. If he didn't care about her, why not take advantage of what's being offered? No need to overthink it. Worst case, they'd get divorced. Latour wouldn't be losing anything. "Lu Yunzhen, why are you so nice?" Luo Chenyan stepped forward and kissed him. "But you forgot, I'm a doctor. Doesn't your unit have military doctors? I could actually go somewhere close to you. It's not a problem." "The conditions there aren't great," Lu Yunzhen replied. "No matter how bad the conditions are, you're there," Luo Chenyan said softly. She didn't say more, instead lying back down beside him. "There are only a few days left, so you better get used to having me around." "Good night, Lu Yunzhen." "Good night," Lu Yunzhen said, raising a hand to gently touch her head. Before long, he could feel her breathing even out, signaling she'd fallen asleep. However, her restless leg had already draped itself over him. That night, Luo Chenyan slept soundly, while Lu Yunzhen's sleep was less than ideal. The next morning, when Luo Chenyan woke up, she reached out to the empty side of the bed. "Up early again," she mumbled. But then again, it wasn't surprising. Lu Yunzhen always got up early to exercise. Just as she thought that, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. "Oh, done with his workout already?" she wondered. The water stopped, so she waited a moment. As soon as Lu Yunzhen stepped out, she jumped out to surprise him. But clearly, he wasn't startled. However, Luo Chenyan noticed something odd. "Did you take a cold shower after working out? You feel so chilly." "I overslept today," Lu Yunzhen said, a simple explanation that said it all. Luo Chenyan immediately caught on. "So it wasn't a post-workout shower, huh?" she teased, her tone mischievous. "Starting the day with such fiery energy?" "Well, someone clung to me all night," Lu Yunzhen said calmly. "And the air conditioning wasn't strong enough. It got a little warm." "Why don't you just say someone was craving you all night?" Luo Chenyan retorted playfully. "One day, I'll devour you whole." She let out a mock growl before spinning around and leaving. Lu Yunzhen chuckled silently, amused by her bravado. Back in her room, Luo Chenyan realized she still had some time, so she decided to take a quick shower. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she whispered to herself, step by step, "Am not in a rush, I'll win you over eventually." When she was dressed and ready, she found Lu Yunzhen waiting for her. "Lu Yunzhen, what do you think of my lipstick today? Does it look good?" Hearing this, Lu Yunzhen glanced at her slightly parted, rosy lips. His Adam's apple bobbed faintly. "It looks good. They say this lipstick doesn't transfer onto cups," Luo Chenyan remarked. Clearly though, Lu Yunzhen didn't know much about lipstick. "Try it out. How else will I know if I got scammed?" she said with feigned dissatisfaction. "How do I try it?" Lu Yunzhen asked, confused. "Idiot." Luo Chenyan wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his, lightly brushing against them. "How's the taste?" His response was a deepening kiss, one that left her breathless. When he finally let her go, her legs felt weak. Looking into her slightly misty eyes, Lu Yunzhen's gaze darkened, especially when he noticed her slightly swollen lips, evidence of his handiwork. "So, did the lipstick smudge?" Luo Chenyan teased. It seems like it did, a little, Lu Yunzheng admitted. Hearing that, Luo Chenyan quickly pulled out a small mirror to check. Sure enough, it had smudged. Looks like I got scammed again, she muttered, visibly annoyed. Watching her puffed up, indignant expression, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Scammed before? He asked. Yeah, totally got scammed big time, Luo Chenyan said angrily, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Yunzheng, standing nearby, was already brimming with jealousy. How did you test it? Lu Yunzheng asked, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, his deep voice resonating close. How else could I have tested it? Luo Chenyan couldn't help but chuckle. His arms tightened slightly. Who did you ask? Lu Yan. It took Luo Chenyan a moment to even recall who Lu Yan was. Honestly, she had almost forgotten about him. But her brief silence made Lu Yunzheng think he had hit the mark. Then her confused voice broke the tension. What does he have to do with this? To test something like this, you just need any random cup. Why would I need him for that? A cup? Lu Yunzheng asked, puzzled. Of course. What else? You think I... Luo Chenyan suddenly realized where this was going. Lu Yunzheng, are you jealous? You're jealous of my ex-boyfriend. Seeing his slightly awkward expression, Luo Chenyan couldn't suppress her laughter. Relax. You've done way more than he ever did. I dated him for 3 years, but you have to understand, those were the 3 busiest years of my studies. I barely had time to spend with him, let alone indulge in romantic escapades. But honestly, Luo Chenyan was a little relieved. If she hadn't been so busy during those 3 years, and if something had really happened between them, she'd probably regret it now. Humph. What a jerk, she muttered under her breath. Realizing he had made a huge fuss over nothing, Lu Yunzheng quickly tried to salvage the situation. Then why did you test it with me instead of just using a cup? Who needs a cup when I have a husband? Luo Chenyan retorted with a hint of exasperation. What about Lu Yan? Why didn't you test it with him back then? Lu Yunzheng pressed. Do you just want me to admit that I wanted to kiss you? Is that it? She snapped, feigning anger. That's not what I meant, he said quickly. That's exactly what you meant. You're just more tempting, okay? I'm totally into you. Can't I be? She huffed. Fine, Lu Yunzheng sighed, resigned. This little firecracker was impossible to argue with, could only appease her. After carefully helping her reapply her lipstick, Luo Chenyan finally agreed to go have breakfast with him, albeit reluctantly. By the time they arrived at the hospital, she was in a much better mood. The two of them got out of the car in the parking lot and headed toward the inpatient ward. Today, they weren't there to visit Luo Qi but to check on the grandmother of Chen Wei's girlfriend. Apparently, the elderly woman was in critical condition. Chen Wei had rushed out last night because of this situation. But neither Luo Chenyan nor Lu Yunzheng expected what was coming. They had been deceived by Chen Wei. Dr. Luo, are you sure you've got the right room? A nurse at the station asked hesitantly. It was hard to ignore the fact that the room they were looking for didn't have the person they were asking about. Maybe we made a mistake. Let me call to confirm the room number. You go ahead with your work, Luo Chenyan replied with a polite smile. After speaking to the nurse, she turned to Lu Yunzheng, whose face had darkened considerably. Although she couldn't understand why Chen Wei would lie about something so serious, the truth was undeniable. They had been tricked. Chen Wei had used his grandmother's health as an excuse to get Lu Yunzheng to bring him out early. But why? What was he planning? Just then, Luo Chenyan suddenly heard Chen Wei's voice. It wasn't just her, Lu Yunzheng heard it too. Both of them turned their attention to a family member of a patient walking by, talking on the phone. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. I killed them because they deserve to die, Chen Wei's voice said, loud and clear. In the live stream, his words sparked a storm of furious backlash. Luo Chenyan felt as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss, glancing nervously at Lu Yunzheng beside her. Lu Yunzheng, on the other hand, fixed his gaze firmly on Chen Wei in the live stream. The camera showed Chen Wei sitting precariously on the edge of a rooftop, looking as if he could fall at any moment. His hands, clothes, and body were stained with blood, a chilling confirmation of his earlier claim had just killed someone. The owner of the phone, noticing Luo Chenyan and Lu Yunzheng on either side watching the screen intently, couldn't help but say, if you want to keep watching, you can join the official live stream. I need to head to work. Hearing this, Luo Chenyan quickly pulled out her phone, searched for the stream, and entered the live broadcast. As she joined the live stream, her mind was flooded with questions. But after spending some time there and piecing together bits of explanations from the angry comments, she finally understood the situation. In short, Chen Wei had committed murder, had killed Biao Ji's wife and son. The murders happened in the middle of the night, and by morning, Chen Wei had gone to the rooftop where Ning had jumped 3 years ago. The same rooftop. The same sky. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if both he and she were sitting there together. Someone had spotted him preparing to jump and called the police. When they arrived, they noticed the blood on his clothes and realized something terrible had happened. The reporters from the TV station were there at Chen Wei's request. He didn't run after committing the murders and was willing to face the consequences. All he wanted before his death was to clear his girlfriend's name. By the time Lu Yunzheng arrived at the scene, Chen Wei had already confessed everything on the live stream. He described in detail how he had tricked them into opening the door, how he carried out the killings, and the methods he used. Instead of killing them outright, he had chosen to torture Biao Ji's son while forcing the wife to watch. Only after she witnessed her child's death did he kill her as well. The live stream audience erupted in anger and disgust, flooding the chat with insults and curses. But Chen Wei remained unfazed. "I know you're all cursing me," he said coldly. "Say whatever you want. I only regret not killing them 3 years ago." A sharp-eyed reporter immediately seized on his words, asking, "Why 3 years ago? Did something happen between you and them back then?" Chen Wei turned to her, his voice heavy. "They caused my girlfriend's death." He then recounted the story of Ning, who was a college senior at the time. She had been introduced to Lin Zilong, a high school junior, as his tutor. Unexpectedly, Lin Zilong developed feelings for her. When his proper attempts at pursuing her failed, and neither threats nor coercion worked, he resorted to violence, raping her. Afterward, Ning reported the crime to the police, but Lin Zilong's mother insisted it was consensual and claimed Ning had taken money from him. In truth, the money was her tutoring fee. That had been her final session with Lin Zilong, as she had decided to stop tutoring him. However, the case was dismissed with Lin Zilong receiving only a symbolic fine, which his mother paid before taking him away. When Ning returned to her university, rumors about her seducing a student and arguing over payment spread like wildfire. Ning initially thought about ending her life but decided to endure for the sake of her grandmother, who was her only family. She resolved to push through until graduation. But just a few days later, on her way to visit her grandmother, she was abducted. She reappeared 3 days later, along with explicit photos of her being abused by various men during her captivity. The photos circulated online, and wherever she went, people whispered and pointed at her. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, she left behind a diary and jumped from the rooftop. Even in death, she found no peace. More vile rumors and slander continued to tarnish her name. Through her diary, Chen Wei pieced together the truth and spent a long time investigating before finally discovering that Biao Ge was behind everything. From the abduction and assault to the distribution of the photos and the malicious rumors after her death, it was all orchestrated by him. After hearing Chen Wei's account of Ning's tragic story, the reporter seemed to recall the incident from 3 years ago. She remembered Ning's haunting words, "I want to live, but I can't go on." Note: Biao Ge is a nickname or title, often used to refer to someone in a familiar or colloquial way, and has been left untranslated to preserve the cultural nuance. At this thought, the reporter's eyes reddened involuntarily. She was a mother too, with a daughter of her own. If her daughter had to endure such things, she couldn't even begin to imagine what she might do. "Chen Wei, rest assured, we will follow up and report on this matter," the reporter said earnestly. "But, as you mentioned, they are the ones who made the mistakes. There's no need for you to sacrifice your life. Only by staying alive can you see them brought to justice." Chen Wei, however, didn't respond. His gaze had already shifted to Lu Yunzheng, who had just arrived. Pressing his lips together slightly, he seemed as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Looking at Chen Wei standing before him, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but recall how resolute Chen Wei had been as he stepped into the darkness the previous night. "You decided from the start, didn't you?" Lu Yunzheng asked in a low voice. "Yes," Chen Wei replied, his voice calm. "Before you even contacted me, I had already made up my mind. I cooperated with your operation to capture this tumor, to help you root out the mole. All I wanted was to avenge Aining with my own hands." He glanced at his hands, now stained with dried blood. "And now, I've accomplished half of it. And the other half?" Lu Yunjing asked, his tone heavy. "The other half will have to rely on the law," Chen Wei said with a bitter, mocking smile. "I trust the law will ensure that man rots in prison. The law won't demand a life for a life, so I had to take matters into my own hands." His voice turned cold. "You must make sure he knows, in excruciating detail, how his wife and child died. That's his punishment. Isn't his son his everything? I want him to spend the rest of his life in agony." Looking at the madness in Chen Wei's eyes, Lu Yunzheng could see that this was a bitter satisfaction for Hema, satisfaction laced with profound pain. For a moment, the scene fell into a heavy silence. Seeking revenge by sacrificing one's own life, was that a tragedy in itself? Chen Wei seemed exhausted. He tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. "Captain Lu," he said softly, "I think I can see Aining. She's smiling at me." As the words left his lips, Chen Wei fell backward, disappearing from everyone's sight. There was no time for anyone to reach out and stop him. His leap was resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. In the live stream, viewers were stunned into silence by Chen Wei's final act. Those who had confidently declared he wouldn't jump were now speechless. Chen Wei was gone, ending his life in the very place where Aining had lain 3 years ago. In his final moments, it was as if he had transcended time and space, seeing Aining lying there. Yet the short distance between them, just a few dozen centimeters, had required all his strength, and even then, he couldn't grasp her hand. Meanwhile, a package was delivered to the police station, signed by none other than Chen Wei, who had just taken his own life. Inside the package was a trove of evidence detailing Brother Biao's crimes, along with records of the cover-ups orchestrated by his wife to protect their son, Lin Zilong, over the years. Piece by piece, the evidence painted a horrifying picture. One could have imagined that a college junior could be such a monster. The package also contained a confession letter from Chen Wei. In it, he admitted to all his crimes without seeking forgiveness. He also mentioned his departure from the police station the previous night, clarifying that it wasn't Lu Yunzheng's voluntary decision to let him go, but rather the result of Chen Wei's threats. He had used Lu Yunzheng's girlfriend as leverage, forcing him to release him early. Although Chen Wei's cooperation in the operation would have allowed him to leave the following day anyway, he couldn't deny that he had left prematurely. To be honest, that excuse didn't hold water. It was so flimsy that everyone could see through it. However, as the director looked at Chen Wei's belongings, he understood what must have been going through his mind at the time. Thinking about the hatred Chen Wei had carried for all those years, only to end up avenging it all on his own, it was impossible not to feel something. In the end, the director accepted Chen Wei's shaky excuse. When Biao Ge, who was detained at the time, learned about the brutal murder of his wife and child, he was so furious he almost lost his mind. He raged, vowing to kill Chen Wei. But the harsh reality was that not only would he never leave prison in this lifetime, even if he did, he would never be able to get to Chen Wei, let alone exact revenge. He couldn't even target Chen Wei's family. Chen Wei was an orphan. As for Ning's grandmother, Lu Yunzheng had also tracked down her whereabouts. It turned out that when Chen Wei rushed back to her, the elderly woman was already taking her last breaths, holding on just long enough to see him. Once she learned that the people who had harmed her granddaughter were finally caught, she closed her eyes in peace. Only after arranging her funeral did Chen Wei go after that mother and son. After Chen Wei ended his own life, the same funeral team that had handled his grandmother's arrangements came to the scene of his suicide to take care of his final affairs. Not only had he prepared for his grandmother's passing, but he had also meticulously planned his own. He had arranged everything, from the funeral services to the placement of their adjacent gravestones. In the hospital, Lu Yunzheng watched the live stream of Chen Wei's suicide and felt a pang of worry for Lu Yunzheng. She wasn't sure if he would blame himself for Chen Wei's death or for the killing of that mother and son. It was only at that moment that Lu Yunzheng realized how little she truly understood Lu Yunzheng. She wanted to call him but hesitated, afraid of disturbing him. In the end, she decided against it and sent him a message on WeChat instead. The news of Chen Wei's murder-suicide caused quite a stir. The media dug up the truth about his girlfriend's wrongful accusations from 3 years ago. Back then, she had tried to explain herself numerous times, and her friends had also spoken up on her behalf. But this world can be cruel to women, and the malice directed at her was relentless. At lunchtime, Lu Yunzheng didn't head to the hospital cafeteria. Instead, she took a cab to the armed police unit. As soon as she entered the lobby, she was spotted by the sharp-eyed Xiao Zhou, sister-in-law. Xiao Zhou greeted her. "Xiao Zhou, where's Instructor Lu?" Lu Yunzheng asked. "Instructor Lu just got back from the police station. I think he went over to training field number 1, Xiao Zhou replied. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng thanked him and walked in the direction he had pointed out. As she approached the training field, she saw Lu Yunzheng drenched in sweat, focused on his training. Wearing his training uniform, he was so absorbed in his workout that he didn't notice her arrival. Not wanting to disturb him, Lu Yunzheng found a shaded corner to crouch in, shielding herself from the blazing sun. It wasn't until Lu Yunzheng had completed his entire training routine that he finally noticed the small figure in the corner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he walked over to her. When Lu Yunzheng saw him approaching, she stood up from her crouch, but her legs had gone numb, so she steadied herself against the wall for a moment. "How long have you been here?" Lu Yunzheng asked as he reached out to pluck a leaf from her hair that she hadn't even noticed. She thought for a moment and replied, "A little while." Glancing at his watch, Lu Yunzheng frowned. "Have you eaten lunch yet?" Lu Yunzheng shook her head. "You're planning to go back to work on an empty stomach at this hour?" he said with a note of exasperation. "Well, you haven't eaten either," she mumbled softly. "Xiao Zhou said you came straight here as soon as you got back." Thinking about his earlier visit to the police station, Lu Yunzheng didn't comment further. "Come with me while I take a shower. After that, I'll take you to eat," he said. Lu Yunzheng took a quick battle shower, and before long, Lu Yunzheng saw him emerge, looking refreshed. "What do you want to eat?" he asked casually, drying his hair as he walked over. "You," Lu Yunzheng quipped, trying to sound bold. Without a word, Lu Yunzheng tossed the towel aside, walked up to her, and lowered his head to kiss her. His lips brushed hers repeatedly, each kiss leaving her breathless. She could feel the warmth of his breath, her heart racing as her mind swirled in a haze. Even after he let go, she remained slightly dazed. Have you decided yet? What do you want to eat? Lu Yunzhen's voice, husky and low, lingered in her ear. Isn't there a cafeteria here? Let's just eat there, Luo Chenyan replied, her mind still foggy from moments ago. At this point, it didn't matter what they ate. All right. Lu Yunzhen didn't mind the choice and quickly recalled that today's cafeteria menu included a few dishes she liked. By now, Luo Chenyan had wrapped her arms around him. Lu Yunzhen, you're so warm. How could I not be warm with you hugging me? Lu Yunzhen chuckled helplessly. I wanted to hug you earlier, even when I was watching the live stream, Luo Chenyan admitted softly, her heart aching slightly. Though the camera in the live stream had been focused on Chen Wei, she had heard Lu Yunzhen's voice and knew he had been present when Chen Wei jumped. Thinking about Chen Wei, her emotions grew complicated. But now I can hug you, right? She murmured. Lu Yunzhen, will Chen Wei's situation affect you? She asked tentatively. No, Lu Yunzhen reassured her, then briefly explained the situation. The bureau chief had called him specifically and even showed him Chen Wei's confession letter. Chen Wei had made all his arrangements, ensuring Lu Yunzhen wouldn't be implicated despite helping him the night before. Luo Chenyan was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Wei to have thought everything through so meticulously. Thinking about him, she couldn't help but say, honestly, I don't feel the slightest sympathy for that mother and son he killed. The law couldn't punish them, so Chen Wei took it upon himself to avenge Aining. In the end, they were the ones who pushed Aining to her death and committed all those inhumane acts. But if everyone acted like that, peace would be impossible, Lu Yunzhen said softly. That's why I can't think about big national issues. I can only focus on my little world of love and life, Luo Chenyan replied with a sigh. That's perfectly fine. There are people to handle the big issues. We just need to live our lives well, Lu Yunzhen said with a faint smile. Come on, let's get you some food. He took her hand and let her out. At the cafeteria, the staff couldn't help but glance at Luo Chenyan, curious about the woman Lu Yunzhen had brought along. The aunties serving food were especially enthusiastic, piling her tray high with generous portions. That's enough, really. I can't eat all this, Luo Chenyan protested as she struggled to carry a tray overloaded with food, thanks to the overly eager cafeteria staff. When she glanced at Lu Yunzhen's tray and saw it had only half the food hers did, she frowned. You barely got anything, and yet they loaded me up like they're feeding a pig, she grumbled. They found a quiet corner to sit, and Lu Yunzhen slid his tray in front of her. This is actually yours too. Luo Chenyan's eyes lit up. No wonder it's all my favorite dishes. The cafeteria was fairly empty at this hour, so they ate in peace without running into anyone they knew. But what's meant to happen will happen. Just as Lu Yunzhen and Luo Chenyan were halfway through their meal, members of the third squad arrived. Ever since their captain, Ruan Jianfeng, was taken away, he hadn't returned. Even the dullest person could sense something was amiss. As a result, the third squad had been in poor spirits all morning and was punished with an extra hour of training, which delayed their trip to the cafeteria. That's Lu Yunzhen. Should we go ask him? If you want to ask, do it yourself. I'm not embarrassing myself like that. Alright. You care about your pride, I don't. I'll ask. The squad member, who had just declared he wasn't worried about saving face, walked to the front. Under the expectant eyes of his teammates, he began, Instructor Lu, we just want to know, has something happened to Captain Ruan? Lu Yunzhen calmly put down his chopsticks. I'm not the one handling the interrogation. You can ask the security division. But he was taken away yesterday and hasn't returned all night, the team member pressed. His family is worried sick. He won't be back anytime soon. But if he contributes something significant, his sentence might be reduced, Lu Yunzhen replied indifferently. Well, that confirmed it. The squad members didn't need more clarification. However, one of them still refused to believe it. I don't believe Captain Ruan is a traitor. Someone must have framed him. Facts speak louder than words, Lu Yunzhen said, looking directly at the person who had spoken. Whether he is or isn't, it needs to be proven. If they have evidence to prove he's guilty, do you have evidence to prove he's not? Who could possibly have that kind of evidence? The squad member was left speechless. Lu Yunzhen didn't bother to respond further. He lowered his head and resumed eating, taking large bites. He still had to take Luo Chenyan back to the hospital after lunch, and he wasn't about to waste time here. Meanwhile, Luo Chenyan had been quietly eating and listening. Soon, her appetite was satisfied. On the way to the hospital, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but ask, how did you know Ruan Jianfeng was the mole? At first, I wasn't sure. But Chen Wei had been undercover for a long time and managed to gather some intel. The last operation failed because of a leak, and Chen Wei, being excellent at reconnaissance, followed the trail and suspected Ruan Jianfeng. The package sent to the police station contained evidence Chen Wei had collected, proving Ruan Jianfeng was the mole, Lu Yunzhen explained. When I got in touch with Chen Wei, he didn't fully trust me at first, just as I didn't fully trust him. After all, we were on opposing sides, and neither of us wanted to be used by the other. He didn't tell me much, but he did hint that the prime suspect was Wang Jianfeng, Lu Yunzheng continued. Then why did he lie about his grandmother being in the third hospital? Luo Qianyan asked. Who knows? It was such an easily debunked lie. Maybe he really didn't care about living anymore and didn't bother covering it up, Lu Yunzheng replied. In the end, Luo Qianyan couldn't figure it out. After all, the man was dead, and no one could know what he was thinking. Over the next few days, the aftermath of Chen Wei's death continued to unfold. But regardless of everything else, his mission had been accomplished. That said, Lu Yunzheng's departure was approaching. There were only 2 days left until he returned to his team. Luo Qianyan took time off work, wanting to spend every moment with him. The closer the time came, the harder it was to let go. But what she didn't expect was someone showing up early in the morning, disrupting their time together. She was curious to see who could be so inconsiderate. As the door opened, Luo Qi appeared in front of Luo Qianyan with a bag of breakfast in hand. Brother! Luo Qianyan called out in surprise, looking at him and glancing behind him. Who brought you here? The driver uncle did, Luo Qi replied cheerfully, walking into the house with the breakfast. Spotting Lu Yunzheng, he greeted him warmly, brother-in-law, come over and have breakfast. He placed the breakfast on the table. Seeing the amount of food, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but comment, so much? Brother, are you really that hungry today to buy so much breakfast? I've already eaten. This is for you too, Luo Qi explained as he started dividing the food. He gave 1/3 to Luo Qianyan and 2/3 to Lu Yunzheng. The driver uncle said brother-in-law looks like he eats a lot. He ate my little cakes so quickly last time, so I figured he'd eat more than me. This isn't just more. You're treating him like a bottomless pit, Luo Qianyan said with a laugh. She glanced at the sticky rice portion and felt it was already overwhelming. Luo Qi pouted unhappily, and then turned to Lu Yunzheng. Brother-in-law, will you eat? Of course, since my brother-in-law brought it, Lu Yunzheng replied cooperatively. Hearing this, Luo Qi beamed. Brother-in-law, eat up. You have to finish it all so you'll have the energy to make a baby. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Qianyan's face turned red instantly. The driver uncle said so. Brother-in-law has to eat more to have a baby. Then I'll have a little baby to play with. Luo Qi's clear eyes sparkled, completely unaware of the implications of his words. Meanwhile, the driver uncle, oblivious to the character assassination happening in his absence, was still sitting in the car enjoying the air conditioning. Brother-in-law, hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more. I want 2 babies, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy should be older, and the girl should be younger, Luo Qi continued, full of enthusiasm. Cough cough. Luo Qianyan could barely hold back her laughter. Brother, Lu Yunzheng isn't a wishing well. Your wishes are way too specific. I wasn't done yet, sis. Luo Qi protested, then turned back to Lu Yunzheng with bright anticipation. The boy should look like me, and the girl should look like my sister. If you want one that looks like you can have another one. Goodness. This isn't something a wishing well can grant. It would take Nuwa herself to customize such babies. Luo Qianyan was quietly laughing on the side, while Lu Yunzheng looked utterly helpless. Brother-in-law, eating more doesn't mean you can have a baby. I know that, Luo Qi said with a look of exasperation, as if Lu Yunzheng were the clueless one. If eating more could make babies, I would have had plenty by now for my sister to play with. But to have a baby, you still need to eat a lot. Brother, there are other requirements too, Luo Qianyan reminded him softly. What other requirements? Luo Qi asked, genuinely curious. The driver uncle wouldn't tell me. Luo Qianyan thought for a moment. You need someone you love. But I love my sister, Luo Qi said earnestly. Luo Qianyan shook her head. Not that kind of love. It's the kind of love between me and Lu Yunzheng. You'll understand someday, brother. Lu Yunzheng knew that although Luo Qi was as innocent as a child now, he would eventually understand these things. For now, Luo Qi remained somewhat confused but undeterred, continuing to share his baby-making wishes with Lu Yunzheng. Meanwhile, Luo Qianyan quietly ate her breakfast, occasionally sneaking glances at Lu Yunzheng, who was dutifully eating twice his usual portion of food. All she could do was make an excuse that there wasn't enough food and help Lu Yunzheng by sharing a little. Then, when she spotted a particular bun that Luo Qi liked, she took the opportunity to give it to her brother. Well, that counted as helping out, right? Once everyone had eaten their fill, Luo Qi showed no intention of leaving. Brother, aren't you still hospitalized? Luo Qianyan asked curiously. You've already taken leave for me, so of course I've been discharged. Luo Qi replied confidently. Well then, Luo Qianyan was impressed. So you just got Uncle Driver to bring you here to find me? Yep. To hang out with you guys. By the way, brother-in-law said he's leaving soon, but I still haven't asked him for a baby yet, Luo Qi said. That way of asking for a baby, probably not many people can meet your request. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh. Luo Qi wasn't happy about being laughed at. It's obviously simple. Why won't brother-in-law just have one for me? First, it might not be twins. Second, they may not even be a brother and sister pair. They could be siblings of a different kind. Lastly, a replica of us is probably the hardest thing to achieve, Luo Qianyan explained earnestly. After hearing her explanation, Luo Qi looked utterly disappointed. He had come with hope, only to have it dashed. Brother, do you want to go out somewhere? Lu Yunzheng chimed in at just the right moment. The mention of going out immediately dispelled the disappointment in Luo Qi's eyes. His whole demeanor brightened, and he was instantly full of enthusiasm. Yes. Luo Qi usually stayed at home or occasionally went out with Uncle Driver, but most of his time was spent building Lego sets. As much as the Luo parents loved him, they never brought him to social events, worried that his cognitive challenges might make him a target for judgment or ridicule. After an incident in his childhood where he was bullied by other kids, the Luo family stopped taking the younger generation to any banquets or gatherings. The only exception was when Luo Qianyan had rare days off. She would take him out, making these outings precious to him. So when Lu Yunzheng offered to take him somewhere, Luo Qi couldn't contain his excitement. When asked where he wanted to go, the answer was essentially everywhere. After a brief discussion, they decided to visit an ocean-themed park, knowing Luo Qi loved amusement parks. The three of them had a blast, watching shows and enjoying rides. By the time evening rolled around, they were at a restaurant having dinner. Luo Qi, upon seeing the rolling ocean scenes on a screen, suddenly expressed a desire to watch the sunrise by the sea. Without hesitation, they finished their meal, hopped in the car and drove 3 hours to the beach. It was the peak of the beachside festival season, and even at 8 p.m., the sand was alive with revelers. Half an hour later, Luo Qianyan was holding a beer, while Luo Qi had a glass of juice. They clinked their glasses while lounging on beach chairs. Luo Qi had wanted to drink with everyone else, but Luo Qianyan had firmly put a stop to that. In the end, he had to settle for juice, joining the kids in their non-alcoholic drinks. When Lu Yunzheng returned with a plate of barbecue, Luo Qianyan handed him her beer. The beer here is pretty good. Try it. He took a sip and agreed it wasn't bad at all. As soon as Luo Qi saw this, he cheered, "Yay. We're not going home tonight." It was only then that Lu Yunzheng realized what was going on. He turned to look at Luo Qianyan, who blinked innocently. "It's not Mite's my brother who doesn't want to go home," she said, feigning innocence. No matter what, since Lu Yunzheng had a drink, he naturally couldn't drive. In the end, he had no choice but to book a room at a nearby hotel. "I want this one. It has a view of the sunrise," Luo Qi said, pointing at the room displayed on Lu Yunzheng's phone. The room was described as facing the sea, allowing guests to enjoy the sunrise and sunset without ever having to leave. Of course, Luo Qianyan figured her brother would probably sleep right through it. After booking the room, Luo Qianyan went to get Lu Yunzheng a glass of beer. On the way, at the server's recommendation, she also picked up a beer cocktail, a creative drink that looked interesting. Sitting down, she took a sip of the cocktail. Her little face scrunched up immediately, and seeing her reaction, Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but laugh. "How does it taste?" he asked teasingly. "It's delicious." "So good," Luo Qianyan exclaimed, though her expression said otherwise. She quickly handed the cocktail to Lu Yunzheng. "You don't believe me? Try it yourself." Amused, Lu Yunzheng took the glass, ready to give it a go. "Take a big sip," Luo Qianyan urged. After Lu Yunzheng took a large sip, she eagerly asked, "So, how is it?" Lu Yunzheng thought for a moment. "Not bad." "Not bad? Really? It tastes so different from what I had." Luo Qianyan was puzzled. "Maybe it's just not your thing." "Here, have some of my beer," Lu Yunzheng said, sliding his glass over to her while he continued sipping the cocktail. In the distance, near the bonfire, music and laughter filled the air. Luo Qi was already itching to join in, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He had wanted to go over earlier, but Luo Qianyan was hesitant to let him go alone. Seeing that he was getting restless, she finally decided to take him over to play for a while. Turning to Lu Yunzheng, she said, "I'll take my brother over there for a bit. He can't sit still any longer." After all, she and her brother had already eaten a bit earlier, but Lu Yunzheng had just sat down to eat. She couldn't very well ask him to go on an empty stomach. "All right, I'll come over in a while," Lu Yunzheng nodded slightly. From where he was sitting, he could see the bonfire area clearly. If anything happened, he'd be able to notice right away, so he wasn't too worried, at least. Not at first. What he didn't anticipate was that having an attractive wife could bring its own set of challenges. As Luo Qi dragged Luo Qianyan into the crowd near the bonfire, the other tourists quickly warmed up to them. Luo Qianyan's appearance, in particular, caught a lot of attention. Under the flickering firelight, her stunning features seemed to glow with a warm radiance, making her beauty even more striking. Luo Qi, with his sunny and handsome demeanor, also drew smiles. At first, people assumed they were a young couple. It wasn't until they clarified that they were siblings that the misunderstanding was cleared up. A young man nearby struck up a conversation with Luo Qi and soon realized his mental condition was a bit different. This revelation only made everyone more welcoming toward Luo Qi. They enthusiastically invited him to join in the games, and naturally, they included Luo Qianyun as well. Together, they all drank beer, played games, danced, and sang. Those with talents even went up to perform. At one point, a clear and magnetic voice began to sing a love song. The emotional and passionate melody filled the air, drawing cheers and applause from the crowd, including Luo Qianyun, who couldn't help but be captivated by the performance. However, what made Luo Qianyun slightly uncomfortable was the fact that the boy singing kept staring at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something odd about the juice her brother was holding. "Brother, are you drinking mango juice?" she asked. It's pineapple, I think," Luo Qi stammered, attempting to lie but quickly faltering under Luo Qianyun's gaze. She took the cup from him and sniffed it. "Pineapple beer?" she asked knowingly. Caught red-handed, Luo Qi shrank his neck and looked at her pitifully. "Sis, I just had just a little," he pleaded. Luo Qianyun sighed, patting his head with a hint of exasperation. Still, she let it slide this time. "Don't drink anything else and don't drink too much, okay?" she reminded him firmly. Luo Qi nodded quickly, afraid she might force him to drink juice instead if he hesitated. Looking at her younger brother's sheepish expression, Luo Qianyun couldn't help but smile. She herself had drunk a bit too much earlier, so now she wanted to sober up by enjoying the breeze. She was completely unaware that her slightly tipsy and hazy demeanor made her even more captivating. The singing continued, and when it ended, everyone clapped, including Luo Qianyun. To her surprise, the boy who had been singing walked directly toward her. As he approached, the others around them exchanged gossipy glances. When he stopped in front of her, Luo Qianyun subtly stepped aside, giving him a clear path. "Brother, don't block the way," she said to Luo Qi, who immediately stepped aside with her, making way for the boy. But the boy seemed unfazed, his confidence shining through. Simply put, he had thick skin. Despite Luo Qianyun's silent rejection, he looked at her again and asked, "Sister, can I have your WeChat?" The crowd erupted into teasing cheers, many of them the boy's classmates. Luo Qianyun, holding Luo Qi's hand, looked up at the sunny, energetic boy in front of her and smiled. "No, you can't. My husband would get jealous. It's just WeChat." "I promise I won't bother you," the boy insisted, clearly skeptical about her claim of having a husband. After all, she looked so young, how could she possibly be married? But Luo Qianyun remained firm. "No, sorry. Besides, you don't have a better physique than my husband," she said with a playful smile. The boy was momentarily stunned. "Sister, are you into celebrities or something?" he asked. "I'm not into celebrities," Luo Qianyun replied matter-of-factly. "Now I'm really curious. What kind of person is your husband?" "Can I meet him?" the boy asked confidently. He had plenty of admirers at school due to his good looks, so he found it hard to believe that he'd encounter a rival he couldn't outshine. "To be fair, you do look decent," Luo Qianyun admitted. The unexpected compliment made the boy smile. After all, he needed some confidence to approach her in the first place. "But it's better you don't meet my husband. I'm afraid you'd feel inferior," Luo Qianyun added seriously. Her sincerity, however, struck the boy as harsh. "Sister, you're joking, right?" "I'm not joking," Luo Qianyun said with a sigh. She was about to look around for Lu Yunzheng when she realized his seat was empty. He was gone. Immediately, she felt a little aggrieved. "He's disappeared," she muttered. "Brother-in-law turned into a bubble and floated away," Luo Qi said with a drunken hiccup. "Brother, you're drunk," Luo Qianyun said helplessly, patting his shoulder. It was clear he wasn't used to drinking, and even a little alcohol had left him completely muddled. "Hey sis, should we grab something to eat?" The boy was still trying to strike up a conversation with Luo Qianyun. But before she could refuse again, Lu Yunzheng had already spoken on her behalf. "No need, she's had too much to drink." With that, Lu Yunzheng walked over to Luo Qianyun. The moment she saw him, her expression softened with a hint of grievance. She reached out, wrapped her arms around his waist, and nestled into his embrace. "Where did you go?" she asked, her voice carrying a tinge of complaint. "I just stepped away to take a call. And in that short time you got drunk." Lu Yunzheng gently touched her face, speaking as though no one else was around. "I'm not drunk, just a little dizzy." "But my brother is drunk," Luo Qianyun replied, pointing at Luo Qi, who was nearby. "He said you turned into a bubble and floated away." Lu Yunzheng chuckled. "Looks like someone really is a little tipsy." Luo Qianyun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the boy, who had been thoroughly ignored, glanced at Lu Yunzheng and then at Luo Qianyun. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but one of his more perceptive friends pulled him away. "Come on, it's obvious they're a couple. Trying to butt in won't end well. Do you want to head back and rest?" Lu Yunzheng asked gently. Luo Qianyun turned to Luo Qi. "Brother, do you want to head back?" No, I still want to play, Luoqi said, shaking his head and rejecting the suggestion. Then let's stay a bit longer. My brother rarely gets to come out and have fun, Luo Chenyan said honestly. It was true Luoqi didn't often get the chance to enjoy such outings. With them around, there wasn't much to worry about. Seeing that Luo Chenyan was still relatively sober, Lu Yunzheng didn't press the matter further and stayed with them to enjoy the evening. Just then, the event organizers brought out grass skirts and headpieces for a hula dance. Visitors eagerly donned the headpieces and grass skirts. Luo Chenyan twirled around Lu Yunzheng, hopping joyfully like a little rabbit. Seeing this, Luoqi joined in, chasing after her. Though Lu Yunzheng had no intention of joining the hula dance crowd, with Luo Chenyan and Luoqi pulling him in, there was no escape. In the end, Lu Yunzheng had no choice but to put on a grass skirt. His tall, muscular frame, standing at over 1.8 meters, was so striking that even a lanky 1.7-meter guy nearby felt like running away. It was like standing next to a giant and being publicly humiliated. After some singing and dancing, Luo Chenyan finally felt tired. The three of them decided to head back to the hotel. Since they had all been drinking, the car had to stay in the parking lot. Fortunately, the hotel wasn't far, so they strolled along the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. As they walked, Luo Chenyan suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yunzheng with her big, watery eyes. A minute later, Lu Yunzheng was carrying her on his back as they continued along the beach. Luo Chenyan rested her head on his broad shoulders, feeling completely at ease. Beside them, Luoqi walked along, clutching the hem of Lu Yunzheng's shirt. He was so drowsy that he kept closing his eyes, occasionally shaking his head to stay awake. Brother, don't fall asleep yet. We're not at the hotel, Luo Chenyan reminded him. Sis, I'm so tired, Luoqi yawned, then asked hopefully, can I take a turn on his back? No way. This is my exclusive spot, Luo Chenyan declared possessively. Then sis, how about you carry me instead? Luoqi suggested. Brother, he's carrying me and I'd be carrying you. What are we, a sandwich? I'd get squished, Luo Chenyan said, her lips twitching slightly. Too sleepy to care, Luoqi yawned again. But I'm really, really tired. Be good. We're almost there, Luo Chenyan said soothingly, patting his arm as she stayed perched on Lu Yunzheng's back. Left with no choice, Luoqi pouted and trudged along, occasionally casting a resentful glance at Luo Chenyan, but ultimately continued walking on his own. As they finally arrived at the hotel, it was a relief. The moment they stepped into the elevator, Luoqi was already leaning against the wall, ready to doze off. Wait until we get to the room to sleep. If you get lost, I'm not coming to find you, Luo Chenyan threatened. Despite his heavy eyelids, Luoqi forced himself to stay awake. The moment he entered his room, though, he was out cold, completely ignoring Luo Qianyan's reminders about taking a shower. That could wait until he woke up. Since they booked late, the only available suite had 4 rooms. Luckily, leaving one room empty wasn't an issue. After escorting Luo Chenyan to her room, Lu Yunzheng returned to his own to take a shower. However, when he came out of the bathroom, he found Luo Chenyan wrapped in a towel, standing in his room. What are you doing here? He asked, puzzled. I forgot to bring a change of clothes, she admitted sheepishly. Go back to your room and sleep. I'll buy you new ones tomorrow, he reassured her. And don't forget to buy some for my brother too, she added. Lu Yunzheng chuckled helplessly. All right, I'll get them for both of you. Luo Chenyan grinned and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, darted into his room. Before he could react, she was already by the bed. Xianxian, go back to your room to sleep, Lu Yunzheng said firmly. No, I don't want to. It's not like we haven't shared a bed before. We've been sleeping together the past 2 nights, she argued, already burrowing under the covers. Xianxian, tonight is different, he said, his tone serious. Come on, Yunzheng, she pleaded, sitting on the bed and looking at him with a mix of frustration and vulnerability. Lu Yunzheng knew he was only human. Suppressing his emotions for so long had left him teetering on the edge. He understood he should leave, get another room, and let her stay here alone. But instead, he found himself walking to the edge of the bed. Xianxian, you still have a chance to change your mind. His voice was low, almost a warning. Why would I regret this? She said defiantly, climbing onto his lap and pressing a kiss to his throat. His Adam's apple shifted under her touch, betraying his self-control. In that moment, his gaze darkened, filled with an intensity that made her heart race. To hell with restraint. Luo Chenyan hadn't expected him to be so easily provoked. All it took was a playful nip for him to draw in a sharp breath, his composure unraveling. She found herself falling back onto the bed, her body flushed with a heat that seemed to radiate from him as well. Every inch where their skin touched seared with an almost unbearable warmth. No amount of theoretical knowledge could have prepared her for this. The pain was real, a reminder that she had overestimated her endurance and underestimated Lu Yunzheng's. At first, he tried to hold back, but his resolve quickly crumbled. In her presence, he was utterly defeated, willingly surrendering himself to her. The night stretched on, the madness refusing to subside. Lu Qianyan's voice was hoarse from calling out, yet he coaxed her again and again. He truly was good at coaxing, but it also left her both exasperated and helpless. In her dazed state, she thought she glimpsed her great-grandmother. Ironically, the sunrise Luo Qi had been so eager to see was the one she ended up witnessing. Lu Yunzheng, you're unbelievable, she muttered through clenched teeth, her frustration evident. Letting loose a wolf like him, she was definitely paying the price now. When Luo Qi woke up, forget about catching the sunrise, the sun was already high in the sky. He let out a heavy sigh. With his stomach growling, he had no time to care about sunrises. Filling his belly was the priority. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he noticed a shopping bag at the door. Inside was a complete set of clothes, including undergarments, and a note addressed to him. The note told him to head to the restaurant for breakfast on his own, as the others had stayed out late last night and were catching up on sleep this morning. Didn't even take me with them, Luo Qi muttered angrily, though his irritation was short-lived. His stomach grumbled again, reminding him of the more pressing matter. Food first, then a shower. No one would know he skipped his nightly wash anyway. After a quick freshening up, Luo Qi decided to ignore the clean clothes and headed straight to the first-floor restaurant with just his phone in hand, ready to devour his meal. Meanwhile, Luo Qianyan was utterly exhausted. Though her mind had somewhat awakened, her body refused to cooperate. She lay sprawled on the bed like a limp noodle, completely drained. The soreness in her waist was a sharp reminder of her overexertion, leaving her wondering if she might be at risk for a fracture if she lacked calcium. It was, in hindsight, quite the high-risk activity. Just how drained was she? So much so that even the piece of meat within arm's reach didn't tempt her to move. After all, she had already taken a bite out of it last night. Her gaze landed on the faint teeth marks left on Lu Yunzheng's chest. The sight made her cheeks flush slightly with embarrassment. Awake. Lu Yunzheng's deep, magnetic voice resonated from above her. Luo Qianyan wanted to reply, but her throat hurt too much. Forget it, she thought, staying silent instead. Unaware of her inner struggle, Lu Yunzheng grew slightly uneasy when he didn't get a response. He worried that his enthusiastic efforts last night might not have pleased her. After all, he relied solely on natural talent, without any refined technique. Why aren't you saying anything? He asked, tightening his arms around her. He wanted to lower his head to check on her but hesitated, fearing he might upset her further. Luo Qianyan rolled her eyes silently. Talk? She could barely manage that with her sore throat. Lu Yunzheng, however, misinterpreted her silence further. Are you upset? Realizing that his imagination was running wild, Luo Qianyan finally mustered the energy to croak out a single word, hurts. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng's face flushed slightly. I bought some ointment. Should I apply it for you? Ointment? Luo Qianyan hadn't expected him to come so prepared. Still, she had been referring to her throat, not that. She lifted her head to look at him and pointed to her throat. Hurts. Did you buy anything for this? Lu Yunzheng hesitated. He hadn't thought of that. I can go get something now, he offered after a moment. Luo Qianyan shifted lazily, her fatigue evident. I'm tired. Let me sleep a bit longer. All right, you rest, Lu Yunzheng replied softly, his heart aching slightly as he watched her tired figure. When Luo Qianyan woke up again, hunger gnawed at her stomach, but she also noticed a soothing coolness on her sore spots. The thought of Lu Yunzheng tending to her injuries while she slept brought a faint blush to her cheeks. She touched her warming face and fanned herself hastily, trying to regain composure. Sitting up, her eyes fell on the neatly placed set of fresh clothes beside the bed. Piece by piece, she dressed herself, from the innermost layer to the outermost. She had no idea where Lu Yunzheng had gone, but when she stepped into the bathroom, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her reflection was undeniably radiant. The faint flush at the corners of her eyes added a seductive charm, leaving her momentarily flustered. Even she couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. When she finished freshening up and walked out of the room, she saw Luo Qi sitting in the living room, playing a game on his phone. Brother, Luo Qianyan's slightly hoarse voice startled Luo Qi. What's wrong with your voice, sis? Luo Qi asked, puzzled. I ate something spicy. My throat's a bit irritated. Luo Qianyan quickly came up with a flimsy excuse. But clearly, Luo Qi wasn't that easy to fool today. Not because of spicy food. It's because you were out too late with your husband. Luo Qianyan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. You heard us? Oh great. Luo Qianyan felt like she was corrupting a kid. The soundproofing here was way too bad. Where did you guys go last night? If you don't take me next time, I'll be mad. Luo Qi huffed. Luo Qianyan blinked in confusion, and at that moment, Lu Yunzheng, who had just returned, answered for her. We went out to sea last night. The moment Luo Qi heard they'd been out at sea, he got even more upset. Unfortunately, it was already too late in the day to go out to sea again. However, they could wait for the fishing boats to return and buy some fresh seafood instead. Walking over to Luo Qianyan, Lu Yunzheng softly said, I went out to get you some throat lozenges. Are you hungry? Want to grab something to eat first? Yes, I'm starving, Luo Qianyan nodded eagerly. Without further ado, Lu Yunzheng prioritized feeding his little wife before anything else. After making sure Luo Qianyan was well fed, the three of them drove to the dock. By that time, fresh seafood was already being sold at several stalls. Luo Qianyan still seemed a bit lethargic today and wasn't in the mood to walk much. Before long, Lu Yunjing, using the excuse that the ground was wet and inconvenient to walk on, gently lifted her with one arm and let her sit comfortably in the crook of his arm. Luo Qi watched enviously, though he knew full well there was no way he'd get the same treatment. Once they finished buying seafood, the three of them drove back to a city. By then it was already late. However, this time, Luo Qi was sent straight back to the Luo family home. There was no other choice after being away for 2 days. His mother had practically blown up his phone with worried calls. Luo Qi carried the bag of seafood, taking a few reluctant steps before looking back again and again. But before he could disappear from sight, Lu Yunjing had already started driving away. Still, the thought of the seafood he was bringing home for his parents cheered Luo Qi up, and he happily ran back home. When they returned to their place, Lu Yunjing didn't wake the sleeping Luo Qianyan in the passenger seat. Instead, he carefully carried her upstairs. By the time she woke up, she was already lying in bed. Looking over, she saw Lu Yunzheng quietly packing his suitcase, and a wave of reluctance surged in her heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks before she could stop them. Lu Yunzheng's heart ached the moment he saw her tears. Why are you crying? If you're still feeling unwell, I'll take you to the hospital. Luo Qianyan shook her head and reached out to wrap her arms around his strong waist. I don't want you to go. I don't want to leave either, Lu Yunzheng said with a deep sigh, his voice filled with helplessness. For a fleeting moment, Luo Qianyan almost selfishly asked him to stay by her side. But she quickly caught herself and adjusted her mindset. Just you wait. Next time, I'll come visit you, she said resolutely. All right, Lu Yunzheng replied, leaning down to kiss her lips gently. Be good, don't cry anymore. Luo Qianyan hesitated, then muttered softly, You're just going to kiss me? Lu Yunzheng certainly wanted to do more. After all, a man who's tasted passion for the first time is hard to restrain to crave it endlessly. But he was also conscious of Luo Qianyan's physical condition. You're not fully recovered yet, he said, his voice tinged with restraint. It's fine if we're careful. Luo Qianyan's voice grew quieter with each word. Looking at Luo Qianyan's eyes, filled with nervousness and a hint of expectation, Lu Yunjin knew exactly what was on her mind. She didn't want him to leave and simply wished to spend more time with him. Intimacy and passionate moments were just some of the ways for them to release their emotions. But he understood better there was no need to rush. They had all the time in the world. I was too reckless yesterday. Today, you should focus on recovering, Lu Yunjin said softly. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan furrowed her delicate brows. Do you not like me anymore? Stop overthinking. Lu Yunjin sighed helplessly, almost tempted to open her head to see what was going through her mind. Then why won't you touch me anymore? Luo Qianyan pouted, looking displeased, her face tinged with a hint of sadness. You're not attracted to me anymore, are you? If that's your measure of affection, I promise I'll make sure you can't get out of bed in the future. But not today, you're still injured. We have plenty of time ahead of us. No need to rush, Lu Yunjin replied. Luo Qianyan's face instantly turned bright red. That promise. All right, let's sleep. You're still tired, Lu Yunjin said, lifting her gently and placing her on the bed before lying down beside her. Snuggled in his arms, Luo Qianyan looked up at him and asked, Weren't you going to pack? Staying with you is more important, he murmured. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh. She reached out to hug him and soon fell asleep, enveloped in his comforting presence. Watching her sleep peacefully in his arms, Lu Yunjin gently stroked her long hair with his thumb. His reluctance to leave was genuine, but he knew every soldier faced this moment eventually. Their duty meant they had to endure such separations, unable to always be with their loved ones. It was a choice they had made, one they had always known would lead to days like this. The next morning, when Luo Qianyan woke up, the bed beside her was empty. Sitting up, she glanced around the room only to find that Lu Yunjin's belongings were gone too. That jerk, she muttered, her eyes welling up. She hadn't expected him to leave without saying goodbye. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It wasn't until the door opened that she, still teary-eyed, looked up. Lu Yunjin strode into the room. What are you overthinking now? You're still here? Luo Qianyan asked instinctively. Sitting down at the edge of the bed, Lu Yunjin reached out to pinch her cheek gently. You little heartless thing, are you that eager for me to leave? I'm not, she muttered softly, then reached out to hug him. Pulling her onto his lap, Lu Yunjin held her quietly. I know that's why I didn't want to leave while you were asleep. When are you leaving today? Luo Qianyan asked, her voice tinged with worry. She only knew he was heading back to his unit today but didn't know the exact time. She had thought he'd leave first thing in the morning. I'll leave after lunch with you, Lu Yunzheng replied. Even if it meant cutting his schedule a little close, he didn't mind. Spending more time with her was worth it. Realizing they still had time, Luo Qianyan quickly got out of bed to change. She wasn't about to waste a moment. As they were heading out, Lu Yunzheng placed the suitcase in the trunk. Luo Qianyan glanced at his suitcase, wishing she could shrink herself to fit inside. Song Yunjing, who had originally planned to have lunch with her, quietly backed out after hearing that Lu Yunzheng was having a farewell meal with her. With some time to spare, Lu Yunzheng took Luo Qianyan to visit Mr. Fu next door. Knowing that Lu Yunzheng was returning to his team today, Mr. Fu reassured him, promising to help if Luo Qianyan needed anything. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, it was already quite late, as Luo Qianyan had gotten up later than usual that day. However, as they entered the restaurant, Luo Qianyan noticed a lively commotion in the distance. Perhaps seeing her curiosity, the waiter leading them explained, that family just reunited with their daughter, who had been abducted 13 years ago. Their relatives and friends are all here celebrating 6 full tables. As if opening a floodgate, the waiter continued, I heard the girl initially didn't want to look for her biological parents because she thought she'd been abandoned. But after some encouragement from her boyfriend, she went to the police station to search for them, and they actually found her. Even though the couple had twins after losing her, she is still their firstborn, and they are overjoyed to have her back. There were indeed many abandoned children in the past, Luo Qianyan said softly. After all, wasn't she one of them? True, but there were also many cases of abduction, the waiter replied. Back then, information wasn't as accessible, and people weren't as aware of preventing such things. If a child went missing, even wealthy families would struggle to find them. In the private dining room, Lu Yunzheng peeled shrimp for Luo Qianyan and asked, have you ever thought about trying to find your biological parents? No, she replied, her lips pressing into a thin line. It might have been a misunderstanding. Maybe you weren't abandoned, Lu Yunzheng suggested. The orphanage director said when they found me, my clothes were old and dirty. It's hard not to believe I was abandoned, Luo Qianyan said, unable to hold back her thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng didn't push further. Alright, then don't look for them. I just want you to be happy. I'm happy with things the way they are now, Luo Qianyan said, feeling content with her current life. After all, no one could predict whether finding her biological parents would bring positive or negative changes. After their meal, Luo Qianyan accompanied Lu Yunzheng to the airport. Amid the bustling crowd, she clung to him tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Wait for me, I'll come find you next month. Alright, just let me know in advance, Lu Yunzheng said, leaning down to kiss her forehead. Can't I surprise you? She muttered softly. But what if I'm on a mission? You'd make the trip for nothing, Lu Yunzheng said with a helpless smile. After all, with his line of work, missions could come up at any moment. Fine, she conceded, realizing he had a point. When the boarding announcement echoed through the airport, Luo Qianyan reluctantly let go of his embrace, tears streaming down her face. How can you not feel sad at all? I feel it in my heart, Lu Yunzheng said, his own heart heavy. But he comforted her instead. If I cry with you, wouldn't that make you feel even worse? Imagining him crying with her, Luo Qianyan suddenly felt like laughing. If that happened, I think I'd end up laughing instead. Lu Yunzheng chuckled at her words, but with the boarding call urging him, he couldn't linger any longer. He leaned down and kissed her lips, tasting the warmth and the faint bitterness of her tears. When the kiss ended, he didn't hesitate, turning and walking away. Behind him, Luo Qianyan wiped her tears, but the more she wiped, the more they fell. Just as she was lost in her sadness, a familiar voice sounded from behind her. Dr. Luo, what's the matter? It was Mrs. Su. When Luo Qianyan turned her head and saw Mrs. Su, through her blurry vision, she noticed the worried expression on her face. Why are you crying so much? Mrs. Su's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. Her tone carried a hint of urgency as she asked, did someone bully you? No, no one. Luo Qianyan sobbed as she shook her head. Mrs. Su clearly didn't believe her, but luckily Mr. Su, standing beside her, seemed to have a realization. Honey, this is the airport. Dr. Luo is probably here to see someone off. After all, she doesn't seem like she's here to pick someone up. It wasn't hard for Mr. Su to deduce this. Hearing this, Mrs. Su realized she might have overreacted. I'm sorry, Dr. Luo. I guess I was just thinking too much about my daughter Nyonya. You're about the same age as her, and I couldn't help but... It's all right. I really appreciate your concern, Luo Qianyan replied with a small smile. After some thought, she decided to share the truth. My husband just left for the military base, and I can't help but feel a bit reluctant to let him go. Oh, I see. That makes sense. You two just got married, so it's normal to feel this way the first time you're apart, Mrs. Su said, nodding in understanding. I remember the first time my husband and I were apart, I cried like a baby back then. She couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. Exactly. You cried so much even when I was just away on a 2-day business trip. It was like I was leaving forever, Mr. Su teased with a helpless smile. Ugh, stop saying such unlucky things. Can't you say something nicer? Mrs. Su scolded playfully. Mr. Su laughed, his refined face softening with a doting expression. Even the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes seemed to radiate happiness. Fine, fine. I'll say whatever you want me to say. Noticing their playful banter, Mrs. Su suddenly remembered Lu Yunzheng was still there and felt a little embarrassed. Oh, Dr. Luo, I'm sorry you had to see this. Not at all. You two seem so happy together. I just hope my husband and I can be as happy as you're 20 years from now, Lu Yunzheng said with a hint of envy. They'll be even happier than us, Mrs. Su replied with a warm smile. After chatting for a while, Lu Yunzheng found herself feeling less emotional. She then asked, did you two just arrive in City A? If you haven't called for a ride, I can give you a lift. Mr. Su was about to decline when Mrs. Su grabbed his hand. That would be wonderful. We were just wondering how to get to the city. We're not so good with those ride-hailing apps anymore, getting old, you know? Lu Yunzheng didn't point out their little fib and simply led the couple out of the airport. As the three of them exited the terminal, a car pulled up at the entrance. Seeing the vehicle, Mrs. Su immediately hooked her arm through Lu Yunzheng's. Dr. Luo, where's your car parked? Just over there, Lu Yunzheng said, pointing to the parking area. Meanwhile, Mr. Su discreetly gestured to the driver of the other car to leave. Once they reached the car, Mr. Su volunteered to drive. After all, this was the car that Lu Yunzheng's husband, Lu Yunzheng, usually drove. While Lu Yunzheng could manage it, handling such a large vehicle wasn't something she was entirely used to. Settling into the back seat with Mrs. Su, Lu Yunzheng heard her say, we have the same car in our garage. Don't worry, your uncle knows how to drive it. Thank you, Mr. Su, Lu Yunzheng said with a slight smile. As they drove, Lu Yunzheng asked about their reason for visiting City A. That was when she learned that Su Li, due to her previous troubles, had been detained in a detention center. Her biological parents, Mr. Su's elder brother and sister-in-law, had approached them. This time, the couple had taken the opportunity to visit Su Li while on a business trip. This time it was Su Li's mistake. Honestly, she's a good kid, but maybe our indulgence over the years led her astray. I just hope she realizes her errors this time, Madame Su said softly. Will she? Lu Yunzheng wondered. She didn't really know Su Li well, but considering how Su Li had used such underhanded tricks over a trivial matter to harm her, expecting her to completely change seemed unrealistic. Still, Su Li didn't strike her as particularly clever, so Lu Yunzheng wasn't too worried. Not so clever, Su Li. Along the way, Madame Su chatted with Lu Yunzheng quite a bit, asking about her childhood. From their conversation, Lu Yunzheng learned that the Su family's daughter had been stolen shortly after birth by a malicious nanny. The nanny had been jealous of their daughter's good life while her own child, living in a cramped rental, often went hungry. Initially, she intended to swap the two babies, but the plan failed since the two children were vastly different not just in age but also appearance. One was chubby and fair, the other thin and sallow. What ultimately drove the nanny to steal Nyo and later abandon her was her husband's actions. He had brought another woman back to their rental and, annoyed by their own daughter's crying, stuffed her into a cabinet. By the time they remembered the next day, the child had already died of an asthma attack. Her husband blamed her for not being home the night before, as she had been tending to someone else's child. The nanny, in turn, blamed herself for not being there to save her daughter, as she had stayed away because Nyo had a fever that night. Her mental state deteriorated, and she ended up stealing Nyo. Back then, surveillance wasn't as widespread as it is now, so there was no way to track her movements. In the end, they only found the nanny's body after she drowned herself in the river, but Nyo's whereabouts remained a mystery. Even though it's been over 20 years without any news of Nyo, old Su and I have always believed that no news is good news. Maybe she's living such a happy life that she doesn't feel the need to find us, Madame Su said with a faint smile. Yet, Lu Yunzheng could sense the underlying bitterness behind her words. So, Dr. Luo, your parents might not have abandoned you. Maybe, just like us, they were forced to be apart from you, Madame Su added gently. Lu Yunzheng understood what she meant. You think I should try to find my biological parents? I hope I'm not overstepping, but I've heard a little about the Luo family story. You're such an outstanding person, I can't imagine why they would treat you that way. If it's possible, finding your biological parents might bring you even more love in your life, Madame Su said. Thank you, I'll think about it, Lu Yunzheng replied. Her words had indeed struck a chord. For so long, she had firmly believed she was abandoned. But what if she wasn't? What if, as Madame Su said, her parents were waiting for her to come home, just like they were waiting for Nyo? The car pulled up in front of the hotel where Mr. and Mrs. Su were staying. After they got out, Lu Yunzheng drove off. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Mr. Su turned to his wife. Why were you talking so much about Nyo to Dr. Luo today? It's nothing. Just a small hope, Madame Su replied wistfully. Do you think all my prayers over the years might move the heavens and let us find Nyo? You mean Dr. Luo? Mr. Su asked, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. That would be too much of a coincidence. But every time I see her, I just feel. I like her so much. I want to talk to her, to look at her more, Madame Su said, her eyes glistening. Maybe it's just a connection, but I really hope the heavens will favor me this once and let me find my Nyo. In the afternoon, Luo Chenyan returned to work at the hospital. Well, back from seeing your husband off, huh? Qian Mimi approached with a cup of coffee in hand. Seeing Qian Mimi, Luo Chenyan couldn't help but smile. Thanks for this morning. Sorry you couldn't get any sleep because of me. It's no big deal. I'm sure I'll need your help someday too. Besides, it's rare for your husband to be home, so covering your shift for a day is nothing. I believe my coffee will keep me going, Qian Mimi said with a grin. As she got closer, Qian Mimi took a good look at Luo Qianyan's eyes and clicked her tongue teasingly. Oh dear, our poor Dr. Luo has cried, her eyes red. Don't be sad, sweetie. Your husband will be back. No tears now. Luo Chenyan chuckled. Your eyes look even redder than mine. That's because I stayed up all night. I only went to bed at 5 a.m. and had to drag myself here by 8. Didn't even bother putting on makeup, just slapped on some CC cream to get by, Qian Mimi said, stifling a yawn. Alright, I'm heading home to catch up on sleep now. She handed the coffee to Luo Chenyan. You must have had a tough night too. This coffee's sugar-free. Extra bitter, it'll keep you awake. Try it, it's a treat. It'll treat you to dinner later. Before leaving, she patted Luo Chenyan on the shoulder and walked off. Luo Chenyan watched her leave, then took a sip of the coffee. The next second, her face twisted in shock. This is so bitter. How strong does this have to be to keep someone awake? She decided bitter coffee wasn't for her, she'd stick to something sweet. The day turned out to be uneventful. There were even fewer patients than usual, leaving her some free time to visit colleagues in the next office. Eventually, a call from her teacher summoned her to the office. When she entered, she noticed the dean was there as well. She greeted them politely, Dean Dr. Chen. Take a seat. Chen Mingxing gestured to the sofa nearby before continuing his tea conversation with the dean. Their discussion eventually shifted to Luo Chenyan. You plan to keep her in the ER like this? The dean asked. She's still young. She needs to take things step by step, Chen Mingxing replied, sipping his tea. Alright, I trust you have a plan. She's your prized student, after all you wouldn't let her suffer, the dean said with a smile. Chen Mingxing chuckled. Well, we've had enough tea for now, haven't we? You're really not one for subtlety when it comes to showing people out, the dean teased. When it's time to leave, there's no point in sugarcoating it, Chen Mingxing replied. Fine, fine. If I didn't listen to you, you'd drive me up the wall, the dean said, standing up. Alright, I'll leave you two to it. Take care. After the dean left, Luo Chenyan moved to sit across from her teacher. Here, have some tea first. It's the tea you two brought back, Chen Mingxing said, pouring her a cup. Obediently, Luo Chenyan took a sip. So he's gone? Chen Mingxing asked. Yes, I took him to the airport after dinner, Luo Chenyan replied softly. Hearing this, Chen Mingxing glanced at her. Feeling down? He's a soldier. If you've decided to be with him, separations are inevitable. This is just the beginning, there'll be lonelier days ahead. Luo Chenyan understood this in theory, but facing it in reality was a different matter. Here, I've got something to cheer you up. With that, Chen Mingxing placed an invitation in front of her. Upon seeing the invitation, Luo Chenyan's eyes lit up instantly. When she noticed the name on the invitation, she exclaimed, Thank you, teacher. Chen Mingxing sighed helplessly. You've been planning to attend the seminar for a while now, haven't you? I just heard about this medical seminar and thought it sounded interesting. That's all, Luo Chenyan replied with a smile. Don't give me that. What you're really interested in is the fact that it's being held in Shangjing, so you can use it as an excuse to see that guy, right? Chen Mingxing said, clearly unimpressed. Teacher, Luo Chenyan started. Alright. I've already given you the invitation. Do you think I wouldn't take you along? Go back and prepare well. When we get there, make a good impression. You're my student if you can't make me proud. At least don't embarrass me, Chen Mingxing huffed. Sipping her tea, Luo Chenyan sighed softly. Teacher, the people attending are all big shots. Forget about making you proud. Get out of here and get back to work. Chen Mingxing waved her off. With that, Luo Chenyan cheerfully grabbed the invitation and left. As she walked, she couldn't resist snapping a photo and sending it to Lu Yunzheng. Luo Chenyan, image wait for me. Sitting in a car heading to the military district, Lu Yunzheng was a little surprised when he saw the message. Lu Yunzheng, where did you get this? Luo Chenyan, my teacher just gave it to me. Lu Yunzheng, so, this was planned all along? Luo Chenyan, don't make it sound so bad. It's called strategic foresight. Luo Qianyan, what's wrong? Not happy. Lu Yunzheng, happy. Very happy. Luo Qianyan, that sounds so insincere. Lu Yunzheng, then what would make it sound sincere? Just as Lu Yunzheng was waiting for her reply, someone next to him asked, Captain Lu, I heard you recently took marriage leave? Yes, he affirmed without hesitation. The man blinked in surprise. Really? I was just thinking about introducing my sister to you, but I guess there's no chance now. When Lu Yunzheng didn't respond, the man continued. Captain Lu must have high standards. What kind of woman could possibly catch your eye? I'm just lucky she noticed me, Lu Yunzheng replied, a faint smile reaching his eyes as he thought of Luo Qianyan. Captain, you're too modest. Was it a family introduction? No, it was love at first sight for me. You? Love at first sight. The man was stunned. She must be incredibly beautiful. At that moment, Lu Yunzheng's phone rang. As soon as he answered, Luo Qianyan's soft voice came through. Lu Yunzheng, I miss you. I miss you too, Lu Yunzheng replied, his voice dropping slightly. Just hearing her voice made his longing for her grow stronger. Are you still on your way to the military district? Yes, still on the road. Are there a lot of people in the car? Not many, just 4 of us. How much longer until you get there? About an hour. That's so far. If I visit, will I have to sit for that long too? If you take a bus, it'll take an extra hour. Hearing that, Luo Qianyan groaned. Ugh, just thinking about sitting that long makes my butt hurt. How about I come out to see you instead? Lu Yunzheng suggested after a moment of thought. Your leave is so precious. Don't waste it on something like this. If I can't handle a few hours on a bus, how can I even call myself resilient? Luo Qianyan said confidently. Then, in the next breath, she added, but when I get there, you'll have to give me a massage. Lu Yunzheng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he turned to face the window. Alright, I'll give you a massage. Only touching is allowed. No funny business, Luo Qianyan said with a mischievous smile. What if? Lu Yunzheng trailed off. Luo Qianyan tilted her head, puzzled. What if what? Are you leaving out some words? Yes, Lu Yunzheng admitted. What words are you leaving out? Luo Qianyan pressed. Do, Lu Yunzheng replied. Realizing what he meant, Luo Qianyan's face flushed slightly. Aren't you worried someone might overhear and laugh at you? Lu Yunzheng chuckled softly. Not at all. You're lying. If you weren't worried, you wouldn't have split the sentence earlier, Luo Qianyan muttered. Caught by you. How is Qianxian so clever? Lu Yunzheng teased. Flattery won't help. Even if you flatter me, you still have to wait 15 days to see me, Luo Qianyan replied. Yeah, 15 days, that's too long, Lu Yunzheng sighed. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but laugh. Then beg me, and I might send you a photo. Don't tease me. I'm still outside, Lu Yunzheng said, clearly cautious. It wasn't that he doubted his self-control, but he had full confidence in Luo Qianyan's ability to tempt him. What are you thinking? I'm not going to send you anything inappropriate, Luo Qianyan retorted. Still, mindful that Lu Yunzheng was outside, she added. Alright, I'll stop bothering you. Call me when you get back to the base and have some free time. Got it. I'll call as soon as I get back, Lu Yunzheng promised. By the way, there aren't any female soldiers in your base, right? Luo Qianyan suddenly asked. There aren't any within our unit, Lu Yunzheng replied. But Luo Qianyan, being quick-witted, immediately caught the loophole in his words. So there are female soldiers from other places? What are they there for? Do they train with you? Or is your base the kind where they believe male-female pairing makes training less tiring? You just threw a bunch of questions at me. How am I supposed to answer? Lu Yunzheng said with a helpless laugh. Even if they come to train, they're not really connected to us. Different training grounds, no joint sessions. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan felt reassured. Alright then, that's more like it. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll chat on WeChat later. After Lu Yunzheng hung up, the previously quiet group of soldiers around him erupted into chatter. After all, they were all from the same base and quite familiar with one another. The famously cold and stoic military king, Lu Yunzheng, actually had a wife, and just now his tone was so gentle, who would believe it? Unbelievable, Captain Lu. That voice of yours was practically purring. Your wife must be something special, one soldier teased. Lu Yunzheng, however, remained unfazed. Qianxian's a girl. I can't exactly treat her like my subordinates and yell at her, can I? But before, Captain Lu, I don't remember you being so considerate of women, another chimed in. I mean, remember that one time? That really pretty female soldier, didn't you make her cry? The group broke into laughter, each soldier adding their own comments. Lu Yunzheng let them talk, only interjecting at the end with a calm conclusion. Everyone meets their match. I admit defeat. Wow, someone who can make Captain Lu willingly admit defeat. Incredible. No way. When she comes, I absolutely have to meet her. Not just you. Who in the base wouldn't want to meet her? Don't scare her. She's a bit timid, Lu Yunzheng said with a touch of exasperation. If she can be with you, Captain Lu, I doubt she's timid, someone quipped. I bet she's like my wifey, a real firecracker. That's the only way she could keep you in line. Yeah, right. Not everyone has your soft but deadly wife, another soldier joked. The banter continued, but Lu Yunzheng just shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. Lu Yunzheng wasn't in the mood to continue discussing the topic with them. When he saw Luo Qianyan's message on WeChat, the two started chatting again. By the time they arrived at the military base, Lu Yunzheng stepped off the vehicle with his luggage, only to see a group of rowdy young men rushing toward him from afar. Unfortunately, there was only one suitcase, and Bai Minghui, who was the fastest, managed to grab it, leaving the others staring in frustration. When Luo Qianyan was getting off work, a car pulled up boldly at the entrance. Moments later, a figure walked into the emergency building holding a massive bouquet of red roses. Being the emergency department, the extravagant display caught everyone's attention, including Luo Qianyan's. She glanced over on her way out, only to spot Lu Yan's face. A sense of foreboding crept over her. Just as she was about to leave, she heard her name being called. Qianyan. Lu Yan approached her with a charming smile, the bouquet of roses in his hand drawing gasps of admiration from several women nearby who thought they were witnessing a grand romantic gesture. Realizing there was no escaping now, Luo Qianyan turned around, her expression cold as she watched him walk toward her. All she could think was how pretentious he was. When Lu Yan finally reached her, he extended the bouquet. Beautiful flowers for a beautiful woman. You outshine the roses, he said. Luo Qianyan glanced at the roses, let out a sarcastic laugh, and replied, You just said I outshine the roses. Why would I bother accepting something inferior to me? Qianyan, don't be mad. I know you're still upset about what happened before. It's all my fault. You can hit me, yell at me, whatever you want, just don't leave me. I've loved you for so many years. I don't care that you've been married before. As long as you're willing, we can go back to how things were. As he spoke, Lu Yan pulled out a small box from his pocket. The sight of the ring box made Luo Qianyan's eyes widen in shock. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Meanwhile, thanks to Lu Yunzheng's relentless efforts over the past month, the hospital staff had developed a strong impression of him. So, Lu Yan's actions at this moment left them utterly baffled. However, for those unaware of the context, they didn't think too much and assumed they were witnessing a touching proposal. Curious onlookers eagerly watched the scene unfold. Before Lu Yan could open the ring box, Luo Qianyan interrupted sharply. Stop. The atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. Luo Qianyan looked at Lu Yan with a cold, detached expression. She had to clarify the situation before any misunderstandings spread, as she didn't want her reputation being tarnished because of him. Unlike Lu Yan, she cared about her dignity. First of all, I'm already married and my husband and I are very much in love. If you haven't lost your memory, you should remember that you're supposed to call me third aunt now. Secondly, yes, we did date once. But wasn't it you who cheated on me, left me alone in a no man's land, and almost got me killed by wolves? I came to my senses and dumped you. So how do you still have the audacity to act like you're deeply in love with me? Lastly, what do you mean you don't care that I've been married before? Do you think it's acceptable to ruin a military marriage? You're unbelievable. Her cold smile and biting words left everyone in shock. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the dramatic turn of events. If there had been snacks for sale, they'd surely have settled in for a proper show. A military marriage is like living as a widow. Why would you choose such a miserable life? Wouldn't you be better off with me by your side instead of that man? Lu Yan muttered, clearly reluctant to call Lu Yunzheng his third uncle, his face filled with frustration. Why on earth would I give up my handsome husband for a cheating scumbag like you? Luo Qianyan sneered, giving him a once-over before adding, and you're not even good-looking. Lu Yan's face instantly darkened. Luo Qianyan, don't go too far. Who's going too far? You're the one clinging to me. Cheaters like you belong in the trash, she retorted with a cold laugh. Don't act like you're so innocent. We broke up barely a month ago, and you're already married to someone else. Who's going to believe there wasn't anything going on before? Lu Yan lashed out, his voice filled with frustration. Believe whatever you want. I must have been blind to date you for 3 years. Now, I trust no one but the state. So what if I had a flash marriage with a soldier? Luo Qianyan stepped closer to him, her tone sharp. Tell me, in what way are you better than my husband? You're not as handsome, not as tall, not as fit, you have no money, a terrible temper, and no respect for elders. Lu Yan, you're a complete loser. Where do you find the nerve to even argue with me? Her words left Lu Yan temporarily speechless. But he quickly regrouped, determined to fight back. We dated for 3 years. How long have you even known him? Does he know you as well as I do? 3 years, huh? Well, you probably know my sister better than you know me, don't you? After all, you two had some very deep conversations and during our relationship, no less, she said, raising an eyebrow in mock amusement. The moment those words left her mouth, The onlookers' gazes toward Lu Yan shifted. Up until now, they might have been willing to excuse his behavior, but cheating with his girlfriend's sister? That was crossing the line. Lu Yan's face burned with humiliation, but he forced himself to stay composed. At least I was there for you, during holidays and festivals. You were never alone. Wow, Lu Yunzheng said, her tone dripping with pity. Your one redeeming quality is something every man on the street can do. How sad is that? Lu Yunzheng. She glanced at her watch. Anything else? Just because you have nothing better to do doesn't mean I don't. Looking at the woman in front of him more stunning than ever, Lu Yan couldn't deny how much he still wanted her. In a sudden move, he dropped to one knee. Startled, Lu Yunzheng instinctively took a step back, but Lu Yan shifted to stay directly in front of her, still kneeling. Qianyan, you know how much I care about you. I made a mistake, but who hasn't? I truly regret it. Please, just give me one more chance. Just one. Are you brainless or just forgetful? I already told you I'm married. Married, she snapped, her frustration evident. Lu Yan's pitiful plea stirred some sympathy from a few onlookers. Come on, he knows he was wrong. Just forgive him this once. Yeah, men make mistakes. What matters is that he's willing to change. Before Lu Yunzheng could respond, a young nurse nearby couldn't hold back any longer. Are you all serious right now? Dr. Luo is married. The issue isn't whether she forgives him, it's that she can't cheat on her husband, for crying out loud. Exactly. Mind your own business. Another bystander chimed in, scolding the meddling saints in the crowd. Lu Yunzheng looked at Lu Yan in front of her and suddenly chuckled. The moment she smiled, Lu Yan seemed to think he had a chance. He quickly asked, Qianyan, does this mean you've forgiven me? I promise it was just that one mistake. Stop right there. Lu Yunzheng raised her hand to cut him off. I'm not interested in how many mistakes you've made. But I have to admit, you've got some nerve. My husband just left, and here you are, showing up right after. What's the plan? You think without anyone backing me up, you can guilt me into something. With that, Lu Yunzheng pulled out her phone and called Lu Hongyu. While dialing, she glanced at Lu Yan and said, Don't worry, someone will deal with you soon enough. Lu Yunzheng didn't believe for a second that Lu Hongyu, as shrewd as he was, would let his son try to seduce her. After all, he was busy clinging to the Lu family's resources like a leech. Unlike Lu Yan, the spoiled rich kid who seemed to act without thinking things through. Sure enough, when Lu Hongyu picked up and heard that Lu Yan had gone to the hospital to publicly confess to Lu Yunzheng, he was livid. Lu Yunzheng hung up, and barely a moment later, Lu Hongyu was calling Lu Yan, yelling furiously. With the threat of a frozen bank account looming over him, Lu Yan had no choice but to leave. But before he left, he still shouted at Lu Yunzheng, I'm not giving up. Look at him go, Song Yunjing said as she stepped out of the crowd and walked over to Lu Yunzheng. When did you get here? Lu Yunzheng asked, surprised. Right when you were calling his dad, Song Yunjing replied with a nod in Lu Yan's direction. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Yunzheng, feeling she might have disrupted her co-worker's work, promised to treat everyone to milk tea the next day. Then she left with Song Yunjing. In the car, as she fastened her seatbelt, Song Yunjing commented, He's really something. The moment your husband's gone, he shows up. He had to have planned this. I don't even know where he gets that kind of confidence. Who knows? Some people have a mysterious level of self-assurance, Lu Yunzheng replied. Seriously though, how confident can he be? You're literally his third aunt now, and he still dares to hit on you in public. Doesn't he worry you'll expose him to the Lu family? Song Yunjing shook her head. I'm wondering the same thing. Does he honestly think I still have feelings for him? Lu Yunzheng shuddered at the thought. Had she somehow given him the wrong impression? Unbelievable. The audacity. Song Yunjing grimaced in disgust. But the topic of Lu Yan was clearly unpleasant, so Song Yunjing quickly switched gears. Alright girl, let's go grab dinner. Tonight, I'm taking you out for some fun. Fun? No, thanks, Lu Yunzheng declined without hesitation. Come on. Your man just left, and you're probably feeling down. As your bestie, it's my duty to cheer you up. Don't be a buzzkill, drinks, karaoke, men, you name it. Song Yunjing teased. Lu Yunzheng, still uninterested, replied, What about you? Aren't you still hung up on that Emily guy? At the mention of Emily, Song Yunjing paused for a moment before saying, Not anymore. I don't like him. He's nothing special anyway. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Huh? What's with that tone? Lu Yunzheng gave her best friend a suspicious look. You're acting weird. Did he piss you off? What? No. I just don't feel like dealing with him anymore, Song Yunjing said nonchalantly. Not wanting Lu Yunzheng to press further, Song Yunjing quickly changed the subject. How about we go karaoke? It's been ages since we've let loose. Lu Yunzheng was about to refuse again, but when she heard the words, let loose, she paused. Alright. She wasn't particularly keen on it herself, but she had a hunch her best friend really needed to let off some steam. When the time came, she'd pour her a couple of drinks and let her spill whatever was on her mind. After finishing their meal, Lu Yunzheng and Song Yunjing headed straight to a KTV to sing. The two settled into a private room, poured themselves some drinks, and began singing while sipping on their beverages. Before long, Song Yunjing had already downed several bottles of beer. "Slow down," Lu Yunzheng advised. "It's fine. Even if I get drunk, there are bodyguards to send us home," Song Yunjing replied casually. Lu Yunzheng picked up a peach and took a bite, watching Song Yunjing drink. "What's going on with you?" she asked curiously. "Nothing. I just slept with someone," Song Yunjing said nonchalantly. Cough cough. Lu Yunzheng nearly choked. "Next time you bring up such explosive topics, at least give me a heads up. If this peach gets stuck in my throat, you wouldn't even know how to perform first aid." Seeing this, Song Yunjing poured her a glass of wine. "Here, have a drink to wash it down." Resigned, Lu Yunzheng took the glass and had a sip. Looking at her friend, she asked, "How can you be so indifferent after sleeping with someone? Are you dissatisfied?" "Wow, marriage really has made you blunt," Song Yunjing teased, giving her a sly look. "So, you and your husband, you've done it too, huh? You called me a married woman, so isn't it obvious?" Lu Yunzheng replied, feigning nonchalance. But Song Yunjing noticed her reddening ears and teased further, "Your ears are red. How are you still so shy? Look at me, an unmarried young woman, and I can talk about this openly. Come on, loosen up. Forget about Muhat's your situation. Even if you slept with someone, there's no need to act like you're heartbroken." "Heartbroken? I haven't even fallen for him yet," Song Yunjing sighed wistfully. "Sure, we slept together, but when I woke up, he was gone. I mean, come on, I've got a pretty hot figure, right? I'm not saying it's unforgettable, but it's not scary if bad either. Then go to his shop and confront him. He can't just avoid work forever, can he?" Lu Yunzheng suggested. Hearing this, Song Yunjing gave her a pitiful look. "I thought of that too, but he closed his shop. What exactly did you do to him?" Lu Yunzheng asked, bewildered. "I have no idea. It's been days, and I still haven't caught him," Song Yunjing admitted. "What about his phone?" Lu Yunzheng asked. "Turned off," Song Yunjing replied. "How about WeChat?" Lu Yunzheng continued. "No replies," Song Yunjing sighed. "Are you sure it's even his shop? Could you have been, played?" Lu Yunzheng couldn't help but ask. "That's a fair question. But I was the one who approached him first. He didn't seem like someone that experienced," Song Yunjing said thoughtfully. "Hunters often disguise themselves as prey," Lu Yunzheng remarked. A shiver ran down Song Yunjing's spine at her words. She quickly drank another glass of wine. "Stop it. The more you say, the dumber I feel. Maybe I should go get my head checked at the hospital." "For safety's sake, that might not be a bad idea," Lu Yunzheng nodded seriously. The more they talked, the more frustrated Song Yunjing became. She decided to just drag Lu Yunzheng into drinking with her. Normally, Song Yunjing could hold her liquor, but tonight, perhaps due to her bad mood, she drank too much. Before long, she was completely drunk and started crying while clinging to Lu Yunzheng. Left with no choice, Lu Yunzheng tried to comfort her while preparing to take her home. However, just as she was helping Song Yunjing out of the private room and onto the way back, they unexpectedly ran into, or more accurately, Emily with another girl. When he saw them, his gaze lingered on Song Yunjing for quite a while. Just as Lu Yunzheng thought he was about to come over, he turned and walked away instead. Realizing that Song Yunjing had indeed encountered a scumbag, Lu Yunzheng felt uncomfortable. She immediately handed Song Yunjing over to the bodyguards and then quickly walked toward Mo. The girl heard Lu Yunzheng call out and looked at Emily beside her, confused. When did you get another name?" Emily glanced at her without answering and instead turned to Lu Yunzheng. "What is it?" he asked. Suddenly, Lu Yunzheng recalled what Lu Yunzheng had mentioned before. Emily was neither suitable to like someone nor to be liked. It seemed he was a very complicated person or perhaps had a very complex identity. "Yunjing is feeling down. If you have time, you should sit down and talk to her properly," Lu Yunzheng said. Hearing this, Emily gave a faint and then replied, "Got it." Without saying anything further, he walked away. Returning to Song Yunjing, Lu Yunzheng supported her and, along with the bodyguards, helped her get home. When Song Mingyu saw his sister come back so drunk, he could only sigh helplessly. "Qianyan, do you know what's been going on with Yunjing these past 2 days?" Song Mingyu couldn't help but ask. "It's something about her feelings. It's better to wait until she sobers up and let her tell you herself," Lu Yunzheng replied. Seeing that she wasn't willing to elaborate, Song Mingyu didn't press further. After having the bodyguards escort Lu Yunzheng back, he turned his attention to taking care of his intoxicated sister. Meanwhile, after Lu Yunzheng returned home, she took a shower first. Once she was done, she sent a message to Lu Yunjing. The video call connected quickly, and Lu Yunjing noticed her slightly flushed face. "Just took a shower?" he asked. "Yeah, did you?" Luo Qianyan asked softly. I just did, Lu Yunzheng replied. I don't believe you. Come closer, Luo Qianyan teased. Hearing this, Lu Yunzheng moved closer to the camera, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. What would it take for you to believe me? If you take off your shirt, I might believe you, Luo Qianyan said playfully. Lu Yunzheng chuckled helplessly and tilted his head slightly before taking off his shirt, revealing his toned upper body. Even through the screen, Luo Qianyan couldn't help but cover her eyes with her hand, peeking through her fingers. Put your shirt back on. I was just joking. If you take your clothes off like that, you might get reported, she said. Who would report me? You. Lu Yunzheng asked, amused. Hurry up and put your shirt on, she urged softly. Lu Yunzheng stood up, put his shirt back on, and sat down, noticing that Luo Qianyan was still covering her eyes, this time completely. Why are you still not looking? Weren't you the one touching me non-stop before? He teased. Luo Qianyan lowered her hands and touched her blushing face. When Lu Yunzheng had stood up to put his shirt on earlier, it gave her a full visual impact of his abs, and she still couldn't recover. If you were here at home, then I'd dare to touch, she mumbled softly. Next time, I'll let you touch as much as you want, Lu Yunzheng replied with a smirk. Oh right. I almost forgot why I called, Luo Qianyan exclaimed suddenly, remembering Emily. That Emily, how much do you know about him? Lu Yunzheng didn't answer directly. Why do you ask, he said instead. It's about Yunjing. You mentioned last time that Emily isn't suitable for liking someone or being liked. Is there something wrong with his identity, or is he just the playful type? Luo Qianyan asked. She didn't want to delve too deeply into her best friend's personal matters, but when it came to Emily, she felt it was necessary to get some clarity. If there was indeed an issue, she needed to make sure her friend didn't get hurt unnecessarily. He seems to enjoy watching plays, but when it comes to romantic relationships, he's not really into that kind of thing, Lu Yunzheng said. Hearing this, Luo Qianyan looked thoughtful. Does he have some kind of complicated or sensitive background? He does, actually. His family situation is pretty complex. So if your friend likes him, it would probably cause a lot of trouble for both of them, Lu Yunzheng reminded her. Lu Yunzheng had warned her from the very beginning, but matters of the heart are rarely resolved with just a warning. Well, it looks like trouble is inevitable, Luo Qianyan sighed deeply. By the way, do you know if the name Emily is real or just made up? His real name is Mo Yuan. Emily is the name he gave himself after leaving his family, Lu Yunzheng explained. Luo Qianyan nodded slowly. So, one last question, should I try to convince Yunjing to move on and like someone else? If being with him would only make Yunjing unhappy, then I think it's not worth it. She's not that stubborn, Lu Yunzheng mused. But when it comes to feelings, if she can be persuaded, it's worth a try. If not, she might have to learn the hard way. Still, with these things, even the people involved might not be able to figure it all out, let alone outsiders like us. Not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer, Luo Qianyan suddenly thought of something. Are you living alone in the barracks? My dorm is a single room, but it's not very spacious, Lu Yunzheng replied. So if I came to visit, where would I stay? Luo Qianyan asked curiously. Instead of answering, Lu Yunzheng asked back, what do you think? I'm just curious. Luo Qianyan pouted. Didn't you say it's not very spacious? It's small, but fitting you in wouldn't be a problem. With that, Lu Yunzheng got up with his phone in hand. Want me to show you my dorm? Luo Qianyan smiled brightly. Sure. Soon, Lu Yunzheng gave Luo Qianyan a virtual tour of his small single dorm. But when they reached the bathroom, Luo Qianyan's sharp eyes caught sight of something pink. Wait a second. Why is there a pink towel in your bathroom? Her tone was already tinged with suspicion. Lu Yunzheng picked up the pink towel and opened a drawer, revealing several items that were clearly feminine. Now, Luo Qianyan frowned deeply, her voice turning slightly sour. Is this really a single dorm, or is it a couple's dorm? These are for you, Lu Yunzheng said helplessly. I'm not coming for another 10 days. Luo Qianyan huffed, clearly not believing him. Unbothered, Lu Yunzheng dug into the trash can and pulled out a receipt. I bought all of this today. If you don't believe me, I can ask the store owner to send you the CCTV footage tomorrow. How about that? Seeing the receipt, Luo Qianyan finally believed him. Alright, I know it's for me. But isn't it a bit too early? I'm not coming for another 10 days. Maybe. I just wanted to be ready to see you sooner, Lu Yunzheng admitted. Well, that did it. Luo Qianyan couldn't help but smile, her lips curving up uncontrollably. His words made her look forward to it even more. 10 days suddenly felt like an eternity. She wished time would fly. The next morning, as soon as Luo Qianyan arrived at the hospital for work, she received a call from Song Yunjing. Hungover from the previous night, Song Yunjing had just woken up and immediately called Luo Qianyan. Xianxian, did we run into Emily last night? Yes, you remember now? Luo Qianyan asked. Not at all. I don't remember a thing, Song Yunjing groaned. Song Yunjing let out a long sigh. So he didn't say much? Luo Chenyan thought for a moment. He said 6 words. Which 6 words? Song Yunjing asked, puzzled. 6 words are hard to guess. The first 3 were, do you need something? And the last 3 were, got it, Luo Chenyan replied. Well, those 6 words don't really make much of a difference, Song Yunjing muttered, her lips twitching slightly. Anyway, I told him to find some time to sit down and talk with you, Luo Chenyan said. Then, recalling what Lu Yunzheng had mentioned last night, she added. But Yunjing, I asked Lu Yunzheng about it. Mo Li's family situation is a bit complicated. If you're really planning to be with him, it might bring some trouble. His real name is Mo Yun. Mo Li is the name he gave himself after leaving his family. Hearing this, Song Yunjing chuckled. Alright, that's not a big deal yet. What are you worrying about? We've barely started crossing paths, and you've already gone to ask Lu Yunzheng? Are you that afraid he'll end up getting hurt? You're an adult. I can't control you too much, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Whatever decision you make, he'll support you. Of course, if you choose to cut your losses early, he'll support that even more, Luo Chenyan said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Song Yunjing assured her. By the way, about my brother. Did he ask anything? He did, but I didn't go into detail. I just said you're dealing with some relationship issues, Luo Chenyan replied. Hearing this, Song Yunjing felt relieved. After they hung up, Luo Chenyan refocused on work, diving into a busy day that began with treating a truck driver injured in a car accident. In the afternoon, she treated her team to bubble tea but was interrupted by a call from Lu Yan's father, Lu Hongyu. In light of Lu Yan's reckless behavior the day before, Lu Hongyu assured her that he had already reprimanded him. He then invited Luo Chenyan to their home for dinner, intending for Lu Yan to formally apologize. However, while she was fine with the apology, she declined the dinner invitation. As the workday was nearing its end, Luo Qi arrived at the hospital with their family's driver. As soon as he entered the emergency department, he was recognized. Are you here to see Dr. Luo? She's busy right now, one of the nurses at the triage desk quickly informed him. Luo Qi paused and walked over to the waiting area. I'll wait here, he said. Seeing Luo Qi sitting quietly, looking so well-behaved, it was hard to believe that this handsome and sunny man had a developmental disability if not for the clarity in his eyes. The thought made the nurse shake her head. What a pity, she thought. With his background and looks, he could have had it all, but fate dealt him a cruel hand. Shortly after, Lu Hongyu arrived at the emergency department with Lu Yan. They spotted Luo Qi sitting in the waiting area. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Hongyu asked with concern. Given the good relationship between the two families, Lu Hongyu had watched Luo Qi grow up. Naturally, Luo Qi recognized him too. However, after the incident involving Luo Chenyan and Lu Yan, Luo Qi no longer showed Lu Hongyu any warmth, let alone Lu Yan. After all, Luo Qi might have a developmental delay, but he wasn't so naive as to not understand what had happened. So when he heard Lu Hongyu's voice, he glanced at him, then at Lu Yan behind him, and went back to playing his mobile game, ignoring them entirely. Unbothered by the lack of response, Lu Hongyu sat down beside him. I guess you're here to see Chenyan too? Hearing his sister's name, Luo Qi finally spoke. My sister is busy. Don't bother her while she's working. Don't worry, we want, Lu Hongyu said with a smile. Seeing that they were indeed staying quiet, Luo Qi was satisfied and returned his attention to his game. Meanwhile, Luo Chenyan had already been informed by a nurse about both Lu Hongyu and Lu Yan's arrival, as well as their encounter with Luo Qi. What could she say? Like father, like son. Both Lu Hongyu and Lu Yan apparently shared a habit of showing up at the end of the workday to corner her. When Luo Chenyan came to pick up Luo Qi after work, Lu Hongyu stood up with a smile and said, Chenyan, I brought this brat here to apologize to you. An apology isn't necessary. Just don't show up in front of me again, Luo Chenyan replied coldly. She then turned to Luo Qi. Let's go, brother. Hearing this, Luo Qi immediately ran to her side. Sis, I know a super good restaurant. The food looks amazing and it's really fresh. Alright, let's go try it, Luo Chenyan said with a smile. However, just as the two of them were leaving, Lu Hongyu followed behind with Lu Yan in tow. Look, yesterday's incident was Lu Yan's fault. Chenyan, we're practically family now. Can't you give me some face? Give you face? Luo Chenyan sneered. He didn't seem too interested in giving me any face, considering he tried to put a green hat on my husband. It was foolish of him. I gave him a good beating last night when we got home to help you vent your anger, Lu Hongyu quickly said. He could understand why Lu Yan acted out of frustration. After all, Lu Yunzheng had just left, and Lu Yan saw an opportunity to meddle. But could he admit that out loud? Of course not. Where did you hit him? Did he get hurt? Luo Chenyan asked with a mocking tone. Chenyan, don't go too far. Lu Yan snapped angrily. Me? Going too far? Or is it you? Is this how you apologize? Anyone who didn't know better might think you're my second uncle, Luo Chenyan retorted. Lu Yan was furious. He didn't want to apologize in the first place, but now he could see things more clearly. Despite their 3 years together, Lu Yunzheng truly didn't have much affection for him. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated and bitter he felt, and his expression darkened. Enough. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut, Lu Hongyu scolded coldly. As an illegitimate son who had reached his current position, he knew better than to act recklessly. But unfortunately, he had a son who didn't. His wife had passed away too early, leaving no one to properly guide the child. After considering Lu Hongyu's position, Luo Qinyan finally relented and agreed to let him treat them to a meal, if only to stop him from pestering her further. What she didn't expect, however, was that the restaurant Luoqi chose turned out to be a budget hot pot buffet, the kind that cost just 69 per person. Luo Qinyan didn't mind at all. She had eaten both expensive and cheap meals, and sometimes even roadside stalls could surprise her with delicious food. But when Lu Hongyu and Lu Yan stepped into the restaurant, their brows furrowed tightly. Dressed in tailored designer suits, they seemed completely out of place among the casual diners. It wasn't just their refined demeanor that clashed with the surroundings, it was the awkward discomfort they radiated, as if they simply couldn't fit into the atmosphere. It made them stand out in an unpleasant way. In contrast, Luo Qinyan and Luo Qi, despite wearing equally expensive clothing and possessing an air of elegance, blended effortlessly into the environment. After selecting some foods she liked, Luo Qinyan returned to her seat. Despite the restaurant's modest pricing, the ingredients were fresh, and everything looked quite appealing. "Brother, where did you find out about this place?" Luo Qinyan asked curiously. Luo Qi excitedly began adding his favorite ingredients to his personal hot pot. "A good friend I met at the hospital told me about it. She said the food here is amazing." "You made a good friend at the hospital?" Luo Qinyan asked, a bit surprised. "Yeah, during the last few days before I was discharged. She's really brave. Even though she's so little, didn't flinch at all when getting her blood drawn," Luo Qi said while munching on some sweet ice jelly. "A little kid?" Luo Qinyan asked with a raised brow. Luo Qi thought for a moment. "I think she's 7 this year." Luo Qinyan nodded, unsurprised. Really not surprised at all. The two of them ate and chatted, with Luo Qi seemingly having endless things to say. Meanwhile, poor Lu Hongyu and Lu Yan, sitting across from them, barely touched their food before stopping altogether. "Qian Nian, how about I take you somewhere else to eat? This place doesn't seem very clean. I remember a new restaurant opened recently that should suit your taste," Lu Hongyu said gently. "No need, I think this is fine," Luo Qinyan replied with a nonchalant smile, continuing her conversation with Luo Qi while eating. Although she didn't care how much they ate, having the two of them just sitting there awkwardly was a bit annoying. Finally, she couldn't hold back and said, "Uncle Lu, I don't mind you treating me to a meal, but you can settle the bill and leave now. As for the apology, just say it directly, I'm ready anytime. It's better to eat somewhere else. If you get a stomachache, that wouldn't be good," Lu Hongyu frowned and said. Luo Qinyan didn't respond, but she noticed the owner behind the cashier counter could barely contain her anger. Considering how close their table was to the counter, Lu Hongyu's remarks were bolder, perhaps oblivious, since he was essentially talking behind her back but still within earshot. Finally, the owner couldn't hold back any longer. She walked right up to Lu Hongyu, hands on her hips, and said, "I've had enough of you. If you don't like the food here, then don't eat it. If you're so worried about cleanliness or getting sick, why did you even step through my door? My little shop isn't grand enough to host someone as high and mighty as you." Before Lu Hongyu could reply, the owner continued firing away like a machine gun. "The young lady already said she likes it here, so why are you the one complaining so much? They're eating just fine, but you're not? The older you get, the more nonsense you have to say, huh?" At first, the owner had tried to hold back, but his repeated remarks had scared away other potential customers. That was something she couldn't tolerate. Lu Hongyu, however, prided himself on being the CEO of a publicly listed company and wasn't about to lower himself to argue with the owner of a hot pot restaurant. So despite his darkened expression, he only said, "I won't stoop to your level." But while Lu Hongyu held himself back, Lu Yan had no such reservations. He immediately started arguing with the owner. Seeing this unfold, Luo Qinyan signaled to a waiter and asked to be moved to another table with Luo Qi. As Lu Yan and the owner got into a heated argument, Luo Qinyan and Luo Qi had already relocated to another spot and resumed eating. They even watched the scene unfold, amused by how Lu Yan was no match for the owner's sharp tongue yet stubbornly kept arguing. Oddly enough, it made the meal even more enjoyable. However, Luo Qinyan didn't want the owner's small business to be negatively impacted because of them. So after returning home, she sent Lu Hongyu a message. It was brief, simply stating that she really liked the restaurant and would visit again sometime. Everyone understood the underlying meaning. Lu Hongyu got the message, and the incident with Lu Yan was brushed aside without much thought from Luo Qinyan. In the days that followed, she focused on preparing materials for an upcoming seminar. 10 days later, She boarded a plane to Shangjing with her professor to attend the event. Since it wasn't a secret that Lu Yunzheng was accompanying her professor to Shangjing for the seminar, it wasn't surprising that Lu Huai and Lu Ya, the siblings, were waiting to pick them up at the airport. "Little aunt," Lu Ya exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lu Yunzheng, rushing over to greet her. Lu Huai also approached with a smile and extended an invitation to Professor Chen Mingxing. Learning that they were Lu Yunzheng's family, Professor Chen was curious and wanted to learn more about them. He immediately agreed to join them for a meal at the Lu family home.